I'm just curious what makes such a girl so special that we have to travel thousands of miles to find her and ensure her safety? The colonel merely shook his head. You don't have the clearance to know. Su Tianmei's face immediately turned red. She suddenly remembered that they were no longer at school, and the person before her was not a teacher. They were now in an actual military internship, facing a real military task. Chapter 1. The hero riding on a rainbow cloud. The mission target Su Lele was on Desert Star, fleeing in an old mecha that was so battered that apart from the main weapon, everything else was making noise. She shouted, "Help! How'd I get ambushed by Blackhawk?" But her companions were already over 10 kilometers away, leaving Su Lele in tears. This dilapidated X-1 mecha had already been severely damaged. Its left arm was missing, its right leg was limping, and its waist seemed to have suffered heavy damage. The whole mecha was rattling with loose parts, as if it were about to fall apart into a heap of scrap metal at any moment. However, when Su Lele glanced back at the 3X2 mechas chasing her closely, along with a throng of people behind them, she was instantly drenched in cold sweat. With no time to complain, she could only steer the old mecha awkwardly yet desperately forward. On this vast sea of sand, only Su Lele's shabby mecha was seen stumbling and struggling to escape, while behind her were 3 Black Hawk mechas and a large group of shouting men, raising a cloud of dust that scared the small insects and animals in the desert to burrow underground. The Black Hawk crew brazenly brandished various weapons like hammers, knives, saws, brooms, fire sticks, and rolling pins. A few managed to pull out some Gauss guns and shot wildly at Su Lele, causing her to frantically dodge the bullets. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Although the mecha was broken, the bullets from these ordinary Gauss guns could only leave dents in the worn armor without causing real harm. The chase continued, and despite the apparent danger, the group from Black Hawk could never catch up to Su Lele. The mecha on the left rear wing shouted towards the lead mecha, "Boss, Su Lele is indeed slippery as rumored." He raised his right hand, holding a high-energy particle gun. "What do you think? Should we use it?" The lead mecha bellowed, "Idiot! What if we break it?" Seeing that the enemy did not use the high-energy particle gun, Su Lele felt a bit relieved but dared not relax, gritting her teeth and running for her life. At this rate, if it weren't for her mecha being so outdated, she might have actually escaped. The mecha on the left rear wing, unable to use its main weapon, kept shouting at Su Lele. "Su Lele, stop right there. Return our boss's darling." Su Lele angrily shouted through the broken mecha speaker, "I haven't seen your boss's darling. Stop chasing me." The mecha behind cursed angrily, "Don't deny it. Darling was clearly taken by you." Su Lele wanted to cry, but had no tears. "When did I take that, darling? I'm not a lesbian." Just as she was shouting, she suddenly felt something tugging at her left sleeve. Looking down, she saw a cute little plush cat had somehow appeared in the cockpit. This little cat seemed to be a newborn kitten, with watery eyes looking at Su Lele, its chubby paws resting on her left sleeve, gently scratching, letting out a faint meow that made Su Lele's heart flutter. While Su Lele was momentarily distracted by the adorable kitten, the pursuers issued an ultimatum. "Su Lele, don't think that just because you're called a genius mecha girl, we at Black Hawk will be afraid of you. With so many of us today, you can't escape." Su Lele was truly on the verge of tears. This was baseless. How could she return that, darling? With her mecha's combat capability, if it weren't for the fact that it was on the verge of falling apart, how could she be so humiliated by them? One side refused to admit it, while the other was convinced, and the two groups stirred up a whirlwind of sand in the desert. Suddenly, Su Lele's broken mecha made a cracking sound. Its steps faltered, and then with a loud crash, the already battered mecha disintegrated into a pile of scrap metal, kicking up a high cloud of dust, choking Su Lele, who fell into a sand pile. The leading mecha, in hot pursuit, suddenly slammed to a halt, and the two mechas beside it hurriedly followed suit. The group of people behind, unable to stop in time, collided into the front mechas, tumbling into a heap behind the 3 mechas. More content is loading. Please wait. This site only supports mobile browser access. If you see this paragraph, it means the chapter content failed to load. Please close your browser's reading mode, quick read mode, novel mode, and disable ad blocking, or copy the URL to read in another browser. Su Lele, finally escaping the dust cloud, just caught her breath when she suddenly shivered, her heart sinking. This was bad. During this moment of distraction, Su Lele had been completely surrounded by 3 mechas. The mecha that had called out to her earlier was still shouting, "Su Lele, you are surrounded. Surrender and hand over the darling." The cockpit of the lead mecha opened with a pop, and a muscular man with a face like a bull jumped out, his feet digging 2 deep holes in the sand, and he charged directly at Su Lele. Su Lele could almost see the steam coming out of his nostrils, scared to the point of shivering. Looking at the pile of scrap metal that was once her mecha, with her best fighting machine gone. How could she escape now? Su Lele quickly forced a flattering smile. Boss Bull, you see, this is all a misunderstanding. Although she often prided herself on being exceptionally clever, even surpassing her age, she simply could not compete with the adult Bull. Bull grabbed Su Lele's arm, and immediately, although she was desperately trying to move forward, her body could no longer advance. It was over. She was truly in a dire situation, and they certainly wouldn't let her go in Blackhawk's hands. Su Lele felt as though she could see the end of the world approaching, her heart filled with despair. Su Lele was so desperate that she couldn't even cry out, shouting, "Help! Is anyone there to save me?" Just as her voice faded, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the clear sky above, startling both Su Lele and Bull, who were chasing and fleeing, to look up simultaneously. In the sky, an aircraft appeared out of nowhere. Everyone on the sandy sea was dumbfounded. Where did this never-before-seen aircraft come from? But before they could react, the aircraft's hatch suddenly opened, accompanied by a mist, and a figure leaped out. The mist refracted rainbow colors in the blazing sunlight of the desert, making the figure that descended from the sky seem to shine as if riding on a rainbow cloud. Su Lele's eyes widened. Who was this person? Descending like a hero? Could it be that they came to rescue her in her time of need? The figure thudded down onto the sand, creating a large pit. Before the dust settled, the figure jumped out, pointing a dark gun at Bull. "Let that girl go." The figure looked to be around 16 or 17 years old, very spirited. But the key point was that he was incredibly handsome. This is something that must be emphasized 3 times. Su Lele stared at the boy in disbelief, her heart suddenly bursting with joy. What kind of divine being had sent this hero riding on a rainbow cloud to save her? Almost instinctively, she exclaimed, "Hero, hello." Chapter 2. Rescued. Burr was taken aback. The Black Eagles were the undisputed rulers of this sandy sea, and as their leader, no one had dared to point a gun at him for many years. Burr grinned, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth, and casually waved his left hand. The Black Eagles nearby immediately bared their teeth and pounced, while 2 Mechs advanced without hesitation, directly threatening the boy. Faced with Mechs that could not be resisted by human strength, the boy remained unfazed. His gun was steadily aimed at Burr, ready to fire at the slightest sign of movement from him. The boy coldly commanded Su Lele, "Come to my side." Su Lele immediately felt a thrill. He was indeed here to save her. Just as she was about to run over, she suddenly hit the brakes. Was he really here to save her? They didn't know each other, so why would he help her? Seeing her hesitation, the boy maintained his poker face but spoke quickly. "Hurry up, I'll explain later." Burr's gun was pressed against Su Lele's temple. "How do you plan to escape?" Su Lele could only force a smile. The boy, however, did not hesitate and fired his gun. Just as Burr was about to pull the trigger, the boy's bullet was faster, directly shooting Burr's gun out of his hand before he could react. At this moment, Su Lele couldn't care less about anything else. Although she didn't know who this boy was, someone was here to save her, and she couldn't afford to respond with a cold face. Almost in the instant Burr's gun fell, she gritted her teeth and exploded with a speed far beyond that of an average 13-year-old girl, dashing toward the Mech in front of her like an arrow. Although Burr was surprised by the boy's marksmanship, he had a group of people against just one person. He chuckled and waved his hand, "Take him down." Immediately, everyone focused their fire on the boy. The boy reacted swiftly, leaping just in time to catch Su Lele as she ran toward him. He grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Bullets turned the sand beneath their feet into a sieve, raising a cloud of dust. However, despite the overwhelming numbers of the Black Eagles, they were just a bunch of thugs, not true soldiers. The boy's movements were extremely agile. He jumped and dodged with remarkable speed and steadiness, miraculously evading a barrage of bullets, and Su Lele was almost dragged along in his wake. But there were too many pursuers behind them, and Su Lele shouted in fear, "We can't just run away like this." Before the boy could respond, a flying vehicle above suddenly shook, and to everyone's astonishment, a Mech descended from the sky like a rainbow, crashing down and creating a massive pit. While everyone was still in shock, the boy, taking advantage of the dust that obscured their view, swiftly flipped and leaped onto the Mech's thigh, quickly climbing to the cockpit. As soon as he sat down, the Mech powered up, and with a swift motion, he grabbed the screaming Su Lele and threw her into the cockpit. Su Lele was thrown into a daze. clinging tightly to the only seat back that the boy was sitting on, nearly cursing but lacking the strength to do so. Bog's heart sank, not good. Although he didn't know which faction this flying vehicle belonged to, it was clear that their purpose was to rescue Sulele. Without time to alert his companions, he decisively raised the main weapon of his mech and aimed at the closing cockpit. Burr, with a dark expression, snatched a gun from one of his subordinates and began to fire at the cockpit. However, the cockpit closed surprisingly fast. In a moment, they raised their guns to shoot. It was already sealed shut. In the blink of an eye, the boy in the mech pulled the trigger with lightning speed, and a high-energy particle beam struck Bog's mech's right hand. With Bog's level 2 mech, this shot might not break through its defenses, but the boy's shot landed precisely at the base of Bog's mech's right-hand fingers. This area had far less defensive capability than other parts, and the mech's fingers fell off, leaving Bog disarmed. Almost simultaneously, before the other mech could react, the boy fired again, disarming that mech as well. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. In the cockpit, Sulele, who had always prided herself as a mech genius, was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped to the ground. She was well aware of the main parameters of the models 1 to 3 that had appeared in this sandy sea, and even models 4 and 5 that had shown up at military bases dozens of miles away. But she had never seen a mech's main weapon with such a short cooldown time for high-energy particle guns. 2 consecutive shots with almost no cooldown? What model of mech is this? Of course, Burr, who dominated the sandy sea, was not mindlessly arrogant. He simply misjudged the boy's strength. He thought that with a non-attack, capable flying vehicle above and this obviously young and somewhat unreliable boy, it was impossible for them to create a significant disturbance among his 2 seasoned subordinates. But having been in the sandy sea since childhood, he also knew that those who recognized the times were the true talents, since they had already been suppressed by the opponent. And it was evident that the opponent had no intention to kill. It was best not to provoke them. Burr raised his hands and took 3 steps back, but his expression retained a hint of cruelty. It had been a long time since anyone dared to treat him this way. The mech's right hand retracted its weapon and grabbed the soft ladder that the flying vehicle had dropped. The vehicle took off, carrying the mech away under the watchful eyes of the Black Eagles. On the ground, Burr was no longer the violent and aggressive figure he had been while chasing Sulele, but instead stared coldly at the departing vehicle in silence. Bog had already come down from the mech. Boss, what do you think this Chung Yao Jin is all about? Burr chuckled as he flexed his wrists. I may not know where he came from, but a kid barely in his teens who can disarm you two in the blink of an eye clearly didn't hone his skills in this desolate sandy sea. He is either the next generation of elites trained by a killer organization or a top student from some military academy. Bog frowned. Could he be a mercenary? Burr spat out the sand in his mouth and turned to walk back. I haven't seen a mercenary with such skills at this age and desert. Unless it's someone from Perm. But even if Perm were to run to the capital star to kill and burn, they wouldn't have the time to come to desert. Bog thought for a moment, killer organizations wouldn't need to come here to fish people out. He probably has a military background? Burr remained silent for a few seconds before chuckling again. So what if he has a military background? The reward promised to us by the gray-cloaked man is for rebellion. I want on that too. As long as the military doesn't find a reason to send the space fleet, these few little kittens, even if a level 7 comes, they'll still have to lie down for me. But although I don't know why the gray-cloaked man insists on taking Sulele alive, the fact that they have their eyes on her and have attracted the military means there must be something we don't know behind this little girl. Bog cautiously said, the power behind the gray-cloaked man is probably not small. If the military gets serious, we won't benefit from this at all. If they end up in conflict, we'll just be the filling in the sandwich. Burr chuckled again. What filling? We can flee too, can't we? Anyway, what does her reason have to do with us? As long as we hand her over, we'll naturally have our benefits. But the gray-cloaked man never mentioned that the military would intervene, which made us careless. We should definitely give him a good scolding when we get back. Bog responded affirmatively. Fortunately, the boss only said to retrieve the dear one. Sulele probably doesn't suspect the real reason, so we won't alarm the snake. Burr suddenly jumped up and punched Bog down to the ground. You bastard. How dare you point a particle gun at Sulele? Don't you know the dear one is in her? If anything happens to my dear, I'll hold you accountable. Burr was knocked down into the sand, watching the dizzying sky and the furious bull in front of him, shivering. Got it, boss. I'll organize people to rescue my dear right away. Chapter 3. Military personnel. At this moment, Sulele was gasping for breath inside the aircraft. This day's surreal adventure had been quite enough. She had been chased for no reason and then saved just as mysteriously. She didn't understand why the Black Hawk people suddenly started hunting her, leaving her without a sip of water from morning until now. As soon as she relaxed, her stomach protested immediately. The loud noise in the quiet belly of the aircraft was deafening, causing her face to flush. The boy who saved her was climbing out of the mecha cockpit, and upon hearing such a startling sound, he was momentarily stunned. Su Leilei's face turned even redder as she hurriedly laughed. "Haha, I'm not that. That. Even she didn't know what she was babbling about, but the poker-faced boy seemed to understand her meaning. After getting down from the mecha, he turned to the side console, took a piece of bread, and handed it to her. Having never met before, Su Leilei felt embarrassed to eat someone else's food, quickly shaking her head, just about to say, "I'm not hungry," but her stomach growled even louder. If she refused again, it would be pretentious. Blushing, Su Leilei accepted the bread and started to nibble on it. She was so hungry that, even though she wanted to eat elegantly, this was the best bread she had ever tasted, and she couldn't help but devour it hungrily, quickly choking and turning red in the face, nearly losing her breath. Seeing her desperately pounding her chest, with her eyes bulging out, the boy hurriedly handed her a bottle of water. After she drank some water and finally calmed down, she heard a gentle female voice. "Are you feeling better?" Just as Su Leilei had finally caught her breath and looked up, she saw a girl about 15 or 16 years old. The girl was also of Asian descent, looking very gentle and cute. Anyone who saw her would likely praise her cuteness, which suddenly made Su Leilei, who had always seen herself as a tough girl, feel a bit ashamed. The girl, seemingly coming from nowhere, noticed that Su Leilei was choking and patted her back gently. "Don't rush. Eat slowly. We have plenty of food here. The taste might be a bit lacking, but it's still much better than on Desert Star. You no longer have to worry about going hungry like before. We can provide you with a better life." Su Leilei suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She often went hungry since childhood, which was why, at 13, she still looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. But even though she didn't have enough to eat, it was her life, and in this sea of sand, she had her own happiness and joy. Even if she didn't eat her fill, she didn't like others denying her way of life. Su Leilei was a straightforward person, so she directly put down the bread and water in her hands. "I'm full. I don't want your bread." The girl was taken aback and hurriedly explained, "I'm not looking down on your past of not having enough to eat or wear. I just want you to feel at ease." However, Su Leilei felt even more displeased upon hearing this. And for some reason, even though the girl's smile was gentle, Su Leilei always felt that there was no hint of warmth in her eyes, even a trace of coldness and disdain. Having wandered through the mixed crowd of the sand sea since childhood, although she wasn't good at reading people due to dealing with straightforward individuals who would stab her in the back, she had an almost instinctual sharpness towards hostility. She could sense that this girl didn't like her, but they were meeting for the first time, and she shouldn't have offended her. The girl looked a bit troubled at the boy who had remained silent. "Oh, Weiser, this kid is really stubborn. What should we do?" These two boys and the girl had been sent to protect Su Leilei and planned to take her back to Capital Star, Yang Weiser and Liu Pei. Young Weiser frowned. He wasn't good at dealing with children, especially little girls. He thought for a moment and said to Su Leilei, "You're both girls, you should talk to her." Liu Pei was just looking for this, hurriedly pushing Young Weiser away. She affectionately supported Young Weiser's shoulder and pushed him toward the hall door. "You're tired too. Go rest early." Her developing chest brushed against Young Weiser's arm almost imperceptibly. However, Young Weiser had no reaction. He didn't even notice Liu Pei's actions. He had known Liu Pei since childhood and was used to following her arrangements for trivial matters. He was also reassured by Liu Pei's plans. They had known each other for many years, and Liu Pei was a gentle and attentive girl, definitely able to take better care of Su Leilei than he could. Just as Young Weiser turned to leave the hall, another person entered through the door. This was a middle-aged man with stubble and peach blossom eyes, lazily holding a cigarette in his mouth, swaying as he walked in. Seeing Young Weiser about to leave, he curiously asked, "Are we supposed to give Su Leilei a briefing now? Why are you leaving?" Young Weiser immediately stood at attention and reported, "Liu Pei will brief the mission target." His voice was strong and stiff, just like his poker face. The middle-aged man grinned, grabbing Young Weiser by the collar and pulling him over. Briefing the mission target is also one of the steps in completing the mission. Su Leilei was astonished. watching as the middle-aged man casually pulled a living person over as if he were a little rabbit, and the person being pulled didn't even resist, being brought right before her. Before she could recover from her shock, the middle-aged man was already in front of her. He let go of Yang Weiser and casually sat down on the ground in front of Su Lele, waving to Yang Weiser and Lu Pei, "Come sit." Yang Weiser immediately sat down in a posture that could be measured with a ruler, his back straight, yet still wearing a poker face. Lu Pei hesitated slightly, feeling a bit awkward with the middle-aged man's casual commands, but ultimately settled down in a relatively standard yet graceful sitting posture. Su Lele didn't mind. She grew up in a gang who taught her about ladylike manners. Lu Pei, however, sat somewhat awkwardly. Yet after dealing with this middle-aged man for several days, she knew his temperament well enough and couldn't be bothered to argue, so she just complied. The middle-aged man spoke first. "Su Lele, hello." Su Lele jumped in surprise. "How do you know my name?" The middle-aged man scratched his head. "Well, how do I put this? Let me introduce myself first. I'm Sergeant Liang Honyuan from the 217th Special Brigade of the 102nd Division of the 1st Group Army of the Capital Military District." He pointed to Yang Weiser and Lu Pei. "These are students from the Capital Military Academy, Yang Weiser and Lu Pei. They're doing their internship in the unit I'm in this year, and the three of us have been assigned to complete a mission together." Liang Honyuan paused. "This mission is to protect your safety and take you back to Capital Star. They took a strand of your hair while you were asleep to compare. And the information just transmitted confirmed that this Su Lele is indeed our mission target." However, such words didn't need to be said directly to Su Lele. Su Lele was immediately confused. "Why do you want to take me back to Capital Star?" Liang Honyuan shook his head. "We did not receive an explanation for why we need to take you back, but since this order was given from above, we just need to execute it. Think about it. When do you want to go back with us?" Su Lele immediately jumped up. "I'm not going. Why should I go with you?" Lu Pei couldn't help but frown her cute brows, asking curiously, "If you're not going to the capital, do you want to stay in a place like Desert Star?" Su Lele jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What is wrong with staying here? I grew up here. This is my home. Why should I go with you?" Su Lele immediately became alert and asked, "Right? Why do you want to save me?" She began to doubt them. They were not related to her in any way. Yet it was just a coincidence that they happened to save her in the desert sea. If they claimed there was no special purpose, she wouldn't believe it even if she were killed. Su Lele suspiciously sized up Liang Honyuan, especially him, at first glance. He didn't seem like a good person. "You're not here to kidnap me, are you?" Lu Pei laughed in disbelief. "Kidnap you? We came to a place like Desert Star to kidnap you." Even poker-faced Yang Wei-sai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Su Lele to think along those lines. Su Lele was stunned, realizing that it did sound a bit ridiculous. Who would go to a criminal's den like Desert Star to kidnap someone? She chuckled awkwardly, but still felt a bit resentful about Lu Pei's attitude. Liang Honyuan comforted her gently. "We know this is the place where you grew up, where your friends are, so we want to forcibly take you away against your will. But this is not your home. Your home is on Capital Star." Su Lele was taken aback. "My home is on Capital Star?" Liang Honyuan handed her the water again. "Sit down, and I'll explain everything to you slowly." Whether it was the calm tone of the middle-aged man that soothed her or the mention of Capital Star that attracted her, Su Lele sat down again. Liang Honyuan began to recount her birth, how she got lost, and how the military stumbled upon her in Desert Star later. After he finished speaking, Su Lele remained silent for a long time. Chapter 4. Home Yang Wei-sai was usually quiet, and he rarely spoke unless others did. However, Lu Pei couldn't hold back any longer and was about to say something when Liang Honyuan waved his hand to stop her. The three of them silently watched Su Lele. Was she shocked? Yes, she was. Su Lele had thought countless times about her origins. She vaguely remembered being abducted, but she was too young at that time to remember where her previous home was. Desert Star, known as a paradise for criminals, still nominally belonged to the Federation. And the Federation had a symbolic military presence there known as the Retirement Corps, along with a local government that merely existed. But everyone knew that Desert Star was outside the bounds of civilization. Here, the laws of the Federation barely extended beyond paper. Even the sign at the government office was weathered and barely legible. Desert Star was located on the fringes of the Federation, and even more so on the outskirts of human civilization in the universe, forgotten due to its lack of resources. In a place like Desert Star, where no one cared about her. The real power lay not with the Federation government, but with the gangs that controlled the territory. For example, there was Boss Peter of Hurricane, who controlled transportation at the spaceport, and Boss Kevin of Black Blood, who controlled the relatively prosperous city in Desert Star. Even Boss Bull of Black Hawk, who dominated the sandy seas at the edge of this border planet, dared not easily tread into the domains of Hurricane and Black Blood. If Bull had to tread carefully, a nameless girl like Sue Lele certainly wouldn't dare to provoke a tiger. So when she finally managed to sneak into the city and approached the Civil Affairs office to request to be sent home, only to be hinted at paying protection money to Black Blood, Sue Lele could only return in defeat. What a joke. Black Blood was the local power. Once Sue Lele approached them, they would surely find out that she was not a native of their territory. For outsiders like her, it would be an insult to the gang-ass reputation if they didn't extort a hefty price. Such protection money was far beyond what Sue Lele, who struggled to survive in the sandy seas, could afford. With the hope of returning home cut off, Sue Lele could only consider the sandy seas her home from then on. At night, when she lay in bed, she would dream about her parents, whom she had no memory of, longing to see them in her dreams. In her dreams, she could be like the little girl she saw on TV, worrying about not wanting to do homework, being picky about snack flavors after a full meal, not wanting to attend extracurricular classes, and clinging to her mother for affection. However, this was ultimately just a dream. When she woke up, she still lived in the sandy seas and had to worry about what to eat the next day. But now, these three people who suddenly claimed to be from the military told her that her home was on Capital Star. Yet before she could feel happy about it, they informed her that her parents had already perished. What was this? It gave her a glimmer of hope only to plunge her into deeper despair. Without parents, what was home? In her shock, Sue Lele didn't know whether to be happy that she actually had a home or to be sad that this once home had long been destroyed, leaving her with no chance even to dream of it again. The four of them remained silent, looking at Sue Lele, who seemed to be grieving and bewildered. After an unknown amount of time, Liang Hongyuan finally spoke. This is the situation. We don't know more, and we certainly can't tell you anymore. So, what do you think? Do you want to go back? With the hope of returning, Sue Lele certainly wanted to go back, but after thinking it over, she couldn't help but feel confused. What is the point of going back if my parents are gone? Liang Hongyuan extinguished his cigarette, but on the floor. About your parents, I'm very sorry. There's nothing we can do. But that is still your home, your birthplace. Even if your parents are gone, you still have relatives. Moreover, you are only 13 years old. You have the opportunity to receive an education, live the life of an ordinary girl, and change your fate. Desert Star is not a place suitable for a little girl to stay. Although you have developed feelings for it, you should also think about yourself. He noticed Sue Lele frown and continued to reassure her. Don't rush. I'm not saying that being here with your friend is bad. It's just that many of your friends might be fugitives from the Federation. They might have accidentally made mistakes that led them to betray their homeland. But they might not want to return. Some may indeed enjoy the freedom here. But others might miss their family and friends, but dare not go back due to being wanted. Liang Hongyuan was very skilled at persuasion. He knew very well who the fugitives in Desert Star were, yet he could still persuade Sue Lele from her perspective, leaving Lu Pei speechless. Sue Lele found his words very helpful. She had grown up here, having survived only because an old man found her. After the old man died, she relied on her wandering companions. These people might indeed be fugitives from the Federation, but to her, they were like family. Seeing that Sue Lele's expression did not show any sign of resistance or annoyance, Liang Hongyuan knew she was receptive to his words and continued. They want to go back but dare not do so because they are wanted. But you are different. You can completely go back and change your fate, living a life where you don't have to worry about food anymore. Besides, if you return and settle down on Capital Star, if you become successful and wealthy or gain power in the future, you might even be able to bring back those among your companions who are not heavily implicated. Sue Lele jumped up in surprise. Can it really be like that? Liang Hongyuan chuckled. Legally speaking, of course not. Since they are criminals, they must be punished according to the law. The spark in Sue Lele's eyes that had just ignited instantly wavered again. Liang Hongyuan continued to coax her. However, the law is dead, and people are alive. You've been surviving in the sandy seas for so long. You should understand this principle, right? Sue Lele's eyes widened. Just as Liang Hongyuan said, this matter was not entirely unfeasible. Liu Pei could no longer hold back and rebutted Liang Honyuan. Sir, how can you say that? This is illegal. Yang Weisai also frowned. Liang Honyuan waved his hand and casually said, All right, don't make a fuss about it. Are you in contact with people on Desert Star? Liu Pei's face turned red with anger, but Liang Honyuan still wore an indifferent expression. No buts. Our mission is to bring Su Lele back, and how we do that is up to me. Ignoring Liu Pei's strong objections, Liang Honyuan only asked Su Lele, so how about it? Are you willing to go back? However, Su Lele didn't hear what he said. At that moment, she was completely absorbed in Liang Hongyuan's earlier words. She could return to being a normal girl, and in the future, there might even be a chance to bring her companions back. This beautiful vision struck her with a sense of urgency. The author has something to say. The editor's efficiency is really high. The new book was signed on the same day it passed the review. I was genuinely surprised by this efficiency when I received the message. All right, now I feel like I can charge ahead in one go. Manuscript, 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 manuscript. So, dear ones, are you ready? Chapter 5. Back to the sand. See, once Su Lele finally calmed down, she hesitated again. She had never been to school since childhood. Although she had some talent in mechas, she had been away from ordinary society for so long. Suddenly going to Capital Star, not knowing where her so-called home was, and unsure if she could adapt, made her anxious. Her mecha talent would be of no use in an ordinary city, and she didn't understand anything else. The fear and unease of the unknown immediately made her hesitate. Liang Honyuan comforted her. How about I send you back first, and you can think it over? Su Lele dully agreed. Liang Honyuan continued. Right now, for some reason, someone might be watching you. That's why we were tasked with protecting you. If you want to go back to the Sand Sea, I'll have Yang Weiser stay by your side to protect you. Don't reveal his military identity to others. Just say he's a friend you met by chance. Su Lele was taken aback. Who is watching me? Liang Honyuan only replied, The target is unclear, but the fact is you are in danger. Su Lele was unconvinced. Isn't it dangerous to just hang around in the Sand Sea every day? I'm used to it. Liang Honyuan firmly denied. This danger is different. The dangers you usually face are natural and dispersed. This time, the danger is specifically aimed at you. Su Lele shook her head in disbelief. How is that possible? I'm not a bull. Who would be so bored? Liu Pei frowned in annoyance. It's not a matter of whether you want to or not. If something happens to you, we won't be able to report back. Liu Pei was very irritated. She never liked Su Lele, that dirty country girl who had no manners and was unpleasant to look at. She disliked even more how Yang Weiser focused on Su Lele without blinking during the mission. Although she knew Yang Weiser was solely focused on the task and couldn't have any other thoughts due to his dullness, she just didn't like it. Moreover, the colonel specifically stated that Yang Weiser was the main executor of this mission, and only he could protect Su Lele. Just thinking about this made Liu Pei angry. She didn't expect this ungrateful country girl to refuse, as if her head were empty. Liu Pei's tone was unfriendly, and Su Lele got angry too. Why should I have him follow me? I can protect myself. What does it matter to me whether you complete your mission or not? Liu Pei was immediately furious and was about to explode when Liang Hongyuan coldly suppressed her. Liu Pei. Seeing Liang Hongyuan's displeased expression, Liu Pei had no choice but to stand up straight and reply yes. Liang Honyuan sighed. If it were his soldiers, he would have 1,000 ways to train them to be obedient. But Liu Pei, although also a military academy student and a reserve female soldier, was still just a girl, and he found it difficult to deal with her. After thinking it over, he could only order silence for 5 minutes. Liu Pei had no choice but to comply yes. Although she held back her tears, she dared not speak again. She was naturally beautiful and cute, and her tearful appearance was quite touching. Unfortunately, no one present paid her any mind. Seeing that annoying Liu Pei silenced, Su Lele couldn't help but feel pleased and almost laughed. For some reason, she felt that Liu Pei was targeting her, and seeing Liu Pei in a tough spot made Su Lele feel much better. Liang Honyuan didn't pay attention to her for now and could only kindly persuade Su Lele. If there really wasn't any danger, would the higher-ups go out of their way to send us here? Be obedient. Let Yang Weiser follow you. It's for your own good. It's no big deal if we fail the mission, but if you get hurt, wouldn't that be a pity? Su Lele still shook her head. What would a military academy student do in our place? That's our territory. Liang Honyuan felt a bit of a headache with this stubborn girl. But the mission had to be completed. He could only coax her gently. That's why I said not to disclose his identity. He's just an ordinary boy. It's fine for him to join you for fun, help you hunt, or even help you fight. The more people, the more help, right? Liang Hongyuan gently patted Su Leilei's head. Be good, listen. This made Su Leilei seriously consider it. Previously, Yang Weiser had single-handedly taken down 2 big guys from the Black Hawk, which indeed showed he had some skills. Thinking about it this way, Su Leilei's eyes lit up. If he could help with the hunting, they might have a big harvest and wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. They might even get more than enough. With this thought, Su Leilei's eyes started shining with excitement. All right then, come with me. But if you come with me, you have to listen to me. Yang Weiser immediately felt a headache. She was indeed still a little girl. Just like that, it was settled. Liang Hongyuan immediately commanded the aircraft to fly back to the small town where Su Leilei had always lived by the Sand Sea and let them off. Once they left the aircraft, Liu Pei couldn't help but complain to Liang Hongyuan, Sir, why do we have to let Weiser protect her back? Can't we just take her back directly? Liang Hongyuan gazed out the porthole at the gradually receding mecha and said to Liu Pei, Didn't you see that Su Leilei is unwilling? Suddenly leaving her familiar environment and friends. We have to give her some time to adapt. Liu Pei pouted behind him. Does a country girl who knows nothing need to be consulted about her willingness? Can't we just drag her away without her running off? As long as we complete the mission, it has nothing to do with them. Why bother with this extra step? It's really meddlesome. No wonder Liang Hongyuan, who looked not very young, was still just a non-commissioned officer. With this mission completion rate, he could only hope to become a lieutenant if the heavens were blind. However, what Liang Hongyuan truly thought his heart was not explained to Liu Pei. They had been here for over a week, but had not noticed anyone wanting to harm Su Leilei. Given the confidentiality level of this mission, the intelligence was unlikely to be wrong. So, the enemy must be hiding very deeply without showing any signs. Rather than returning to the capital where there were many people and distractions, it would be better to draw out the enemy's hidden tail here. However, Su Leilei was unaware of Liang Hongyuan's thoughts. At this moment, she was sitting in Yang Weiser's mecha for the second time. But since the cockpit only had space for the pilot, she had to curl up in the corner behind Yang Weiser's seat. Previously, she was too focused on escaping the care, but now she felt the cockpit was a bit cramped. To avoid causing too much commotion, Yang Weiser activated the mecha's invisibility function. Watching Yang Weiser busy at work, Su Leilei curiously examined the cockpit for a long time before she couldn't help but ask, What model is this mecha? I've never seen it before. Usually aloof, Yang Weiser didn't expect Su Leilei to talk to him. After a moment of pause, he finally responded, 6. Su Leilei was taken aback. To think a Model 6 would appear in such a remote place as the Sand Sea. Her curiosity was instantly piqued. She has driven 1, touched 2, seen 3 and 4, and only caught a distant glimpse of 5 at the outskirts of the armory. However, 6 has never appeared in the Sand Sea. Although 6 is also an outdated model that has been eliminated, this is the so-called Desert Star, known for being outside civilization. Seeing 6 suddenly made Su Leilei very excited. She would alternately watch Yang Weiser and engage in intelligent exchanges far beyond 1, and then touch this and that, happily asking questions. The excited smile on her face was identical to the one Yang Weiser saw in the photos, causing him to be momentarily stunned. What makes this girl, who lives in such a barren place as the Sand Sea, able to laugh so joyfully? Yang Weiser couldn't help but be somewhat mesmerized. Chapter 6. Quicksand Town. What made Yang Weiser even more uncomfortable was that he had always been indifferent and many girls dared not speak to him. Only Liu Pei, who grew up with him, was not afraid of him. But Su Leilei seemed completely unconcerned about this, or rather, she seemed to be completely unaware of the issue. Su Leilei did not notice Yang Weiser's gaze at all. At that moment, her eyes were only on 6. The smooth lines and precise instruments made her gem-like black eyes shine brightly. Yang Weiser was somewhat surprised. In his imagination, how could such a desolate place as Desert Star have seen any real Mechs? Even the so-called Lord of the Sand Sea, the Black Eagle, was just a rabble, let alone Su Leilei and her group, who were even inferior to the Black Eagle. However, what surprised Yang Weiser even more was that, as the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while professionals see the essence. Although most of Su Leilei's questions were from an amateur's perspective, many of them actually touched upon the essence. Facing this unfamiliar mech model, Su Lele surprisingly identified many of its characteristics at a glance. Young Weiser felt a chill in his heart. Su Lele, who had never received formal training and was only 13 years old, had such discernment. It seemed that there were hidden talents in the Sanxi, and he needed to report to Liang Hongyuan for a reassessment of the strength of the gangs in the Sanxi. However, he did not know that Su Lele's reputation as a talented mech girl had already spread far and wide in the Sanxi. Even though the leader of the Black Eagle, Bull, did not genuinely believe that a 13-year-old girl like Su Lele could pose any real threat to him, he would never dare to underestimate her. Su Lele was well aware of all the performance parameters of one. Although she had never driven 3 or 4, she had come across their blueprints by chance and was very familiar with the main characteristics of these two mechs. Although she was unfamiliar with 6, many basic aspects were interconnected. Even though she had never received any relevant training, her mech skills were among the best in the Sanxi. Facing this new model she had never seen before, Su Lele was as excited as a child who had received a beloved toy. Under her incessant questioning, Herr Experiment gradually infectet young Weiser. He patiently began to explain the performance parameters of 6 to Su Lele. There were indeed girls among the military academy students, but due to their nature, the vast majority of them, while competent in mech driving, rarely showed such interest in the cold, hard parameters of mech performance. As young Weiser spoke, he became more engaged, regardless of whether Su Lele understood him or not, and he almost recited all the main performance parameters of 6. This exchange opened Su Lele's eyes. All her knowledge about Mechs had come from self-study, piecemeal information that lacked a systematic approach, and most of it was only half understood. Young Weiser was the first person she had encountered who had systematically studied Mechs. Even a few casual pointers from him could clear up her long-standing questions. Gradually, Su Lele became immersed in the conversation. If young Weiser's classmates had seen this scene, they would probably have been greatly surprised. Especially those girls who admired him had never seen him speak so eloquently. The two of them, in the narrow cockpit of the mech, were one speaking and one listening. Not like strangers meeting for the first time, but rather like classmates who had known each other for years. The initial strangeness and distance seemed to gradually dissolve in their conversation. At first, Su Lele asked many questions, and young Weiser answered them. Later, Su Lele asked fewer and fewer questions, while young Weiser spoke continuously, sharing almost everything he knew. Watching him talk as if giving a speech, he seemed like a completely different person compared to his previous poker face, causing Su Lele to be slightly mesmerized. He knew every performance parameter of 6 like the back of his hand, and every command was ingrained in his memory. Gradually immersed in his own world, young Weiser appeared to have a unique charm, and his confidence made his already handsome face radiate a different brilliance. Su Lele couldn't help but feel her heart racing a bit faster. After an unknown length of time, perhaps because the space behind the cockpit chair was too cramped, Su Lele stiffly shifted a bit and felt something in her pocket poking her. She reached in to pull it out, only to be startled. A soft, warm fur ball had somehow appeared in her pocket. Su Lele let out a startled scream, and the sharp sound startled young Weiser in front of her. The entire mech shook, and young Weiser, still shaken by the almost ear-piercing scream, cautiously turned to look, only to see Su Lele pulling out a small cat from her pocket. Su Lele was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't this the little kitten that had popped up from nowhere when the Black Eagle was chasing her? How did it get into her pocket? The problem was, this little guy was sleeping so peacefully that it hadn't woken up despite all the commotion. Su Lele was startled in the mech cockpit. While at that moment, Bull was in a long-abandoned broken house on the edge of Quicksand Town. Quicksand Town was the most desolate place on the outskirts of the Sanxi, farthest from the city, where only sand diggers like Su Lele and gangs like the Black Eagle, which were based on sand diggers, lived. The Black Eagle's influence was at the very center of Quicksand Town, controlling the passages in and out of the Sanxi. Every sand digger entering the Sanxi from Quicksand Town had to deal with the Black Eagle. Bull's residence was at the very center of Quicksand Town. However, at this moment, he found himself in a dilapidated house at the furthest edge of Quicksand Town, without a single subordinate by his side. From the outside of the broken house, nothing could be seen. Bull stood in the dark corner of the broken house. Opposite him was a person dressed in a gray coat. The gray-clad person wore a wide-brimmed hat that obscured their face, and their voice was deep and somewhat muffled. Bull was impatiently criticizing him. "Your intelligence is inaccurate. I had no idea the military would come to this broken place. The gray-clad person, however, did not hesitate to retort. Although I did not receive intelligence that the military would intervene, you have so many people yet can't catch a little girl. I misjudged the Black Eagle. You're just a paper tiger. Bull remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent, chuckling softly, but his gaze carried a hint of bloodlust, as if he might explode into violence at any moment. The gray-clad person, however, seemed to have some confidence, showing no reaction to Bull's murderous intent. Bull continued to smile lightly, a thin, butterfly-like flying knife dancing on his fingertips, with a faint glimmer occasionally reflecting towards the gray-clad person. If Sulele were that easy to catch, you wouldn't be looking for me. I was about to capture her, but as you saw, 6 is not something we can handle with just 1 3 and 2 2s. Although the one coming to rescue her is a child and deliberately hiding their identity. I can assure you they are definitely a top student from one of the 3 military academies. Having reserves carry out the mission is either because this task is not important at all or to ensure that news of military involvement does not leak. A cold and sharp glint flashed in Buer's eyes, showing none of the impulsive anger he had when pursuing Sulele. The training aircraft of the 3 major military academies are all 10s. Any one of them could sweep across the Sand Sea. Yet, they specifically chose such an inconspicuous 6. I can only assume the military wants to avoid drawing attention, although I don't know which faction you belong to. You all chose to be low-key and requested to keep someone alive. I have become curious about this girl who has been in the Sand Sea for 9 years. Chapter 7. Companion regarding the target of the conversation, Sulele. The gray-clad man's tone was flat. You cannot know this. Buer couldn't help but scoff. I'm not interested in knowing. All I know is that I take money to do a job. You hired me, so I will naturally bring Sulele to you alive. The transport aircraft from a military port would take off in 4 days. Since they didn't want to attract attention, they wouldn't dispatch a spacecraft. In these 4 days, as long as you can support me as I requested, I will definitely keep Sulele alive. The gray-clad man said firmly, it is a must. We cannot fail. Buer needed. Altinja. The gray-clad man's voice seemed somewhat irritated. Don't ask for too much. It's just a pawn. In the gray-clad man's eyes, the Black Hawk is not even worth mentioning. At most, it can be considered a roadside grasshopper. If it weren't for Sulele, why would he come all the way to such a desolate place? Buer shook his head. This is the lowest limit. That kid has decent skills, but he is not something the likes of us can handle. Without a 6, forget it. The gray-clad man resolutely refused. You know I cannot act rashly. There is no way I can get you a 6. Buer put away his small knife, brushed off the dust from his pants, and said, if you want to have your cake and eat it too, then let's forget it. Since we cannot reach an agreement, let's part ways early and go back to our own homes. The gray-clad man remained motionless. Buer took a few steps and then stopped. Since your master is as powerful as you say, getting a 6 should not be a difficult task. I misjudged you. After saying this, he continued walking towards the door. Just as he was about to leave the dilapidated house, the gray-clad man's cold voice sounded again, deal. Buer turned his back to the gray-clad man, silently curling the corner of his mouth, which was covered in stubble. Young Weiser parked the Mech outside the town, switched to automatic mode, and hid it. He walked into the quicksand town with Sulele. Sulele kept looking at the little cat sleeping in her palm, unable to figure it out. None of her companions had a cat. If it were a stray cat, she had never seen one with such smooth fur. Where did this little cat come from? As she pondered, she followed young Weiser back to her home, stumbling along the way. Although she called it home, it was actually just a loose group of homeless people and children who hadn't joined the Black Hawk. They made a living in this barren sand sea and usually lived in a ramshackle house that offered no shelter from the sun in summer and no protection from the rain in winter. This shabby house, though unremarkable, was home to Sulele. Without the common topic of Mechs, young Weiser, who had returned to his poker face, finally spoke. I won't go in. I'll stay in the dark to watch over you. Whenever you decide to come with us, just cough 3 times in an open area where I can easily see you, and I will appear before you. Sulele was taken aback. Her excitement and admiration from being saved were instantly dashed. I haven't agreed to leave yet. My home is here. Why should I go? Although Liang Hongyuan had a point, and going to Capital Star might give her a chance to rescue her companions in the future, she was always mature for her age and knew that as a powerless, background-less orphan, Her chances of making a name for herself in an unfamiliar place like Capital Star were extremely low. Young Weiser insisted, think about it first. He wasn't good with words and was even worse at persuading others. He kept repeating those two sentences. After thinking for a moment, he took off his watch and handed it to Su Lele. This is a communication watch. Take it. If you need anything, press this black button on the side, and you can talk to me. Su Lele was unhappy and turned to leave. I don't want it. Young Weiser hurriedly grabbed her sleeve. It's safer if you keep it. Su Lele forcefully shook off his hand. I said I don't want it. Are you annoying? Just as her words fell, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar big stick hurtling towards Young Weiser, accompanied by a whistling sound. Su Lele was taken aback and was about to shout when she saw Young Weiser deftly dodge in the opposite direction of the stick, crouching down while sweeping his leg out, then rolling to the side. Before he had even stood up again, he had somehow drawn a handgun and pointed it at the direction from which the stick came. His movements were extremely quick and fluid, completed in one motion, and the person opposite had yet to react before being aimed at by his gun. Su Lele was already shouting, "Stop! Stop! Stop! Everyone stop!" Young Weiser, reacting quickly, paused for a moment, instinctively looking at Su Lele to see why she was shouting to stop. However, this brief pause caught the opponent off guard, and a big stick had already slipped from their hands, smashing into Young Weiser, causing him to fall backward. Although he managed to block it with his hands to prevent it from hitting his face, the stick was powerful, and it struck his arm, rendering it unable to lift, leaving bruises on his face as well. Su Lele was instantly furious, charging at the person who threw the stick and giving him a good beating. Why did you act so impulsively? The person looked like a rough teenager around 14 or 15, dressed very simply like Su Lele, and his sky blue hair seemed like it hadn't been properly washed in a while. Seeing Su Lele attack without a word, he was frightened and hurried to run away. I just saw him bothering you. Su Lele angrily kicked him a couple of times. You can't just sneak attack without saying anything. Despite Su Lele being small and weak, the teenager rolled on the ground, crying out in pain, but not daring to fight back. I know I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. Only then did Su Lele let him go. The boy quickly stood up, grinning sheepishly at Su Lele. I was just worried you would get hurt. Everyone is saying that the Black Hawk people have gone after you, and you haven't come back for a while. The boss has been looking for you everywhere. If he can't find you, he is preparing to gather supplies to search the sand sea for you. Although Su Lele seemed fierce, he yelled as if he had suffered severe injuries. In reality, she hadn't hit him hard, and as soon as she stopped, he immediately stood up. Su Lele was stunned, suddenly realizing, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head, I don't know what the Black Hawk people are thinking. They keep saying that Bu'er's lover is hidden by me. The boy was also taken aback. What? However, before Su Lele could explain, Young Weiser, who had just gotten up from the ground, couldn't help but let out a low groan. Su Lele was startled and turned to look, only to find that Young Weiser's left forearm was hanging limply, clearly broken. Su Lele was immediately alarmed. This is serious. Chapter 8. The cardless Su Lele was furious again and kicked to the boy. See, this is what happens when you act impulsively. This is my new friend, not some stray cat from the Black Hawk. The commotion escalated again. The boy was kicked and ran away in tears, shouting, I was wrong, I was wrong. I was wrong. Is that good enough? Instead of wasting time beating me, hurry and take him to Black Bear to get his bones fixed. Only then did Su Lele stop, pulling the boy along and feeling very apologetic as she apologized to Young Weiser. I'm sorry. This is my companion, Buck. He just acted a bit impulsively and is a little foolish. He didn't mean to hurt you. Young Weiser obviously knew he was Buck. They had been watching Su Lele for a week, and with the military's identification materials, they understood her even better than she did herself. Before she could finish speaking, Young Weiser had already stood up, supporting his left arm. It's fine. We didn't greet each other before, so I don't blame your friend for being cautious. I'm just not familiar with this area and need you to take me to the hospital. He was a bit surprised inside, not expecting this young man to have such unexpected strength. He had managed to break his arm just by hitting it with a stick he hadn't had time to control. Seeing Young Weiser's understanding and generosity, Su Lele immediately felt grateful and blushed, giving Buck a hard glare before quickly saying, We'll take you there right away. Without saying another word, Su Lele dragged Buck to lead Young Weiser, while she was also quite impressed by Young Weiser's poker face. His forearm was broken, which had hurt a lot, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. In truth, Young Weiser was already in pain. But he had always been strong-willed and had endured tough training in military school, so he had experienced fractures before and knew the basic treatment measures. While he remained calm, the pain was something he had to endure. However, he never showed much expression, which made Su Lele very curious, stealing glances at him from time to time. Young Weiser found 2 splints to brace his left arm, tore a strip of fabric from his shirt to wrap it up simply, and hung his left hand in front of his chest. The 3 of them stumbled along towards the black bear. Buck had just offended someone and felt embarrassed to strike up a conversation, so he quietly asked Su Lele, where did this guy come from? He doesn't seem like someone from our area. Su Lele rolled her eyes at him and lied smoothly. He's from the city, here to hunt for some goods in the sandy sea. He's not familiar with the area and happened to run into me. This kind of thing happened often. If they encountered the Black Eagle, they would definitely have to pay a considerable protection fee. Lele and the others wouldn't, but according to custom, they would still get some benefits. Buck immediately dropped any last traces of hostility. A city person who dared to come to the sandy sea alone was either foolish enough to only have courage or genuinely capable. Young Weiser had trained since childhood and joined the military school as he grew up. So he looked quite imposing and didn't seem like the kind of person who was all bravado with no brains. However, young Weiser was a bit young and didn't seem like he had any real skills, which piqued Buck's curiosity. Just as he was about to ask something, Su Lele suddenly remembered something was off. Buck, why are we going to the Black Bear? Buck was taken aback, huh? Didn't this guy's arm get broken? Su Lele scratched her head. No, we usually go to the Black Bear when we're sick because we can't go to the hospital. But young Weiser is from a city. Can't he go to the hospital? Buck slapped his forehead. Right, let us go to the hospital. Young Weiser was suddenly confused. Weren't you taking me to the hospital just now? Su Lele smiled a bit awkwardly. People like us usually don't go to the hospital when we're sick. There's a black clinic near the black market where a barefoot doctor called Black Bear works. We usually go to him. Young Weiser was even more puzzled. Why don't you go to the hospital? Su Lele replied matter-of-factly, oh, it's because we can't get in. Young Weiser felt there was a language barrier between them. So why can't you get into the hospital? Su Lele was momentarily at a loss for words, but Buck, who was 2 years older, quickly reacted and waved his hand dismissively. We're all cardless. Young Weiser paused, looking incredulously at the 2 young people in front of him who were about his age, or even younger, and was stunned for a while before lowering his head to follow them, his heart shocked beyond measure. Cardless people were a taboo term for the Federation. But as a citizen of the Federation, he couldn't possibly be unaware of it. The Shumenwire Federation, and indeed most countries in human society throughout the universe, implemented a card system for citizen information management. When a newborn is born, a card is implanted in the back of their neck that accompanies them for life. From then on, records of their growth, education, work, healthcare, retirement, welfare, crime, credit, etc. are all recorded in a database corresponding to the card number. And any terminal throughout human society can access this information with authorization. For instance, if someone falls ill and goes to the hospital, the moment they enter the hospital's door, the terminal scans the card in the nape of their neck, retrieving their crime prevention level and wanted records, and can take appropriate measures. If they register at the registration terminal, by the time they sit in front of the doctor, their complete medical history will be displayed on the doctor's terminal, allowing the doctor to conveniently view their medical history and allergy records. For modern humans, this card has accompanied them since birth, feeling neither painful nor itchy, until it is deactivated upon death. This identity card has become a part of the body, and modern humans would never have any thoughts about it. Since there is such a means of card implantation, correspondingly, there will be cardless individuals. The reason why cardless people have become a taboo in the Federation is that ordinary citizens, in order to enjoy the rights and benefits of the Federation, would never remove their cards. Usually, only criminals, to evade the ever-present terminals and avoid being wanted, would go to the black market to get rid of their cards. Thus, cardless individuals have become synonymous with criminals. The planet Dazit, which harbors countless fugitives, has also made other citizens of the Federation fearful due to the prevalence of cardless individuals. Young Weiser looked at the 2 young people in front of him, who were not much older than himself, and felt a storm of emotions inside. They were cardless. Having lived under the laws of the Federation since childhood, young Weiser suddenly found himself at a loss on how to view these 2 children, who looked so similar to ordinary Federation youths. They didn't seem like the kind of ruthless criminals that Federation fugitives were often portrayed as. Su Lele seemed to know what he was thinking. Are you wondering why we're cardless? Young Wiser, who was not good with words, wanted to hide it, but didn't know how to respond. Su Lele, however, smiled nonchalantly. I was abducted by human traffickers when I was young, and they took my card to evade police pursuit. Buck laughed. I was born on Z and have never been implanted with a card. But I also don't know who my parents are. I just grew up like this. Young Wiser was instantly speechless. It was clearly not their fault for not having cards. Yet, because they were cardless, they could not become true citizens of the Federation and could not enjoy the rights and benefits of the Federation, being forgotten by the whole world. Chapter 9. Dear Young Wiser, who was just like other Federation citizens that feared cardless individuals, was momentarily stunned. Cardless people were synonymous with ruthless fugitives, and he had never known that among the cardless, there were youths like them who were just like ordinary Federation children. Although Young Wiser had only just appeared in front of Su Lele not long ago, they had been collecting Su Lele's hair and secretly protecting her while carrying out their mission for several days. During these days, he had been observing the mission target and clearly knew that this girl, although a bit reckless and tough in fights, was not the kind of person who committed crimes. Young Wiser couldn't help but feel a bit lost, as some of his ingrained beliefs began to waver without him noticing. Almost instinctively, he blurted out to Su Lele, "Then haven't you gone to the Civil Affairs Department? There should be policies for abducted children like you." Did Su Lele really not want to go home? Su Lele seemed to hear something extremely funny and chuckled before telling Young Wiser about her experience of going to the Civil Affairs Department and being subtly suggested to pay a protection fee to the local thug. Black blood. She and Buck were still joking. As soon as I heard about the protection fee, I tucked my tail and ran away. Buck mercilessly pointed at her, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. How can you pay a protection fee when you can't even fill your stomach? Ha. Young Wiser looked at them, shocked. Was this really something to laugh about? Young Wiser wasn't a carefree young man either. He had endured hardships growing up and understood the nuances of the world. However, he never expected that a government agency would collude with gangsters to extort protection fees, especially from a kidnapped child desperate to go home. This was happening in broad daylight under the federal government. Although it was said to be outside of civilization, Desert Star at least counted as part of the federal territory. What made those pests so brazen? Yet, Young Wiser was not the type to be overly passionate. He was well aware of the darkness at the bottom of society and knew that, given his status, he couldn't intervene. He followed them silently, filled with a strange feeling. Su Lele was still explaining, "We don't have cards, so we can't get into the hospital. We can only go to the black clinic." Buck suddenly stopped her, saying, "Wait, if we go to the hospital this way, wouldn't we have to pass through the black market?" Su Lele paused, realizing, "Oh, right. Let us take another route." When Young Wiser saw them turning left, he asked, "Can't we go through the black market?" Su Lele casually pointed to the right. "It's not that we can't go. We just want to avoid trouble." Young Wiser looked to the right. There. It was unclear if it was the black market they spoke of, but there were definitely more people than in this dilapidated neighborhood. An old thug sitting on the ground at that street corner, holding a rusty long knife with a cold, ruthless gaze. Seemed like he could chop anyone in front of him into pieces at any moment, sending shivers down one's spine. The public security regulations against unnecessary harm seemed like just a piece of paper in front of him. Although Young Wiser was a military academy student, he had never truly been on a battlefield. Suddenly meeting such a gaze made his heart skip a beat, and he quickly averted his eyes, taking 2 steps to catch up with the two in front. However, Su Lele and Buck had also stopped. In front of them, members of the Black Hawk gang were blocking their way. The leader, a young man dressed in black, viciously led a ragtag group to block the path, shouting, "Su Lele, hand over our boss's dear one." Su Lele was at a loss, nearly in tears. How could she run into this troublesome group while just walking? Today must be her unlucky day. Perhaps she should go home and burn some incense. "I told you I don't know where she is. What do you want me to do to make you believe me? Do you think I can just hide a living person?" The people opposite were taken aback. Who said it was a living person? Su Lele was instantly dumbfounded. If the dear one wasn't a living person, could it be a corpse? As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a chill. The young man in black jumped up, spat, and pointed at Su Lele, cursing, "What nonsense! Our boss's dear one is an adorable little cat that deserves all the love." A cat. Su Lele's mind went blank, and she instinctively pulled out the tiny ball of fluff that was still sleeping in her pocket. Could it be this? The group of Black Hawk thugs erupted in chaos. You're still denying it? It's right in your pocket. With both eyewitnesses and evidence, the Black Hawk gang was eager to protect their boss's dear one, fearing Su Lele might escape again, and they rushed forward to grab the kitten to present it to their boss as a trophy. Seeing a large group suddenly rushing towards her, Su Lele, who was already feeling apprehensive since the thing they were looking for was in her pocket, felt her legs go weak. Buck, not understanding the situation, instinctively reacted by pulling Su Lele and Yang Weiser with him to escape. The Black Hawk gang, seeing Su Lele try to flee with the dear one, would not let them go and shouted as they chased after them. Buck realized they needed to run faster. After returning from the desert to Quicksand Town, Su Lele once again found herself in a chase with the Black Hawk gang. Behind the three of them, a large group of Black Hawk associates followed closely, startling everyone in the nearby streets to come out and see what was happening. Su Lele shouted desperately, "Don't chase. I'll give you back your dear one. Just stop. Stop. Stop." But her voice was completely drowned out by the sounds of footsteps and shouts from so many people. And no one heard her. Buck, seeing the urgency of the chase behind them, pulled harder to escape, and the Black Hawk gang chased even more fiercely. Su Lele was on the verge of a breakdown, wondering what was happening. It was Yang Weiser who reacted quickly, shouting, "Quick, put the kitten down." Su Lele then realized that the Black Hawk gang was after the kitten, not her. As long as she put the kitten down, they should stop chasing her. Su Lele hurriedly put the kitten on the ground with a smile, and then turned to run as fast as she could. The Black Hawk members quickly caught the kitten, holding it like a precious treasure. But it seemed they wouldn't chase her anymore, and Su Lele finally breathed a sigh of relief. This day had been so inexplicably strange. However, at that moment, no one noticed that in the shadows of the street, a mech that had already started up was poised to strike. Chapter 10. Brawl. After finally returning that hot potato of a dear one, Su Lele breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to leave, the leader of the Black Hawk gang called out to them, "Hey, you stop." The person waved a long knife at Yang Weiser. Su Lele was surprised. "Didn't we just return your dear one? What does this have to do with him?" The person opposite looked impatient. "That S1 matter. But you hiding our boss's dear one is not something we'll let slide today. However, we can't just ignore the fact that he broke our 2-3s. Su Lele suddenly remembered that Yang Weiser indeed broke their 2-3s, which allowed them to escape. She felt embarrassed, realizing it seemed they wouldn't get away so easily this time. Yang Weiser reacted the fastest and decisively pulled Su Lele and turned to run. Buck, having grown up in this desert area, quickly sensed the situation and followed suit. However, they hadn't run 5 meters before they came to a sudden stop. The alley ahead had been blocked by another group of Black Hawk members. Yang Weiser frowned and said to Su Lele, "This isn't a coincidence. They're targeting you. I'll hold them off. You run first." Su Lele and Buck were also surprised. They had grown up in this desert, constantly competing with the Black Hawk gang for new recruits, territory, prey, resources, and weapons, almost never without conflict. Although they had often lost due to being outnumbered, they were only 2 people now and not the main force of their team. The Black Hawk gang had no reason to use so many people to surround them. Suddenly, Su Lele remembered Liang Honyuan saying someone had their eyes on her. She hadn't taken it seriously, but the current situation made her doubt Liang Hongyuan's words. But no matter who they were after, Su Lele resolutely wouldn't leave her friends behind to escape. Although they had only known each other for less than half a day, Su Lele felt certain that Yang Weiser meant her no harm. Seeing that they were surrounded and had no way to escape, Su Lele rolled up her sleeves, saying, "What are we running for? Let us just fight it out." Yang Weiser pressed her down. "Are you crazy? There are so many of them." Su Lele waved her hand dismissively. "The width of this alley is just right for the 3 of us to stand in a row. Even though they have so many people, only 6 or 7 can actually connect with us directly. How powerful can they be?" However, Yang Weiser didn't dare to let her take risks. His mission was to protect Su Lele, and if anything happened to her, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Yang Weiser decisively issued an order. "If I tell you to run, then run. No more nonsense. Just listen to me." Buck looked at Yang Weiser curiously. "Why are you so strange? When we're on our turf, of course we listen to ourselves. What are you trying to show off?" Su Lele moved her wrists and agreed. "Exactly. Just watch us flatten them." Yang Weiser, seeing her uncooperative attitude, frowned in anger. "Stop messing around. It's impossible to fight in this situation. Su Lele and Buck exchanged a strange smile. One on each side, just wait and see. Buck waved the big stick in his hand and instructed Young Wiser. If you get hurt badly, just watch from the side. Young Wiser could not just stand by, at this moment with so many people in chaos. He couldn't expose his identity. But the Black Hawk gang had already rushed in, and he couldn't persuade Su Lele at this time. The situation left Young Wiser no time to think. He quickly pulled out his Gauss gun and fired, crashing down a sign from shop beside the alley. The heavy sign fell towards the Black Hawk gang, causing them to panic and duck for cover. Buck's eyes lit up. Oh, you brought a gun? Meanwhile, the opposing gang was in chaos. Boss, that kid has a gun. The man in charge cursed. What's there to panic about? He has at most 5 bullets left. We have so many people. What are we afraid of? The Black Hawk gang was attacking from both sides, with at least 200 to 300 people. Even if the opponent had 3 heads and 6 arms, they wouldn't be able to escape. He had made a military pledge in front of the boss to bring Su Lele back alive, and Young Wiser was not even in his eyes. The gang members were initially startled by the gun, but quickly reacted. With 200 to 300 people facing 3, there was nothing to fear, and they charged forward with bravado. Young Wiser frowned. It was indeed difficult to escape in this situation, and Su Lele's safety was hard to guarantee. He could only quietly call out, Eagle 3 calling Eagle 2, requesting backup. The inconspicuous earpiece behind his ear immediately transmitted Liu Pei's sweet and gentle voice. Eagle 2 received. What's the situation? Just as Young Wiser was about to answer, a flying knife was thrown at him. He dodged hurriedly, but the fight had already begun on both sides. Young Wiser's pupils contracted as a large stick whizzed past his head. It was Buck. Young Wiser then realized how strong Buck was. The boy, barely 15 or 16 years old, wielded the stick with such force that even an adult man couldn't get close. Su Lele was not unarmed either. She quickly unsheathed a flexible measuring tape from her waist and began to swing it. As Buck had said, the alley was not wide, only allowing for 3 people to stand side by side. One side was blocked by the sign that Young Wiser had knocked down, barely accommodating 2 people standing. And it felt cramped. Although there were 200 to 300 opponents, only 5 or 6 could engage Su Lele and her companions directly. In a situation where numbers couldn't guarantee absolute advantage, Buck and Su Lele unleashed unimaginable combat power. To Young Wiser's surprise, although Buck was strong, it was Su Lele who could truly fight. Her reflexes were incredibly quick. She fought without any rules, yet she wielded the measuring tape skillfully, hitting east and kicking west, jumping up and down like a slippery little fish. Even 4 or 5 people surrounding her couldn't land a hit. Young Wiser found himself momentarily distracted. Clearly just a 13-year-old girl, yet in a fight, she moved like a fish in water or a young tiger in the woods, using the flexible tape to sweep from afar and landing punches and kicks up close. Even her nails and teeth became her weapons. She resembled a wild young beast. Moreover, it was evident that Buck and Su Lele had an extremely tacit understanding. Often, when an opponent narrowly dodged Buck's big stick, they would run right into Su Lele's measuring tape. Just as they managed to suppress Su Lele's tape, Buck's stick would send them flying. The two were managing to hold their ground against 5 or 6 adults with impressive momentum. The Black Hawk leader stood at a high point, directing the chaos. Damn you bunch of stupid pigs, can't you fight? Xiao Wu, monkey, be more agile and take down that stick. Lao Ta, Yupao, you two are strong, go smash that little girl. Brothers with boards, or anything, go after that guy with the gun. He only has 5 bullets left. As long as we exhaust his bullets, he has dead meat. Young Wiser felt a chill. Their arrangements were very targeted, and their situation was dangerous. Chapter 11. Sudden attack. Young Wiser glanced at his watch. It would take at least another quarter of an hour for Liang Hongyuan and Liu Pei to arrive. The most important thing now was how to hold out for that quarter of an hour. There was no time for him to think more. Several people had already pounced in front of him. These people were armed with wooden boards and other basic protections, intending to interfere with Young Wiser's gun. However, they clearly underestimated Young Wiser's marksmanship. He fired 3 shots in quick succession with exceptional training. To avoid causing too much commotion, he aimed only at their lower legs. And with 3 rapid shots, he took down 3 of them. The Black Hawk leader's heart sank. Where did this kid come from? His marksmanship was so precise. Such well-trained shooting skills were not something the thugs from the Sand Sea could compare to. The three men cried out as they fell, blocking the way for those behind them, who hesitated and pushed against each other, unwilling to advance. Although most of them were desperate criminals, willing to risk their lives, it was clear that they could easily take advantage if they just waited for young Weiser to exhaust a couple more bullets. Who would want to be the one to be the cannon fodder for 2 bullets? For a moment, the situation on young Weiser's side eased. He quickly freed up his hands to assist Su Lele. No matter what, ensuring Su Lele's safety was the top priority. On Su Lele's side, however, she was in a precarious situation, constantly facing crises. Although she was extremely agile, her attackers couldn't touch her at all. However, now she was up against 2 men, Lao Ta and Ju Pao, who were as solidly built as their nickname suggested. Their fists were like the wind, and they seemed like walls that could punch through anything, even tofu. As long as Su Lele missed a dodge, with her slender frame, she could be taken down with just 1 punch. Yet, despite her efforts to dodge, she was still looking for openings to counterattack. Occasionally, nearby thugs would yell as she struck them with her measuring tape. However, before Su Lele could feel triumphant, a figure wielding a watermelon knife suddenly charged in. With 2 big men and 1 watermelon knife, any slight contact could mean disaster for the slender Su Lele, and the situation became urgent. Su Lele gasped and tensed up, silently cursing. But suddenly, she saw young Weiser charging over, and her eyes brightened. Young Weiser had never fought in such a chaotic scene before. However, he had aspired to join the military since childhood, studied military preparatory courses from junior college, and later entered a military academy, consistently being a top student. Although he had never been on the battlefield, he was well trained in fighting. His early, rigorous training allowed him to adapt almost instantly to this brawl environment. The military boxing he practiced was meant to deal with equally trained enemy soldiers. Now, facing this group of thugs who relied solely on brute force, young Weiser, even with just 1 hand, quickly adjusted to the environment and began to unleash his strength. Thugs rushing at him, whether wielding iron rods, swinging watermelon knives, brandishing large cleavers, or wearing knuckle dusters, all lost their effectiveness in front of him. No matter which direction the opponent came from, he could dodge and then land a precise punch with his only right fist, targeting the stomach and groin, knocking down one after another in the blink of an eye. Moreover, young Weiser had exceptional eyesight, specifically targeting the gaps between Su Lele and Buck, leaving the opponents defenseless. Gradually, the 3 of them became more fluid in their fighting, their cooperation growing more tacit. Su Lele gradually felt a strange sensation in her heart. Fighting alongside this guy wasn't too bad at all. Young Weiser also became more adept in his movements, even managing to land a sneaky kick on Old Tower and Big Cannon. Su Lele, Buck, and the other members of Black Hawk were all stunned. Who was this killing god, so strong? The leader of Black Hawk twitched at the corner of his eye. They had underestimated this unexpected Chung Yaojin. Not only was he skilled in mech combat, but his shooting was precise, and his fighting was surprisingly effective. Su Lele looked at him with newfound respect. She only knew that young Weiser could pilot a mech, but didn't realize he was also so strong in a fight. However, in the next moment, she reacted, grabbing young Weiser's right arm, which was still in action, and shouted to Buck, "Go." Buck immediately put away his bat, helped lift young Weiser's left arm, and they ran. Both paths were blocked, but since they had knocked down a bunch of people around them, Su Lele and Buck each grabbed one of young Weiser's arms and pulled him, using the fallen Black Hawk thugs as stepping stones to climb over the wall. Now was not the time to fight. Escaping was the most important thing. Young Weiser didn't react for a moment. They had just been watching the 3 knock down a bunch of people, and now it was them who had to run. Su Lele rolled her eyes. We never planned to fight them to the death. With stepping stones, why not hurry and run? It seemed they intended to knock down a few and then climb the wall. With so many people surrounding them, they would have never escaped had they run from the start. However, now that they had knocked down those around them, the others were too far away. If they didn't seize this opportunity to run, they would be fools. Their movements were extremely swift, as if they had climbed walls countless times before. Even with young Weiser in tow, they quickly scaled the wall and pulled him up onto the roof. The Black Hawk members were not to be underestimated. Upon seeing them climb the wall, many below followed suit. Everyone was familiar with the area, and their speed in climbing the wall was no slower than Su Lele and the others. However, there were too many Black Hawk members, and only a few could squeeze onto the wall. Su Lele noticed that there were significantly fewer people on the roof than those who had been surrounding them below, and she couldn't help but smile. With so many gone, they should be able to escape, right? However, just as they were about to jump off the roof, young Weiser's watch suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. He looked down and felt his heart abruptly tighten. It detected the activation of high-power thermal weapons nearby. Almost instinctively, young Weiser reflexively hugged Su Lele tightly, wrapping his arms and legs around her, and without hesitation, he rolled to the side, quickly rolling off the roof while kicking Buck down as well. Su Lele was taken aback. Although she had grown up in the desert, she had never been so close to a boy. Suddenly being tightly held by young Weiser, the scent of youth enveloped her. She felt a strange daze, her face inexplicably heating up, forgetting to resist as she rolled down with him. Almost simultaneously, a powerful high-energy particle beam pierced through the spot where they had just been standing. It hardly made a sound. The section of the roof they had just occupied was sliced through, leaving a circular hole over a meter in diameter. If young Weiser had been even a fraction slower, the three of them would have turned to ashes. As Su Lele fell from the air in young Weiser's arms, she watched this scene unfold, feeling a fear she had never experienced before at the brink of life and death. Chapter 12. Divergence. Young Weiser held Su Lele as they rolled off the nearly 3-meter-high roof. He tightly gripped the splint supporting his left arm, doing his utmost to create a safe space for Su Lele, while using his legs to hold her tightly to prevent her from being thrown out. However, the impact was enormous. They rolled down from the roof and hit the ground in the alley, sliding about 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a wall. Su Lao, still dazed, found herself tightly embraced by young Weiser as they rolled down, and the position was incredibly ambiguous. But in a life-and-death situation, there was no time to think about that. Su Lele was still a bit confused, feeling small scrapes all over her body, with almost no spot without pain, causing her to gasp in cold air. However, young Weiser immediately let her go, shouting, "Run!" With such weapons on the other side, they would be shot dead if they didn't exert all their strength to escape immediately. And because young Weiser had acted as a cushion for Su Lele, even he, well-trained, was now in so much pain that he could hardly move, almost unable to get up. He could only let Su Lele escape first, and then think of a way to divert the enemy's attention. Buck, dazed from the fall, trembled as he climbed up from the ground, angrily asking young Weiser, "What did you do to Black Hawk? Why are they treating you like this?" Su Lao, Jianling, got up but suddenly had a jolt of realization, inexplicably recalling Liang Hongyuan's words, saying, "No, they're coming for me." Buck was very surprised. When did we offend Black Hawk so badly? Are they coming at us directly with Mechs? Su Lele quickly looked around but didn't see any Mechs nearby, only urging Buck to help move young Weiser. "No, it's not us, it's me. There is no time to explain now. We'll talk later." Young Weiser struggled to get up. "Don't worry about me. You run." Su Lele couldn't be bothered with him, just focusing on lifting him with Buck, thinking, would she leave him here to fend for himself, letting the Black Hawk members eat him? Su Lele wasn't the type to disregard her life for someone she had just met, though Buck was another matter. But somehow, just thinking about how young Weiser had rolled down from the roof to protect her, holding her tightly, and how she had sustained serious injuries while he could barely get up, made it impossible for her to abandon him. Just as young Weiser was about to say something, his watch beeped again with an alarm. His face turned pale. This was bad. An attack was coming again. At the critical moment, young Weiser unleashed a powerful will, rolling to the side, ignoring the pain throughout his body and the tremors in his muscles. He lunged like a small leopard, reaching out to grab Su Lele and sprinting away. Su Lele was suddenly flung away by him, landing in a daze. However, almost simultaneously, an incendiary bomb exploded in the alley. Young Weiser felt a chill. With their view blocked by buildings, the enemy was using area attacks, not caring about hitting their own people. At the same time, Borg shouted in the communicator, "Boss, the brothers are still here." In the cockpit, Bull's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. He, 6 is indeed awesome. Don't worry, in my system, I can see how many people are in that area. Borg still felt a wave of fear. Even if the brothers weren't hurt, what if Su Lele got killed? How would they explain that? But Bull was too caught up in the fight to stop. At this moment, Su Lele and the others were like caged white mice, while Bu Er laughed heartily. reveling in this unprecedented thrill and enjoying the supreme pleasure of forcing their opponents into a desperate situation. The main weapon was still cooling down, and the auxiliary weapon was roaring in preparation. Meanwhile, Su Lele and the others, regarded as caged white mice, found themselves in a dire predicament. Young Weiser was in so much pain that his calves were trembling, but he gritted his teeth and barely stood up, pulling Su Lele to run. He calculated the cooldown times of the main and auxiliary weapons in his mind, kept a close eye on the analysis on his watch, comparing it with the possible locations of the Mechs indicated on the display while scanning the terrain for cover. Su Lele was tightly held by Young Weiser, thus protected, and only had some scrapes all over her body. After the initial pain had passed, she was starting to recover. However, being pulled around by Young Weiser made her feel a bit dizzy. Growing up in this sea of sand, she had rolled on the edge of life and death countless times, but she had never encountered such fierce firepower, leaving her somewhat dazed. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and soon realized what was happening. Following Young Weiser, she dodged around but couldn't help but admire his agility. Despite having made himself a cushion and nearly being unable to get up, he was still so nimble when it came to fighting for his life. Young Weiser pulled Su Lele out of a blazing alley and into another one. Suddenly, Buck stepped forward and blocked their path. Stop. Buck coldly waited for Young Weiser to explain himself. Are you just going to trick Lele away without clarification? Su Lele was taken aback. Buck, you? Buck grabbed Su Lele's arm and pulled her away from Young Weiser. Lele, stay away from him. This person has ill intentions. What kind of hunter comes from the city that such simple words can scare people? Su Lele tried to break free from Buck's grip. What are you talking about? I'll explain later. Buck suddenly got angry. Lele, why are you so naive, falling for tricks so easily? We need to go find the boss. Buck was very strong, completely overpowering the slender Su Lele. She struggled desperately, but was still pulled away from Young Weiser. Buck kept a wary eye on their surroundings while warning Su Lele. Think about it carefully. We were doing fine in the sea of sand, and then you suddenly disappeared, got chased by the Black Hawk, and were attacked by such terrifying firepower. Wasn't it all because this person showed up? I don't care if his strong enemies got you involved, or if he was targeting you from the start. Just stay away from him. Su Lele, unable to break free, shouted in frustration, listen to me. But Young Weiser paid them no mind. The most important thing at that moment was to find out where the enemy was and then figure out how to attract their firepower to himself. Only then could Su Lele escape safely. Young Weiser took a deep breath, forcing himself to sit against the wall. And he could already hear Liu Pei's voice in his earpiece. Port 60, authorization serial number 19970, access countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the same time, a virtual frame popped up from Young Weiser's watch with a beep. The virtual frame clearly displayed a map with many densely packed red and blue dots. Young Weiser couldn't help but gasp. He knew the red dots represented biological targets and the blue dots represented heat weapons. Liu Pei's voice in the earpiece carried a hint of a petulant complaint. The monitoring system on Desert Star is too outdated, and the response is too slow. Young Weiser couldn't afford to listen to her complaints. He immediately switched to the blue dot perspective. Although the enemy had many people, the Black Hawk was nothing but a rabble in Young Weiser's eyes. They were not a significant threat. The real concern was the heat weapons. However, as soon as he switched the blue dot to video perspective, the watch emitted a sharp alarm. And Young Weiser's face changed dramatically as he suddenly lunged towards the increasingly distant Buck and Su Lele. They were not being besieged by just a mech that had previously fired high-energy particle beams from the rooftop, but by a total of 3 Mechs. The 3 Mechs of the Black Hawk had re-entered the fray. At that moment, Young Weiser couldn't think about why he had damaged 2 Mechs earlier and why 3 were still operational now. His hair stood on end as he could only watch the main weapon of a mech ambushing them, almost within arm's reach, preparing to fire. Undoubtedly, the target was Su Lele. Young Weiser roared with all his might, "Get down." However, it was too late. Even if it was an outdated Model 2, even if its power was limited, and even if it had a long cooldown time, the high-energy particle weapon was still genuine. And the speed of the high-energy particles was incomparable to a human like Young Weiser. Young Weiser's eyes widened in horror as he watched a nearly silent beam of high-energy particles slice through the space where Su Lele was standing. There was no time to think about the mission's failure, An inexplicable image of her flawless smile flashed through his mind. However, all of this vanished with the high-energy particle beam. The ground to the left side behind Su Lele melted into an oval shape nearly a meter deep. Buck and Su Lele, startled and turning around, were instantly stunned. But young Weiser staggered, as the particle beam had actually missed. Without time to think further, the watch alarm went off again. Young Weiser's leg muscles suddenly contracted, and in 3 steps he leaped nearly 16 or 17 meters, directly landing on Buck and Su Lele. The massive impact knocked all 3 of them down and rolled them away. However, the next moment, a hail of bullets turned the spot where they had just stood into a sieve. Buck was dumbfounded. It shouldn't be like this. They had already left young Weiser. So why was the pursuit still following Su Lele? But the reality before him told him that if it weren't for young Weiser, he and Su Lele would have died twice by now. Already battered, young Weiser suffered another blow, and the splint on his left arm fell apart, leaving him unable to lift his left arm anymore. Yet the pain made him calmer. He had underestimated the enemy's determination. The current situation made it impossible for him to trust Buck, who was not as well trained as himself, to protect Su Lele alone. Young Weiser made a quick decision, wrapping the rope he had used to secure the splint around his left arm, biting down on the rope to keep his left arm from drooping while still relying on his watch. Young Weiser pulled Su Lele, who had gradually adapted and was almost immediately getting up from the ground, and said to Buck, "Follow me." Su Lele was about to ask young Weiser about his left arm, but he suddenly yanked her and they took off running again. The reality overturned Buck's firm belief that young Weiser was the culprit. Buck was momentarily confused and could only follow Su Lele as they ran. At this point, their location had been completely captured by the enemy. Young Weiser's face was cold as he stared at his shaking left arm. The map in the virtual frame showed more than 3 mechas, and the Black Hawk members were gathering in their direction. The absolute numerical superiority allowed Black Hawk to easily surround them. Young Weiser focused intensely on the map, his mind racing with multiple clocks, calculating the cooldown times of the main and secondary weapons of the 3 mechas. He switched to the blue dot map to monitor their shooting angles, while occasionally switching back to the red dot map to observe the blind spots of the Black Hawk encirclement, maximizing their chances of avoiding attacks and finding that elusive escape route. Although Su Lele didn't know how advanced the system young Weiser was using was, she could see from a map how critical their situation was. Faced with this unprecedented predicament, she, lacking experience, didn't dare disturb young Weiser and could only follow him desperately dodging attacks. However, she couldn't help but wonder why Black Hawk was so intent on hunting them down. Strangely enough, despite being almost unarmed and facing such overwhelming firepower as if trapped in a dead end, young Weiser remained calm and acted with exceptional agility. Su Lele absurdly felt that no matter how dire the situation, this boy named young Weiser could lead her out of trouble. Around them were the occasional bursts of fire and the shouts of the Black Hawk members surrounding them. Yet, this somewhat blunt and slightly cold boy inexplicably gave Su Lele a strange sense of security. Young Weiser's silent figure, with a hint of youthful frailty, somehow exuded a momentum that made Su Lele, who was struggling through a hail of bullets, willingly follow him to escape. It was as if just by staying close to him, he could carve a bloody path through this perilous battlefield. Su Lele gritted her teeth. Though she had managed to avoid all critical attacks with young Weiser's help, she was already injured in multiple places and was in pain, barely able to move. Nevertheless, she tightly followed young Weiser until Buck suddenly said from behind, "Lele, I misjudged you." Chapter 14. Unavoidable sacrifice. Looking at young Weiser's back ahead, Buck's feelings were quite complex. Whether it was the earlier fight or now being targeted, having grown up in the desert, if he still couldn't see something, he would have long become a nameless skeleton. Young Weiser was different from them. Whether it was detection or evasion, he was exceptionally methodical and highly agile. Moreover, the watch he had was obviously very advanced. Buck observed closely and realized it displayed the situation in the vicinity clearly. What kind of device is this? Limited in experience, Buck didn't immediately associate it with the military-like bull, but he was still shocked by young Weiser's watch. Such cutting-edge equipment had, to some extent, overturned his understanding. This person is definitely not simple. However, regardless of young Weiser's background, Buck had to admit that young Weiser was indeed doing his utmost to protect Su Lele. He was a straightforward person and directly acknowledged, "I misjudged you." But he still remained skeptical of young Weiser's intentions, feeling that his arrival was somewhat inexplicable. Hearing him say this, Su Lele finally breathed a sigh of relief. From what she knew about Buck, since he said such a thing, it meant he acknowledged young Weiser. The purpose could be explained later. As long as they could deal with the current crisis, everything could be discussed afterward. However, before he could say anything further, young Weiser suddenly pushed her aside and threw his entire body onto her. A bomb exploded less than 5 meters in front of them. Su Lele's heart tightened. Although she was shielded by young Weiser and wasn't hurt, it was young Weiser, using himself as a shield, who might be in trouble. But the next moment, young Weiser's calm voice rang out. "As long as we hold out for another 3 minutes and 44 seconds, help will arrive." However, that 3 minutes and 44 seconds felt incredibly long. With the pursuit and blockade of 3 mechas, the surroundings had almost turned into ruins in just 6 or 7 minutes, making it extremely difficult to find a hiding place. At this moment, looking up from her left side, one mecha was approaching, becoming vaguely visible. The houses between them and the mecha had been almost completely destroyed, and at this moment, they were completely exposed to the mecha's firepower. Su Lele was in a panic. This time, it seemed she would really lose her life here. It was bad enough for her, but she would also drag the innocent young Weiser and Buck down with her. However, the next moment, young Weiser's words stunned her. "Su Lele, you can pilot a mecha, right?" It wasn't a question, but a certainty. Before Su Lele could react, young Weiser hung the headset on her ears. "If we just keep dodging like this, with our current equipment, we won't last another 3 minutes. The only outcome is that all 3 of us will die here. Or we can hope for the 6 outside. But my left arm and right leg are broken, so I can't pilot a mecha anymore. So I can only rely on you." Su Lele was taken aback and instinctively refused in a panic. No, I can't pilot a 6." But she instinctively glanced at his limp right leg, which was twisted and lying on the ground. Young Weiser pressed his right hand on Su Lele's shoulder, looking at her seriously. Somehow, Su Lele suddenly calmed down. Young Weiser said earnestly, "Listen to me. You don't need to fight. Just use the 6 to hold out for 3 minutes, and we'll be saved. I'll contact you through my watch and teach you what to do. Think about it. I taught you on the way here. The 6 is already quite intelligent. As long as you communicate well with it, you can definitely do it." Whether it was young Weiser's consistently calm and powerful voice that reassured Su Lele, or the approaching mecha, leaving her no other choice, Su Lele patted her wildly beating heart, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, you tell me what to do." Young Weiser gestured for Buck and Su Lele to move him to a corner and pointed to some shattered wooden planks nearby. "First, help me tie my leg." While they were busy, young Weiser continued, "The urgent task now is how to get you into the cockpit. The enemy's firepower is very fierce. We can hardly find a chance to break through. When I give the command, you just run over there. We are still 13 meters away from Mecha. Can you make it in 3 seconds?" Su Lele calculated and nodded, but asked in confusion, "Isn't the Mecha parked outside the town? How come it's only 13 meters away?" As she spoke, Su Lele looked up and carefully surveyed her surroundings, surprised to find that they had somehow run to the edge of the town. Buck and Su Lele's eyes brightened in unison. They had always thought that young Weiser was just leading them in a panic escape, but he had actually brought them to a spot very close to the mecha under the enemy's concentrated fire. Buck felt a chill in his heart. This young Weiser was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Seeing that Su Lele had found the right position, young Weiser immediately continued, "I'll tell you the command. As long as you run within 3 meters of the mecha, you can open the hatch with the command. However, from the moment you leave the cover of the nearby buildings to when you enter the cockpit and the hatch closes, it will take at least 10 seconds. Considering that you are not familiar with the 6 structure, it might take even longer to climb up. During this time, you will be almost exposed to the enemy's firepower. To ensure your safety, I will find a way to attract their fire so they won't have the energy to pay attention to you. You must rely on yourself to get into the cockpit." Su Lao not that, Sholem ni. Seeing her understand, young Weiser looked at his right leg, which was barely tied up, gritted his teeth, leaned against the wall behind him, and stood up. What he didn't say was that in order to ensure Su Lele's safety, he had to attract the enemy's fire himself. Once Su Lele entered the cockpit with the enemy's attack power, It was impossible to break through level 6 defense within 3 minutes. Even if Su Lele couldn't do anything, she would still be safe. But as for himself, he feared he would have to stay here forever. As for Buck, the enemy probably wouldn't care about him. Young Weiser looked at the mechas closing in and recalled how he saluted in front of the major and promised to complete the mission, saying without hesitation, "Are you ready?" "On my command, 3. From the day he chose to enter the military academy, he knew he would eventually face a day of dying on the battlefield. But he never expected that day to come so soon. 2. Young Weiser seemed to see his mother, still holding on to life, pulling his hand and saying, "Promise me, don't join the army." Young Weiser closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Mother, but I still went against your wishes." However, young Weiser recalled his father's valiant figure the last time he left home. He shouted one, just as Su Lele shot out like a deer leaping across a ravine. Young Weiser moved first. He leaped in the opposite direction of Su Lele, and the only grenade he had exploded in front of the approaching mecha, blooming like a magnificent firework. The mecha instinctively raised its secondary weapon and fired at him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Lele suddenly understood, shocked and panicked, watching the dust raised by the bullets engulf young Weiser. The author has something to say. This afternoon, I started to test the waters. Readers, please throw your votes my way. Chapter 15. An unprecedented entry pose. Su Lele was completely stunned. She never expected that the fleeting young Weiser would divert the enemy for her, even at the cost of his own life. Why? Growing up in the desert, she couldn't understand the importance of the military duty to complete the mission to young Weiser. The extreme shock left her momentarily confused. She almost stumbled as she leaped up. She watched helplessly as young Weiser was consumed by the mecha's firepower. The crisis she had never experienced before left her at a loss. At this moment, Su Lele was just a 13-year-old girl. Although she was known as a mecha genius on this wild desert, she had seen very few mechas, and her actual combat experience was limited to hunting. Yet now, she was facing a life-and-death battle for the first time, completely inexperienced, at a loss. Previously, young Weiser had been calm and in command, and under his influence, Su Lele had miraculously managed to escape to this point. Unknowingly, Su Lele had subconsciously recognized young Weiser, feeling deep down that as long as he was by her side, the situation wouldn't be utterly hopeless. However, young Weiser had died right in front of her. This sudden change left Su Lele staggering, her mind turning into a chaotic mess. What to do? Suddenly, a hand reached out and pulled Su Lele hard. She involuntarily started running again. It was Buck. While pulling her and running desperately, Buck shouted, 2 seconds left. Su Lele turned her gaze back to where young Weiser had exploded, which they had just left behind. Yes, according to the plan, she had to run the 13 meters to the mecha in 3 seconds. Su Lele felt a warmth in her eyes, but her mind suddenly calmed down. 2 seconds. She had to make it. Having grown up in the desert, Su Lele had long struggled on the brink of survival, so her agility was unquestionable. The moment she started running again, she unleashed a burst of speed that was not typical for a 13-year-old girl, shooting out like a small leopard. 2 seconds. 9 meters left. Su Lele felt as if a clock was ticking rapidly in her mind, quickly recalling the command young Weiser had given to open the cockpit. The command was not short, random, and chaotic. However, Su Lele remembered it firmly after just one listen. 16 seconds, 7 meters left. Su Lele recalled the position where the mecha was parked and quickly pressed her earpiece, as young Weiser had taught her, directing it at the invisible mecha. The mecha immediately deactivated its invisibility and revealed itself. Buck's heart skipped a beat, and he momentarily halted. This was the real level 6. But before he could think any further, Su Lele had already dashed out. 12 seconds, 5 meters left. Su Lele's leg muscles were extremely tense. She took a huge step from her calf to her thigh, pushed off the ground, and leaped forward. 8 seconds, 3 meters left. She finally reached the 3-meter range necessary to open the cockpit. Su Lele opened her mouth and shouted the command at the fastest speed, and the cockpit responded immediately. Su Lele was overjoyed, but suddenly a sharp sound of slicing air rushed towards her. Having been chased for most of the day, she almost instinctively stumbled and rolled to the side. Buck reacted quickly and pulled her back. Bullets poured down like a torrential rain, turning the ground where Su Lele had just stood into a sieve. Su Lele, shaken, fell back into the house, narrowly escaping death once again. This was already the outermost house at the edge of the quicksand town. Just 3 meters away was young Weiser's level 6. As long as she could run out those 3 meters, she could enter the mecha, and the situation would change. However, it seemed the enemy was aware of her movements, sealing the space between the house and the mecha with firepower. Dust filled the air, blocking out the sun. Su Lele and Buck looked very grim. These last 3 meters had become an insurmountable deadlock. Young Weiser had calculated that, by making himself a bait, it would take at least 3 seconds for the enemy mecha to react and reposition Su Lele. However, the enemy took only 2 seconds. That 1 second had sealed Su Lele's fate. The level 6 mecha stood silently, the cockpit already open and waiting for the pilot to enter. However, unarmed Su Lele could not cross that 3-meter distance. Su Lele leaned against the wall with a bitter smile. Young Weiser had sacrificed himself as bait, and yet she was still unable to succeed. Would this guy die with his eyes closed? Countless bullets flew overhead and to her sides, the cacophony of noise threatening to take her and Buck's lives at any moment. Young Weiser was probably dead for good, even if Liang Hongyuan and Liu Pei arrived. Would they be able to find her immediately? With her current state, she probably wouldn't last until they found her before the Blackhawk did. She would die without even knowing why, a fool to the end, and yet she had inexplicably dragged Buck down with her. Su Lele smiled bitterly and said, "Buck, you should go." Before she could finish, Buck thoughtfully said, "Lele, I remember you can jump nearly 2 meters high, right?" Su Lele was taken aback. Why was he saying this at a time like this? But Buck pointed to the level 6 mecha 3 meters away and said, "Look, that cockpit is probably just over 3 meters high. Why don't I throw you up there?" Su Lele was startled. "What? You can't just throw someone up?" However, such an absurd suggestion suddenly brightened Su Lele's eyes. She knew about Buck's strength, considering her light weight. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to throw her over a meter, if she could jump off his palm. Su Lele excitedly jumped up and began to seriously consider Buck's suggestion. If there were others present, they would probably just laugh at how ridiculous this proposal is. It requires jumping off Buck's hand at the highest point, and both Buck's strength and direction, as well as Su Lele's timing, must be perfectly precise. If there's any mistake, crossing this chasm would be impossible. However, neither Buck nor Su Lele considered the issue of coordination. They only thought about how to implement it. Whether it's Buck towards Su Lele or Su Lele towards Buck, they've been partners since childhood, familiar with each other even more than themselves. The moment Buck made the suggestion, they did not consider the issue of coordination at all. Su Lele needs to be thrown towards the cockpit with absolute precision. And as long as Buck can do that, Su Lele needs to jump at the highest point Buck throws her, which only Su Lele can do. Their tacit understanding is unquestionable, cultivated over 10 years of relying on each other. The two immediately sprang into action. They had only one chance. If they failed, Su Lele would likely be turned into a sieve in midair. Buck and Su Lele exchanged glances, seeing unprecedented determination in each other's eyes. 3, 2, 1. As soon as Buck's voice fell, he swung hard, sending Su Lele's feet towards the cockpit. At that moment at the peak, Su Lele jumped. The author has something to say. Recommended buddy book. Why do other professional players thrive after retiring and returning to the game, while I struggle like the protagonist of a web novel? Complaint. Why am I recommending this book when it clearly does much better than I do? Tears streaming down. Chapter 16 starting 6. The long-desired cockpit rapidly approached Su Lele's eyes, magnifying until even the direction of the seats inside was clearly visible. 3 Meters, 2 Meters, 1 Meter. Su Lele stretched out her hands with all her might. 0, 5 meters. The opponent's weapon completely failed to anticipate Su Lele's trajectory. The bullets couldn't catch her figure and whizzed past her. 0, 3 meters. 0, 2 meters. With her momentum running out, Su Lele's body slightly stalled at the highest point, about to fall. After all this effort, is it going to end in vain? No. At the critical moment, Su Lele threw out a soft measuring tape, which wrapped perfectly around the edge of the cockpit. Using the momentum, she kicked off, her left hand gripping tightly onto the edge of the cockpit, her body swaying precariously outside. "Lele!" Buck shouted anxiously. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Su Lele failed to enter the cockpit smoothly and was instead completely exposed to the enemy's firepower. Bullets came pouring down like a torrential rain. about to hit Su Lele in the blink of an eye. Without any defense, Su Lele was like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. However, it was too late to do anything. The bullets were already hitting the mech, just a moment away from engulfing Su Lele. Buck's eyes widened in desperation as he shouted with all his might, "Lele, jump down!" The bullets whizzed past him like a chilling wind, the sound of them hitting the mech resembling a drumbeat. At this moment, Buck's voice was overshadowed by the deafening noise. Like countless bullets whipping up gusts of wind that wrapped around withered leaves, struggling helplessly against the wind, seemingly intense yet completely out of control. No! Buck watched helplessly as the overwhelming bullets smashed towards Su Lele, an unprecedented despair gripping his heart. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the direction of the incoming bullets, the fiery blast resembling a brilliant firework. Buck turned his head in disbelief, staring at the explosion's location. The bullets that had been screaming towards Su Lele suddenly ceased. Although Su Lele didn't know what had happened, she couldn't afford to care at that moment and quickly scrambled into the cockpit. As soon as she sat down, the hatch closed slowly with a hum. Su Lele let out a sigh of relief. She was finally safe. However, young Weiser had said he would guide her on what to do, but now she could only rely on herself. Even someone like Su Lele, who was used to life and death in the sand sea, felt a sense of gloom. But there was no time for her to wallow in sorrow. The cockpit completely closed, and soft lights illuminated the interior. Then a gentle, sweet electronic voice sounded. "System loading. Please authorize." Su Lele was taken aback. Why did she need to authorize? In a flash, she realized it must be the serial number from earlier. Su Lele quickly repeated Su Lihua's serial number. A beep sounded, and the electronic voice responded. "Serial number verification successful. Authorization correct. System starting. Please wait." Su Lele breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the time displayed on screen. There were still nearly 2 minutes until the reinforcements young Weiser mentioned would arrive, meaning she had to protect herself and Buck for those nearly 2 minutes. She had no problem protecting herself. This was 6, given the opponent's firepower. They would likely be helpless, but Buck was in danger. Although she didn't know what caused the previous explosion, could she really protect Buck against 3 enemy mechs with just one of her own? The system quickly completed its startup and was performing a self-check. Su Lele grew anxious. Why did it take so long? Buck was still exposed outside, extremely dangerous. Fortunately, for some reason, the enemy's fire had ceased, and for the moment, they could not directly threaten Buck's life. Su Lele felt helpless, watching the system self-check. The power system self-check was completed with no faults. The transmission system self-check was completed with no faults. The main weapon self-check and right arm self-check were completed with slight damage, likely from the previous concentrated fire. Fortunately, the damage was minimal and would not significantly affect usability. By the time the entire mech finally finished its self-check, another half-minute had passed. 6 was finally ready to operate normally. In that half-minute, the enemy's fire had not approached again. Su Lele couldn't help but sigh. If she had jumped just a few seconds later, she wouldn't have had to take that risk. Su Lele carefully recalled the steps young Weiser had taught her earlier and adjusted her stance. Under her control, 6 slowly stood up. Su Lele suddenly felt excited. This was 6. Previously, she could only pilot an old, broken one that the boss had salvaged, and even just looking at the Black Eagle 2 made her drool, let alone the boss's 3. And now this was 6. Look at this swift system, this comfortable cockpit, how user-friendly it is. Su Lele piloted 6 and took a couple of steps, feeling the smooth transmission, and her heart soared with joy. She remembered the astonishingly short cooling time of the main weapon that young Weiser had introduced, and her excitement surged. However, the next moment, her mood immediately darkened. A mech had approached from a much closer distance than before. She heard a deep engine roar, and suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded in the cockpit. Warning, non-friendly thermal weapon detected at 2 o'clock, 335 meters. Su Lele was startled and instinctively raised her secondary shield to block. Almost simultaneously, a blazing high-energy particle beam struck the shield. The outermost layer of the shield instantly melted. The enemy's mech charged towards her at high speed, closing in rapidly. And between them was Buck, hiding by the wall. Su Lele was in a panic, commanding the mech to move without hesitation, wanting to quickly shield Buck and protect him. Suddenly, a voice that was somewhat hoarse, lacking breath but still calm, rang out in her earpiece. Su Lele, have you safely entered the cockpit? Su Lele's hand trembled, almost losing her balance in disbelief. Young Weiser, is that you? Young Weiser. The voice in the earpiece seemed a bit urgent, yet remained composed. Yes. I've created half a minute of no firepower time for you. It should be enough for you to get into the mech. So that's it. No wonder he dared to let someone as inexperienced and unarmed as her climb into the cockpit of the towering 6-meter mech. No wonder the firepower center had inexplicably gone silent for half a minute. It turned out to be all part of his plan. Su Lele's heart raced suddenly. Her nose felt a bit sour, but she couldn't help but smile. Listening to the calm words coming through the earpiece, Su Lele suddenly felt composed. It was as if as long as Young Weiser was there, all obstacles were no longer obstacles, and all crises were no longer crises. It felt like following Young Weiser would ensure her safety. For the first time, Su Lele truly and wholeheartedly trusted a stranger she had just met. Author's note: hello everyone. Your support is amazing, and the rise in votes has truly surprised me. Thank you very much. Let's continue to work hard together. Chapter 17. You give me courage. Young Weiser slumped against the wall, barely able to move a finger. Every part of his body seemed to hurt. Yet he couldn't pass out, and even breathing was a struggle. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the cigarettes that Liang Hongyuan always had, and he became curious if smoking one would make him feel better at this moment. Facing the mech alone, he had thought that he would have to perish along with the enemy to even have a chance of dragging them down with him. Although he had disregarded life and death since entering military school, if he didn't even complete his mission, it would be a pointless death. However, to his surprise, the enemy was much slower to adapt than his usual training level, allowing him to find a gap amidst the intense barrage of fire and force his way in. Not only did he destroy a main weapon of the enemy mech with just a grenade, but he also managed to disable the auxiliary drive system of the enemy mech with just a pistol, causing it to stall for a full half-minute. Although the process was perilous and hard to describe, not only did he accomplish his goal, but he also surprisingly remained alive. It was nothing short of a miracle. It was just that at that moment, there was no other way. He had to fight to the death. Fortunately, Su Lele had finally entered the 6 safely. Young Weiser glanced at his watch. With the enemy's firepower, it was impossible for them to break through the ECXS defenses in under 1 minute and 3 seconds. No matter what, he had completed his mission. Young Weiser looked up at the sky. The sky over Desert Star was still quite blue, and the clouds were quite white. The firepower beside him continued intermittently, but Young Weiser no longer cared. Whatever. Though it was said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. They initially didn't want to confront the Black Hawk. But since the Black Hawk insisted on going after Su Lele, they had no reason to hold back. In another minute, the words Black Hawk would probably come to an end in this sea of sand. As Young Weiser was leisurely thinking, he suddenly felt that something was off beside him. He struggled to prop himself up and took a closer look, instantly horrified. Not good. The Black Hawk 6 was about to go berserk, and it seemed to be charging directly towards Su Lele's 6. Young Weiser gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. What the hell was Bull doing? Was he really going to clash with Su Lele? But with both sides in SXS, even if he took down Su Lele, it wouldn't end well for him either. It could very well result in mutual destruction. Young Weiser found it hard to believe that Bull would be so reckless, but he couldn't joke about Su Lele's safety, and he was suddenly in a panic. In Bull's 6 cockpit, Borg's anxious voice came through. Boss, please don't be impulsive. If you can't take down Su Lele, we won't earn that windfall. If anything happens to you, what will happen to all of us brothers left behind? But Bull paid no attention, only grinning. He couldn't break through the defenses of the opposing 6 right away, but inside that 6 was Su Lele. He was very familiar with this girl. If it were anyone else, they might not be able to operate the 6, and the mech wouldn't move, hence not exposing any obvious flaws. But with Su Lele's talent, it was a different story. However, it would be too naive to think that Su Lele could fight in a 6. After all, she was just a 13-year-old girl. No matter how tough or brave she seemed on the surface, she was still just a little girl. As long as he charged in recklessly, at the critical moment of life and death, Su Lele would definitely be scared and retreat. Once she retreated, a flaw would surely be exposed. In terms of ruthlessness, how could 13-year-old Su Lele possibly be more ruthless than Bull, who had been scraping by on the edge of life and death for decades, and didn't even care about his own life? The street thugs learned on their first day that in a narrow encounter, the brave win. Only those who aren't afraid of death can survive. Unafraid of death, Bull charged toward Su Lele without hesitation. His bold stance shocked young Weiser and Borg. However, at this moment, Su Lele had to face more than just this. Bull, charging with a self-destructive posture, was coming straight at her with an impressive momentum. The 30-meter distance would allow the massive six to collide with Su Lele in just 3 seconds. To her right, another mech was charging toward Buck, almost ready to crush him in the blink of an eye. Not to mention, there was a third mech lurking in the distance. The 3 Mechs came at her in a pincer formation. No matter which way Su Lele retreated, she couldn't avoid Buck being crushed. And if she wanted to save Buck, she would expose her weak side directly to Bull. 3 seconds at most. In this life-and-death moment, Su Lele couldn't help but panic. No matter how dangerous the previous situations had been, no matter how scared and terrified she had never been this panicked to the point of being almost at a loss. Because whatever danger she faced, the worst that could happen was her own death. People living on the sand, sea, weren't afraid of dying. But this time was different. Su Lele felt for the first time that what she held in her hands was Buck's life. Just one mistake and Buck would die. Su Lele, who didn't care about her own death, was trembling in panic at the thought of implicating Buck. Su Lele was so scared that her hands and feet trembled. She clearly wanted to command the six to go toward Buck and protect him behind her, but due to her unstable operation, the six swayed like it was drunk. Su Lele bit her teeth hard, cursing herself for being useless at a crucial moment. But no matter how much she tried to tell herself to stay calm, she still couldn't control her trembling. In front of Bull, who charged forward with a seemingly reckless attitude, Su Lele's six swayed like a leaf in a storm, like a floating weed in the wind and rain, almost on the verge of collapsing. Bull grinned, his dark face revealing blood-red lips and sharp wolf-like teeth. He knew that this 13-year-old girl would be afraid. She wouldn't even need to crash into her, as she would expose her flaws herself. Amidst the rush, Bull steadily raised the main weapon he had long prepared. The ominous roaring high-energy particle gun was aimed directly at the vital point exposed by Su Lele due to her swaying. Once he pulled the trigger, even if Su Lele didn't turn into a brilliant firework in the sand sea, it would surely turn the six into a pile of scrap metal. Su Lele watched helplessly as the one pressed towards Buck, while on her left, Bull raised a high-energy particle gun. The situation was extremely urgent, as if in the next moment she would witness both Buck and herself meet their demise here. However, no matter how she warned herself, her anxiety brought her to the brink of tears, yet she still couldn't stop trembling. At this critical moment, a strange shout from young Weiser came through her earpiece. Su Lele, don't panic. As long as you stay steady, Black Hawk won't hurt you. Su Lele was suddenly stunned. Young Weiser's calm voice seemed to possess a magic that made one involuntarily believe. Miraculously, Su Lele calmed down, her mind became clear. It was as if something had broken free from its cocoon. Su Lele's eyes lit up. Her greatest strength was piloting mechas, a talent acknowledged by even Bull, known as the best in the Sand Sea. How could she possibly fall here? Su Lele tightened her grip on the control stick. When it comes to piloting mechas, Su Lele, would never be outdone. Chapter 18. So-called genius Su Lele was skilled in piloting mechas, a fact known to all the sand miners in the Sand Sea. From the Black Hawk leader bull to the street urchins, the loose group that Su Lele and Buck belonged to, by chance, salvaged a scrap one. It was with this mecha that Su Lele hunted in the Sand Sea and fought outside the town, almost invincible. Even Bull's 3 was unwilling to face her directly. With that piece of scrap metal, they stubbornly avoided being swallowed by Black Hawk. It was that piece of junk that made the entire Sand Sea, even Bull, recognize her name, Su Lele. Now, although she faced an unprecedented predicament, she was piloting a 6, something she had never even dared to dream of. If anyone in the Sand Sea could adapt to the 6 at the fastest speed, it would surely be Su Lele. At this moment, Su Lele had nowhere to retreat. One more step back, and Buck would surely perish. If she wanted to protect Buck, Su Lele could only move forward. Since she had to move forward, she had to pilot the mecha. Su Lele was not born beautiful. At best, she could be considered quite cute. Her life was as difficult as that of most sand miners. In this vast sea of sand, she was just an ordinary girl, with nothing particularly special about her. Only when piloting mechas, could give her immense confidence. No matter how difficult the move, she could master it after just one look. No matter how complex the circuitry, she could understand it after a sneak peek from mechanic in the black market. Mechas were like an extension of her body. The scrap one moved as she commanded, hunting prey deep in the sand sea, intimidating the black hawk that dominated the area, earning her the title of genius throughout the sand sea. At this moment, Su Lele had never been more grateful for her ability to pilot mechas. Gritting her teeth, a light shone in her eyes, eager like a fawn. Since there was no way back, she would move forward. It was just a 6, and even if she didn't know how to operate it, she didn't believe she couldn't learn. Saying it was easy, but learning also required time. The 3 mechas were closing in, and Bull could pull the trigger in 1 second, while the opposing mecha could crush Buck in 3 seconds. Even if she wanted to learn to pilot the 6, where would she find the time to do so? Amidst the sharp warnings and the alarm indicating that non-friendly weapons were activating 30 meters away at the 10 o'clock position, Su Lele closed her eyes. To an outsider, just 1 second seemed inadequate to do anything. Su Lele's action was akin to giving up. However, at that moment, her mind was extraordinarily calm. It was as if something made her incredibly composed. Ignoring the external chaos, shutting out all distractions, her eyes closed, her ears deaf to sound. She threw herself into an unparalleled state of tranquility. Her brain operated at an extremely high speed. Although she was unfamiliar with the 6 on the way to Lulu Town, young Weiser had introduced it to her. From the connections between various systems and weapon configurations to all performance parameters, even including the overload power of the ankle joints and the cooling time of the lubrication system. Everything about the 6 appeared in Su Lele's mind in that instant. If it were anyone else, without textbooks or notes, let alone pre-studying or reviewing, relying solely on the fragmented explanations young Weiser had given her earlier, even having a conceptual understanding of the 6 would be a remarkable achievement. However, in Su Lele's mind, it was as if everything young Weiser had said was recorded with perfect accuracy. Countless data floated before her like grains of sand in the vast sand sea, seemingly chaotic. Yet the moment Su Lele concentrated, they presented themselves as if responding to an unseen command. To put it simply, it all happened in an instant. As soon as Su Lele closed her eyes, she opened them again. There was no hesitation in her gaze, only a strong confidence in herself. This confidence made her not so beautiful, but quite cute face shine with a hazy glow. Almost simultaneously, she raised her left hand, slid her right foot, and the towering 7-meter behemoth moved under her control as gracefully as a bird. The roar of the auxiliary power system suddenly erupted, and before Bull, who had just pulled the trigger, could react, Su Lele had already activated the 6. Su Lele's brain operated at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people, like a precision computer. At this extreme speed, everything around her seemed to slow down. Whether it was Bull on the left or the 2 that was about to crush Buck in front, it was as if a hand had slowed the clock, making the whole world move in slow motion. The 6 was different from the 1. The 6 was far more powerful, able to complete conventional tactical maneuvers through autonomous calculation. Given this, Su Lele decisively assigned the auxiliary power system and the shield in her left hand to withstand the incoming high-energy particle beam from Bull's side, while she herself piloted the mecha straight towards Buck. With a slide, the heavy mecha maneuvered like a human, just in time to evade the vital hit from the incoming high-energy particle beam. The shield she controlled blocked the beam, diverting it although it melted most of the shield, and the alert of shield failure sounded in the cockpit. The mecha itself suffered minimal damage. Amidst Bull's incredulous howls, Su Lele ignored the damage to the body. As long as it could move, that was enough. Su Lele pushed the power to the maximum and rushed towards Buck. Due to the earlier learning pause and the interference from the high-energy particle beam, the mecha coming straight at Buck was only 10 meters away, just 1 second away. Su Lele gritted her teeth and pushed the power to its limits, speeding forward recklessly. Watching from a distance, young Weiser was so shocked that he almost forgot his pain. Propping himself up with his right arm against the wall, overwhelmed by the extraordinary events unfolding before him, leaving him stunned. Impossible. There was clearly only Su Lele in the 6, and she had only just come into contact with it today. Yet the 6 before him moved with the agility of a long-trained pilot, executing actions fluidly without any hesitation. Such driving skills, such tactical maneuvers, could not possibly belong to someone who had just started piloting the 6 today. However, no one understood better than him that there couldn't be anyone else in the cockpit. So what exactly was happening? Young Weiser vaguely sensed that this girl, whom the military had invested great effort to protect with a high-level confidential task, harbored secrets he could hardly imagine. Young Weiser was lost in thought, and Su Lele had no idea what was on his mind. All she knew was that she might not be able to protect Buck from the mecha in front of her. At this moment, she absolutely could not fail. Since there was no time to block, she could only stop it. The black hole gun of the 6 mecha seemed to already be aiming at the direction she intended. And with a slight exertion, Su Lele pulled it up and decisively pulled the trigger. An extremely powerful high-energy particle beam burst forth, far surpassing that of the past one. While the mecha opposite did not have the strong defensive capabilities of the SXS shield, nor the quick reaction speed of Su Lele. Almost simultaneously with her pulling the trigger, the opponent's main power system was penetrated. The mecha, losing power, trembled violently like a headless fly, suddenly staggering and almost brushing past Buck, crashing heavily into a nearby building, causing 3 dilapidated houses to collapse with a loud roar before finally coming to a stop. Su Lele let out a gentle breath. As expected, she emerged victorious. Chapter 19. Disruption inside the aircraft. Liang Honyuan calmly watched the recording from the 6 for the 4th time, his expression seemingly serious yet with a hint of levity. In the dimly lit room, the video flickered, the light playing across his seemingly relaxed face, only illuminating the glowing tip of the cigarette in his mouth. Liang Honyuan had maintained this standing position for a long time, but he felt no fatigue at all, simply because the scenes displayed in the video were too astonishing. Having served in the military for over a decade, he had seen countless so-called geniuses, including Young Weiser, who was a first-year military academy student, yet had obtained a level 3 mecha pilot qualification. However, what he was seeing now was something else entirely. A 13-year-old girl who had only piloted a 1 and had never even touched a 6 was commanding the massive 6 with such ease. Although she had almost no tactical maneuvers and her weapon usage seemed somewhat clumsy, the fluidity with which the mecha operated was no less than that of military academy students trained for a long time. If it weren't for the military's powerful intelligence system having already gathered all of Su Lele's experiences since birth, Liang Honyuan might have thought she was a military academy trainee. Young Weiser's talent was rare in the entire Federation, and it had been years since they had seen someone like him. So what did that make Su Lele? While it could be understood that Su Lele took down that 2 with a single shot thanks to the overwhelming power of the 6 against the 2, one could still argue that it was just luck. However, what happened next was beyond anything imaginable. In just 10 seconds, without hesitation, she discarded her nearly destroyed shield, switched to the secondary weapon, and directly shattered the right knee joint of Bull's 6. Her shooting accuracy was so precise it seemed almost supernatural. Bull immediately lost his balance and was directly broken through. The rest was even easier. The dominant force in the Sandy Sea, Bull, the leader of the Black Hawk, was treated like a mere target in Su Lele's hands. The switching between primary and secondary weapons was as precise as a computer's cooldown timing, dodging with incredible finesse. In just 10 seconds, Bull turned into a burst of fireworks outside the quicksand town. The other 2 twos were also the 2nd and 3rd in command of the Black Hawk. The remaining 2 didn't last even 1 round against the powerful Su Lele. The 3 giants of the Black Hawk fell in 1 day, and the once formidable Black Hawk, which made the entire Sandy Sea take notice, would likely undergo a major reshuffle. Liang Honyuan couldn't help but sigh. Su Lele was only 13 years old, and her disruptive ability could only be described as monstrous. He thought of Colonel Laris, the captain of his unit far away in the capital, and the girl he had only met once, who was of a similar age to Su Lele and had been sent for mecha testing, codenamed Smile. Liang Honyuan took a deep drag from his cigarette. He suddenly felt that if he continued to follow Su Lele, he might faintly touch upon the military's deepest, unspoken secrets. He couldn't help but bare his teeth. Sometimes, secrets are not something one can know casually. Once known, it might come at a price, such as life. The usually relaxed Liang Honyuan scratched the back of his head and started to frown. However, now was not the time for excessive thoughts. He needed to find a way to investigate how that 6 from the Black Hawk had come about. Perhaps he could uncover something. At that moment, Lu Pei, who was providing emergency treatment to Young Weiser's injuries, had no idea about Liang Hongyuan's worries. With limited experience, she hadn't even thought to check the recording video from the 6, She was only puzzled about how Su Lele had taken down 3 Black Hawk mechas on her own. No matter how she thought about it, the situation felt strange. How could that be possible? However, the facts left her speechless. There was absolutely no one else in the cockpit, and it was impossible for the outdated Six to achieve such powerful results in such a short time. She had originally intended to suggest that Su Lele must have some secret that couldn't be revealed, but fearing it might upset Yang Weiser, who had a forthright character. She simply mentioned his injury. I can only give you a simple fix for now. Fortunately, we'll reach the hospital in 10 minutes. She then began to scold him. You never pay attention to your safety. Last time during a military exercise, you almost got hurt, and this time is even worse. You nearly lost your life. Is the mission really that important? Liu Pei recalled how Yang Weiser always believed that completing the mission was a soldier's duty, and his style was to spare no effort to achieve the mission at any cost. She quickly changed her words. Even if the mission is important, you need to stay alive to complete it. It was still all for that inexplicably wild girl, and the thought made her uncomfortable. Remembering how Yang Weiser had nearly lost his life, Liu Pei's voice began to choke up as she spoke. At this moment, Yang Weiser was safely lying on the bed, not even wanting to lift an eyelid, so he let her ramble on. Su Lele, who had just hurried over after securing Buck, who had lost consciousness due to the explosion, pushed the door open and saw such a warm scene, causing her hand to pause slightly. However, the next moment, she couldn't care less about the atmosphere in the room. Yang Weiser was in a terrible state. His left arm and right calf had been simply stabilized by Liu Pei, but he looked as though he had been charred. His clothes were in tatters, his hair was matted together, and his face was unrecognizable, appearing as just a large patch of black lying on the bed. Seeing Su Lele enter, Yang Weiser managed to nod slightly, but it seemed to take a lot of effort. Su Lele's face turned pale, and she stammered, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Liu Pei nearly rolled her eyes. Of course, it was because of her. If it weren't for her, how could Yang Weiser have ended up like this? But Su Lele was just a commoner, without even a household registration. Liu Pei could only grit her teeth and force a smile. It's not your fault. We're just completing a mission. Yang Weiser blinked. His dark face made his eyes stand out even more, black and white. Don't mind it. We came to protect you. Now that you're safe, it's nothing for me to get a little hurt. I'll be fine in a few days. How could such injuries possibly heal in a few days? However, Su Lele felt that saying anything more would be too sentimental, and she became somewhat embarrassed and wanted to take her leave. Just then, Liang Hongyuan suddenly pushed the door open and casually glanced at Su Lele before walking straight to Yang Weiser. We have 1 minute until we reach the hospital. Liu Pei, you come and unfasten the bed's restraints. The two of them released the restraints, and the bed immediately turned into a movable stretcher, making it quite convenient. After the aircraft landed, Yang and Liu pushed Yang Weiser into the hospital. After handing him over to the nurse, they returned to take Buck inside as well. Watching them busily moving around, Su Lele no longer had time to say a word to Yang Weiser. Using a special passage for the aircraft, it was Su Lele's first time entering a formal hospital. However, at this moment, she had no mind to observe her surroundings and could only anxiously watch Yang Weiser and Buck being hurriedly pushed into the operating room. Su Lele glanced at the red light outside, the quickly closing operating room door, and followed the nurse arranged by Liu Pei to undergo an examination. Chapter 20. Choi Su Lele knocked on the door, and upon hearing a response from inside, she and Buck pushed the door open. The ward had a faint smell of disinfectant mixed with a fruity aroma, which wasn't unpleasant. Yang Weiser was almost wrapped up like a zongzi, with his right calf and left arm in a cast, and 4 drip in his right hand, and many tubes attached to his body, while Liu Pei was feeding him. In addition to 2 major bone fractures, he had 7 or 8 bone cracks and multiple soft tissue bruises all over his body, requiring some days of rest. On the other hand, Buck had only been slightly stunned and was discharged after 2 days of observation. He felt a bit reluctant to leave, as he had never stayed in such a nice hospital room before. Buck nervously followed Su Lele inside, feeling quite awkward. He had once suspected that Yang Weiser was pursuing Su Lele for ulterior motives and that he had brought disaster upon her. However, Yang Weiser didn't mind and thought that ignorance was no sin. He was surprised to see them enter, saying, "You don't have a card. The hospital's main entrance shouldn't have detected you. So how did you get in?" Although they were in the hospital alone, with Liang Hongyuan secretly protecting Su Lele, There was no need for him to bring them in through a special passage. Su Lei chuckled. We climbed over the wall. Yang Weiser and Liu Pei were taken aback. Climbed over the wall? This is a military hospital. Is it that easy to climb the walls here? Liu Pei mumbled about the security system on the walls, but then suddenly recalled that Su Lei had managed to sneak out of kindergarten alone when she was 4 years old. Now that she was 13, climbing over a hospital wall was probably not a difficult task for her. Yang Weiser also thought of this and couldn't help but marvel at her. She was indeed a remarkable girl. Liu Pei then asked, "What are you here for?" The two spoke simultaneously, with Su Lei cheerfully saying, "Oh, just visiting." But Buck said, "We came to bring Yang Weiser some food." Su Lei immediately felt embarrassed. No. But Buck exclaimed, "Lele, you stepped on my foot." Su Lei's face turned red instantly. Liu Pei, noticing the situation, came over and smirked. What good food could there be in this rural area? You probably feel too shy to take out what's in my hand, right? Yang Weiser, with great interest, asked, "What delicious food did you bring?" Liu Pei looked at Yang Weiser in surprise. Over the years, Yang Weiser had become increasingly solitary, and ordinary people couldn't easily engage him in conversation. It was unexpected that he would now talk to Su Lei and Buck, two seemingly random individuals. Liu Pei's internal alarm bells rang. Su Lei seemed to have some influence over him. Su Lei, blushing, replied, "There's nothing good to eat." But Buck had already handed over the food box. "This is our specialty, roasted scorpion meat. The meat from the claws of the sand crab is particularly tender. And when roasted, it's delicious." Liu Pei quickly stated, "Weiser is currently recovering and primarily needs liquid nutrition. He can't eat this." Buck suddenly felt a bit awkward, unsure whether to offer the food or not. Yang Weiser quickly said, "I really can't eat it. Sorry." "Liu Pei, why don't you try it?" Liu Pei reluctantly took the food box, but decided to throw it away as soon as they left. Buck was still enthusiastically introducing the food. "Liu Pei, you should try it. It's really delicious." Su Lei hurried to change the subject, saying they had just eaten and couldn't possibly eat more, and began talking about when Yang Weiser would be discharged, feeling more certain that Liu Pei definitely looked down on her for some reason. Liu Pei happened to tell her about the schedule. Weiser will be able to transfer out in 4 days, and then we can return to Capital Star together. Su Lei lowered her head and said, "I don't want to leave." Liu Pei was somewhat angry, thinking that this person was always so oblivious, and her tone became a bit stiff. "I've already said, it's not up to you whether you want to or not." Yang Weiser then asked, "Why not?" Liu Pei turned her head away in frustration. Su Lei looked at her toes and said softly, "I don't know what I would do in Capital Star. I don't know anyone there, but this is my home. Now that our mecha is scrapped, we need to find a way to get another one. The Black Hawk is currently in internal conflict, which is our opportunity. If I leave now, what will happen to the others?" Su Lei rambled on, but she said nothing about herself. Yang Weiser only asked, "Don't you want to go back to get an education? Don't you want to go back to visit your parents' grave? I know you're a kind girl who always thinks about your companions, but have you thought about yourself?" Su Lei continued to say, but her voice grew increasingly softer when they finally bid farewell to Yang Weiser. Su Lei remained silent all the way back to Liashazan. In Liashazan, the Black Hawk was in constant internal strife, and they could see small gangs fighting along the way, with sounds of shouting and violence echoing. Buck suddenly said, "Lele, you should go." Su Lei looked up in surprise. Buck suddenly turned around, resting his hands on her shoulders. Looking into her eyes seriously, "Lele, go over to Capital Star? You know that the Sand Sea is not a place for a girl." Su Lei hesitated, but Buck firmly said, "There are no buts." Su Lei just stared at her toes, mumbling, "I also look forward to living a normal life, but I've never been to Capital Star. I don't know what it's like there. There's no boss, no Buck, and no one I know. I heard something about relatives, but I don't know them, and I don't know how to face these so-called relatives." Su Lei paused and then thought, "Actually, I also want to visit my parents' grave and see what their life was like. But after visiting the grave, what will I do there?" Buck laughed, ruffling her hair. "Silly. You're just scared of suddenly changing your living environment, right? Don't think so much, just go." Su Lei immediately jumped up like a puffed-up kitten. "Don't mess up my hair. I'm not a kid anymore." Buck laughed heartily. "You're a kid." After joking around for a while, Su Lei suddenly felt much better, as if she wasn't so scared anymore. Su Lei gratefully glanced at Buck, knowing he was trying to encourage her, and hesitantly seemed to be seeking his opinion. "How about I go to Capital Star and come back?" Buck was taken aback and then burst into laughter. Silly, if you want to enter Capital Star, you'll have to get a new card. How will you come back then? Hearing this, Sue Lele hesitated again, frowning. Then I won T-Go. Buck laughed in exasperation. You really are a fool. Author's note. The editor gave a fantastic client side push. And the audience is growing rapidly. I'm truly very grateful. I hope everyone can work hard together with me. I love you all. Let me recommend a friend-esque book again. Why do other professional players retire and thrive when they return to the game, while I struggle like the protagonist of a web novel about a loser? I mentioned it a few days ago, but since this fool keeps bothering me, I'll recommend it again. This book is clearly about becoming a god and has much better results than mine. Why am I even promoting it? Fool. Chapter 21. Wishes in a half-collapsed small house where Bull and the Gray Man met. A six-legged probe robot the size of an egg was quietly spreading out inside the house, searching for every trace. Liang Hongyuan rubbed his bloodshot eyes and exhaled a thick puff of smoke. The safety monitoring system in Laya Shazin was practically non-existent, and he could hardly find any valuable clues. He exerted a lot of effort to retrieve a large amount of irrelevant footage from the satellite surveillance, spending 3 days and nights before he found hint. A gray figure that briefly flickered in an inconspicuous corner of the distant satellite footage seemed suspicious. But the clues stopped there. Liang Hongyuan scratched the back of his head. This gray man was quite cautious. He feared that he had some significant plans. While waiting for the robot to search, Liang Hongyuan called Liu Pei on the communicator. Eagle 1 calling Eagle 2. Liu Pei, who was hiding on the roof in an invisibility cloak, perked up immediately. Eagle 2 received. Liang Hongyuan asked through the communicator, "What is the status of the target?" Liu Pei sighed helplessly. She is still counting stars on the opposite roof. I really don't know what's wrong with her. She sleeps so little every night. Saying this, Liu Pei couldn't help but yawn herself. She could barely manage 4 hours of sleep each night. How could she not feel tired? Liang Honyuan's voice was steady. Then keep watching. Liu Pei could only respond, yes. On the roof, Su Lele was lost in thought while counting stars. She didn't know why she had always needed so little sleep since she was a child. But during the day, she never felt tired, and her mind was always very clear. The old cripple used to smile and say she was smarter than others, and she felt that her brain never lacked capacity. But at this moment, she wasn't thinking about anything, just staring blankly, lying there foolishly on the roof, watching the dim sky turn and the stars shift. Occasionally seeing a shooting star, Su Lele closed her eyes and made an ordinary wish. Time flowed slowly. After who knows how long, Su Lele finally dozed off. When she opened her eyes again, it was the next morning. Looking at the bright sun, Su Lele suddenly felt a bit dazed. She had never encountered a moment in her life that required such a choice. On one side was her familiar life and companions, and on the other was a possibly better future that she didn't know where it was. The usually cheerful Su Lele fell silent. She couldn't help but wonder if her parents were still around. Would they tell her how to choose? Su Lele recalled her vague childhood memories, always feeling that her mother's face was so kind, but she couldn't remember it clearly. Vaguely, she wanted to reach out and touch it, but it felt like there was a layer of gauze in between. Somehow, Su Lele felt her vision blurring. She blinked hard, trying to wipe away the unshed tears. Strangely, she suddenly thought of young Weiser. Did that seemingly calm young man ever hesitate like herself? Always proactive, Su Lele immediately ran to the hospital. When she arrived at the hospital, Liu Pei, who had just finished her shift, was wiping young Weiser's face. Young Weiser shyly said, "You don't have to go through so much trouble. Just leave it to the service robot." Liu Pei's sweet face smiled gently, but her hands quickly twisted the cloth to wipe his face. "Stop talking. When Annie went away, she entrusted you to our family. You are one of us, and I have always regarded you as an older brother. Doing this little thing for you is nothing." Those service robots are not comfortable at all. While they were talking, Su Lele suddenly rushed in, seemingly holding her breath, causing Liu Pei to stop in surprise. In that instant, Su Lele had many questions, but the one that came out was the most straightforward. "Young Weiser, I want to ask, if I go to Capital Star, will I never be able to come back?" Young Weiser replied seriously, "Theoretically, no. Desert Star still belongs to the Federation. But in reality, interstellar travel is not that easy. Just as I thought." Su Lele felt a bit disheartened. "Then I want to go. Yang Weiser's expression remained unchanged. But he calmly said, "Are you sure you want to bury your future in a place like this?" Seeing the faint hint of sarcasm in Liu Pei's sweet smile, Su Lei suddenly felt a rush of blood to her head and angrily said, "What right do you have to interfere with my future?" Yang Weiser didn't even furrow his brows. "I don't intend to interfere with your future. I'm just telling you the reality so you can choose for yourself. If you want to waste your life here, I have no right to force you to leave." Su Lei couldn't help but sneer. "Look at you, so young. But you preach like an old man." Yang Weiser remained unfazed. "No, I have things I must do. You here aimlessly don't seem like a young person." Yang Weiser was tied to the bed, but when he said this, he was extremely firm and clear-headed. Although Su Lei didn't know what he had to do, she was moved by Yang Weiser's determination and forward momentum. It felt as if some hope was stirring in her heart. Su Lei murmured, "Is there something you must do?" "But my previous goal was always to find my parents, and now that goal has been lost. I don't even know what I can do anymore." Yang Weiser was taken aback upon hearing this. After leaving the hospital, Su Lei went straight to Buck. "What is your life goal?" Buck was stunned by her random question. After thinking for a long time, he replied, "I hope not to live in uncertainty anymore." But then he self-deprecatingly added, "Though that's just a fantasy. I'll probably find a way to enlist, hoping my next generation can live a stable life." Su Lei felt a bit lost. "Do you all have your own goals?" "I don't even know what my goal is anymore." Buck said seriously, "Isn't our goal to live a better life? It's just that this desolate place isn't suitable for living. Lele, if you have a chance, you must leave." Su Lei felt a bit anxious, "But I can't bear to leave everyone here." Buck rarely didn't joke with her, but instead said longingly, "Let us go. If there's such a good opportunity, I would leave too." Su Lei tilted her head and asked him with some confusion, "Do you want to leave too?" Buck replied earnestly, "Of course. Who doesn't want a better life?" Su Lei fell silent again. The desert is a paradise for the fallen and criminals. She certainly wanted a better life. Chapter 22. Sniping the highest building in Liashazan. Originally where Bull lived was now in chaos. Bull's woman was shouting angrily while holding her beloved under a rain of flying knives and sticks. The generals under the three major leaders of Blackhawk were all fighting with their underlings, with no time to pay attention to her. No one expected that. Just a wall away in this chaos, Liang Honyuan had been lying in wait for 4 hours. The military-grade invisibility cloak was sufficient to evade most common equipment scans. Liang Honyuan held an unlit cigarette in his mouth and lay quietly under the invisibility cloak. The corners of his mouth still bore a hint of subtle relaxation. Even though he had been lying motionless like a statue for 4 hours, his gaze remained sharp like that of a hawk. Taking advantage of the terrain, through the scope of his Type 88 sniper rifle, not a single movement in the entire Liashazan escaped his eyes. At this moment, he observed Su Lei and Liu Pei outside Liashazan through the scope. The three major leaders of the Black Hawk had all been outmaneuvered by Su Lei, and the once powerful Black Hawk was now like a pile of loose sand. The enemy realized they could no longer break through from the front and resorted to assassination tactics. Yang Weiser was still in the hospital, and Liang Honyuan felt the lack of manpower deeply at this moment, so he could only allow Liu Pei to step in and closely protect Su Lei. Just as the major had hoped before they arrived, Liu Pei, still a student, did not yet resemble a true soldier in either temperament or stature. Her presence did not arouse excessive alertness from the enemy. Benefiting from this, Liu Pei and Liang Honyuan, one in the open and the other in the shadows, captured every movement around them, establishing a double defense. The enemy's multiple attacks had all failed. At this moment, Liu Pei and Su Lei were in an open area where it was difficult for pursuers to hide, forcing them to awkwardly conceal themselves in the corner of a building at the edge of Liashazan. This shallow hiding, while blocking Liu Pei and Su Lei's line of sight, fully exposed them to Liang Hongyuan's sniper range. Liang Honyuan focused intently on the figure in black who was less than 20 meters away from Liu Pei, lagging behind Su Lei. The person was fidgeting, unaware that a mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Liu Pei's lips moved silently, and in a very low voice, she reported to Liang Honyuan, "We've been here for a quarter of an hour, and the enemy hasn't left. Should we take him out now?" She appeared completely relaxed, seemingly unguarded while accompanying Su Lei. However, the watch on her left wrist clearly displayed the movements around them. Liang Hongyuan couldn't help but nod inwardly. The major's choice was indeed somewhat unique, although Liu Pei was a bit pretentious. She could still act so naturally knowing the gun's muzzle was aimed at her back, which was not something an ordinary student could achieve. However, while he recognized Liu Pei's capability in his heart, he verbally negated her suggestion, "Don't act rashly. My angle for shooting is not absolutely foolproof. It wouldn't be worth it if I accidentally injured our princess." Hearing Liang Honyuan refer to their target, Su Lei, as a princess, Liu Pei secretly rolled her eyes but could only respond, "Yes." Su Lei, however, remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents. In front of Su Lei stood a dilapidated, inconspicuous stone, and she was crouched down in front of it with a piece of roasted sand scorpion meat, mumbling, "Now we don't even have a mech. And I'm afraid that if I leave, the boss and the others won't have anyone to support them, and life will become even harder." Beneath this stone lay the old cripple who had once taken her in, the former leader of Su Lei's group. Although he was not a good person and had never spoken kindly to Su Lei, even once considering selling her when he was short on money, he ultimately didn't go through with it and occasionally provided her with food to raise her. Regarding the hot-tempered old cripple, Su Lei didn't know whether to love or hate him. She just felt a sense of gratitude when she thought back to how he had managed to give her food during hard times after he passed away. Su Lei paused and seemed to be justifying herself. "But we didn't have a mech before, and we still got by. Besides, now that the Black Hawk is in disarray, it's our chance. The boss and the others have been busy these days. Maybe we can seize some territory, and life will be easier in the future." Yet, she recalled that normally she would have charged forward with the boss, but now she subconsciously chose to hide away. Su Lei grew anxious again, as if trying to explain something. "I'm not hiding out of laziness because I want to leave. I just want to check on Yang Weiser, and when I pass through here." Her voice gradually trailed off into silence. After an unknown amount of time, Su Lei could only whimper in a voice barely audible to herself, "I know that this is a crucial time for our survival, and I shouldn't only think of myself. The boss takes such good care of us. I should fight alongside everyone to carve out a territory, and our lives will definitely get better. We won't have to worry about not having enough to eat, and we will definitely find a mech, making hunting easier, and maybe we can even earn some money. However, it only gave us 2 days' time, and I. Su Lei buried her mouth in her arms and began to cry softly. Liu Pei was grinding her teeth in frustration, almost rolling her eyes. How much longer would this go on? If it weren't for Liang Hongyuan holding her back, she would have knocked this girl out and taken her away to avoid being stuck here with a bunch of no-name assassins. She forced herself to maintain a concerned expression, turning slightly as if to comfort Su Lei, pulling out a tissue to wipe her face, while discreetly glancing at the figure in black lurking in the shadows. Because Liu Pei had been blocking the line of sight for the figure in black. He had been unable to take a shot and had crouched there for a long time without finding an opportunity. Upon receiving Liang Hongyuan's response through the earpiece, Liu Pei pretended to bend down to wipe Su Lei's tears, subtly shifting her position, exposing Su Lei to the firepower of the figure in black. The figure in black suddenly perked up. The opportunity had come. However, Liu Pei's shifted position was slightly off, making it not very convenient for him to aim. To ensure a successful shot, he slightly raised his head and adjusted his aim. Very good. The figure in black smiled faintly, raised his gun, and aimed at Su Lei. Liu Pei could only hear her heart pounding. If Liang Hongyuan didn't respond in time, she definitely wouldn't be able to block the bullet, and Su Lei would be in real danger. However, Liang Hongyuan remained extremely calm, gently pulling the trigger without even flinching the cigarette he was biting. He had been lying in ambush for 4 hours waiting for this moment. As the trigger was pulled, a faint puff sound was heard, and a bullet glided from the gun barrel like a ghost, piercing through the air in front of him, creating ripples, crossing the noisy crowd below, traversing countless dilapidated buildings, and covering over 800 meters, piercing through the slightly turned back of the figure in black who was aiming and burying itself into the sand beneath him. Liu Pei turned her head just in time to see the figure in black's incredulous expression and the powerless fall of his weapon. Chapter 23. Determination. Su Lei stared blankly at Liu Pei, who was dealing with the body of the figure in black. Liu Pei's earlier words were still churning in her heart. In just 2 days, there had already been 7 assassination attempts against her, poison needles and guns taking turns. Under the scorching sun of the desert, Su Lele suddenly felt a chill running through her. She had always lived her ordinary little life and could not fathom why the enemy would target her so specifically. Su Lele spent the whole day in a daze. Even when the boss and Buck returned triumphantly after winning a fight, she was happy for everyone but couldn't shake off a sense of low spirits, making Buck even ask if she was sick. Until late at night, when everyone gradually fell asleep, she lay on the rooftop counting stars as usual. She was surprised to find Liang Honyuan sitting beside her at some point. Liang Honyuan, with an unlit cigarette between his lips, smiled and patted her head. What is wrong? Not happy? Su Lele tilted her head. Why did everyone like to pat her head? She was no longer a child. Liang Honyuan didn't mind and continued. Still thinking about the assassination? Su Lele shot him a glare, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Liang Honyuan lay down beside her, but chuckled. This little girl has quite the temper. Su Lele turned over and sat up. Then tell me, why would anyone want to assassinate me? Liang Honyuan just gazed at the starry sky. The desert star had no moon, and the stars weren't very bright. However, without the noise of big cities and the countless lights that never ceased, the stars here appeared even more tranquil. Yet, Su Lele waited for a long time, and Liang Honyuan remained silent. Annoyed, Su Lele slapped her butt and stood up, ready to jump off the eaves. Liang Honyuan laughed and pulled her arm back. Don't run away. I specifically came to talk to you. Su Lele huffed. Why should I listen to you when you won't even tell me why? Is it just to persuade me to go to Capital Star with you? I'm not going. You speak nicely, but go to that unfamiliar place alone. How could I possibly get ahead? Liang Honyuan scratched the back of his head helplessly. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I really don't know. We haven't been authorized to know. I came to talk to you just about your assassination. Su Lele flicked her little braid beside her head. You don't know anything. So what else is there to say? Liang Honyuan said seriously. Well, I don't understand why someone wants to assassinate you. I do know that if you refuse to leave and stay here, the attempts on your life will continue. Su Lele thought of that annoying Liu Pei and immediately became stubborn. So what? Even if I die, it's none of your business. Liang Honyuan was skilled at persuasion and knew what Su Lele cared about. He only pointed out her weakness. That's true. It doesn't concern us. But think about it. For the past couple of days, it's been because Liu Pei and I have been here to protect you. If you insist on not going back with us, and we have to retreat due to a failed mission, you'll face that danger alone. If you get hurt, that's one thing, but what if someone around you gets hurt? Su Lele had never considered that question and was momentarily taken aback. Liang Hongyuan's voice was gently persuasive and very convincing. If the attacker misses, or if it's an area attack, it could accidentally hurt your boss or Buck. You might have a reason for being targeted, but they are innocent. They could face such danger just because of you. Stop talking. Su Lele interrupted him, her face pale. Liang Honyuan didn't dare to provoke her further and could only say so much. Seeing her in a bad mood, he quickly changed the subject. Do you have any hobbies? Su Lele was still thinking about whether she would bring danger to Buck and the others, but she couldn't help but follow Liang Hongyuan's lead. I like watching TV shows. Liang Honyuan thought for a moment and realized he didn't know what shows girls her age liked, so he simply continued the topic. Oh? What TV shows do you like? With the topic opened up by Liang Honyuan, Su Lele indeed wasn't as tense as before and continued the conversation. I like military-themed shows, especially ones about mecha battles. Speaking of her favorite shows, Su Lele's face lit up a bit. I remember watching one called Sky Armored Line A couple of years ago. The female lead was really cool. Liang Honyuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to like military themes, so he continued with the topic. He was a good conversationalist and deliberately matched Su Lele's enthusiasm, managing to keep the conversation going. However, Su Lele seemed a bit distracted. She kept thinking about the potential harm to her companions and wondering why someone was so determined to assassinate her. Her mind was a mess, and suddenly, she remembered young Weiser's determined and unwavering eyes. As if sensing her distraction, their conversation unknowingly came to an end. Liang Honyuan just lay quietly beside her, gazing at the starry sky. Ever since young Weiser was hospitalized, he and Liu Pei had been stretched thin, almost like one person doing the work of two. He had been getting only 2 or 3 hours of sleep each day, and at that moment his head felt a bit foggy, but his eyes were still bright. They lay quietly on the roof for an unknown period until Liang Honyuan thought Su Lele had fallen asleep when he suddenly heard her voice. If I go to Capital Star, will I know why someone wants to assassinate me? Liang Hongyuan's voice was no longer as persuasive as before, but it sounded reassuring. I can't guarantee it, but I believe if you go to Capital Star, at least you might get closer to the truth. Su Lele was silent for a moment before asking again. Are we leaving the day after tomorrow? Liang Honyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. All his effort had finally convinced this little girl. However, the next day, when Su Lele found Buck to tell him her decision to leave, she fidgeted for a long time and couldn't bring herself to say it. Buck watched her squirm and, amused, patted her head. Have you made up your mind? Su Lele didn't quite understand what he meant at first, but after a moment's thought, she realized and responded somewhat dejectedly with a Buck playfully slapped her shoulder. You idiot. Think about your future. You should be smiling. Su Lele jumped up from his slap. Why are you hitting me so hard? The two teased each other as usual, but somehow Su Lele felt much better. The guilt she had just felt about leaving her companions was knocked away by Buck's slap, while Su Lele raised her leg and kicked Buck hard. Her nose felt a bit sour. Perhaps she would never come back again? The companion she once fought alongside. She feared she might never see them again. Chapter 24. Departure. On the day of departure, Liu Pei and the military hospital nurses first carried Yang Weiser onto the spaceship through the military passage, while Liang Honyuan was about to walk in with Su Lele. Buck was at the passageway to see her off. Seeing Su Lele looking a bit down, Buck made a funny face and said, "Oh, I'm really envious of you. I've long been tired of this hellhole, and you get to leave before me. You'll enjoy yourself on Capital Star. Don't forget about me." Su Lele rolled her eyes at him. You don't need to wait until you go to Capital Star. I'll forget you as soon as I turn around. Buck was taken aback by her words and had to find something else to say. I won't forget you. I'll call you every day. Su Lele huffed. You poor guy. How can you afford interstellar communication fees, let alone every day? Dream on. Buck stubbornly replied. So what if I can't afford it now? Who knows? Maybe one day I'll find a way to join the army, and we'll meet again in the future. Su Lele still looked disinterested as she glanced at him. Who wants to meet you again? Don't say you know me then. Buck knew that Su Lele was feeling guilty because on one hand, she was reluctant to leave, and on the other, her companions were still struggling in the Sand Sea, while she was going to live a better life on Capital Star. Buck thought for a moment and deliberately put on a satisfied expression. Don't think you're so great just because you're a genius girl. I'm going to become the best soldier, and one day, I'll be stepping on you, begging for mercy. Ha ha. Su Lele was practically fuming, and she kicked him again. Step on me? Huh. You must be dreaming. Just then, Liu Pei and the nurses pushed Yang Weiser past them. Yang Weiser looked at them in surprise, while Liu Pei looked at them as if they were fools. Su Lele immediately felt embarrassed and withdrew her hand. When they finally parted ways, Su Lele looked at Buck waving desperately below through the window, and tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. Although this is not her birthplace, it is the place where she has lived for 9 years, and she has always regarded it as home. Life here is tough, and people can be malicious. Yet there are also the old cripple who has provided her with food, the elder who has taken care of her, her playmate Buck, and many companions with whom she has laughed and cried. But now, she has to leave, and it is very likely to be forever. Su Lele can no longer control her emotions and squats down under the window, crying softly. This spaceship is a military transport vessel traveling between Desert Star and Capital Star, and there are not many crew members on board. It mainly relies on automated navigation. Once on the military spaceship and in her own space, Su Lele no longer has to worry about being attacked. The Liang Hongyuan trio relaxes, and the fatigue accumulated over the past few days immediately makes them feel drowsy. However, Liang Hongyuan is still cautious. Yang Weiser is not yet able to act independently, so he arranges for Liu Pei and himself to take turns, ensuring that someone stays awake to keep an eye on Su Lele. At this moment, Liu Pei has already gone to sleep. Although Liang Hongyuan is good at persuading people, he is not skilled at comforting a crying girl. He helplessly pulls out a lighter to light a cigarette, but suddenly remembers that this is a no-smoking area. So he irritably puts the lighter back in his pocket. The craving for a cigarette feels like 100 little rabbits scratching at Liang Hongyuan's heart. But because he is with Su Lele, he cannot casually go to the smoking area and can only endure it. The more he cannot smoke, the more he wants to, making it quite difficult to hold back. When Su Lele finally stops crying and lifts her head, she happens to see Liang Hongyuan's twisted and strange expression, which is quite comical, and she can't help but chuckle, only to immediately realize it is too rude and blush. Liang Honyuan also finds it hard to explain, coughing as a cover. How about I take you to see where we will stay? Su Lele responds with an wipes her face, and lifts her legs to follow Liang Honyuan. Just now, she was focused on the separation from her companions and hadn't carefully examined the spaceship. At this moment, she suddenly remembers that this is her first interstellar journey and her first time on a spaceship. Su Lele's heart suddenly leaps with joy. Although this is just a cargo ship, it is still a genuine spaceship. Thinking of this, Su Lele's eyes suddenly shine. They're still in the entrance area and must pass through the cargo area to reach the living quarters. Su Lele, carrying a small bag with only 2 pieces of clothing, hops happily behind Liang Honyuan, looking around with excitement as she listens to him introduce the surroundings. Walking this way is the central control area. Don't go over there unless necessary. That way is the cargo area, which is piled high with stuff. And if you accidentally walk in there, you won't be able to find your way out. Over there is the core power area. And you must not cross that yellow line or the security system will shoot you on sight. And there's this and that. Su Lele happily listens to him, continuously nodding her head in agreement. The spaceship is large, but there aren't many crew members. As they walk, they pass through 4 corridors, cross 3 sky bridges, and take an elevator without encountering a single crew member. They walk for what feels like a long time until Su Lele, who usually has good stamina, finally feels her legs ache, and Liang Honyuan says, "We've arrived at the living quarters." Su Lele can't help but exclaim. It's not easy to walk back and forth in such a large spaceship. She wonders how those crew members manage to run around every day. Since she can't go here or there, Su Lele decides to stay within the living quarters for the entire month. The center of the living area is a very spacious hall. Half of it is a dining area, while the other half is an activity area. Surrounding the hall are many rooms. Liang Honyuan leads her to the furthest room, explaining cargo ships generally do not have other passengers. So we don't have a special room reserved for us. Now, we can only stay in a spare room. Although it's the same environment and facilities, it's a bit smaller. Su Lele doesn't mind this at all. She has lived in places much worse than this. Over at the dining area, a crew member flashes by. Su Lele is suddenly delighted to finally see a living person, but she quickly realizes that the crew member is moving too fast. Upon closer inspection, she sees that he is standing on some sort of mobility device. Su Lele remembers just now wondering if the crew members would be exhausted from walking so much every day and feels a bit foolish for her lack of knowledge. Liang Honyuan has already pushed open a small door and beckons Su Lele to enter. This is your room. Su Lele sets aside her distractions and happily runs inside. Although it's just a trip, this is her first time having a room that belongs only to her. However, once she steps inside, she is immediately taken aback. The room is extremely clean, the walls and ceiling shining like mirrors, and the floor shows not a speck of dust. Although it is a matte floor that one slip, it is equally spotless. But what leaves Su Lele speechless is that there is absolutely nothing in this room. There are no tables or chairs, not even a bed. Nothing at all. Su Lele turns around awkwardly to look at Liang Honyuan, wondering where she is supposed to sleep. On the floor. Chapter 25. The spaceship seeing her confusion. Liang Honyuan knows she has never seen such facilities before. So he doesn't waste time and directly demonstrates for her. He first hands Su Lele a round remote control-like object about 5 centimeters in diameter, saying, "This is the room key. Press the middle button, touch the wall at the height you like, say bed, and it will come out." In Su Lele's astonishment, Liang Honyuan touches the wall with his left hand, and the smooth wall suddenly deforms, slowly extending a bed. The bed merges seamlessly with the wall, without a single gap. Su Lele is stunned, but she sees Liang Honyuan casually sit on the bed and then touch another wall nearby, to save space and ensure safety during travel. To prevent furniture from moving and colliding due to bumps, the walls here are made of highly flexible smart alloys. Look, a table. The wall responds again, slowly extending a table. Su Lele's eyes are about to pop out as she watches Liang Honyuan touch the floor, and a chair appears. Su Lele just stares at Liang Honyuan as if he is performing magic, as he conjures cabinets, stools, and other furniture, teaching her how to store and used furniture back into the wall. Su Lele takes the key, opening and closing the table and chair, having a great time. Liang Honyuan also teaches her how to control the room temperature, adjust air circulation, and design the height of the table and chairs to ensure proper space. Su Lei gradually learns that only simple furniture like beds and tables can be created, and even a fixed water sink or toilet can be pulled out at preset locations. But movable objects like cups and bowls cannot be produced. Once Su Lei is familiar with how to use the room, Liang Hongyuan suggests, "How about we put down your luggage and go eat something?" Hearing this, Su Lei realizes her stomach is already growling with hunger. She casually tosses her light bag onto the bed and follows Liang Hongyuan out to eat. By this time, there are already several crew members in the dining area. They are quite surprised to see civilians suddenly appearing on the ship. However, being military personnel, they have their own discipline and do not casually ask questions about matters that have not been communicated to them. Liang Hongyuan casually points out a seat for Su Lei while he goes to help them prepare a round of electronic cigarettes. The history of human development spans more than 10,000 years, and countless once great inventions have gradually faded away in the river of history. Drinking and smoking, both of which are not good for the body, have always accompanied humanity. Wherever there are humans, there are cigarettes and alcohol. The crew saw that Liang Hongyuan held the rank of sergeant, and they all stood up, some nervously accepting his cigarette, while others politely declined. Among them was a sergeant who brightened up, patted Liang Hongyuan on the shoulder, and asked, "Brother, do you enjoy this too?" "Which part?" Liang Hongyuan took the opportunity to quickly scan everyone present, and, seeing they were mostly old crew members, smiled and played it off, just making a living near the capital. The sergeant couldn't help but look at him with newfound respect. "Oh, stationed in the capital?" After a few pleasantries, Liang Hongyuan returned to teach Su Lei how to order. The table had an operation screen that could be pulled up directly, and shortly after placing the order, a robot brought over the dishes. Su Lei exclaimed again, "So convenient." She didn't even know what strange thing she was eating, but she thought it was delicious, leaving Liang Hongyuan amazed. The taste of synthetic food had always been criticized by soldiers, who wouldn't want to eat natural food for a few days after a mission to restore their taste buds. But Su Lei was enjoying this synthetic food, which was usually thought to be tasteless. After the meal, she happily munched on an apple. Lu Pei woke up. Since Liang Hongyuan had only given her 3 hours, she didn't dare sleep too long. When she came to take over, Liang Hongyuan gave her a few instructions and went to catch up on sleep. There shouldn't be any danger on the ship, and Lu Pei wasn't careless. So Liang Hongyuan fell asleep with ease. Su Lei and Lu Pei were left in silence. Su Lei didn't like Lu Pei, and Lu Pei looked down on her, so neither bothered to talk to the other. Eventually, Lu Pei spoke up. "I'm going to see Wiser. You should come along." Su Lei retorted, "I'm going back to sleep." Lu Pei rolled her eyes. "You haven't even been dozing off. What are you sleeping for in the middle of the day? Come along for your own safety. It's best not to let you out of my sight. It should be the other way around, right?" But Su Lei thought about it and indeed should visit young Wiser. So she followed, clearly stating, "I'm just going to visit young Wiser, not following you." Lu Pei curled her lip, too lazy to respond. Young Wiser's room was right next to Su Lei's. However, besides young Wiser lying in bed, there was also a nurse changing his bandages. To maintain the confidentiality of the mission, they chose the most inconspicuous cargo ship, so the journey took particularly long, requiring a month to reach the capital star. Since young Wiser was seriously injured, they had to send a nurse to accompany him for the whole month. In front of young Wiser, Lu Pei was completely different from how she was with Su Lei. "Wiser, feeling any better?" She then sweetly smiled at the nurse, Sister Aisha. "Thank you for your hard work." Nurse Aisha looked to be in her 20s, with a cute dimple on her left cheek, skillfully tying a pretty bow with the bandage already wrapped around young Wiser's leg. She quite liked Lu Pei, this sweet and polite girl. And having gotten familiar over the past few days, she didn't stand on ceremony, saying, "You came at the right time. Can you help me take a look? I'm going to grab a bite." Aisha only needed to handle injections and bandage changes, so there was no need to keep an eye on young Wiser all the time. Her suggestion was merely polite, and Lu Pei naturally agreed, quickly sending her out the door. She also asked young Wiser what he wanted to eat and fetched it for him. As Aisha passed by Su Lei, she smiled and nodded in greeting. Su Lei hurriedly nodded back, but her awkwardness earned her another eye roll from Lu Pei behind Aisha. Su Lei gritted her teeth in frustration. She hadn't offended her, so why act like that? Su Lei thought that one day she would find an opportunity to beat her up. But now she was here to see young Wiser, so it wasn't worth it to argue with Lu Pei. Su Lele ignored Lu Pei and walked straight to Yang Weiser. Yang Weiser was lying in bed, holding a watch and looking at the virtual screen displayed in front of him. When he saw Su Lele approach, he merely nodded in greeting and continued looking at the screen. Soft, natural light shone down from the ceiling, casting a shadow under his slightly turned nose, accentuating its high bridge and making his already deeper eye sockets appear even more profound. His slightly thin lips were pressed together, forming a straight line at the corners, giving his entire facial features a resolute look. Yang Weiser, fully absorbed in his studies, looked particularly handsome, leaving Su Lele momentarily mesmerized. Chapter 26. Astonishing talent. Yang Weiser felt a gaze upon him and raised his head to find Su Lele standing dazed at the bedside. Surprised, he pointed to the chair beside the bed. "Why don't you sit?" Su Lele finally reacted, let out an "oh," and sat down. Yang Weiser turned back to continue watching the screen. Su Lele curiously leaned over to see what he was looking at, only to find a screen full of formulas. She couldn't help but ask, "Are you still looking at such complicated things while recovering?" Yang Weiser didn't lift his head, replying, "I can't train while lying in bed, so I might as well focus on studying." Su Lele couldn't help but be impressed. "You really are quite diligent. You didn't even take a break after getting on a ship." Yang Weiser didn't even raise an eyebrow, saying, "My goals are far away, but time is limited, so I have to make the most of it." Su Lele recalled Yang Weiser's determined gaze when he previously said he had things he needed to do and instinctively asked, "What is your goal?" Only then did Yang Weiser finally shift his gaze from the screen, seriously looking at Su Lele as he said, "I want to become the best soldier in the Federation." Su Lele was taken aback. Buck had said something similar, but when Buck said it, it was more jokingly, to lighten her mood. However, when Yang Weiser spoke those words, his unwavering determination made it incredibly convincing, as if he would surely achieve it. Not knowing if she was influenced by Yang Weiser's strong beliefs and clear goals, Su Lele suddenly felt energized, her heart racing. Seeing that Su Lele was silent, Yang Weiser turned back to continue looking at the screen. The two of them sat in quiet harmony, one studying and the other lost in thought, until Su Lele suddenly pointed at one of the formulas on the screen and said, "Isn't this the law of conservation of energy you explained to me in the cockpit of 6 last time?" Yang Weiser was taken aback, following her finger to see that it indeed was the law of conservation of energy. He was somewhat surprised. "You've learned this?" He remembered that Su Lele's profile indicated she hadn't been to school. Receiving a positive answer, Su Lele smiled happily. "Didn't you explain it to me last time? You said that in the design of sci-fi attitude control system, there's an adaptive system based on the law of conservation of energy in different gravitational environments. I asked you what the law of conservation of energy was, and you told me this law." As she spoke, she noticed Yang Weiser's expression seemed off, and she awkwardly stopped. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yang Weiser looked at her in astonishment, unable to recall all the details he had explained previously, and was surprised that Su Lele, who had never studied, actually remembered. Yang Weiser seemed eager to confirm. "Do you still remember how many coordinate systems are in the attitude control system of 6? Su Lele, though unsure why he suddenly asked this, instinctively answered, 3. The planetary inertial coordinate system, the body coordinate system, and the command machine coordinate system. Since the first mech was invented and put into battle, quickly achieving great effectiveness, Mechs have developed over the years with new models continuously being researched and developed, and many functions have evolved rapidly in various aspects. To relatively effectively categorize Mechs from different periods, types 1 to 5 and 1 to 7 are collectively referred to as first-generation Mechs, with the development of Type 6, which has significant innovations compared to Type 5, and the subsequent application of Type 8, Types 6 to 9 and 8 to 13 are collectively referred to as second-generation Mechs. Type 6 holds epoch-making significance in mech history. One of its innovations is the addition of a command mech coordinate system for better recovery of Mechs, which has since been standardized in all subsequent Mechs, becoming one of the 3 major standard coordinate systems. Su Lele, who has only piloted Type 1, could never have encountered the command mech coordinate system on a first-generation mech. The only possibility is that when Yang Weiser explained the performance parameters of Type 6 to Su Lele, she, who had never been to school and learned everything through self-study, managed to remember all these details during Yang Weiser's lengthy discourse. Just then, Lu Pei brought food back for Yang Weiser, saying, "All right, let's eat first." Lu Pei smiled sweetly, teasing him, "I know you're interested in this, but Su Lei has never been to school. How can she understand what you're telling her? Aren't you making it difficult for her?" However, at this moment, Yang Weiser, who was completely shocked, didn't care to respond to her. He couldn't help but prop himself up with his right elbow, eagerly asking, "How many external energy supplies does the auxiliary energy system of Type 6 have?" Without thinking, Su Lei blurted out, "External energy? 2 types, photovoltaic cells and wind power cells. In order to maintain a certain level of mobility when the main energy is depleted or severely damaged and unusable, the auxiliary energy system, in addition to carrying a fission battery of the same source as the main energy and an emergency fuel cell for internal energy supply, is also equipped with photovoltaic and wind power cells as external energy sources to improve the Mech's adaptability in various extreme environments. The first-generation Mechs only had photovoltaic cells, while the second-generation Mechs, starting from Type 6, included wind power cells." Yang Weiser's eyes brightened further, and he asked, "How many weapons does the co-pilot of Type 6 have?" Su Lei answered without hesitation, 3, a laser gun, a monomolecular knife, and a strong impact shield. Similarly, Type 6 replaced the Gauss gun of the first generation with a laser gun. Yang Weiser kept asking questions, and Su Lei followed up with answers without any hesitation or pause. As the questions and answers flowed, one after another, Yang Weiser's eyes grew brighter, and his heart raced with a feeling he had never experienced before. He seemed to vaguely understand why the military had gone to great lengths to bring Su Lei back. Not to mention anything else, just based on her memory, she was a treasure. Lu Pei beside them was already dumbfounded. She tried to recall all the information she had seen about Su Lei, but couldn't think of any time when she could have possibly learned about Mechs. In the days since they met, Su Lei certainly hadn't had a lot of time to study Type 6. She just couldn't imagine that during the hours of conversation when Yang Weiser took Su Lei to the cockpit of Type 6 in Lusha Town, she could grasp that random opportunity to learn so much. None of the 3 present expected that Yang Weiser's casual explanation would have a profound impact on Su Lei's future. It was as if somewhere invisible, a butterfly's wings were gently flapping. This inconspicuous little butterfly would change Su Lei's life and the life trajectories of many people around her. At some point, it seemed that Yang Weiser suddenly felt he had finished asking questions, or that he already clearly understood the answers and didn't need to ask anything further. Yang Weiser suddenly stopped, paused for a moment, and then said, "Su Lei, you are truly a genius." His tone was so sincere that it took Su Lei, who had known from a young age that she was smart, but had never had a clear intuitive concept of how smart she was, by surprise. She then smiled brightly. "I guess so." Her smile was so pure and radiant, not about showing off or being self-satisfied, just a simple smile. It was like the extremely pure smile on her face when Yang Weiser first saw her photo. Yang Weiser suddenly felt as if something had been added to his heart. Chapter 27. Daily life on the journey from that day on. To alleviate the boredom of the journey, Su Lei, under Lu Pei's seemingly murderous gaze, would often run over to Yang Weiser. Perhaps it was because he had never seen a girl so gifted in theory and genuinely interested. Yang Weiser, who was usually somewhat indifferent to girls, showed an unusual patience towards Su Lei. Often, while Yang Weiser was studying seriously, Su Lei would be beside him, attentively watching and occasionally explaining something to him. Su Lei now knew that she didn't have her own terminal watch. This device, which came in various shapes, was called a wrist-mounted personal terminal. Whatever Yang Weiser explained to her, she had no way to jot it down, so she could only remember it in her mind. However, understanding and memorizing are 2 different things. As long as it was something Yang Weiser had explained, she never got it wrong just by rote memorization. Even Yang Weiser, who already knew that her memory was extraordinarily remarkable, would occasionally be amazed. Sometimes even Liang Hongyuan would quietly watch Su Lei memorize things. It was unclear what he was thinking, as he stood silently for a while before walking away without saying a word. Anyway, their main task was to ensure Su Lei's safety. Since Su Lei didn't run around but quietly stayed by Yang Weiser's side, and with him and Lu Pei watching, it should be relatively safe on the spaceship. However, He repeatedly reminded Yang Weiser and Lu Peipei not to let their guard down just because they were inside a spaceship. Yang Weiser's room was not very big and couldn't accommodate too many people. Liang Honyuan simply spent all day sitting in the dining area or activity zone, keeping a close eye on the room door. The room indeed felt a bit cramped. Yang Weiser occupied one bed, while Su Lele and Lu Peipei each took a chair, which nearly filled the room. Occasionally, when Aisha came to give Yang Weiser injections or change dressings, they had to squeeze around each other. Su Lele would consciously step to the corner to give Aisha space, while Lu Peipei often stepped forward to help. Lu Peipei and Aisha hit it off, and their conversations gradually expanded from Yang Weiser's injuries to everyday interests and hobbies, discussing clothing, living conditions, and even favorite entertainment programs and TV stars. Lu Peipei was quite surprised. She hadn't expected Aisha, coming from Desert Star, to be so in tune with the trends of the capital area, forming a stark contrast to the completely unsophisticated Su Lele. Aisha smiled slightly, her dimples appearing on her cheeks. I was originally from the 3rd Branch Hospital of the Capital Military District. Recently, I just arrived at Desert Star last month due to a 3-year rotation. Lu Peipei's eyes lit up, as if she had encountered an old friend in a foreign land. Oh, so you're also from the Capital Star? I thought so. Now that they were familiar with each other, Lu Peipei spoke with less reserve. I heard they don't really want to be rotated. How are you doing here? Aisha smiled lightly. It doesn't matter. I'll be going back in 3 years. Her tone implied that it wasn't exactly a good situation. Lu Peipei paused. After all, Aisha came from the Capital Military District's branch hospital, and they shouldn't make things difficult for her. Yet, there's a subtle feeling that Aisha didn't really want to talk about this topic. Lu Pei quickly shifted the conversation to the popular clothing styles in Capital Star. Su Lele, who was standing in the corner listening to their chat, seemed to somewhat understand Aisha's situation. It was like 2 years ago when Bull wanted to build a good relationship with Black Blood and invited a leader from Black Blood to Black Hawk as a military advisor. Although the arrival was grand and highly regarded by Bull, the people below didn't really buy into it. Those who truly thrived in Black Blood wouldn't willingly leave the bustling city to come to a barren place like the Desert Sea. Even though they operated under Black Blood's banner, the people below were somewhat insincere. Aisha was probably in a similar situation. Otherwise, after a month of business trips, still living on a cargo spaceship, this job couldn't be considered a good one. Since others were unwilling to go, they had to rely on her, the newcomer. Perhaps they even said flattering things like, "It's too difficult for us to accomplish. Only you, the senior nurse from Capital Star, can handle it." Although Su Lele was young, inexperienced, and had limited life experience, she had been struggling to survive in the Desert Sea since childhood. While she didn't fully understand human relationships, she had her own insights. With this in mind, Su Lele looked at Aisha with a touch of sympathy. However, the others didn't pay any attention to her. No one noticed what she was thinking. But when Aisha finished changing Yang Weiser's bandages and came out, Su Lele, who had only exchanged nods with her before, unexpectedly smiled at her and said, "Goodbye, Sister Aisha." Aisha was slightly surprised but smiled and waved back, saying goodbye. As a result, little by little, Su Lele and Aisha became more familiar with each other. Aisha was surprised to learn that Su Lele was an orphan and even more curious about why she wanted to go to Capital Star. However, being a soldier, Aisha understood discipline and didn't dare to ask too much. Instead, while listening to Aisha and Lu Pei chat, Su Lele learned the names of Aisha's 2 younger cousins and what toys they liked. Su Lele felt a bit envious. She didn't even know her parents, let alone any relatives. Speaking of which, Liang Honyuan seemed to have mentioned that there were relatives in Capital Star waiting for her return, but she didn't know who they were. Su Lele thought carefully. Relatives? For her, the meaning of those 2 words seemed to remain at a literal level. Even if she exhausted her imagination, she couldn't conceive what that feeling would be like. If she couldn't think of it, she wouldn't dwell on it. Su Lele shook her head, casting aside those chaotic thoughts. She settled her mind and carefully recalled the power model of the Mecha auxiliary wing system that Yang Weiser had explained to her earlier. Seeing that she had nothing else to do, Lu Pei told her to go back to her room to sleep, saying, "If you have something to do, don't just hang around here. How can Weiser take a nap?" Su Lele stood up awkwardly. She hadn't thought that much. Young Weiser was still studying a problem on the screen. Not looking up, then you go rest. When you wake up, come back. Anyway, I can't sleep for long. Lu Pei couldn't help but scold him. Can't you get a good rest after you wake up? You're still a wounded soldier. Don't just focus on studying. Your body is the foundation of everything. Shouldn't you fully recover before considering anything else? It's not good for you to drag your injury like this. Besides, you're already busy and still have to spare energy to teach Su Lele. Young Weiser reluctantly put down the terminal in his hand, rubbed his eyes, and smiled helplessly. Okay, I know. You're just like my mom. As soon as he said this, both of them paused awkwardly, as if hiding something. Lu Pei hurriedly pushed Su Lele out the door, but still said to Young Weiser, "All right, I won't nag you anymore. Just rest well." Su Lele lowered her head and obediently let Lu Pei push her out. Young Weiser wasn't really cold, but his expression was always a bit wooden. However, he relaxed most naturally only in front of Lu Pei. Perhaps he truly regarded her as family deep down. Su Lele suddenly felt a bit confused, with an indescribable feeling in her heart. Just as she was about to step out the door, she heard Young Weiser's voice. "But Su Lele, when you wake up, come back. Teaching you would be a change of pace, a kind of rest." For some reason, hearing this made Su Lele suddenly happy. MHM. Chapter 28. Food dispute at the side of the restaurant. 3 crew members were nudging another companion, urging him, "Come on, show some courage and take her down." The young crew member, being encouraged, turned beet red and stammered, "She's just a temporary passenger." His companions elbowed him. "Temporary? You still have more than half a month. Plenty of time to do something." The young crew member hurriedly waved his hands. "I didn't plan to do anything." The 3 companions looked at him with disbelief, chuckling. The crew member panicked, about to explain something, when one of them exclaimed, "Here she comes." As he spoke, he excitedly pushed him go. The young crew member was pushed off balance and stumbled forward, barely managing to stabilize himself after several hurried steps. Just as he finally steadied himself and was about to turn back to scold his companions, he suddenly found himself right in front of Aisha. Facing Aisha, who looked at him in astonishment, the young crew member froze, his face turning purple, almost gasping for breath, and he stuttered, good evening." Aisha looked at her wrist terminal. It should still be afternoon. However, she didn't correct him and smiled, looking directly into the young crew member's eyes. "May I ask what you need?" Seeing her gentle attitude, the young crew member finally calmed down a bit, and despite his nervousness, managed to complete his introduction. Hello. My name is Robert." After Aisha left, Robert remained stunned, unable to recover from the immense surprise until her figure was completely blocked by Young Weiser's door. His companions surrounded him with grins, patting his shoulder. So, did it work? They knew Robert. Calling him ordinary was an understatement. With his flirting skills, only someone as gentle and good-natured as Aisha wouldn't just roll her eyes or completely ignore him. Robert seemed to still be immersed in shock, incredulously muttering, "She actually agreed." His 3 companions were momentarily speechless. Huh? Meanwhile, Aisha had no idea what they were thinking. Robert invited her to take a walk later, just as she was curious and bored staying there every day. So she happily accepted, but only after she finished changing Young Weiser's bandages. They set a time, and she went directly to find Young Weiser. In Young Weiser's room, as expected, Lu Pei and Su Lele were both there. Young Weiser and Lu Pei each held a terminal, studying the screen, while Su Lele watched beside them. When Aisha entered, Lu Pei and Su Lele each greeted her. "Hello, Sister Aisha." After exchanging pleasantries, Aisha looked at Young Weiser's injury and sent a video back to the hospital. Due to the spaceship traveling at high speed, there was a delay in communication. It wasn't until Aisha finished changing Young Weiser's bandages that the response finally came back. Aisha looked at the doctor's reply and happily said, "The doctor says you can get up and move around a bit with the support of assistive devices." Lu Pei turned to Young Weiser excitedly. "Weiser, should I help you get up and move around?" After enduring rigorous training and never lacking in exercise, Young Weiser had been lying down for over a week and already felt that his whole body was sore from the inactivity. Hearing that he could get up and move around, Young Weiser rarely set aside the device he was studying and attempted to prop himself up. Lu Pei hurried to support his right arm, complaining, "Don't be in such a hurry. We just got approved. And Sister Aisha hasn't even brought the assistive devices yet." Aisha smiled slightly, the dimples on her cheeks faintly visible. "I'll go get them now." Young Weiser had no choice but to sit at the edge of the bed and wait. As Lu Pei helped him put on his left shoe, she chatted casually. "I heard from Commander Liang that we will pass by Water Star, only 37 light seconds away. around 9 p.m. tonight. Waterstar is very beautiful, but unfortunately, we don't have any portholes here. Otherwise, we could have a good look. Su Lele had seen Waterstar on TV and indeed found it very beautiful, lamenting, I wonder if there are any portholes and if we can go see it. Just then, Aisha, who had just entered with the equipment, smiled and said, You want to see it? I happen to know a crew member. Why don't we ask him to take us to see it? Su Lele, who had been afraid to wander around for fear of intruding on restricted areas, was incredibly curious since it was her first time on a spaceship. Hearing about such a good opportunity, she instantly jumped up in excitement, saying, Let us go, let us go. Aisha replied with a smile, Then let us find him after dinner. Hearing that they could go see it, Lu Pei couldn't help but feel happy. But then she suddenly remembered that she had to stay close to Su Lele. If she went with Su Lele, young Weiser would be left alone. Over the past few days, she had tolerated the annoying Su Lele being by young Weiser's side, mainly because she couldn't leave. If Su Lele wanted to move, young Weiser would have to be by himself. Thinking this way, Lu Pei felt a bit frustrated and was just about to find an excuse to stop Su Lele when Aisha casually pulled out some small cakes and handed them over. I was a bit hungry, so I ordered some snacks. This cake is synthetic, but it tastes pretty good. You guys try it. Saying this, she also handed 2 pieces to young Weiser and Su Lele. Su Lele was never picky about food, and seeing that the small cakes looked very tempting, she couldn't help but take one eagerly. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and tightly grabbed her wrist, preventing her from moving. Su Lele was startled and quickly turned her head to see it was Liang Honyuan, and she immediately relaxed. However, she couldn't help but pout. What are you doing? You scared me. Liang Honyuan always appeared relaxed, but at this moment, his eyes were bright, looking at Su Lele with a half-smile. I should have told you not to eat things casually. Su Lele was taken aback and recalled that while they were in the Sand Sea, she had almost been poisoned, and Liang Honyuan had warned her about this. However, she still rebutted stubbornly. I didn't eat anything unknown. This is from Sister Aisha, not something mysterious. Liang Honyuan took the small cake from her hand, his expression suddenly serious. Except for the food we 3 give you, everything else is of unknown origin. Aisha's face turned red, and she hurried to explain, I didn't know Lele couldn't eat things casually. I just ordered some snacks in a rush and remembered that you were sitting in the cafeteria, so you should have seen what I ordered. Liang Honyuan coldly replied. I saw it, so I'm not targeting you. I'm talking about both of you. Liang Honyuan's sharp gaze swept over Lu Pei and Yang Weiser, making them shudder. Your alertness is too low. The author has something to say. This afternoon, Qingyun Book is launching a double push, so all readers, please send your votes. Chapter 29. Doubt Lu Pei felt her heart skip a beat when Liang Honyuan looked at her, her face instantly turning pale, then immediately flushing red as she hurriedly argued. Sister Aisha was assigned to Weiser by the military hospital. She isn't here for Lele, so it doesn't count as unknown. Before she finished speaking, she saw Yang Honyuan's cold gaze sharpen like a knife, making her heart tremble, and her voice involuntarily lowered. Liang Honyuan's voice was slow, but felt like each word was hitting Lu Pei's heart. Don't forget what you are doing. Young Weiser's injury is being taken care of by Aisha. You need to do your job well. If you expect Su Lele, an ordinary person who has never trained, to protect herself, what do we need to do? I want you to stay close to her. Not just your legs, but your mind needs to keep up. Lu Pei felt extremely wronged. It was just a piece of cake handed over by Aisha, who was unrelated, and it wasn't her first day here. Did it really require such a serious reprimand? She suspected Liang Honyuan just wanted to show off his authority, but the military's obedience regulations pressed down on her, leaving her with no room to complain. Unknowingly, seeing Lu Pei being reprimanded made Su Lele feel an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Although the atmosphere was not quite right, she still secretly enjoyed it. However, to her surprise, after Liang Honyuan finished reprimanding Lu Pei, he turned to Yang Weiser. Although you are injured, you cannot be careless for even a minute without an order to disengage from the mission. Since I see Su Lele often with you, you need to think more about her safety since your movement is restricted. Young Weiser didn't think as much as Lu Pei did. He realized that due to his injury and the relative safety of being on the spaceship, he had been focused solely on studying, which was not an excuse. In fact, he had indeed not been as vigilant about Su Lele's safety as before, and he felt ashamed. He listened attentively to the reprimand and seriously considered the safety issues surrounding Su Lele. Liang Honyuan took the opportunity to reprimand his two subordinates in front of Aisha, causing her to lose her composure, and she couldn't help but throw the equipment in her hand, angrily leaving the room. Lu Pei saw that she felt wronged and hurriedly wanted to comfort her. However, Liang Honyuan didn't even glance her way and continued summarizing. Don't think that being on the ship means you can let your guard down. Danger always strikes when you are most relaxed. Liang Honyuan reprimanded Yang Weiser and Lu Pei in turn, and for Su Lele, he could only remind her repeatedly, as she was just an ordinary person and it wasn't reasonable to expect too much from her alertness. Liang Honyuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The major had sent two students, and the pros and cons were clear. The advantage was that, as the major expected when they were in the Sand Sea, Yang Weiser and Lu Pei did not attract attention, providing him with a lot of conveniences for his actions. However, the downside was that although they had entered military school, they were only first-year students and had never been through a real battlefield. Their understanding of the dangers of the mission was severely lacking. This was a confidential mission, far from being a simple task that could be completed smoothly. Moreover, he felt uneasy about Aisha. However, he couldn't express such thoughts, as he had no evidence. In fact, since Aisha had appeared in his line of sight after Yang Weiser was injured and hospitalized, she had not exhibited any abnormal behavior. She had performed her duties as a nurse diligently and not overly enthusiastically cared for Yang Weiser. And even after vaguely guessing that they were on a mission to escort Su Lele, she faithfully followed military regulations and never actively inquired about anything related to Su Lele. His suspicion of Aisha was entirely based on his intuition. However, intuition alone could not serve as evidence. If he insisted that a normal nurse had problems, others would only think he was the one with issues. Liang Honyuan could only observe Aisha quietly, but after so many days, Aisha remained as ordinary as ever. Today's matter was not Liang Honyuan making a big deal out of nothing or using it as an excuse. It was just that with the journey halfway through, rather than guessing and being on guard for an unknown enemy's actions at any moment, it would be better to stir up the grass to scare the snake, turning passivity into initiative. Perhaps Aisha would think that she had been suspected, and in her urgency, she might reveal some flaws. Whether it was being self-righteous or overly arrogant, Liang Honyuan still chose to trust his instincts. He had been in the military for over 10 years, crawling and fighting on the battlefield countless times, emerging from piles of corpses of enemies and even comrades, and eventually honing his sense of danger. This intuition had saved his life many times. Although this moment was not on a real battlefield with live ammunition, he still believed that his superiors had classified this mission as highly confidential, and it was certainly not a safe task. Now that they didn't even know where the enemy was, it was better to treat everyone within sight as an enemy and eliminate them one by one. Since they arrived in the Sand Sea, they had ruled out many people. But only Aisha, who was extremely ordinary except for being somewhat cute, remained in his mind, and he couldn't bring himself to rule her out. For some reason, Liang Honyuan suddenly recalled the gray figure that had briefly flashed in a remote corner of the satellite surveillance above the Sand Sea. That was the only clue he had found. The enemy acted so covertly that they would certainly be unwilling to expose themselves. If Aisha was indeed part of the gray-clad group, then today's stirring of the grass would surely yield some unexpected results. Liang Honyuan was lost in thought after finishing his words, while Lu Pei was still thinking about the almost crying Aisha. Yang Weiser, however, had already started trying to put on the auxiliary devices. To protect Su Lele, he needed to restore his mobility as soon as possible. Seeing this, Lu Pei hurriedly stepped forward to help. Liang Honyuan had no expectation that these two students could always remain vigilant and be of great use. Anyway, Aisha had already left, and he casually said a couple of words, telling Yang Weiser to hurry up and recover, then lifted his leg and headed out the door. Although he couldn't keep Aisha under constant surveillance, it would be easier to observe the overall situation in the rest area. But just as he was about to step out, he heard Su Lele ask, "Uncle Liang, could you tell me why you suspect Sister Aisha?" Liang Honyuan paused, gritting his teeth in frustration, pondering how to explain, but ultimately just waved his hand as if to dismiss her. "What if I say it's just my intuition?" Lu Pei's expression turned sour. How could he suspect such a good person as Sister Aisha based solely on intuition? However, Su Lele said seriously. Although I think Sister Aisha wouldn't harm me, I believe your intuition. Liang Hongyuan was taken aback and turned to look at her seriously. 13-year-old Su Lele still looked like a child, small and short, but her earnestness made one inadvertently overlook her age. The author has something to say. Recommended Buddy S book. Alright, this is the third time, and I'm too lazy to write a recommendation. This guy, who has been gaining momentum since the beginning, is finally going to be published. Welcome all the viewers to support with money if you have it, or support with presents if you don't. Chapter 30. Stargazing. Aisha's eyes were red. Lu Pei felt very guilty and comforted her. Commander Liang is just like that. He likes to take on issues to assert his presence, but he is not particularly bad. He also said this matter isn't directed at you. Sister Aisha, please don't be sad. Aisha smiled bitterly and shook her head. I know this mission isn't easy, but I didn't expect to encounter such things. Forget it. It's just a matter of half a month. Once you all get off the spaceship, young wiser one teen might care anymore, and I can go back to report. Hearing her say this, Lu Pei felt even worse, but since Liang Hongyuan was her superior, she really couldn't say anything. The two could only sigh at each other. By evening, it was Aisha who remembered about going to see Waterstar and forced a smile to suggest it to Lu Pei and Su Lele again. Lu Pei also wanted to ease the atmosphere with Aisha, encouraging Su Lele to go. However, Su Lele's thoughts were quite different. She had seen a lot on the Sand Sea, where brothers turned against each other and stabbed each other in the back. Although she also felt Liang Hongyuan's intuition was unreasonable, she didn't completely distrust it like Lu Pei, being someone who was not afraid of trouble. Since Liang Hongyuan couldn't provide evidence, she believed Aisha wouldn't do anything under everyone's watch. So what was there to be afraid of? She boldly followed along. Aisha then took them to find Robert, leaving Liang Hongyuan to take care of Yang Wiser. Liang Hongyuan naturally felt uneasy about Lu Pei following Su Lele alone. He only instructed Yang Wiser to lie in bed and not move around, and then followed them from a distance. Robert originally intended to invite Aisha alone, but seeing three of them suddenly arrive, he felt a bit disappointed but was still very happy that Aisha had come as promised. He nervously took them to borrow a transport vehicle. Such vehicles were very common, and Aisha and Lu Pei used them frequently. Although Su Lele had never used one, it was easy to operate, and after Aisha demonstrated it, she quickly learned how to use it. The four of them chatted and laughed as they headed toward the observation window. Since it was a cargo ship, there was no need for a viewing window for sightseeing. Apart from a control room and 4 observation rooms on the left and right sides of the bow and stern, only the weapon launch department had observation windows. They certainly couldn't go to the weapon launch department, so they went to the observation room on the right side. The distance from their living area to the observation room was not short. The 3 girls were very curious, chattering and asking questions. Robert was also happy to answer them. He told them that this way was the cargo area, that way was the control room, up was the launch platform, and down was the escape passage. Especially for Su Lele, who was on her first space trip, she was very curious about these structures and looked around with wide eyes. The spaceship was large, and even with the transport vehicle, it took them a good 7 or 8 minutes to reach the observation room. However, it was good that the journey was not tiring and they were happy. In another hour, Waterstar would appear within sight. There were crew members on duty in the observation room. When they arrived, the crew member was very willing to serve the beautiful ladies, smiling as he let them take a look through the telescope and enthusiastically taught Aisha and Lu Pei how to use it. Naturally, neither Robert nor the crew member thought to put any effort into Su Lele, who was still a child. When it was not her turn, Su Lele could only look around or watch the images displayed on the screen through the telescope. The observation room was not large. Its only function was to observe the outside situation through this suspended window. Moreover, tasks such as detecting enemy movements were almost all completed automatically by the system, and the on-duty crew only needed to assist when necessary. Because of Liang Hongyuan's earlier words, Su Lele couldn't help but observe Aisha secretly. However, no matter how she looked, she couldn't find any problems, which only made her more puzzled about Liang Hongyuan's intuition. Did Aisha really have any ulterior motives? An hour passed quickly, and the 3 girls squeezed together, eagerly peering through the telescope. Although the screen could provide clearer and more convenient views, it was not as direct as the telescope. As the blue water star, which was almost sapphire-like, appeared in their sight, the 3 girls exclaimed in unison. Although they had seen Water Star on television before, and even captured it in much more beautiful and moving ways, this was indeed the first time they had seen the real Water Star with their own eyes. In fact, from such a distance, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, through the telescope, it seemed so close. The immersive blue made their hearts race. The three girls, especially Su Lei, were almost mesmerized for a moment. The observation room fell silent, and the only sounds were the soft breaths they shared. Su Lei suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this state, focused, fully immersed, and entirely dedicated to one thing. Without realizing it, Su Lei entered a wonderful state. This state was not unfamiliar to her. Whenever she became extremely focused, she could enter this state. And every time she entered this state, she felt her brain operating at high speed, while everything around her slowed down, as if she could perceive everything in the world around her. Su Lei was taken aback, as if she had returned to the moment a few days ago when she was studying hard in Class 6, hoping to save Buck. But it was different from that time. She had focused on Class 6 then, while now she was focused on herself. Countless sensations emerged in her mind. The stunning blue of Water Star in the telescope before her, and the harmonious and peaceful breaths of herself and the other two girls beside her. Su Lei could even hear the sound of her own heartbeat and the flow of her blood. She was clearly moved by the beauty of the azure star, obsessed with this unique experience, even feeling her heart racing and her breath quickening with excitement. Yet her consciousness remained incredibly calm, as if another part of her was quietly observing her original self. This feeling was magical, and Su Lei couldn't help but carefully savor everything she could perceive. She subconsciously glanced at Lu Pei to her left. Her eyes barely moved for a moment before retreating, not startling Lu Pei at all. Lu Pei was equally captivated by the Water Star, her mouth slightly agape in awe. She looked sweet, and her infatuated expression was slightly silly and cute, making her appear especially gentle, not as annoying as usual. Su Lei smiled knowingly and couldn't help but glance at Aisha to her right, but she was taken aback. Aisha was also intently admiring Water Star. However, Su Lei felt that there was something different about her. Aisha, who was also looking through the telescope, seemed no different from herself or Lu Pei in terms of her gaze, expression, or body posture. At first glance, she was also deeply attracted by the beautiful Water Star. But Su Lei just felt that something was off. Su Lei carefully observed Aisha's expression, actions, and demeanor. In a flash, Su Lei suddenly understood. Aisha's heartbeat was calm and normal. Her breathing was steady, as if she were casually chatting. While Su Lei and Lu Pei were excited about the opportunity to observe the renowned beautiful Water Star up close for the first time on a spaceship, Aisha, although appearing interested, showed no signs of excitement in her body. It was as if she were just sitting on her couch at home watching television, casually commenting, "That's nice." It was as if Aisha was observing Water Star like the rest of them, but her thoughts were not at all excited by it. Su Lei was suddenly confused. If she was so indifferent, why pretend to be interested, especially since she was the one who brought it up first? Su Lei pretended to stretch her waist and leaned back slightly, casually glancing at Aisha to see what she was looking at. But even though her gaze only briefly drifted toward Aisha, it seemed Aisha sensed Su Lei looking at her, and looked back as if it were completely natural, their eyes meeting in the process. Su Lei felt as if she had been caught doing something sneaky. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly forced a smile before turning back to continue watching Water Star. Aisha, as if nothing had happened, resumed her focus on the telescope. It seemed that this little interlude was merely Su Lei moving a bit. But Su Lei's earlier action was so subtle that it shouldn't have caused Aisha to turn her head. After all these thoughts, Su Lei lost interest in admiring Water Star. However, after the commotion, she also detached from the state of intense focus she had just been in. The Water Star before her remained azure, but it had lost the captivating charm it had just held, feeling somewhat dull. She couldn't feel the tranquility of hearing the three heartbeats and breaths anymore. Instead, the observation room felt too quiet and oppressive. Su Lei simply stopped looking and straightened up to rest for a moment. Lu Pei turned her head in surprise. "Are you done looking already? We're so close." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly saw Su Lei pitch forward. Lu Pei was startled. What happened? She hurriedly reached out to pull her, but couldn't catch her sleeve in time. Su Lei bumped her forehead directly against the telescope with a thud, sliding down straight to the floor. Robert and another crew member standing behind were also startled and rushed over. They saw Sue Lele tightly clutching her head, curled up, gritting her teeth, eyes tightly closed, and not saying a word. The spot where her forehead had hit was slightly red and swollen, but she didn't seem to care. Lupe kept asking what was wrong, but Sue Lele didn't respond, only curled up tighter, her brows furrowed tightly, as if in great pain. Aisha was also startled, asking what's wrong. She reached out to check her carotid artery, but just as she was about to touch her skin, she seemed to remember something and paused. Lupe instantly reacted, urgently saying, Aisha, I know Commander Leong has some misunderstandings about you, but this isn't the time to be cautious. You may not be a doctor, but you're a nurse, and you know much more about first aid than we do. Aisha immediately replied firmly, I understand. She then directly checked Sue Lele's carotid artery. Her heartbeat was relatively fast and strong, but not excessively so, appearing to pose no immediate life-threatening danger. Aisha then checked her breathing. It was heavy and rapid, somewhat erratic, but there were no signs of suffocation. Aisha also lifted Sue Lele's eyelids. She seemed somewhat conscious. She then casually told Lupe there's no immediate danger to her life. However, without saying more, she asked Sue Lele, is it a headache? Sue Lao not that weakly. Mumbling through clenched teeth, it's fine, just an old problem, it hurts a lot. Aisha was about to ask again when suddenly Robert was pushed aside, and a person squeezed in from the side. Liang Honyuan followed them, but didn't enter the observation room. Instead, he leaned against the door and took a puff of his electronic cigarette. The door to the observation room was slightly ajar, and any movement could be heard. He had come along just in case, but he hadn't expected that something would really happen. However, when he rushed in and saw Sue Lele lying on the floor, he was suddenly taken aback. This situation seemed oddly familiar, so familiar that he couldn't remember where he had seen it before, causing an instinctive feeling of unease to rise within him. However, having experienced so much, this strange feeling passed in an instant, and he regained his composure. Seeing Aisha say there was no immediate danger to her life, he pushed past Lupe and Aisha and directly asked, where's the medical room? Saying that, he picked up Sue Lele and stepped onto the mobility vehicle. Sue Lele was small and curled up tightly, easily picked up in a hug. Her whole body was stiff, and Liang Hongyuan felt as if he was holding some object rather than a little girl. Robert and the crew member quickly pointed out a direction. Liang Honyuan was very familiar with most active military spaceships, and he immediately recognized the location. Just as he was about to step on the mobility vehicle and leave, he suddenly stopped, a flash of insight hitting him, and he almost gasped. Such a headache method was said to be an old problem. No wonder he felt that this situation was somewhat familiar just now. Liang Hongyuan's expression darkened as he sped away on the mobility vehicle, his heart in turmoil. He finally understood why the higher-ups had gone to great lengths to bring back this seemingly inconspicuous little girl. Because he had seen almost the same symptoms in Colonel Larella, who was so beautiful it seemed unreal. Larella was 14 years old, just 1 year older than Sue Lele. She was already proficient in 6 languages, had dual PhDs in military theory and strategic studies, and had also obtained 3 bachelor's degrees. She was hailed as the most brilliant mind in human history. Since she decided to join the military last year, the military had directly formed a new unit for her, pulling the most elite talents from various divisions and assigning her the most advanced warships. She could be said to be the darling of the entire military system. Liang Hongyuan himself had been transferred from other units and had become a member of this new unit amid envious glances. However, this unprecedented genius, this breathtakingly beautiful girl, had an unfortunate issue. She suffered from severe headaches periodically. Chapter 32. Parents few people knew about Larella's condition, and Liang Honyuan had stumbled upon it by chance. Later, he learned that Larella's headaches had been a problem since childhood. After numerous consultations with the most authoritative experts in the Federation, no one could diagnose any specific issue, and they had to let it drag on without a conclusion. They could only say that she was too smart, her brain worked too fast, and she was overly fatigued. Liang Honyuan scoffed at this explanation. Who had ever heard of intelligence causing headaches? From what Liang Honyuan had seen of Larella during her episodes, her condition was almost identical to Sue Lele's now. The attacks came on suddenly, without warning, causing her to curl up in pain. So, Upon seeing Su Lei in this state, Liang Honyuan immediately thought of her. Both were intellectual prodigies. One had been groomed since childhood to hold dual PhDs, while the other had never been trained, yet could remember almost all performance parameters in one go. They were close in age. One was 14, the other 13, yet both possessed such extraordinary intellect. They shared the same symptoms, with attacks occurring suddenly and not just once. Based on Liang Hongyuan's experience, he immediately concluded that this was the reason the higher-ups wanted to take Su Lei back. Moreover, there were clearly other units in the military more suitable for such a task than himself and the two students. Yet, the higher-ups chose his unit, which had selected him. It was evident that Su Lei was being entrusted to their unit. No, she was being entrusted directly to Colonel Larella. Realizing this, Liang Honyuan felt an immense weight of responsibility. Su Lei must have many things he was unaware of. If anything were to happen to her, he feared he would not be able to bear the consequences. Perhaps Colonel Larella would even face some controversy because of it. Furthermore, to ensure Colonel Larella's safety, medical personnel could always be found within 5 minutes. They had years of experience dealing with her condition. Yet, at this moment, there was no one around Su Lei. The ship's accompanying military doctor could only treat common ailments and did not understand Su Lei's situation, let alone provide targeted treatment. Faced with such a complex and tricky situation, Liang Honyuan sighed helplessly. He was someone who disliked trouble, yet trouble always found him. Liang Honyuan slumped his shoulders and glanced at Su Lei, who seemed like a ticking time bomb in his arms, only to be surprised to find she had woken up at some point. Looking at him with her adorable big eyes, confused. This headache attack, and she was already fine? The next day, when Su Lei bounced over to find Yang Weiser, he was astonished as he looked her up and down, saying, "I heard you were in so much pain yesterday. You almost fainted. You're better so soon." Su Lei casually sat on the stool in front of his bed, saying, "It's nothing. I've been like this since I was little. It hurts for a while, and then it's fine." Yang Weiser still looked a bit puzzled. "Is there such a condition? What did the doctor say?" Su Lei shrugged and smiled. "You forgot I can't go to the hospital? The old blind man at the Black Clinic doesn't he have a medical license? Sometimes he just makes things up. You think he can say anything else? Anyway, it won't kill me. Just prescribe some painkillers." Yang Weiser was somewhat surprised by her nonchalant attitude and said seriously, "The brain is the most complex structure. You can't be careless with head problems. When we get back to Capital Star, you should get a proper checkup." Su Lei thought for a moment. If I have the chance, I'll go get checked to see what the problem is." Yang Weiser said decisively, "Why wait for a chance? Just go get it done." Su Lei still just smiled. "But I have to find a way to save some money first. I'm not in the sand sea now and can't make money. So how will I eat in the future? I can't afford to go to the hospital." Yang Weiser suddenly realized, "Oh, you're worried about money? When we get back to Capital Star, you'll definitely get a new implant card. Most medical services will be free then." Su Lei was taken aback. Jumping up from her chair, "What? Free?" Seeing her reaction, Yang Weiser couldn't help but chuckle. "Yeah. Otherwise, why do you think no one opposes getting an implant card? Most medical services are free, and education up to and including lower vocational education is free. Plus, for the first year after graduation, or if you just lost your job, you can enjoy subsidies, and those in particularly difficult situations can receive certain allowances, and so on. There are many benefits. These are basic rights and welfare for Federation citizens." Su Lei's eyes widened, her mouth gaping wider, and after a while, she came back to her senses. "How can there be such good news? I've been bargaining with that old blind man and put in so much effort." Her round eyes blinked in confusion, and Yang Weiser couldn't help but laugh, patting her head. "So it's okay. Just get the implant and hurry to the hospital." Su Lei was so taken aback by his pat that she forgot to dodge, and after a moment, she remembered to ask, "Does getting an implant hurt?" Yang Weiser was stunned. "We all got implanted at birth. How will we know if it hurts?" Su Lei immediately felt dejected. "Oh, right." But then she thought about it and became happy again. "Whatever, I'll deal with it then." Yang Weiser sighed. "It seems like you rarely have times when you're worried." Su Lei waved her hand dismissively. "What's the use of worrying? It once he put food on the table. I was sold when I was little, and if I worried about everything, how could I survive? Besides, I've never been to Capital Star, so it would be good to see the sights." Sold to Desert Star since childhood, she probably endured a lot of hardships. Yet, from her words, it seemed like it was nothing worth mentioning. Su Lei's face was filled with anticipation, as if she couldn't see a trace of worry about the future. Young Weiser remembered when she learned that her parents had passed away. It wasn't long before she came back to herself, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Don't you miss your parents?" Su Lele was taken aback. Young Weiser immediately regretted his thoughtless words and was about to say something to make amends. Su Lele's smile seemed to dim for a moment, but the next second she smiled again. "Of course I do. How could I not? But I can't remember what they looked like, nor do I recall if they were good to me. Even if I think about it, I can't see them, so I feel there is nothing much to ponder." Young Weiser was somewhat surprised. "Aren't you sad that your parents are gone?" Su Lele scratched her head. "My memories of them are really vague. I've gotten used to it. Although I feel a bit sad that they have passed away, it doesn't seem like I'm too heartbroken. Maybe it's because I never had them, so I don't care much about losing them." Su Lele smirked. "Oh, why am I even saying this? You definitely wouldn't understand." Saying this, she winked playfully at Young Weiser. "Aren't you the type who finds your parents annoying at home?" But Young Weiser showed no sign of laughter. "My parents have also passed away." Su Lele was taken aback. "I'm sorry." Young Weiser shook his head, but didn't want to talk. Apologizing for making Young Weiser go offline for so long, and then bringing up such a sad topic was really unfortunate. Haha. However, today is the military parade. A 3-day holiday. I'm going to have some fun. I also wish everyone a happy holiday. Chapter 33. Young Weiser still remembers the dreadful news of his father's death 4 years ago, and 2 years ago, his mother passed away from excessive grief. Before she died, she held his hand and made him promise not to join the military. Looking at his mother, who would not rest in peace unless he promised. Young Weiser agreed. From then on, he buried that dream deep in his heart and never mentioned it again. At that time, Young Weiser thought that the dreams of his youth would fade away with time, buried along with memories. He believed that when he grew old, he could tell his children and grandchildren that he once wanted to join the military. But plans could not keep up with changes. A year ago, when the letter his father wrote before his death was sent back after the army sorted through his belongings, Young Weiser could no longer suppress his burgeoning ideals. His father's letter was not lengthy, just a few lines, around 200 words, expressing hopes for the health and safety of his mother and son back home. Growing up in a military family, he had witnessed too many farewells and deaths. There was even a mother whose husband died, and within 20 years, both of her sons also died in battle, leaving her all alone. For soldiers on the front lines, many times they don't have lofty ideals. What they think about the most is simply hoping that their families back home are safe, just like his father did. Such dreams are so small, yet so difficult. As long as the war continues, there will always be soldiers who might be forced to end their lives. This leads to endless grief for their loved ones and the disintegration of families. Young Weiser has seen far too much. He no longer wants to witness it. So, he ultimately broke the promise he made to his mother before she died and signed up for military school. Just like when his father patted his shoulder before going into battle and said, "I will protect you." Then, he left behind only a tall silhouette. That silhouette, though ordinary and sturdy like countless other soldiers, was a mountain in Young Weiser's heart that could not be shaken. Every time Young Weiser thinks of his desire to join the military, he recalls his father's silhouette. If one day this world could change, he only hopes that the next generation would not have to face the battlefield again. However, he, who resolutely joined the military, knows very well how fragile a soldier's life is on the battlefield. Since he chose to enlist, and especially to become a mecha pilot, always at the forefront, what awaits him is likely the fate of falling in battle. Young Weiser thought for a moment. Even if they are not his children, he just hopes that the next generation will not have to face such choices again. Seeing Young Weiser lost in thought, Su Lele felt a bit regretful for her thoughtless words. She quickly changed the topic. "How many more days do you think we need to fly to reach the capital star?" Young Weiser, who was immersed in memories, was abruptly awakened and looked up at Su Lele with a somewhat dazed expression, only to meet her eyes. Su Lele was not particularly beautiful, just quite cute, especially her round, sparkling big eyes, pure as if they were from a baby. Looking at his reflection in her eyes, Young Weiser's heart suddenly skipped a beat, as if something was about to leap out. This girl has endured far more hardships than he has, struggling in the sand sea for 9 years. While he was grieving for his deceased parents, feeling isolated from the world, even the sun seemed dim. What allowed her to maintain such pure eyes? Those eyes were so pure, as if they could not contain any dirt from the world. All the demons and monsters would feel ashamed in her presence. For some reason, Young Wiser felt his heart race. Su Lele noticed him staring blankly at her, and curiously touched her face. Is there something dirty on my face? Young Wiser snapped back to reality, as if he had been caught discovering a secret, and hurriedly averted his gaze. And no, there isn't. What were you saying? Su Lele, somewhat puzzled, carefully felt her face and found nothing dirty. She shrugged off the thought and cheerfully asked, I want to ask you, how many days do you think it will take us to reach the capital star? Young Wiser calculated and replied, I think it's about 16 days. Or you could ask Commander Liang. Su Lele counted on her fingers and said, forget it, I'll just ask him. After half a month of a dull journey, Su Lele had long lost her initial interest and was eagerly looking forward to arriving soon. The two chatted on this topic. Seeing Su Lele so interested, Young Wiser began to introduce the capital star to her, from geographical location and famous buildings to tourist attractions, the most famous shopping malls near his home, clothing markets, and local snacks. Countless new and exciting things made Su Lele's eyes sparkle, wishing she could step right into the capital star. Watching her like this, Young Wiser couldn't help but smile from the bottom of his heart, as if the dull journey didn't seem so boring anymore. Since his parents passed away, he had become increasingly silent and distant, only feeling relaxed around his childhood friend Lu Pei. Yet, he didn't even realize that he had talked more in front of Su Lele than he did in front of Lu Pei. During this monotonous journey, for safety reasons, Su Lele simply stayed in Young Wiser's room day after day, only returning at night to sleep. Young Wiser was always focused on studying. But after Liang Hongyuan had scolded him last time, even though he was physically limited, he paid full attention to everything around Su Lele. However, as days passed, there was still no news. Su Lele spent her days following Young Wiser to study, or just chatting. Gradually, Su Lele learned that Young Wiser's father was an officer who died 4 years ago, and his mother passed away 2 years later from grief, which made her sigh. She also found out that Young Wiser and Lu Pei were neighbors and had a friendship between their parents. They had played together since birth, attended the same kindergarten and elementary school. Although they were in different classes in middle school, they were in adjacent classes, making it easy to go home together after school. Even when they entered military school, despite being somewhat far apart in classes, they were still in the same school and grade, which was convenient. Especially before Young Wiser's mother passed away, since he was unwilling to rely on relatives, his mother personally entrusted Young Wiser to Lu Pei's family. One could say that even though Young Wiser and Lu Pei lived separately at night, emotionally, they were almost like family. Thinking about it this way, Su Lele could somewhat understand Lu Pei. Emotionally, she certainly did not want anyone else to intervene in her world with Young Wiser. Just understanding is not enough to change Su Lele's dislike for Lu Pei. Since Lu Pei dislikes her, she has no interest in pleasing someone she doesn't like. Moreover, unlike Lu Pei, Su Lele's expression of dislike is very direct, even though she knows it will lead to Lu Pei having many complaints in front of Young Wiser. And even hearing Young Wiser comfort Lu Pei by saying she is still young and doesn't understand, so they shouldn't argue. None of this can change Su Lele's nonchalant attitude. Knowing you don't like me, why should I endure you? Lu Pei is happy that Su Lele doesn't run around causing trouble, allowing her to take care of Young Wiser, which is convenient for both. She turns a blind eye to Su Lele staying here all day. However, she can only watch helplessly as Young Wiser and Su Lele's relationship grows closer day by day, almost grinding her silver teeth in frustration, while having to maintain a gentle demeanor towards Su Lele in front of Young Wiser, which only adds to her resentment. Days pass in this mundane manner until one day, Aisha receives a notice from the doctor that Young Wiser is recovering well and can discard most of the assistive devices. The doctor also suggests that he can increase his physical activity appropriately with the few assistive devices he has left to strengthen his leg muscles. This makes Young Wiser, who has been cooped up, very happy. The military parade yesterday was so cool. The People's Liberation Army uncles are so mighty. Well, although it seems like the PLA should all be younger than me, I've always called them uncles since I was little, and it feels wrong to drop the uncle. Okay, I digressed. I just wanted to say these past few days have been a bit lackluster. Rest. Take a vacation. You guys, where are your tickets? Vote for the recommendations. Let's have some festive spirit. What? Traveling? Forget I said anything. Chapter 34. Surge Lu Pei carefully supports Young Wiser and gently advises. The doctor only allowed you to increase your activity level moderately. You've already walked quite a bit today. Too much is not good. It's better to go back and rest early. Young Weiser, afraid of injuring his legs that have just begun to heal, agrees, but doesn't go back immediately, saying, I'll walk for 5 more minutes before heading back. I'm fine. You should go keep Su Lele company. Liu Pei doesn't want to accompany Su Lele, but it's part of her task, and she doesn't want to be scolded again by Liang Honyuan for trivial matters. She can only agree, be careful, don't tire yourself out. Seeing Young Weiser repeatedly assure her, Liu Pei reluctantly turns back to look for Su Lele. However, in a room where Su Lele had just been napping alone, she sees Aisha. Liu Pei's heart skips a beat. When did Aisha suddenly come to find Su Lele, especially when she wasn't around? Although Liu Pei doesn't believe Aisha would threaten Su Lele's safety after so long, having had plenty of chances to act, the influence of Liang Honyuan makes her subconsciously feel uneasy and alert about Aisha being close to Su Lele. Liu Pei hurriedly shakes her head to dismiss this thought. How could she let someone like Liang Honyuan, who couldn't even get promoted to a lieutenant at such an old age and had a twisted mindset, influence her? Inside the room, both Aisha and Su Lele have noticed her. Aisha smiles slightly, her dimples appearing. You're just in time. We were talking about how the spaceship will dock at the number 4 supply station around Capital Ring 6 days from now. We want to go see the No. For base. Liu Pei is taken aback. You're going to disembark? Aisha quickly waves her hand. No, we wouldn't dare just disembark. It's just that the No. For base is famously magnificent, and Lele said she hasn't seen it, so I thought I could take her to the place where we saw Waterstar last time. Hearing that they wouldn't disembark, Liu Pei breathes a sigh of relief. What's so great about the base? Su Lele's eyes shine. I've never seen it. Sister Aisha said the number 4 base is the largest satellite base in the Capital Ring, with 6 fleets of patrol ships surrounding it day and night, ranging from level 2 small boats to 320 cruisers. Seeing Su Lele smile brighter than usual, Liu Pei is speechless. She has never seen a girl so interested in weapons. Aisha smiles and suggests, why don't we do it like last time and ask Robert to take us to the observation room for a look and then come back? Su Lele jumps up excitedly. Yes. But since it's just a visit and not a big deal, Liu Pei is too lazy to stop her. She can just accompany her later. However, this kind of excitement is something only a civilian like Su Lele, who has never seen a base, would enjoy. She didn't expect Aisha to be interested too. Thus, these days, Su Lele and Young Weiser's conversations have included the number 4 base. Young Weiser obviously knows a lot about these famous military facilities and is momentarily taken aback. I thought this was a transport ship directly to the capital. I didn't expect it to stop at the number 4 base. Is it for resupply? Su Lele shakes her head. I don't know. Sister Aisha didn't say. Maybe she doesn't know either. She just heard Robert say it was going to dock. Since they don't know, they stop discussing the topic and talk about the No. For base instead. Time passes day by day in Su Lele's anticipation, and Young Weiser recovers quickly, now able to walk slowly without assistive devices. So when a day arrives for them to go to the number 4 base, Young Weiser accompanies Su Lele and Liu Pei. Liang Honyuan, however, does not follow. He is sitting in the break area with his legs crossed, chatting with the crew. I didn't expect the ship to dock at the number 4 base. The crew member responds, that's strange. I haven't seen it dock at the number 4 base before. Is there some special cargo this time? Liang Hongyuan's eyes flicker as he asks, isn't this not a new route? Have they ever changed routes suddenly before? Another crew member shrugs. Who knows? It changed once last year, supposedly to pick up some urgent equipment for the capital, and they couldn't send another ship at the time. A nearby crew member adds, it seems like they also docked once to pick someone up. The group laughs, saying, who cares why? It doesn't concern us. We just need to finish this trip well. One of the crew members jokes with Liang Honyuan, you're doing well, brother. The capital's garrison makes us workers look up to them. Just pulling one out is a big shot in our place. Before he finishes, Liang Honyuan scoffs, big shot? Is it that easy to get by in Capital Star? We small fries walking down the street might not even know if we've offended some big shot. He continues, you guys are far removed from the Emperor. How can you compare to us who live every day with our heads down? His remarks evoke a sigh from both sides. The leading crew member then puts his arm around Liang Hongyuan's shoulder. We're all just trying to make a living. It's not easy anywhere. Drinking is prohibited on the ship, but the group raises their mock alcoholic drinks to toast, suddenly feeling a kinship. Liang Hongyuan's eyes redden slightly. as if this drink that only resembles alcohol is making him feel a bit tipsy. He pulls out an e-cigarette and takes a deep puff, soothing his craving before sighing dejectedly. For example, last time I was training a bunch of rookies and one of them a slippery eel, I scolded him hard, only to find out he's the lieutenant's nephew. He complained about me when he went back. The lieutenant didn't mind much, but his brother-in-law is from the logistics department. So how could we dare to offend those big shots? Naturally, it was my fault. As he speaks, Liang Hongyuan shakes his head. I was finally hoping to get promoted to lieutenant this year, but because I offended him, I was sent to this godforsaken place to run this errand. This matter is easy to handle. If it goes well, it's what you deserve. If it goes poorly, the lieutenant that I was about to get will slip away. Damn it. Liang Hongyuan seemed to be using Wylan as a drink, and fueled by an unknown intoxication, or perhaps just the frustration in his heart. He spoke more freely, as if there was a sense of saying everything without reservation, venting all the pent-up grievances in his chest. His candidness infected those at the same table, and everyone took another round, voicing their complaints. The leading sergeant even put his arm around his shoulder, seemingly a bit tipsy. Who says it's not tough everywhere? I've been stationed on Desert Star for 9 years, and every chance to be transferred has been snatched away by others. Damn it. Who can I blame? There's no one up top to back us. The sergeant burped, his eyes red, and said to Liang Hongyuan, "Brother, you are respected. Even we who dig sand are not lowly, and I naturally know your loyalty. But others don't think that way. Desert Star? That's outside civilization. It seems that even we, the station troops, have become uncivilized barbarians." The sergeant could no longer hold back and slammed his fist on the table, his eyes glaring with a hint of ferocity. "Brother, you judge for yourself. Do you know who we took the roundabout way to base for to pick up?" Liang Hongyuan calmly asked. "Who?" He was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open, his mind a complete mess while writing a chapter. He simply couldn't continue. He decided to fight again tomorrow. Chapter 35 Crisis. The sergeant's eyes turned red, but he instinctively lowered his voice. They thought their confidentiality work was good enough. But little did they know that paper cannot contain fire. The sergeant laughed mockingly. "We've gone through so much trouble just to pick up someone for Capital Star. But according to my reliable sources, that person is neither on official business nor in a hurry. She is just a young girl from some family in the capital, who sneaked out to play and got stuck when her spaceship broke down, afraid to tell her family. I don't know what kind of spoiled kid she is, but she made us take a detour and wasted so much fuel." Liang Hongyuan felt a bit puzzled. Even if she were a girl from some military family, there are plenty of ways to board a much more comfortable spaceship than this one. Even for confidentiality, there are other routes. So why make this cargo ship take a detour? Liang Hongyuan feigned outrage, occasionally echoing the sergeant, seeing him share the same grievances. The sergeant couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie and began to spill more. I inquired carefully, and it turns out that the little girl's father is the dispatch officer in charge of our route on Capital Star. No wonder she could be arranged on our spaceship. As long as she whispered to someone to her father, she wouldn't even need to report to him. But in our area of operations, at this time, they can't afford to offend any ship other than ours, so they naturally make us sand diggers do the work. Liang Hongyuan nodded along, but inside he felt a bit uneasy, his thoughts jumping around without catching the main point, and he always felt like he was missing something. He pretended to be drunk and made a few casual remarks to wrap up the drinking session, quickly slipping back to his room. Due to the confidentiality of this mission, his fleet had already sent an official document to the person in charge of this spaceship, applying for a dedicated confidential line. As soon as Liang Hongyuan returned to his room, he immediately contacted the information officer of his fleet through the confidential line. As soon as he got in touch, the screen lit up, but the first thing that appeared was a pair of large breasts. The breasts jiggled, and even through the military uniform, the sensation of movement could be felt. As the flesh was pushed aside, an arm came into view, seemingly adjusting the camera, and a serious yet somewhat alluring voice said, "I assent it's strange. All 124 lines are fine, yet only this camera signal occasionally flickers." A delicate female voice echoed, "Lieutenant Kate, do you want to call the technicians to take a look later?" Liang Hongyuan couldn't help but whistle, "Sister. The signal is perfectly fine, we can see clearly. Your benefits have been issued. Let us get to business." The breast and arm then withdrew, revealing a proper yet seemingly slightly enchanting face. The middle-aged woman known as Lieutenant Kate shot a fierce glare through the screen. Sister? Liang Honyuan chuckled, quickly raising his hands in a surrender gesture. Ma-am. Kate didn't dwell on it and went straight to the point. What's the matter? Liang Honyuan couldn't help but sneak a glance at the benefits, pretended to clear his throat, but didn't dare waste time and said directly, help me check the daughter of the dispatch officer in East District 12 of Capital Star. Although Kate was talking to him, she was still busy with other matters. Without raising her eyebrows, she asked for the authorization serial number. Liang Honyuan thought for a moment. Is the mission serial number okay? Kate spoke rapidly. Send it over first. I'll check the authorization level. Liang Honyuan then provided the mission serial number, and only then did Kate look up. Oh? Security level? What kind of mission are you on? Liang Honyuan certainly wouldn't answer, and Kate didn't expect him to. Her fingers moved quickly. Since your mission is classified, I'll send you all her information directly. Take a look. But this girl is only 18 years old. I didn't expect you, an old bull, to want to eat tender grass. Liang Honyuan ignored her. The terminal in his hand had already received the information, and he opened it to take a close look. He saw that this girl named Audrey Savon had almost all her information displayed from birth. Liang Honyuan spent over 10 minutes examining it carefully, not missing a single word, yet it seemed he couldn't find any useful information. However, he was always very patient. Obtaining intelligence was never a matter of overnight success. Since there was nothing useful in this aspect, he directly made another request. Please provide me with all the information about her father. Kate then sent over the information about her father, the dispatch officer. Liang Honyuan still couldn't find anything useful from that. He couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. Is there something wrong with the investigation direction? But even after he reviewed all of Audrey Savon's immediate relatives' information, he still couldn't find anything useful. Liang Honyuan rubbed his slightly swollen eyes, stuffed an electronic cigarette in his mouth, stood up to walk around, then sat down again, reading through the information word by word. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Audrey Savon's mother, Eliza Savon, was formerly known as Eliza Blake. Countless pieces of information flashed through Liang Hongyuan's mind, although Blake is a common surname. He felt he had seen it somewhere recently. He tried to grasp that clue among the vast amount of information in his mind, running through all the information related to this mission. Suddenly, he had a flash of insight and quickly pulled up the page of information about Aisha, whom he had previously received. Aisha's mother, Elizabeth Wilson, was formerly known as Elizabeth Blake. Liang Hongyuan's heart raced as if he had finally grasped the key point. He hurriedly asked Kate to verify. Help me check these two people. But the information on the other side quickly fed back, as always. Liang Honyuan suppressed his slightly rapid heartbeat and directly flipped to the page of their family information. Sure enough, the result was even simpler than he imagined. Their mothers were biological sisters. This means that the information officer's daughter, Audrey Savon, who is about to board the spaceship back to Capital Star, is a cousin of the nurse Aisha Wilson sent by the military hospital to Young Weiser. Is this a coincidence? Perhaps it's just a coincidence. But Liang Honyuan, relying on his rich mission experience and intuition, almost immediately concluded that this is not a coincidence. Although he still did not know what Aisha's purpose was. The fact that such a coincidence could be achieved so subtly and imperceptibly was certainly not trivial. Liang Honyuan couldn't care less about thanking Kate and directly closed the communication line. At this moment, thinking about anything else was meaningless. He had to stay by Su Leilei's side to respond to any changes. Right now, the only ones besides Su Leilei were the two inexperienced kids, Young Weiser and Lu Pei. If Aisha really came prepared, they would probably find it difficult to cope. Liang Honyuan stepped on his mobility scooter and rushed directly to the observation room. Chapter 36. Kidnapping on the way to the observation room. Robert remembered when Aisha came to find him the other day, saying a bit aggrieved, that Young Weiser always clings to me. It's a bit annoying. I can usually try to avoid him, but tomorrow when you accompany us to Base 4, if Leilei wants to go, that Young Weiser will definitely follow along shamelessly since he can move now. Can I trouble you to help me delay him a bit so he won't cling to me? Robert excitedly patted his chest. Don't worry. I guarantee I'll keep an eye on him and won't let him bother you anymore. Aisha smiled happily, her eyes sparkling, and the dimples on her cheeks made her look particularly cute. Really? That's great, thank you. Robert's heart fluttered. It was nothing. He could handle it. Thinking of this, Robert couldn't help but glance back at young Weiser, who was following behind, feeling a bit uneasy. Sure enough, as Aisha said, young Weiser had just barely regained his ability to move, still not having removed the bandages, yet shamelessly following along. Moreover, his eyes were either on Su Lele or on Aisha. Robert couldn't help but snicker inwardly and subtly moved his body to insert himself between young Weiser and Aisha, blocking his line of sight. Young Weiser, however, was completely unaware and thought Robert had inadvertently blocked his view, so he shifted to the side to continue staring at Aisha. Since Liang Hanyuan suspected Aisha had issues, he couldn't let either Su Lele or Aisha out of his sight. Robert felt a surge of anger and shifted again, blocking the two of them once more. Just as young Weiser was about to move again, Aisha suddenly stopped. Lupe asked with concern, "Sister Aisha, what's wrong?" Aisha frowned and held her stomach. "Ouch, I don't know why, but my stomach hurts a bit." Robert's heart sank, and he hurried forward. "Are you okay? Is it serious?" Lupe also rushed to support her. "Should we go to the medical room?" Aisha forced a smile and shook her head. "It's nothing, just an old problem. It will be fine in a while. I'm sorry to make you worry." Lupe was still a bit worried. "Why don't you go back and rest? Let Robert take us." Aisha shook her head again. "It's fine. I'll be okay in a bit. I want to go see too." Seeing her insist, Lupe stopped insisting and just helped her while reminding Su Lele to stay close. Su Lele didn't mind. The ship was almost enclosed. As long as Lupe could keep an eye on Aisha, what danger could there be? At this moment, they did not know that the ship was docked at Base 4 to pick someone up. The group continued toward the observation room. However, Aisha leaned against the armrest of the scooter, swaying more and more slowly, and Su Lele, young Weiser, and Robert followed behind, also slowing down. Lupe couldn't help but advise, "Sister Aisha, you should go back and rest. Maybe there will be another chance to see it." Aisha still insisted, "It's okay. I'll be fine in a bit." Lupe had no choice but to support her more firmly. Fortunately, it was just the scooter moving, which wasn't too strenuous. Just as they passed an intersection, a shadow suddenly emerged from a concealed angle, barely tripping Su Lele, causing her to stumble, and the scooter was going too fast, and she was about to fall off. However, what was even more unexpected was that when she fell off the scooter, she rolled to the right and tumbled into the alley on the right. Young Weiser was startled and reflexively jumped down from the scooter, wanting to chase after her. Robert was also shocked, but he didn't see the shadow that tripped Su Lele and thought she had fallen by herself. He was about to stop to help her when young Weiser rushed over. Robert had been keeping Aisha's words in mind to separate them. Now, seeing young Weiser rushing toward Aisha, and just as he saw Aisha instinctively shrink back upon seeing young Weiser come over, he felt angry that young Weiser was being clueless and instinctively blocked in front of him. Young Weiser did not expect him to block. And at this moment, Su Lele had already rolled into the alley, disappearing from their sight in almost an instant. Young Weiser panicked, not caring to explain, and directly shoved Robert hard. Robert did not expect young Weiser to act without warning, and he became furious, firmly standing his ground and shouting, "What are you pushing for?" Robert's sudden obstruction surprised young Weiser, but what shocked him even more was that Su Lele seemed to be dragged away by something. Once she rolled into the alley, she was gone. Young Weiser's heart sank, and he forcefully charged at Robert. "Get out of the way." Robert didn't see the commotion behind him with Su Lele. And what surprised him even more was that he didn't expect young Weiser to forcefully charge at him, and he became enraged. The two were about to clash. Young Weiser, unable to hold back, drew his gun and shouted a warning. The conflict escalated rapidly, and Lupe's side was also in chaos. Lupe heard the sound of Su Lele falling and turned back to see her rolling into the alley, immediately wanting to jump down to help Su Lele. But just as she was about to jump off the scooter, she suddenly realized that Aisha was relying on her completely. If she jumped like that, Aisha would immediately fall to the ground. Lupe instinctively hesitated slightly. Just this moment of hesitation caused Aisha to lose her balance, and crying out, she fell directly onto Lupe. The scooter was not as stable as standing on the ground, and with Aisha's fall, Lupe couldn't hold on, and they both fell to the ground. Aisha was startled and quickly asked, "Oh no, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" "I'm so sorry, Lupe was seeing stars from the fall, unable to speak for a moment. However, Aisha was already feeling stomach pain and couldn't get up immediately. And with Lupe pressed beneath her, neither of them could get up, struggling on the ground for a while. By the time young Weiser finally broke free from Robert and rushed into the alley, Su Lele had long since disappeared. Liu Pei followed closely behind. But the alley was only a dozen meters long, and once they exited, there were 3 forks ahead, and they could no longer see Su Lele's figure. Young Weiser's heart sank. The most worrying thing had indeed happened. Although they did not know which enemy had used what method, it had allowed Su Lele to be taken right before their eyes. Young Weiser punched the wall. Damn it! Commander Liang had repeatedly warned them to be cautious. But now that they had gotten into such a big mess without him following them, young Weiser's face turned pale, and he turned to look for Robert and Aisha. Liu Pei's heart was also extremely cold. She had been walking in front with Aisha and had not seen what had happened to Su Lele behind them. She still couldn't understand where things had gone wrong. How could such a living person just disappear? But what shocked them even more was that only Robert, who still didn't know what had happened, was confused, while Aisha was nowhere to be found. Chapter 37. Tracking. Liu Pei's heart sank to the bottom. She could hardly believe what was happening before her eyes. Sister Aisha had actually disappeared. Why did she disappear? How could she possibly be gone? Liu Pei didn't dare to think about the reasons, as if some terrifying truth was waiting just behind the door, but she was too afraid to push it open. For some reason, the image of Liang Hongyuan's seemingly erratic peach blossom eyes floated in her mind, sometimes sharp enough to pierce through a person. At that moment, young Weiser's wrist terminal rang, and Liang Hongyuan's contact appeared directly. You two keep an eye on Aisha. She has a problem. Make sure to isolate her from Su Lele. Young Weiser took a deep breath. Now is not the time to avoid the issue. He tried to make his voice sound calm. Aisha and Su Lele have both gone missing. Liang Hongyuan on the other end paused, almost exclaiming, "How could they go missing?" Liu Pei was about to explain, but Liang Hongyuan quickly realized that the most important thing was not to investigate why, but to retrieve Su Lele and ensure the mission was completed. Liang Hongyuan interrupted her directly. Stop talking. It looks like your location isn't far from the main gate. You two go straight to the main gate. I'll contact the captain to close it as soon as possible. Young Weiser and Liu Pei responded in unison, yes, and hopped onto the transport vehicle. Young Weiser, his face pale, grit his teeth as he spoke to Robert, his words coming out rapidly. We're on a classified mission, so don't ask anything. Take us to the main gate immediately. If anything happens to Su Lele, you can expect to face a military tribunal. Robert, still unclear about what was happening, could read the expressions on young Weiser and Liu Pei's faces. The situation was likely far more serious than he had imagined, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. But when he heard young Weiser mention a classified mission, he understood that things were likely not as simple as he thought. Robert's face turned pale. Although he didn't understand what Su Lele meant, he knew what a military tribunal entailed. Even if young Weiser and the others were merely threatening him and couldn't actually send him to a military tribunal, interfering with a classified mission would certainly have severe consequences for him. Unintentionally, he recalled Aisha's sweet dimple on her cheek, as if some terrifying truth was about to emerge. He dared not think any further and quickly agreed. Follow me. The three rushed toward the main gate. Meanwhile, Liang Hongyuan immediately contacted the ship's captain to request the gate be closed. However, to his surprise, he received feedback that the gate was currently transporting supplies and had its braking lock engaged. If it were to be closed, it would take nearly 4 minutes. 4 minutes was just enough time for young Weiser and the others to reach the main gate using the transport vehicle. It seemed Aisha and her accomplices had planned every detail perfectly, timing everything precisely. Liang Hongyuan could only ask the captain to keep a close watch on all incoming and outgoing individuals at the main gate. He glanced at the terminal. 4 minutes was certainly not enough time for him to get there. Given the circumstances, he headed directly to the captain's control console, hoping to use the ship's control system to track Su Lele's whereabouts. At that moment, Su Lele was being whisked away through the ventilation shaft by a masked person. Although the transport vehicle moved much slower inside the ventilation shaft than on the ground, it provided a shortcut, allowing them to reach the main gate in under 4 minutes. The masked person held a small knife tightly against her neck, preventing her from struggling, leaving her no choice but to cling tightly to the railing of the transport vehicle. The masked person remained silent, but Su Lele didn't want to be kidnapped in silence. Seeing the other person not speaking, she decided to break the silence. By the way, the person who tripped me and dragged me into the ventilation shaft wasn't you? So how did you suddenly change into Aisha, sister? The masked person chuckled, her voice still gentle. Oh? How'd you recognize me? Su Lele smiled in return. We've been together for so many days. I'm already familiar with how you walk. Aisha continued to smile gently. You're indeed very clever. Su Lele couldn't help but exclaim. Uncle Liang is really impressive. How did he know it was you? Aisha chuckled. He is indeed quite clever. I thought I hadn't done anything suspicious, so how could he have locked onto me? It's a pity that he guards against me like a thief, not knowing that I would never harm you. My intention is not to endanger your safety, but to take you away. Su Lele sighed. It's a pity Uncle Liang didn't come today. Otherwise, wouldn't have been so easy for you, right? Aisha shook her head lightly. He can't come. I discreetly leaked information about someone boarding the ship to Sergeant William. He can't keep a secret, and once he gets the news, he will definitely find a way to brag about it. To obtain the information, Liang Hongyuan will definitely try to pry it out of William's mouth. So he won't be able to come. As for dealing with Yang Weiser and Liu Pei, that is simple enough. Su Lele fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, You're really impressive. Aisha, slightly smug, replied, Of course. If the organization had put me in charge of Desert Star, I would have taken you away long ago. As she spoke, Aisha became somewhat angry. It's a pity that those idiots couldn't get to you. And instead of letting you be captured by the military, they issued a kill order and even enlisted that half-baked group of Black Eagles to deal with you. They're truly a bunch of incompetent fools. They don't understand how important you are to the organization. How could they kill you? Su Lele was quite surprised, not expecting Aisha to be with the people who had been hunting her on Desert Star. She asked, somewhat puzzled, What organization are you with? And why do you want to take me away? Aisha quickly regained her composure, still speaking in a gentle tone. You don't need to know what organization it is for now. You'll understand when you get to the right place. By then, you will realize how great our organization is, and you will definitely thank me for not letting you fall into the hands of the military today. Aisha smiled. You still don't understand. People like you shouldn't be taken by the military to be used as lab animals. That would be too much of a waste. You should be valued and utilized properly. Su Lele curiously asked. You keep saying people like me and how important I am, but you haven't told me what kind of person I am. Why am I important? Aisha continued to smile. That's something you don't need to know for now. Just know that I will take you to a very good place. As long as you follow me obediently and cooperate well, I will definitely not harm you. Su Lele agreed. Oh, I will be obedient. Anyway, I have no interest in going with the military. But she added, Could you at least tell me what kind of organization you are, and why there are so many of you, and what is Desert Star? And what about Sergeant William and Corporal Robert? Are they all with you? Seeing that she agreed to go with her, Aisha was clearly in a good mood and patiently answered her one by one. Chapter 38. Ideal seeing Su Lele agree to go with her. Aisha couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Although she didn't dare to let go of the knife pressed against Su Lele's throat, she wasn't as tense as before. As Su Lele asked questions, Aisha, in a good mood, began to answer her. Of course not. Sergeant William just talks too much. I purposely leaked information to him to bait Liang Honyuan. As for Corporal Robert, he insisted on coming to help me, and if I refused, I would have hurt his feelings. Seeing her speak so lightly, Su Lele couldn't feel at ease. But if we just leave like this, Liang Honyuan and the others will surely investigate thoroughly. It might not end well for them, especially Robert. He indirectly helped you. Aisha was completely unconcerned. You are still young and do not understand yet. We're not on an ordinary path. This world has decayed, and the political system of the Federation is ruthless. For the sake of true democracy and the interests of the masses, a revolutionary upheaval is necessary to change this country. As she spoke about her ideals, Aisha's face shone with hopeful light, her clear blue eyes sparkling. Our organization was born to seek the most basic rights for the masses. For the great ideals of our revolution, sacrifices like Robert's, which are simple and bloodless, are essential. Su Lele felt a chill. Simple? This might end his dream of being a soldier and change his life plans. Aisha grew impatient, but he won't die because of it. As long as he is alive, there will be plenty of opportunities to continue his life. I have minimized the cost as much as possible. To have a revolution, we cannot be indecisive. Su Lele became angry. But have you even asked him if he is willing? Aisha laughed incredulously. How can you ask such a thing? That would be leaking secrets. How could I implement my plan? Su Lele stiffened. You ask others to sacrifice, but you don't even seek his consent. Is this so-called righteousness of yours just a theory of banditry? Aisha interrupted her harshly. You don't understand. We need a revolution, and such sacrifices are necessary. He should feel honored to have the opportunity to sacrifice for the revolution. Su Lele laughed in anger. Uncle Yang brought me back to Capital Star saying he could give me a better life and even asked if I was willing. You ask others to sacrifice without even asking. Is your organization really a bandit organization? I may not understand politics, nor do I know what your revolution is. But with such tyrannical behavior, how can you achieve so-called revolutionary success? Seeing her deny her ideals, Aisha became furious. Tightening her grip on the dagger and coldly said, Seeing is believing. Once you reach our place, you'll understand. As for now, don't forget. Your life is still in my hands. Su Lele snorted but dared not provoke her further. The ventilation corridor fell silent for a moment. Liang Honyuan, however, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He was still on his way to the command center, but had already learned that Captain could not find any feedback from the surveillance videos on Su Lele and Aisha. Two living people could not just disappear into thin air. So where did they go? In a panic, Liang Honyuan contacted Lieutenant Kate again, asking if there was a way to quickly obtain a person's location. Seeing his anxious expression, Kate skipped the pleasantries and said directly, According to the Citizen Information Protection Regulations, an application must be submitted to the Public Security Department by a colonel, and after obtaining an approved serial number, the Public Security Department will be responsible for the location. Liang Honyuan did not wait for her to finish and directly asked, How long will it take? Kate quickly estimated. In the best-case scenario, it would take about 7 to 8 minutes. Liang Honyuan felt a sinking feeling. 7 or 8 minutes would be too late, but there was no other way for now. So he had to try. Liang Honyuan immediately applied to contact Colonel Lara. However, the response from the colonel's secretary was that it was the fleet's major maintenance day, and the colonel was on leave. Even if he could find her now, it would take some time. Liang Hongyuan's face turned pale as he punched the wall in frustration, cursing internally. What bad luck. The colonel hardly had many days off all year. Liang Honyuan refused to give up and asked again, Can I contact the colonel's private terminal? The secretary, seeing his urgency, did not refuse this time. I will send you the contact information. Usually at this time, she might be in the shower, so if you can't reach her, call a few more times. Liang Honyuan hurriedly thanked her and began dialing the colonel's private terminal. However, luck was clearly not on their side, as he dialed 3 times without getting through. Liang Honyuan glanced at the time. In about a minute, Aisha and Su Lele could reach the main gate. If the gate wasn't closed in time, they might just get out. Liang Honyuan confirmed the positions of Yang Weiser and Liu Pei. They had about a minute and a half left, but he wasn't sure if they would make it in time. Liang Honyuan scratched his head in frustration. What a damn situation. He felt this helpless in a long time. He instinctively pulled out a cigarette to calm his anxious mind. But the taste of the e-cigarette clearly wasn't enough to soothe his nerves, and the more he tried to calm down, the more chaotic he felt. That damn smoke detector. If only he could smoke a cigarette right now, it might help him feel better. Liang Honyuan unconsciously glanced at the smoke detector on the ceiling of the corridor, but was suddenly taken aback. A thought flashed through his mind, faint yet elusive. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his frayed nerves, and his long-trained instincts kicked in, urging him to calm down. Don't panic. Think carefully. Things shouldn't have gone that far. Think. In a flash of inspiration, Liang Honyuan suddenly realized what he had been trying to grasp. He looked at the smoke detector and thought of the ventilation corridor. Without hesitation, he dialed the captain's terminal again. Can you check the monitoring status of the non-human passages, such as the ventilation or drainage channels? Unfortunately, the captain's response was that there was no monitoring installed in such automatic passages on the ship. Liang Honyuan quickly calculated the time it would take to send their exploration robot into the passage, but immediately abandoned the idea. It was too late. He immediately asked the captain if they could monitor the vents or drainage outlets that connected to the outside of the ship. This time, luck was finally on his side. Liang Honyuan immediately ordered Liu Pei to continue towards the main gate, while Yang Weiser was directed to head to the nearest ventilation outlet to intercept. The ventilation outlet was slightly higher than the drainage outlet, making it easier for people to pass through. Liang Honyuan took a gamble and chose the ventilation outlet. However, after calculating the time from the incident site to that ventilation outlet, his face fell. The distance would take at least 4 minutes. And young Weiser might not make it in time. Chapter 39. Search. Liang Honyuan used the ship's monitoring system to keep an eye on all pedestrian passages and exits, ordering Liu Pei and Yang Weiser to head towards the main gate and the nearest ventilation outlet, respectively, to intercept. As long as Aisha exited the ship, she would fall into Liang Hongyuan's hands. However, looking at the time, Yang Weiser might not arrive at the ventilation outlet before Aisha. Liang Honyuan immediately contacted the person in charge of Base 4 for assistance. As long as Aisha exited the ship, there would be nowhere for her to hide. Now, it was a matter of where Aisha would exit. However, time ticked away, and until Yang Weiser reached the vicinity of the nearest ventilation outlet, even Liu Pei, who was farther away, had taken position, yet there was still no sign of Aisha and Su Lele. Liang Honyuan took a deep drag from his e-cigarette and rubbed his furrowed brow. Or would they come out? Or did they simply not plan to come out? Liang Honyuan immediately dismissed that thought. Aisha had gone to great lengths to take Su Lele away, even using connections to have the ship make a detour to dock at Base 4. This was the best and only opportunity. Once the spaceship later closed its doors and departed from the spaceport, she would have no chance left. Closing the doors and releasing the search robots. No, that's not right. Releasing the search robots, Aisha would definitely not be able to escape. Since this was the only opportunity, Aisha would certainly take Su Lele with her to escape. So why hadn't she appeared yet? Liu Pei's voice came through the earpiece, reporting that the doors were closing and it would take about 20 more seconds. Yang Weiser also responded, reporting that the ventilation ducts were closing, and the drainage holes next to them were also closing. Perhaps he had guessed wrong. Aisha didn't actually want to escape? No, that was impossible. Liang Honyuan quickly dismissed this thought. If she didn't plan to escape from here, she wouldn't have risked exposing an undercover agent to come to Base 4. It was certain that she would escape. The question was how. There must be some overlooked detail. Liang Honyuan forced himself to calm down and put himself in Aisha's position, eliminating one possibility after another. First, he had to ensure the concealment of the escape, which meant she couldn't use the lifeboat. That thing was too large a target. Once it launched, it would be noticed, and it would be impossible to escape from this heavily guarded and heavily restricted military base. Secondly, Liang Honyuan suddenly paused, as if a thought had flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. He started to rethink. First, the lifeboat was not an option. Next, Liang Honyuan suddenly froze, as if he had missed something. One more time. First, the lifeboat was not an option. Wait, was the lifeboat really not an option? It was indeed not possible. The target was too large, and it would be discovered and intercepted once it launched, making it impossible to escape the base. But Liang Honyuan's mind seemed to uncontrollably start to seriously consider the possibility of the lifeboat. No matter how he thought about it, it shouldn't be possible. However, when he finally arrived at the central control room where the captain was, the first thing that slipped from his mouth was, "Is there a map of Base 4? While Liang Honyuan was searching high and low for Aisha and Su Lele, they had stopped somewhere in the ventilation passage. Aisha and Su Lele parted ways unhappily. Without saying more, the sharp blade in Aisha's hand was still pressed tightly against Su Lele's throat, signaling her to crouch down. Su Lele crouched down, and Aisha handed her a small dagger. Su Lele took a look at it and found it was actually a high-frequency cutting knife. Although it was only a 3-inch-long small dagger, it was still impressive that she managed to bring it up. However, perhaps there were actually accomplices on the spaceship, like the person who had tripped her and dragged her down earlier. Aisha handed over the weapon, pressing the blade tighter against Su Lele's throat, digging a 2-foot hole into the ground. "Hurry up. If you make any unnecessary moves," Aisha tightened the blade in her hand again. "You should know the consequences." This knife was relatively small and not easy to cut with. Now Aisha could only use one hand, and if she cut herself, she would inevitably be unable to keep an eye on Su Lele. Compared to the risk of letting her escape, Aisha felt it was safer to let Su Lele do the cutting. Su Lele obediently crouched on the ground, starting to cut the ground in front of her with the small dagger. The superalloy ground was as soft as cheese under the effect of the high-frequency cutting knife. Even the young and weak Su Lele quickly cut out a round hole about 2 feet wide in front of her. Aisha retracted the dagger and signaled for Su Lele to go down first. Then she followed. During this time, The blade in her right hand never dared to leave Su Leilei's throat. Not bringing a gun had indeed caused many inconveniences. Once Su Leilei got below, she realized it was likely a warehouse or maintenance room filled with many mechas, small aerospace fighters, drones, lifeboats, etc. Aisha brought her out through the round hole, walking 2 steps and stopping 2 steps, constantly observing around as if using the many large machines here to hide in the corners of the video surveillance. Eventually, they boarded a lifeboat but didn't start it, as if waiting for something. On the monitoring screen in the central control room, they indeed did not see their figures. However, Liang Honyuan couldn't care less about the surveillance. He was focused on the map, desperately thinking of all possible escape routes. The spaceport where their spaceship was docked, although located near the edge of the base, was surrounded by the local garrison and patrol teams. It wasn't easy to break through, not to mention the layers of security. Liang Honyuan stared at the map without blinking, trying to find a loophole. But as a military base guarding the capital star, although it couldn't be said to be flawless, it was certainly not easy to find weaknesses. Finding Aisha, who had meticulously planned everything, was obviously not easy. Liang Honyuan took a deep breath and began to reorganize his thoughts again. Where could there be a misclue? Or perhaps she didn't plan to escape using the lifeboat at all. Just when Liang Honyuan was at a loss, Aisha calmly sat in the lifeboat, quietly waiting. Su Leilei couldn't help but ask, "What are we doing here? We can't escape from here." Aisha looked at the time and confidently said, "Don't worry about that. I have my ways. Just wait and see." Su Leilei had no choice but to continue waiting with her. The oppressive air made people anxious. Su Leilei anxiously counted the seconds in her mind, but she had no idea what Aisha was plotting. This seemingly gentle and ordinary nurse seemed to have everyone in the palm of her hand. Whether it was the anxious and desperate Liang Honyuan, the confused and somewhat flustered Liu Pei, or the seemingly calm, yet actually very anxious Yang Weiser, or Su Leilei being threatened by the sharp blade pressed tightly against her throat, everyone was anxiously waiting for something. Until suddenly, a deafening explosion sounded in this military base that could not possibly occur. Something was about to happen, and it was too late. Sorry. Chapter 40. Lifeboat at the garrison of the 217th Special Brigade of the 102nd Division of the 1st Group Army of the Capital Military District. Outside the bathroom door of Colonel Lara, captain of the warship Xinghe, her aide Lieutenant Catherine was anxiously banging on the door. "Colonel, emergency alert. Come out quickly. Are you asleep in the bathtub again? Wake up." But there was no response from inside. Thinking of Lara's habit of falling asleep in the bathtub. But now the military situation was urgent. Catherine quickly drew her gun and kicked the bathroom door open with the gun handle and rushed in. Lara was indeed asleep. Catherine didn't have time to say much and directly pulled her up from the bathtub, quickly grabbing a towel to dry her off. Lara, only 14 this year, still had a hint of childishness on her face, just disturbed from her drowsy sleep. With water still dripping from the tips of her light blue hair and her long lashes casting shadows over her ice blue eyes, which were still hazy and unfocused. After being pulled up by Catherine, she barely steadied herself and asked, "Sister Catherine, what is going on?" while quickly drying her off and helping her get dressed. Catherine reported at the fastest speed. "We just received an emergency military situation. The command center has issued a battle order." Upon hearing the battle order, Lara finally woke up, but Catherine's next sentence left her dumbfounded. Unable to believe her ears, the latest urgent report states that Base 4 around the capital star has been attacked by a suicide bombing. The damage to the base is being assessed, but the bombing is still ongoing. The command center ordered us to prepare for an attack as quickly as possible. Lara couldn't help but shiver, suddenly feeling the absurdity of this world. This was near the capital star. In the entire Federation, apart from the front line, this was the most heavily fortified central region. Who would dare to attack the military base surrounding the capital star? And who could break through the heavy blockades of the surrounding military districts to reach the capital star in the heartland? Without time to ask why, Lara quickly got dressed with Catherine's help. Had they already notified Colonel Lawrence and the rest of the fleet? Catherine was tying her hair. Colonel Lawrence was already in the command room, and he had ordered the entire army to assemble. Lara nodded, but then remembered. Today was the day for our warship's maintenance. To temporarily stop and prepare for an attack would take at least 2 hours. Catherine helped her fasten her uniform and get ready to go out. The command center knew and still ordered us to prepare for an attack. Lyra no longer hesitated, putting on her hat and following Catherine to the command room. Since it was known that the Xinghe couldn't launch in time, they still needed to prepare here, which was probably just a drill. Since she decided to join the military, the unit had been established for less than 10 months, and the fleet was still in the training phase. Even with high-end configurations, its combat effectiveness could only be questioned. Given the current situation, there would naturally be other military bases and ships stationed at the capital star responding, and the command center ordered the Xinghe, which needed at least 2 hours to prepare for an attack, probably just to practice. Thinking of this, Lyra felt a bit more relaxed. By the time she stepped into the command room, she had regained her usual image. Though inexperienced, it was steady. The command room was very busy, but not chaotic. Since personnel were on leave, gathering them took time, and reports of various departments getting into position were coming in one after another. But Lyra glanced around and saw that most had not yet arrived. Her deputy, Colonel Terrence, the first officer of the Xinghe, and Colonel Jean Yunyung, the second officer, were already in the command room, counting attendance. Upon seeing her, Colonel Terrence immediately said, "Colonel, do you remember that last month we sent Sergeant Liang Hongyuan with 2 students to Dezit Star to pick up Su Lele?" Lyra had just settled into her command seat when she was taken aback by this topic. "I remember. What's the matter?" Terrence got straight to the point. When the attack on Base 4 occurred, they were at Base 4. Lyra was stunned. "How did they get to Base 4? Terrence explained. "To keep it discreet, I arranged for them to take a regular cargo ship. However, that cargo ship changed course and stopped at Base 4. Before Terrence could finish, Catherine, who was behind Lyra, received a report. "We just got in touch with Sergeant Liang Hongyuan. He said Su Lele is missing and requested to locate her. I told him it would take 7 to 8 minutes to apply to the Public Security Department. But Sergeant Liang said that would not be necessary and hung up. I was just about to report this to you when I received an urgent order from the command center." Terrence was also unaware of this matter and was shocked. "Su Lele is missing? When?" Catherine checked her watch. "About 19 minutes ago. The urgent message from the command center indicated that Base 4 was attacked about 15 minutes ago, meaning Su Lele went missing just 4 minutes before the attack on Base 4. Terrence's heart sank. Could there be some connection? Lyra signaled to Catherine, "Contact Sergeant Liang Hongyuan." However, when the line connected, Liang Hongyuan was already amidst chaos. When the explosion occurred, Liang Hongyuan was in the command room studying the map. The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire ship docked at the spaceport, causing it to tremble lightly. The cargo ship's captain stood up abruptly, demanding, "What's going on?" But before the communications personnel could respond, a wailing alarm echoed throughout the entire base. Everyone present was stunned. The prestigious Base 4 around the capital star was actually under an explosive attack that required an alarm to be sounded. However, the most shocked person was Su Lele. The one who had been waiting, Aisha, moved at the moment the explosion sounded. She held Su Lele hostage with one hand and pulled the lifeboat's power switch with the other. Since it was an escape device, it did not require permission to activate. And Aisha smoothly commanded the lifeboat to autopilot. The engine's gentle hum began, and the lifeboat quickly started up, darting out in the blink of an eye. The powerful inertia of the rapid launch pressed them tightly against the backs of their seats, and Su Lele could only see the scenery outside flying by rapidly, almost merging into lines. Even through the well-insulated windows, the sharp sound of the lifeboat slicing through the air could be heard. The lifeboat, racing at maximum speed, leaped towards the spaceport outside the ship, which was ablaze like a red lotus hell. Aisha smiled slightly. What the gray-clad people failed to achieve with all their means, she accomplished. Chapter 41. I still have a choice alarm. Air is leaking significantly. Internal pressure is rapidly dropping, and the circulation system will suffer irreparable damage for a short time. All personnel should take refuge in safe places, such as indoors or mechanical areas. Alarm. Mechanical failure at Gate 3. Unable to close. Personnel nearby should quickly move away. Alarm. Power outage in Zone 2. Temperature control system paralyzed. Ventilation system paralyzed. Monitoring system lost contact. Personnel in the area should evacuate as soon as possible. Alarm. The entire Base 4 was filled with urgent alarm sounds. Countless warning red lights flashing incessantly. However, at this moment, almost everyone was too busy to deal with the alarms. Unknown suicide bombers driving a spaceship loaded with explosives disregarded the warnings and artillery fire from the base's 3 outer defenses and crashed directly into Base 4 at maximum speed. A series of violent explosions blew open Gate 3. However, even more unexpected was that another spaceship followed right behind and crashed into the base's interior through the open Gate 3, turning the base into a sea of flames. Amidst the raging fire, the entire Base 4 quickly assembled, and everyone hurriedly donned combat suits equipped with temperature and pressure control devices, desperately rushing to their posts. The only sounds in the base were the occasional explosions, dazzling flames, hurried crowds, and bustling robots. Several ship engines were being rapidly started, but there was not enough time to take off. Although the ships circling outside the base had surrounded it tightly, not even a sparrow could escape. The large amounts of water sprayed by fire extinguishers were instantly evaporated into a white mist mixed with swirling smoke, nearly reducing visibility to almost zero, making it impossible for the outside ships to send anyone in. When the monitoring personnel in the central control room of a ship noticed that the lifeboat carrying Aisha and Su Lele was about to leave and reported to the captain, Liang Hongyuan was startled, instinctively looking at the large screen. The lifeboat, which would have been very conspicuous in the comm spaceport, was now plunging into the thick smoke, almost disappearing from sight. Liang Hongyuan's heart sank continuously. The key point was here. No wonder he could not find a way for her to escape. She had created her own opportunity without any chance. Liang Hongyuan felt extremely angry, realizing for the first time that he had truly underestimated this young nurse. I always thought she would make a move on Su Lele, but even with my strict vigilance, I never expected her to cause such a commotion in a heavily fortified military base. This could not have been accomplished by her alone. There must be a massive organization behind her. However, now is not the time to think about these things. The only thing I can focus on is how to bring Su Lele back. The lifeboat piloted by Aisha is clearly going at full speed, and even if I find another lifeboat now, I won't be able to catch up with her. Liang Hongyuan directly borrowed 2 mechas from the captain. Although this ship is a cargo vessel, it must be prepared to defend against space pirates or guerrilla forces, so it does have basic armed forces. This ship does not belong to the base garrison, and it's better not to get directly involved in the base's counterattack without orders. The captain readily agreed. Liang Hongyuan called out to Yang Weiser, "Go to the helipad. We each take a mecha to bring Su Lele back. Lupe, you're in charge of contacting headquarters and keeping an eye on Aisha's position." The two responded in unison and immediately went their separate ways. While the entire base was in chaos, Su Lele in the lifeboat was stunned. Growing up in the Sand Sea, she had seen many formations, but she had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The massive spaceship exploded like fireworks, and the tremendous shockwave from the explosion shook the entire base, which was supposed to be impregnable. Everything she saw and heard was dominated by this earth-shattering explosion. She had no idea how much damage such a violent explosion would cause, nor did she know if any soldiers were injured or even killed in the blast. Su Lele suddenly remembered something, and with a jolt, she instinctively asked Aisha, "Was this also part of your plan?" Her tone was filled with disbelief and incredulity, mixed with an inexplicable fear as she dreaded Aisha's confirmation. If Aisha had really orchestrated this explosion to help her escape, then the organization behind her must be terrifyingly powerful. Aisha, sensing that success was within reach, smiled slightly more relaxed than before and said, "Of course not. It's not that crazy just for you." Su Lele was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when Aisha continued, "We have been preparing for this raid on Base 4 for nearly half a year. When the military found you, our people quickly got the news. Before they even discussed whether to bring you back, I had already set off for Desert Star. At that time, I prepared 4 plans to take you away based on the possible scenarios. One of them was to create chaos using this raid." Aisha twirled a strand of hair, appearing even more relaxed. "After confirming your new itinerary back to the capital, I specifically contacted the headquarters to schedule this operation for today. So even though this raid was not initiated because of you, it was determined by you." Speaking of her proud achievement, Aisha couldn't help but smile. Su Lele looked at her face, which was made even more gentle and lovely by the dimples that appeared, and for some reason, anger welled up inside her. "What kind of organization are you? Do you know how much damage this will bring to Base 4? So many soldiers here could be injured or even lose their lives because of this." Aisha's face shone with confidence. You don't understand. Only by making such a big noise can we force the decayed and corrupt government and ignorant masses to pay attention to our voices. Base 4 is merely making some sacrifices for the development of the Federation. Before Aisha could finish her words, Su Lele angrily interrupted her. Sacrifices? They didn't choose to sacrifice themselves. They were forced to do so by you innocently. Su Lele, who had seen countless lives struggling for survival in the Sand Sea, was filled with rage. When the officials of the Civil Affairs Bureau hinted at me to bribe the Black Blood, I lost all goodwill towards the Federation government. I don't even know what kind of organization you are, but if you treat lives so lightly, I would rather support that government, which at least on the surface allows people to choose their own lives. Aisha shook her head with a smile. It's too late now. You're already in my hands and can only obediently go back with me. Su Lele sneered. No, I still have a choice. Saying this, she directly thrust her neck toward the blade in Aisha's hand, finally making it just before midnight. She didn't want to drag it out any longer. Chapter 42. The brave win in a narrow encounter. Aisha had just arrived at Desert Star for a month, and her understanding of the Sand Sea scavengers was far less than she had assumed. She never expected Su Lele to offer her neck directly to the blade. Startled, she almost instinctively trembled her hand. Su Lele was just a 13-year-old girl, and she looked even younger than her actual age. Faced with such a young Su Lele, Aisha, despite knowing she had grown up on Desert Star, had never truly understood what that meant. The scavenger Su Lele had never feared death. For the gangs in the Sand Sea, most of life is a matter of the brave winning in a narrow encounter. When faced with choices, the only option is to advance or die. Su Lele understood from a young age that those who fear death die quickly. Therefore, she was never afraid of death. But the people in the Sand Sea understood even more the preciousness of life. Su Lele did not fear death, but that did not mean she was willing to die. The brave win in a narrow encounter precisely because they do not want to die. Su Lele, who often couldn't even fill her stomach, was even more unwilling to die. Because of this, she chose to advance. By directly pushing her neck toward the blade, she was both fearless of death and expressing an attitude. She was betting. She was betting that Aisha, who had worked so hard to get her out, did not truly wish for her death. Aisha threatened Su Lele with death. But Su Lele turned around and used her own death to threaten Aisha. The blade was at her throat. With just a little force, blood could flow. In the contest of the brave winning in a narrow encounter, Su Lele won. Aisha, who had never expected Su Lele to come forward, was completely unprepared. So at the moment Su Lele charged forward with determination, Aisha instinctively loosened her grip in panic. And this was the moment Su Lele was betting on. Su Lele did not just pretend to act. She thrust her neck forward with all her might, knowing that this was the only way to truly intimidate Aisha. Sure enough, in that moment of confrontation, Aisha reflexively shrank back. But even if Aisha retreated quickly, a line of blood was still drawn across Su Lele's neck. Although it did not touch the carotid artery, seeing the glaring bloodstain flowing out, this horrifying scene stunned Aisha. In that instant, Aisha completely forgot about Su Lele, the mission, and the ideal. She had never seen someone so willing to die, and this crazed posture left Aisha dumbfounded. She almost instinctively blurted out, "Do you want to die?" But before she could ask, Su Lele moved. Compared to the stunned Aisha, Su Lele, who was willing to wager her life, would never let go of the opportunity she had so painstakingly gambled for. As Aisha was momentarily distracted, Su Lele disregarded the wound on her neck and the sharp blade less than 10 centimeters from it, and, with lightning speed, she drew the soft iron ruler wrapped around her waist, shook it hard, and transformed it into a sharp sword, thrusting directly toward Aisha's abdomen. They were already extremely close to each other when Aisha was startled by Zuliel's movement and instinctively tried to block with the blade in her hand. Zuliel's soft ruler had already plunged directly into her abdomen without hesitation. Aisha let out a terrible scream, her hands instinctively flailing, the blade cutting deeply into Zuliel's right arm, leaving a wound 2 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters long. Blood immediately soaked the sleeve of her right arm. In an instant, both were injured. Aisha had never experienced such harm before. Although she had long held the belief and awareness of being ready to stand up for her ideals at any moment, She had grown up in the peaceful capital Star, and when she experienced such real harm for the first time, all the training she had undergone vanished from her mind. The intense pain and helplessness overwhelmed her. Aside from futilely waving the dagger in her hand, she had almost no strength to fight back. It seemed that only terrified screams could slightly vent her inner fear and anxiety. Meanwhile, Zulio was utterly unconcerned. Having lived off the sand since childhood, what did this minor injury matter? Zulio didn't even raise an eyebrow and forcefully pushed the soft ruler deeper into Aisha's abdomen, twisting it harshly. This blow was almost fatal. Aisha's shrill scream abruptly ceased, as if a hand had tightly gripped the neck of a duck, leaving her in shock and disbelief as she weakly collapsed. She could no longer threaten Zulio and could only curl up on the ground like a shrimp, desperately trying to hold down her abdominal wound while fearfully watching the blood gush out. Aisha's normally gentle face was now filled with despair. She was mumbling intermittently in her throat. Why? Seeing that Aisha had completely lost her ability to resist, Zulio finally relaxed and slumped down onto a chair. Ignoring Aisha, who was still struggling on the floor, Zulio began to check the wounds on her neck and right arm. The wounds were not shallow, but fortunately not fatal. Although they hurt, as long as her life was spared, there would be a chance for treatment once young Weiser and the others found her. Zulio felt relieved, but suddenly froze. Growing up in Shanghai, she had never thought of relying on others when facing difficulties, even when her life was threatened. She always tried to solve problems on her own as much as possible. Although her companions treated her well, their abilities were extremely limited. Many times, if she couldn't find a way to survive, the only outcome waiting for her would be death. But now, she had only known young Weiser and the others for a month. Why did she first think they would come to rescue her? What made her instinctively so certain? Was it because they had saved her multiple times over the past month? Or was it because she had distanced herself from the familiar sands and had come to this unfamiliar place near the capital Star, where she had no other choice but to rely on them? Zulio suddenly felt a sense of panic. She realized that this was no longer the familiar sand sea. Everything here was strange, and many things happening here could leave her at a loss for how to respond. Zulio immediately forgot her injuries. The most important thing now was to return to young Weiser and the others. She had to find them quickly or let them find her. But then Zulio suddenly froze. She was no longer on the same spaceship as them, but was trapped in this lifeboat originally controlled by Aisha. Now, she couldn't rely on Aisha, and she suddenly realized that she didn't know of any way to contact young Weiser and the others. Somehow, a sense of fear she had never experienced before suddenly seized Zulio. For the first time, she truly understood that this was a world she was not familiar with. She didn't even have her own terminal, let alone contact information for young Weiser and the others. All along, they had provided 24-hour uninterrupted close protection and had never considered that Zulio would leave their sight in this way. At that moment, Zulio suddenly felt that this lifeboat, which could protect her in the vastness of space, felt more like a prison that confined her. Chapter 43. Pursuit. The lifeboat continued to rush forward at maximum speed as per Aisha's earlier command. However, Zulio now felt trapped in this cage. She suddenly realized that she had broken out in a cold sweat. She had just fought with Aisha for her life, and any slight misstep could have cost her everything. In that moment of crisis, Zulio had charged upward with sheer determination. But now that the situation was settled, she felt her heart racing and her limbs going weak. But this was not the time to rest. Although she had dealt with Aisha, Zulio had no idea how to return. She had never operated such a vehicle before and didn't know how to pilot it. At that moment, she ignored her 2 injuries and anxiously rushed to the control seat, trying to find a way to operate the lifeboat. However, no matter how she turned the steering wheel or pulled the power lever, the lifeboat did not respond and only emitted an electronic voice. Do you need to exit autopilot mode and switch to manual driving mode? Zulio was taken aback. There was such a mode? But regardless, at least there was a response. If she could drive manually, she could at least find a way to steer the lifeboat, or at least stop it so young Weiser and the others could find her quickly. Zulio hurriedly replied, "Exit, exit, I need manual control." The electronic voice immediately responded, "Exiting autopilot mode, switching to manual driving mode. Voice sprint has been saved, verifying identity information." Zulio was stunned. Was there still identity information to verify? But how would they verify it? Before she could react, the electronic voice sounded again. "Chip card not detected. Identity information not verified. Zulio was taken aback. The electronic voice continued to ask, "Do you need to exit autopilot mode and switch to manual driving mode?" Zulio instinctively answered, "Yes." Exiting autopilot mode. Switching to manual driving mode. Voice print has been saved, verifying identity information. Chip card not detected, identity information not verified. When the voice asked for the third time whether to exit autopilot mode and switch to manual driving mode, Zulio finally understood. She was a cardless person. Without a chip card, she did not qualify as a federal citizen, and in front of the machine that confirmed identity information by scanning the chip card, she probably did not count as a living person at all. Just like the automatic doors of a regular hospital on Desert Star that would never open for her proximity, the control system of this lifeboat did not recognize her, a biologically complete person. Zulio didn't know whether to laugh or despair. She slumped down in her chair. Last time in the Sand Sea, Young Weiser had let her control 6 with a serial number. But now, without Young Weiser's help, she was healthy, could think, could express herself, and was no different from others. However, in this world maintained by machines and chip cards, she was completely out of place. The machines did not even reject her. They simply did not acknowledge her existence. She wasn't even counted as a life, so what was she? Su Lele stared blankly out of the window at the rapidly passing base, engulfed in flames of war. Small spacecraft, fighter jets, and Mechs took off one after another to reinforce the explosion sites, and everyone was in a hurry, completely oblivious to a lifeboat rushing out in the opposite direction. Of course, even if they noticed, they wouldn't care. As soldiers, the mission is the top priority. Everyone was busy completing their tasks. It wasn't like they were on the road where helping others mattered. With an urgent mission at hand, who would bother with trivial matters? And who would dare to complicate things? Su Lele was trapped in the lifeboat, unable to stop or contact Young Weiser and the others. For the first time, she felt so helpless. For the first time, she sensed the vast emptiness of space, even though there were clearly many people not far away. Meanwhile, Liu Pei was sweating with anxiety. Liang Honyuan instructed her to contact headquarters, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get through. It was as if the signal could only be transmitted within the base and couldn't reach headquarters. She hurried to contact the base's signal center, only to be told that due to the recent explosion, the equipment was damaged and under repair. As a military base, it was impossible to have only one communication system, and she believed the communication equipment would be restored in a short time. But how long would that take? Every minute without contact with headquarters meant another minute unable to locate Aisha, and even more difficulty in finding Sulele. Time was of the essence for them. In utter helplessness, she could only report to Liang Honyuan first. Liang Honyuan and Yang Weiser had already activated their Mechs and were about to pursue, but without knowing Su Lele's direction, where could they chase? Liang Honyuan thought for only 2 or 3 seconds before making a decision. Liu Pei, you continue to contact headquarters to try to find Aisha's whereabouts as soon as possible. I will head to the explosion site, and Yang Weiser, you fly towards the capital star. Both Yang Weiser and Liu Pei were surprised by Liang Hongyuan's chosen direction, the explosion site and the capital star. Liang Hongyuan, fearing they would be lost in the search, quickly explained, the periphery is already heavily guarded, and the lifeboat will not easily escape. Aisha's best options are these 2 routes. The area near the explosion site is extremely chaotic and easy to get lost in. Perhaps she has already abandoned the lifeboat and mingled with the crowd, using the confusion to throw us off. The crowd here is mixed. You 2 have no experience and likely won't be able to find her, so I will go. He then instructed Young Weiser. Besides that, head towards the capital star, which is in the opposite direction of the explosion site relative to the base. The defensive focus at the periphery must be near the explosion site, while the defenses toward the capital star will be relatively weak, making it easier to escape unnoticed. If we reach near the capital star, if they have already arranged for someone to pick her up, we will never find her again. Young Weiser, you must closely monitor the weakest points in the perimeter defenses. The 2 responded in unison, understood, and set off on their separate missions. Liang Hongyuan's greatest concern was that Aisha might have already blended into the crowd near the explosion site, making it as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Just then, the connection with Larella suddenly came through. Upon seeing that communication was restored, Liang Hongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could keep an eye on Aisha, Su Lele would not be easily lost. Larella, upon understanding the situation, immediately agreed to apply to the Public Security Department for Aisha's location and issued a strict order to Liang Hongyuan and the others to bring Su Lele back at all costs. However, there would still be at least 7 to 8 minutes before they could locate Aisha. If they couldn't quickly retrieve Su Lele, Aisha might escape to the range of her accomplices, and it would be too late to do anything then. Liang Hongyuan gritted his teeth. He knew this mission would not be easy, but he also didn't expect it to be this troublesome. However, there was no point in thinking about that now. Retrieving Su Lele was the top priority. He and Yang Weiser had both activated their Mechs, and with his command, the two Mechs shot up into the smoke-filled space of Base 4. Chapter 44. Interception Search Target, -00 type lifeboat, heading toward Capital Star. A soft electronic female voice sounded. Shall we initiate the search immediately? Yang Weiser replied without hesitation. Initiate immediately. The station troops on Desert Star were all outdated. And this cargo ship, which was not equipped with heavy weapons, had a mech that was an old model that had been in service for who knows how long. Such an outdated system was clearly unsatisfactory in terms of human-machine interaction. The display screen immediately showed a red cross moving across the entire field of view. Once it detected the lifeboat, it could lock onto it immediately. However, Yang Weiser still found this search system too slow. Time was of the essence. And if Aisha managed to take Su Lele away, they might never find her in the vast sea of stars. The red cross quickly moved around, continuously locking onto one target after another, then rapidly dismissing them. Yang Weiser piloted the mech straight towards the capital star, but as time passed, he still couldn't find the lifeboat. He could only anxiously keep his eyes glued to the red cross on the screen, searching the entire display with his eyes, unwilling to miss any glimmer of hope to find the lifeboat where Su Lele was. Having been in military school for less than a year, this was the first time he had such an important task. If he were to return empty-handed, he feared his entire life would be filled with regret. Ignoring the debris and remnants flying past from the explosions, Yang Weiser drove the mech at full speed, driven by his urgent desire to complete the mission. But somehow, the image of Su Lele's pure and flawless smile suddenly floated into his mind. Perhaps, just perhaps, it wasn't just about completing the mission. Yang Weiser's heart skipped a beat, and he shook his head, quickly casting aside the distracting thoughts and refocusing on searching the screen. Suddenly, the red cross on the screen began to flicker violently, and the electronic voice sounded. Target detected. Shall we lock on? Yang Weiser nearly jumped from the pilot's seat, staring intently at the flashing red cross. Lock on. The red cross immediately locked onto the lifeboat ahead, no longer moving. Yang Weiser zoomed in on the image. The lifeboat was quite far away, and at a speed of 5, it would take several more minutes to catch up. He roughly calculated in his mind that it matched the distance Aisha and Su Lele's lifeboat would have traveled since they had left earlier. Moreover, this lifeboat was moving towards the capital star. At this moment, almost everyone in the base was a soldier, all busy dealing with the sudden explosion, so it was unlikely that many people had hurriedly boarded lifeboats to escape. This lifeboat in front of him was very likely the one that Su Lele was on. Yang Weiser's heart raced as he charged toward the locked target at maximum speed, simultaneously reporting to Liang Hongyuan. Upon hearing that he had locked onto the target, Liang Hongyuan immediately turned to pursue as well, instructing Yang Weiser to stay close, but not to get too close, in case Aisha acted rashly and put Su Lele in danger. Yang Weiser was taken aback. At this speed of 5, by the time I can nearly catch up, we might be close to the capital star. Liang Hongyuan continued to command. Just follow closely. We cannot engage unless absolutely necessary. Su Lele's safety is the top priority. Yang Weiser gritted his teeth, understood. At the edge of Base 4, a life-and-death chase unfolded. The lifeboat and the mech raced towards the capital star, one ahead and one behind. Gradually, Yang Weiser drew closer to the lifeboat and had to report again to Liang Hongyuan. Report, the lifeboat is estimated to have radiation shielding. The infrared camera cannot scan the internal situation of the lifeboat. Let's wait until I catch up to assess the situation. I should be able to catch up with you in about a minute and a half. You stay behind them for now. Yang Weiser was anxious and said, but in a minute and a half, we will be approaching the capital star's defense zone. However, Liang Hongyuan still ordered wait, unless absolutely necessary. I can't force Aisha too hard. Yang Weiser could only slow down and continue to follow the lifeboat at a steady pace. But for some reason, even though he wasn't pressing hard, he was still closely following the lifeboat. Yet the lifeboat ahead showed no reaction and continued to move at full speed in the predetermined direction. Was it overconfident, or was something unexpected happening? Another minute passed, and the two machines maintained their cruising speed. Young Weiser kept checking the time, hoping Liang Honyuan would arrive soon. However, Liang Honyuan hadn't arrived yet and received an urgent communication. Warning, you have entered the Capital Star's automatic defense counterattack zone. Please present your pass serial number or stop immediately. Young Weiser couldn't help but slap his forehead. This mech was supposed to follow the cargo ship to the Capital Star's port, and only the cargo ship needed a pass serial number. Now that he was piloting the mech alone, where was he supposed to get a pass serial number? By the time he applied for one, it might be too late. The warning reiterated, but young Weiser dared not stop. His eyes were red with anxiety. Why hadn't Liang Honyuan arrived yet? Suddenly, he received another urgent communication. Warning, you have entered the Capital Star's automatic defense counterattack zone's automatic defense third line. Please stop immediately, or you will face automatic counterattack. Young Weiser's scalp went numb. The automatic counterattack of the Capital Star's defense zone was no joke. At that moment, a Level 12 patrol ship appeared in the left front, directly communicating with young Weiser. Which part are you from? If you don't stop, we can't write the report. If there are people, it's easier to handle. The system cannot communicate, but people can. Young Weiser Horili Said, I am Young Weiser, a student from the Capital 1st Military Academy, currently interning in the 217th Special Brigade of the 102nd Division of the 1st Group Army of the Capital Military Region. I am currently completing a confidential level task with my unit. The mech I'm piloting is borrowed from the transport ship of the 407th Division stationed at Desert Star, the 3rd Group Army of the Anti-Military Region. If necessary, I can ask the transport ship's captain to help verify. But can you please help intercept the lifeboat ahead? The communication officer on the patrol ship replied, All right, you stop first, and after we verify your side, we'll help you intercept the lifeboat. After all, the lifeboat had no attack capability and was not within the interception range. Young Weiser immediately panicked. Please help intercept it. I'll stop right away. The patrol ship mocked. Your danger level is obviously greater than that of the lifeboat. How we proceed is up to us, not you. You stop, I'll intercept. You're just a military academy student. Don't be clueless about discipline. Once he was intercepted and stopped, the lifeboat could rush into the Capital Star. If Aisha had accomplices waiting, even if the Capital Star's garrison intercepted them, it would be too late. Young Weiser gritted his teeth. If it came to it, he could only force his way through. Chapter 45. Stop. Faced with the patrol ship's insistence on stopping him, young Weiser hesitated about whether to charge directly through. If he stopped to accept inspection and waited for verification, it would inevitably waste time. And Su Lele and the other's lifeboat could directly enter the Capital Star's defense zone's military airport. If their accomplices took advantage of the situation, Su Lele might really not be found again, and he would regret it later. Moreover, the lifeboat hadn't responded at all and showed no signs of life. Something might have happened inside. Su Lele's situation could be very dangerous. At this moment, he absolutely could not afford any negligence. But if he charged directly through, the patrol ship might very well open fire on him. Young Weiser looked at the patrol ship in front of him. This Level 12 patrol ship was known for its small and agile size. However, despite its small size, it was still a genuine patrol ship, a real space vessel. His mech, which was less than 6 meters tall, looked weak and helpless like a small insect in front of it, with no means of resistance. Moreover, he had already entered the automatic counterattack range of the Capital Star's defense zone. If he acted rashly, he might be struck by the Capital Star's defense system, which was no joke. Young Weiser could only once again request the patrol ship. Due to the special nature of my mission, please assist in intercepting the lifeboat ahead as quickly as possible. As soon as the lifeboat is intercepted, I will stop. The other side snorted. Given your urgency, to avoid delaying your mission, I can send someone to intercept it now, but you must stop immediately. Young Weiser had to insist. As long as the lifeboat stops, I will stop right away. The other side grew furious. Don't be ungrateful. You're just a military academy student. Considering the level of your mission, I've already made a concession. But don't get it wrong. This is the Capital Star. The defense zone of the Capital Star is not a joke. If you don't stop immediately, I will open fire. The lifeboat ahead was still moving at full speed. If he hesitated any longer, it would soon enter the airport area. Young Weiser couldn't think any longer. He suddenly pulled the throttle, and the mech's engine speed shot up to maximum. The mech accelerated suddenly, directly charging forward. The patrol ship saw young Weiser daring to charge directly and issued another warning. I command you to stop immediately, or I will open fire. With his warning, the weapons on the patrol ship, with their dark muzzles, were aimed directly at young Weiser. At this moment, there was no time to retreat. Young Weiser gritted his teeth and desperately pushed forward, trying to intercept the lifeboat before the other side really opened fire. At this time, he was still 5 kilometers away from the lifeboat and needed at least 30 seconds to catch up. However, the patrol ship had already issued urgent warnings. If you don't stop, I really will open fire. Stop immediately, or I will count down. Alarms blared in the cockpit. On one side was the urgent communication warning from the Capital Star's automatic defense counterattack system. Warning, you are about to enter the automatic defense counterattack zone's second line. Please stop immediately. Once you enter the second line, you'll be attacked. On the other side were alarms from the mech. Please note, multiple weapons are in hot startup within range. Warning, we have entered the automatic defense counterattack zone's third line and are about to enter the second line. You may be attacked. Please stop immediately or report your pass serial number. Warning, you have been locked on by heavy weapons. Please take precautions. Young Weiser was so nervous that sweat was pouring down his face, his palms were clammy, and his heart was racing. Growing up on the Capital Star, like all ordinary citizens, he subconsciously viewed the automatic defense counterattack system as a protective umbrella and never imagined he would one day pilot a mech against this formidable defense counterattack system. Reputed to be impenetrable. Should he stop or continue the pursuit? Young Weiser didn't know if his choice was correct. He just didn't want to regret it. At this moment, he didn't have time to think about why he might regret it. Whether it was for the mission or something else, he only knew that at this moment, the pure smile in his mind could not be shaken off. He absolutely could not let Sue Lele fall into Aisha's hands. Young Weiser's sweaty hands gripped the control stick tightly. If the patrol boat fires, can I dodge it? Young Weiser glanced at the patrol boat, pointing its gun at him. It was a 12-meter caliber 4th-generation ion cannon, and at this distance, it would take less than a second from launch to hit him. It was estimated that he couldn't dodge it. Young Weiser opened the terminal and quickly checked the performance parameters of the 4th-generation ion cannon, comparing them with the defenses of the 5th. With the defensive capability of the 5th, if it faced the 4th-generation ion cannon directly, it would undoubtedly be blown to bits. The communication officer of the patrol boat was already issuing the final ultimatum. According to Article 27 of the Capital Star Defense Counterattack Order, we are about to attack you. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Young Weiser's heart raced, but he was unwilling to let his efforts go to waste. Should he stop? Should he stop? Should he stop? The countdown continued. 4, 3. Young Weiser closed his eyes, collapsing back into the pilot's seat. He couldn't catch up. Young Weiser unwillingly uttered 2 words, stop advancing. The 5th immediately responded, coming to a sudden halt almost right at the communication officer's count of 1. The ion cannon of the patrol boat did not fire. Young Weiser felt a sense of relief, as if he had survived a disaster, but he looked blankly at the screen as the lifeboat, less than 2 kilometers away, quickly receded. In the end, he still failed. He couldn't catch up. Young Weiser slammed his fist on the control panel of the cockpit, triggering a sharp alarm, but he seemed oblivious. Damn it, if only he had another 10 seconds, he could have intercepted the lifeboat. Young Weiser stared blankly at the screen. What was Zilil doing right now? However, before he could think further, he incredulously widened his eyes. An unexpected beam shot from behind him, barely brushing past the 5th and directly hitting the base of the patrol boat's main cannon. Young Weiser instinctively zoomed in on the screen to check the damage to the 4th-generation ion cannon's base, and saw a small hole had been blasted into it. The ion cannon was heavily tilted to one side. Although the power of this beam was not enough to destroy the cannon, it had rendered it incapable of aiming. Young Weiser gasped and instinctively turned to look behind him, but then realized he couldn't see anything from the cockpit. He quickly switched back to the screen and saw Liang Hongyuan. Young Weiser couldn't believe it and confirmed again. The direction of the shot just now had no one else but Liang Hongyuan. Liang Hongyuan had finally arrived. Young Weiser was finally ready to display his might. But where were your tickets? Chapter 46, Extreme Shooting. The effective range of the Fifth's main weapon, the high-energy particle gun, was only 10 kilometers. And Liang Hongyuan was almost 10 kilometers away from the patrol boat, barely reaching the effective range. However, being able to shoot was one thing. Hitting at such a distance was another. Even with a lock-on at such a distance, there were still interferences to eliminate. How did he manage to hit? At such a distance, there must be energy attenuation. To achieve such an effect, it had to be perfectly precise, not a bit off. This was 10 kilometers. Young Weiser was completely stunned. Such shooting should only exist in theory. Even military instructors had repeatedly told them not to take effective shooting distance literally. But the reality was that Liang Hongyuan had truly given him a vivid lesson on effective shooting range. For the first time, Young Weiser witnessed this veteran's terrifying shooting capability. Young Weiser didn't have time to think further when he heard Liang Hongyuan's voice in the communicator. The colonel has given us a death order to complete the mission at all costs. Young Weiser, Zuliel is in your hands. Young Weiser was taken aback, immediately responding, yes, at all costs. Young Weiser didn't know what the cost of injuring a comrade would be, nor did he want to think about how much trouble it might cause later. He only knew that now Liang Hongyuan wanted him to move forward, and he had to move forward. The Fifth's engine roared again, and the mecha accelerated to chase the lifeboat as fast as possible. Because of this delay, he might need at least 15 seconds to catch up with the lifeboat. But now he was not fighting alone. Liang Hongyuan was negotiating with the patrol boat, while Young Weiser focused intently on the lifeboat ahead and charged forward with all his might. However, as he stopped, the warning also stopped, and as he got closer to the automatic defense second line, the dense alarm sound seemed to be urging him on. The warning continued to sound. This was not just any patrol boat. The Capital Star defense was a top priority for the entire Federation, and at this moment, it felt as if the heaviest sword of Damocles was hanging over Young Weiser's head, ready to drop at any time. Young Weiser had never been this nervous before, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. He really didn't expect that after not dying at the hands of the gangsters on Desert Star, he might end up dying under the artillery of the very Capital Star defense system that was supposed to protect him. But now, having walked 99 steps, he couldn't take a single step back. In 5 seconds, he would catch up. Young Weiser gritted his teeth. Ignoring the urgent alarms, he still charged forward at maximum speed. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Young Weiser finally caught up with the lifeboat. He rushed in front of the lifeboat, blocking its path with the mecha, and urgently communicated to the lifeboat, Aisha, this is Young Weiser. You have been taken control of. Please immediately stop the lifeboat and release Zuliel, or you will bear all consequences. However, the lifeboat remained silent, continuing forward. Young Weiser grew anxious. Something must have gone wrong inside the lifeboat. He didn't know what condition Zuliel was in right now. No matter what, he had to drag the lifeboat back first. But the lifeboat was still charging forward with all its might, and although Young Weiser was trying to block it with the mecha, he couldn't pull it back for the moment. At this time, the emergency communication channel suddenly sounded an urgent alarm. Warning. You have entered the Capital Star's automatic defense counterattack zone. Please retreat immediately, or we will open fire. Countdown 10-9. The mecha's alarm also blared, and the entire cockpit's red lights flashed urgently. Warning, we have entered the Capital Star's automatic defense counterattack zone. The automatic defense system is about to fire. Please immediately provide the access sequence number or retreat. Warning, there was no time to retreat. Young Weiser desperately pushed the power to the maximum, forcing the lifeboat back inch by inch. But it was too late. Young Weiser activated all auxiliary power, pushing the mecha's power to the limit. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, not even bothering to wipe the sweat trickling down to his eyes. What he needed now was to race against time. If he could push the lifeboat back to the third line in time, they would be saved. Otherwise, he would be reduced to ashes under the attack of the automatic defense system. Young Weiser stood up, bracing himself against the control stick, as if this would give the mecha more power. The lifeboat was retreating faster, but it was still not in time. The countdown was down to 5 seconds. It was too late. In the communicator, Liang Hongyuan shouted, Young Weiser, let go. It's too late. We can still monitor them getting off the boat later. At this moment, for Young Weiser to survive, he could only let go. But if he did, the lifeboat would charge straight toward Capital Star. and he would never have a chance to catch up again. If anything else happened afterward, they would never have a chance to control again. Perhaps Su Lele will be safe and sound, but as long as there's a hint of danger, that uncontrollable threat will never be allowed to loom over Su Lele. If they can easily be targeted after disembarking, what has he been fighting for all this way? Liang Honyuan even went so far as to injure the main gun mount of the friendly patrol boat. What was the point of that? Yang Weiser, Witao Tesitatian, discarded all weapons carried by the mech, including the shield and emergency power supply. After all, these things would be of no use under the attack of the capital Star's automatic defense system. In the end, he even got rid of the life support system. After all, Liang Honyuan was still behind. With almost all the weight of the mech thrown off, it suddenly felt lighter. The engine was able to unleash more powerful force. The lifeboat finally sped backward. Young Weiser's heart raced. He had never been afraid of death. Since the day he planned to apply to a military academy, he knew he would one day die on the battlefield. But he never expected to die under his own military system. Young Weiser couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't want to die in such an unclear manner. A strong survival instinct surged within him, igniting his fighting spirit. But it still wasn't enough. Clearly, the power output had been maximized, yet the mech still felt inexplicably weak. The mech was controlled by a person, and Young Weiser's movements would directly affect the mech's output. But when Young Weiser looked at himself, he realized he had already exerted all his strength. Why couldn't he unleash the mech's full power? As the countdown ticked down and he could no longer retreat to the third line, he would soon be attacked. Young Weiser quickly analyzed the data displayed on the screen. The total output was fine, having reached its peak, but wait, why did the output distribution ratio seem a bit off? He wasn't making large movements. He was just pushing forward with effort, so the balance value should have remained at a relatively low range. However, the output required to maintain the balance system was exceeding the expected range. Why was that? Young Weiser was anxious. This was the last moment. Recommended to a buddy. A book introduction. The female lead is a cute disciple with a treasure-seeking attribute that only takes in and never gives out. The male lead is a clumsy master who loves to feed his cute disciple in front of others, yet is fierce in front of outsiders. Master, I'm hungry. Lin Xingxin looked at her master with her big, wet eyes. Little Sun Tsin has eaten a lot today. Her belly is all swollen. Mao Yu had a face of impartiality, but inside, he was thinking that his disciple was eating so much he could barely lift her. Wah, Master bullies me. Don't cry, Master has fruits here. Chapter 47. Rescued, looking at the balance value on the screen fluctuating excessively. Young Weiser suddenly felt as if struck by lightning. The balance value exceeded the range because his movements were inherently unbalanced. Young Weiser suddenly understood. His injuries had clearly healed, but the habits formed over the past half-month had made him subconsciously protect his left arm and right leg. Even though he was now healed, the self-protective part of his brain still seemed to control the power output of his left arm and right leg. It was precisely because the left arm and right leg weren't exerting enough force that it caused the power output to be unbalanced, forcing the balance system to use a higher energy output to correct it. Young Weiser took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and exerted force with both hands and feet simultaneously, pulling the power control stick to its limit once again. The control stick was pulled to the bottom, yet Young Weiser seemed to still feel it wasn't enough. The veins on his forehead bulged as he shouted with all his strength, "Ah!" It was as if his strength could be transmitted to the mech, causing the lifeboat to speedily retreat. Then, the alarm that had been flashing sharply suddenly fell silent. This extremely brief, yet seemingly long silence was followed by the alarm sounding again. Warning, you have entered the automatic defense counterattack zone of the Capital Star's automatic defense system. Please stop advancing immediately, or you will be subjected to automatic counterattack. Young Weiser suddenly fell back into the pilot's seat. He had finally succeeded in escaping the second line. Having escaped from the brink of death, Young Weiser looked at the lifeboat that was being pushed rapidly backward by the still operating mech and suddenly felt his eyes blur. He had truly fought with all his might. Fortunately, Su Lele had finally been pulled back. Why wasn't Aisha responding? That little girl, is she okay now? Young Weiser sat in the chair thinking, but somehow felt he could no longer muster even a bit of strength. The explosion at base now, for in the distance, seemed to have stopped, but the smoke could not dissipate for a while. Clearly, he should first think of a way to get Su Lele out. But Yang Weiser felt as if he could no longer move. He would leave it to Liang Hongyuan. This uncle seemed like he should have a way at any time. Yang Weiser closed his eyes. But before he could gather his thoughts, Liang Hongyuan's communication suddenly came through. The headquarters reported that Aisha's location had been confirmed. She was in a lifeboat. However, Liang Hongyuan paused, and Yang Weiser jumped up from his chair, his heart tightening. Something must have happened. What happened to Su Lele? Liang Hongyuan said with some confusion. The feedback from the public security system indicates that Aisha has suffered physiological death. In the communication, Liu Pei subconsciously exclaimed, "What? Aisha is dead." Yang Weiser was also extremely shocked. If Aisha was dead, what would happen to Su Lele? Liang Hongyuan hurriedly came over to join Yang Weiser in pushing the lifeboat with maximum power, slowly turning it around to return to base number 4. But after they finally managed to push the lifeboat onto the maintenance line of base number 4, the maintenance worker finally stopped the engine and opened the lifeboat. As soon as the lifeboat opened, Yang Weiser was the first to rush in. Because the engine had been forcibly shut down from the outside, the lighting and ventilation inside the lifeboat had also stopped. The only light came from the window, and after Yang Weiser adjusted to the light, he could barely see. However, when he finally saw the situation inside the lifeboat, he was taken aback. The interior was filled with a heavy smell of blood. And lying on the floor near the pilot's seat was a body lying in a pool of blood. Yang Weiser hurriedly stepped forward to check and saw it was Aisha, which made him feel somewhat relieved. Sitting in the pilot's seat was another person. Looking at the figure, it seemed to be Su Lele. However, she was looking down, and he could not see clearly. Yang Weiser tried to call out, "Su Lele?" The person lifted her head upon hearing his voice, and when she saw his face, Yang Weiser couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. It was undoubtedly Su Lele, but she was not the usual Su Lele. In Yang Weiser's impression, Su Lele, no matter how impoverished or threatened her life was, always had a pure and cheerful smile. Even if there were occasional clouds, they would quickly dissipate. But now, Su Lele had no expression. Her eyes were vacant and dazed, as if she had endured a tremendous shock. In a moment of urgency, Yang Weiser grabbed her shoulders. "Su Lele, what happened to you?" Su Lele seemed to be startled awake by his voice. Her eyes gradually regained clarity, and her expression slowly became less rigid, becoming more animated. However, once she came to her senses, she could no longer control herself and threw herself into Yang Weiser's waist, crying out loudly. "Did you come to save me? You really came to save me? I thought you all couldn't find me. I thought I would never get out again." Trapped in this lifeboat with the already deceased Aisha, the fear of Yang Weiser and the others not finding her, the loneliness drifting in space, tightly grasped her heart. This was not the familiar sandy sea, but the unfamiliar capital star, trapped in an inescapable lifeboat. A fear she had never experienced struck her. Just a moment ago, when she was alone, she could still endure it. But the moment she saw Yang Weiser, she could no longer help but burst into tears, as if she wanted to release all the fear she had just experienced through her cries. Yang Weiser was suddenly embraced by her. His body stiffened, but then slowly relaxed. For the past month, she had lived under the shadow of assassination, and then was suddenly kidnapped by Aisha. Although he did not know what had happened. Seeing the situation in the lifeboat, it should be that she was kidnapped, but managed to fight back and even killed Aisha. Su Lele was more capable than they had previously thought. What had turned a 13-year-old girl, who had never undergone professional training, into this level of competence? She must have had quite a bit of experience on the sandy sea. Yang Weiser gently wrapped his arms around Su Lele's shoulders with some pity, softly patting her back for comfort. Liang Hongyuan, who followed Yang Weiser in, finally felt relieved when he saw that Su Lele was not seriously hurt. However, Liu Pei, who came in last, frowned, hugging a boy's waist and acting cute in front of everyone. What was that? Liu Pei suppressed her impatience and softly said to Yang Weiser, "Can I take over?" Yang Weiser nodded. Comforting someone was indeed a task more suited for a gentle girl. However, Su Lele seemed oblivious, merely holding onto Yang Weiser's waist tightly, crying without letting go. Liu Pei was just short of prying her fingers apart. Seeing this, Yang Weiser waved his hand, deciding to let it be. She was indeed scared, and they could talk after she finished crying. Liu Pei was reluctant and wanted to say something else, but Liang Hongyuan had already received the communication. The colonel had brought the Xinghe back. Liu Pei was somewhat surprised. So soon? Liang Honyuan explained that they had received the order to launch when the explosion occurred. He then urged Yang Weiser to take Su Lele back to rest first. Yang Weiser agreed, but when he looked down, he found that Su Lele had actually fallen asleep against his waist. He couldn't help but chuckle. After going through so much, she must be tired. She was really just a child, falling asleep as soon as she had the chance. Yang Weiser had no choice but to pick Su Lele up horizontally and carry her back to rest. However, Su Lele shifted in his arms, seemingly trying to find a comfortable position. Young Weiser couldn't help but laugh and held her tighter. Chapter 49. Departure. Liu Pei was quite surprised. Aren't we supposed to hand in the mission as soon as we arrive at Capital Star? Liang Honyuan, checking the mission details he had just received, explained to the two. It's already been submitted. We're now receiving a new mission, and the content has changed. As you both already know, the Black Hands that attacked Su Lele on the Sandy Sea and later kidnapped her are all from the Pearl Militia. Now that we have returned to Capital Star, we don't need to worry about a direct attack. However, this doesn't mean that Pearl will easily give up on Su Lele. They might still attempt assassination or kidnapping when we let her guard down. So the mission content has changed. I will monitor and protect Su Lele daily by myself, and you two can return to your normal work and life. But our group will not disband. You both still belong to my team, and I may call you back in case of an emergency. Liu Pei felt like cursing. Why was Su Lele like a persistent ghost, impossible to shake off? At least she didn't have to see her every day anymore. That was a slight relief. Yang Weiser had no objections. Yes. Liang Honyuan waved his hand. Then we're dismissed. If you both want to accompany me to send Su Lele to the police station, you can. If not, you can go home now. Liu Pei immediately said. Then I'll go home first. It's my first time out on a mission for such a long time, and my parents are a bit worried. Yang Weiser replied. I'll accompany you to send her off. Once we settle her card, it will be easier to contact her. You can also relax a bit. Liu Pei, however, didn't want Yang Weiser to spend more time with Su Lele and quickly pulled his arm. You should come back with me first. My parents are worried about you too. Our mission is confidential, and I haven't dared to tell them anything. If they find out you were injured so badly, they will definitely worry more. My mom will probably feel guilty for not taking care of you. Young Weiser smiled apologetically. I know Annie treats me like her own child. But I still need to go. I'll be back soon. Liang Honyuan, having lived nearly as long as the combined ages of the two teenagers, understood their feelings but didn't expose them, just stood by with a smile. Liu Pei wanted to say something more, but Su Lele had already come out. Liang Honyuan greeted her. All packed up? Su Lele, with bandages around her neck and right arm, had nothing much to pack, saying, I don't have 2 pieces of clothing. Yang Weiser nodded. Then let's go. Su Lele followed them out of the Xinghe and walked towards the focus of their journey. However, as soon as she stepped out of the Xinghe's door and onto the corridor bridge, Su Lele was stunned. Outside the door was the real Capital Star. Although they were still at the Xinghe base and hadn't reached the city yet, the sky above Capital Star was just as blue as she had seen on TV. The clear blue sky floated with a few leisurely white clouds, refreshing and uplifting. The base had a large green area, with green trees surrounding the helipad and lush grass. Patrol boats flew swiftly above the base. Many maintenance personnel had come because the Xinghe had returned to port, and small flying vehicles were taking off and landing in the base, busy yet orderly. This clean and tidy base was nothing compared to the chaotic gang environment of the Sandy Sea. Su Lele's spirit was shocked, and she was speechless for a long time. Liang Honyuan smiled. Capital Star is your home. Look as long as you want. But there's not much to see inside the base. When we get to the city, you can take your time to look around. She had seen Capital Star on TV countless times, but seeing it in person with her own eyes was completely different. Su Lele gradually came back to her senses. Where are we going now? Liang Honyuan was somewhat surprised. Didn't Liu Pei tell you? We're going to the police station. The top priority now is to re-implant your card and restore your citizenship. Liu Pei blushed a bit, having been so focused on going home that she completely forgot to explain this, merely saying, Su Lele just woke up not long ago, and I didn't have the chance to mention it. Su Lele was caught off guard. We're going to implant the card now? Liang Honyuan turned back in surprise. Of course we have to implant the card when we return. Otherwise, you won't be able to move an inch in Capital Star. Su Lele quickly waved her hands. I know. I just didn't think about it and wasn't mentally prepared. As they spoke, they had already walked down the corridor bridge and entered the base building. Military bases are not like civilian facilities. This building had checkpoints everywhere. Without a card, Su Lei would either have to climb over or be supported by Liang Hongyuan and Yang Weiser at the doors. Fortunately, they didn't have to pass through the core areas and smoothly reach the parking lot. Su Lei had never imagined that there would be such a large parking lot underground. This giant parking lot was at least 3 levels underground, and they took the elevator directly to the second level. As soon as they exited the elevator, Su Lei was stunned by the grandeur of the parking lot. Countless vehicles are quietly parked in rows, and it's impossible to count how many there are. Liang Hongyuan opened the terminal to access the vehicles assigned to them, while explaining some basic knowledge about Capital Star to Su Lei. These vehicles are all automatically managed. In civilian parking lots in Capital, Star only require a card swipe at the entrance and exit to automatically store and retrieve one's vehicle. The military does not use private cars. As long as an application is made at this entrance, the vehicle assigned for our use will be dispatched. Su Lei was surprised to see a car slowly drive out and stop steadily in front of them in less than 2 minutes. Liang Hongyuan took Yang Weiser and Su Lei into the car, while Liu Pei bid farewell, saluting as they left. Liang Hongyuan casually reported an address, and the vehicle smoothly started driving itself. Su Lei couldn't help but question, "Aren't we going to the police station?" Liang Hongyuan explained, "We need to go to the police station in your original registered residence to verify the information. Capital Star is so large that it is divided into many districts. We are currently at our brigade station, and although it is not world apart from the police station you belong to, it is certainly not close. With this vehicle, it will take a long time to get there, so we are going directly to the bus station to take a bus, and we will arrive quickly." Su Lei responded with an "oh" and began to carefully examine the car. The silver-gray exterior of the car was a model she often saw on television, and she was quite familiar with it. But sitting inside, she realized that the experience was completely different from what she had seen on TV. The interior was very comfortable. The seats seemed to be tailored perfectly to her body. Su Lei was surprised as she examined it for a while, only to discover that the backrest of the seat could automatically adjust according to the passenger's body. The vehicle had already started in normal mode, but there was no feeling of bumps inside, and she could hardly feel the turns and acceleration or deceleration. The vehicle was fully enclosed, yet it didn't feel stuffy at all, with a comfortable temperature. This car was so comfortable, completely different from the transportation she had experienced in the desert. It was so comfortable that Su Lei felt like she could sit there forever. Su Lei couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Capital Star, "Even a car is made so user-friendly." Chapter 50. Terrifying statement. While Su Lei was marveling at the comfort of the vehicle, she noticed Liang Hongyuan in the front seat opening the terminal inside the car. The terminal was playing the news. Crowds of people were gathering and marching at the Capitol building and the Central Square, protesting against the Palam guerrillas for their bombing attack on our military's base number 4 around Capital Star. According to a military spokesperson this morning at 9 a.m., this attack has caused Su Lei was stunned. Was Aisha also one of the Palam guerrillas? She was not unaware of the Palam guerrillas. This guerrilla group claimed to want to overthrow the current political system and have been quite active in recent years. Moreover, due to the mixed environment on Desert Star, guerrillas sometimes took advantage of the chaos there. To her knowledge, foreign arms dealers had sold weapons to the Palam guerrillas, avoiding customs from the desert side. However, Su Lei's understanding of Palam was limited to hearsay. Her impression of them was merely a shallow recognition of their existence. She had no good feelings towards Palam, nor any malice, simply due to ignorance and the fact that it didn't concern her. But Aisha was different. They had spent more than half a month together, and in the end, they had fought for their lives. Su Lei's understanding of her was far greater than that of the so-called Palam guerrillas she had only heard of. She knew Aisha's parents, that she had a beloved aunt and younger cousins, that she had attended certain schools, and that she had worked in certain hospitals. She even knew that Aisha liked to stroll around square number 5, enjoyed eating grilled squid, and that her wish was to travel around the universe, visiting all corners where human footprints existed. She was a living person, not much different from all the ordinary people around. If there was any difference, it was that she had strong political ideals. Such political ideals ultimately led her down a path of self-destruction. Su Lei couldn't help but sigh. Although she did not know what kind of force the Palam guerrillas were, seeing Aisha so casually sacrifice others and watching the attack on base now, for made Su Lei deeply feel that it would be best to avoid any further involvement with this guerrilla group. Although it seemed from Aisha's words that they were determined to get their hands on her, now that she had safely arrived at Capital Star, they should not easily find another opportunity to act, right? Suddenly, the news changed, interrupting Su Leilei's thoughts. We interrupt this broadcast to bring you a message just received from someone claiming to be Sam, the leader of the Palong Gorillas. We will now play this message. Following this, a scruffy-looking middle-aged man appeared on the screen, looking relaxed and even slightly smiling. But the words coming out of his mouth were far from lighthearted. Good afternoon, everyone. Sam. This is my first time meeting you all, and of course, there will certainly be a second and third time in the future. First of all, I would like to declare that the Palong Gorillas take full responsibility for the attack on base number 4 around Capital Star. Su Leilei was taken aback, but continued to listen. This serves as a formal greeting to everyone, and I hope you remember our mission, to overthrow the federal rule, to change the decayed political system, and to take the future into our own hands. Next, we may have some surprises for the Department of Defense, the Capitol building, and other core institutions that maintain the decayed rule and oppress ordinary people. Or perhaps we might send a little cream cake to the Capital Star spaceport or the 11th commercial building. Sam winked with a smile, as if he were really just talking about sending a piece of cake. Well, actually, it might be nice to send a little cookie to the presidential residence. Anyway, please look forward to our upcoming events. The car fell into a dead silence. By the time Su Leilei came back to her senses, the news had switched back to the studio. Our reporter has arrived at the entrance of the presidential residence to request an interview with the spokesperson. Now, please watch the live broadcast from our reporter on the scene. Good afternoon, everyone. I am national television reporter Chiao, and I am currently at the entrance of the presidential residence. We have just received a response to our interview request, and in 2 minutes, I will be interviewing the spokesperson. Before we officially meet the spokesperson, let me interview this cleaning staff member I encountered on my way here. Hello. Excuse me. Did you just see the message from Sam, the leader of the Palong Gorillas, that our station broadcasted? Su Leilei leaned tightly against the back of her seat, her mind in turmoil. This is too crazy. She couldn't help but recall the chaotic scene of the explosion at base number 4. 3 patrol boats and a warship had crashed into base number 4 carrying a large amount of explosives, turning countless equipment into fragments. And who knows how many soldiers were seriously injured or even killed on the spot. What had they done? Growing up in the desert, Su Leilei had never had the thought of defending her country, but these soldiers were living, breathing people who wanted to die, having witnessed death since childhood. Su Leilei understood the value of life better than others. Yet these soldiers died without understanding why. Moreover, base number 4 was a military base. If the guerrillas were dissatisfied with the Federation, it could be understandable to target the military. But what did that Sam just say? Some of those places were not military institutions at all, and not even government institutions. There, besides soldiers, there were many civilians. What have those civilians done? Why should their right to live be taken away? Su Leilei was furious. One Aisha is like this, and the paramilitary group, composed of many Aishas, is also like this. Ignoring the lives and deaths of others, they casually want to take away other people's lives. Su Leilei, who values the meaning of life the most, suddenly felt a deep aversion to this paramilitary group that had previously had nothing to do with her. Liang Honyuan abruptly turned off the terminal. Su Leilei was taken aback. Liang Honyuan pulled out an e-cigarette and put it in his mouth. Ah, it's so comfortable on Desert Star, I can smoke whenever I want. Su Leilei was still reeling from her earlier anger, staring blankly at Liang Honyuan. Liang Honyuan suddenly asked Yang Weiser, "Kid, why did you join the military?" Su Leilei couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Weiser on her left, only to see him sitting up straight, his body tense, his face colder than usual. When he spoke, his voice was very hard, as if it carried a suppressed anger, so that our next generation won't suffer from these chaotic things anymore. Liang Honyuan stared at Yang Weiser in shock, his eyes bright, but he didn't say anything. After a while, he chuckled and turned back. After a long pause, he said, "Silly kid, if you die in battle, where will the next generation come from?" He recommended a book to his good friend, 3533 Shu Rong. A silly girl turned into an intermittently neurotic person's daily complaints. It's about to go on the shelves, so give it a push. Chapter 51. Implant car. Because of the news just now, the car was filled with a stifling atmosphere. Su Lele had no interest in appreciating the capital star's extreme prosperity that she could only see through her own eyes, rather than on television, and sat silently in the car until it stopped, indicating they had reached their destination. Su Lele followed Liang Honyuan out of the car. Feeling the sunlight outside seemed a bit dazzling and couldn't help but raise her hand. The vehicle would return by itself. Liang Honyuan led them to take public transport, taking more than an hour to cross 8,000 kilometers and arrive at the destination station. They hailed a taxi and went directly to the police station entrance. Su Lele couldn't help but click her tongue. The capital star is really big. Entering the police station, it was also quite large inside. Liang Honyuan and Yang Weiser still entered the door with Su Lele sandwiched between them, since it had been arranged in advance. Liang Honyuan passed the verification from the service robot in the lobby, which then took them directly to the police handling this matter. A burly black police officer was on the phone, passionately slamming the desk with his hand. Upon seeing them enter, he raised his hand to gesture for them to sit down and wait, but continued to roar at the other end of the line. You know the Public Security Bureau just issued a Level 1 alert, right? What are you still babbling about? Can't you just let the robot take care of sending the old man home? This is an emergency situation. Do you understand? Get your ass back here as soon as possible. The boss ordered everyone to assemble at 6 o'clock. Do you see what time it is now? All positions are short-staffed, and the boss even went to the traffic police department to borrow people, handing all traffic control over to robots, even borrowing traffic police. You're still dawdling outside? Are you a woman? How long does it take to get moving? If I don't see you by 5:59, just watch me fire you and let you go be a woman. The officer angrily hung up the communication, lifted his cup, and gulped down the water in one go, then slammed the cup back on the desk, exhaling a breath and muttering to himself. There are only so few police officers. Dividing them up doesn't work. He then looked up and asked, "What are you here for?" Liang Honyuan shook his head, handed him a cigarette first, then opened the terminal to show him the task serial number. The officer's eyes lit up when he saw the cigarette Liang Honyuan offered. "Dude, you're quite considerate. What a kick that e-cigarette has." He pointed helplessly at the smoke detector above his head, but pulled out an e-cigarette from his pocket to smoke while checking the task serial number. After entering the serial number and pulling up the task, he only glanced at it twice before standing up with a whoosh, seriously sizing up Liang Honyuan. "Bro, you can handle this task?" He then looked at Su Lele. "You are Su Lele?" Su Lele couldn't help but shiver. The officer's gaze was extremely sharp, as if he could see through a person completely. His view of Liang Honyuan was different. Liang Honyuan usually seemed carefree, but when serious, he could seem deadly with just a glance. But this officer's gaze seemed to penetrate everything, even knowing about the small mischiefs from your childhood, like throwing stones at your neighbor's window, and even the unvirtuous deeds of your ancestors were laid bare under his gaze. Su Lele hurriedly nodded. "Yes." The officer stroked his chin. 13 years old? Without waiting for Su Lele to answer, he walked around the desk, lifted her chin to take a look. "Ah, you are a bit malnourished." He then raised his terminal, scanned Su Lele's iris and fingerprints, comparing them with her childhood records. After confirming the information, he said, "Come with me." However, he led them to the garage door, directly getting into the car. Typically, newborns would undergo an implant card surgery right after birth. So the police station had set up an office in the hospital. "We're going directly to the hospital. The transportation in the capital is very fast. Although it weaves through forest-like skyscrapers, it seems that each vehicle has a fixed track at different heights and directions, not swerving about or colliding." In just 5 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. The hospital was bustling with people, but there were also quite a few police officers and security guards. On the way, they learned that this officer was named Edward. He took them directly to the 13th floor, explaining along the way, "You should have seen today's news, right? The entire capital star has entered Level 1 alert, and all important public places are enhancing security." Su Lele didn't expect the situation to be so serious. That Sam didn't mention the hospital? Edward glanced at her. "Can you trust everything terrorists say? There have been plenty of terrorists throughout history who have targeted hospitals." Su Lele gasped. That paramilitary group was even scarier than she had imagined. She looked at the patients and their families in the hospital. If they suffered from unwarranted disasters, how many families would be plunged into tragedy? Carrying various thoughts, Su Lele entered the implant surgery room. Before the implant, She was pricked once to draw a small blood sample for verification. After confirming it was indeed her, the nurse took her to the operating room. Su Lele had never formally entered a hospital before. Previously, when Yang Weiser was injured, she had gone to visit, but it was Yang Weiser who was being treated, not herself. Faced with the gentle nurse, Su Lele became very nervous. The nurse smiled and comforted her. There's no need to be nervous, it's just a little sting like an ant bite. Then you might feel a bit dizzy, but we'll be fine soon. Her gentle smile somehow reminded Su Lele of Aisha. With mixed feelings, Su Lele anxiously laid down on the operating table. She slightly turned her head and saw Yang Hongyuan and Yang Weiser looking at her through the glass wall outside. Somehow she suddenly calmed down. What does it matter? With them protecting her, she had already made it through such great danger, so getting a card implanted was nothing to fear. Su Lele settled down and quietly looked at the instruments above her head. The doctor came over and asked, "Are you ready?" Su Lele replied, "I'm ready." The doctor then secured her head. Su Lele felt the nurse wipe something cool on the back of her head, and then something icy pierced her skin gently. As the nurse had said, a wave of dizziness hit her. Su Lele closed her eyes and endured the dizziness. It wasn't very intense. If it were too strong, the baby probably couldn't handle it either. After a few seconds, or maybe minutes, when Su Lele felt the dizziness fade away, she opened her eyes. Perhaps the time really was very short. Everything around her looked exactly the same as before. The doctor was steadily holding the instrument, and the nurse was helping to stabilize her head to prevent any unexpected movements. It was as if the dizziness just now was an illusion. But then she heard the doctor say, "All right." Su Lele was taken aback. "Is it really done?" Chapter 52. Reunion. When Su Lele walked out of the operating room, Liang Honyuan asked her how it went, and she still didn't feel anything. "Is it really done just like that?" Liang Honyuan smiled and said, "It was supposed to be simple. If it were complicated, how could every newborn handle it?" Su Lele instinctively touched the back of her head, as if she wanted to feel something. Liang Honyuan explained, "Don't touch it. You won't feel anything. This card can't be felt with the body." Su Lele continued to feel around. "Yes, I know. But how come their isn't even wound? A card was inserted. There should be a hole, right?" Liang Honyuan chuckled. "It's just the size of a needle tip. There is definitely a wound. But human skin is elastic, so how can you feel such a small wound?" Su Lele kept touching, and before she knew it, she had walked out of the surgical area. As she walked, the door to the surgical area opened automatically. Su Lele suddenly froze. The door finally recognized her existence. She was a living person now. Su Lele stood at the door in a daze, suddenly feeling her eyes moistening. Yang Weiser saw she wasn't moving and, without thinking much, took her hand and said, "Let's go. Officer Edward is still waiting for us." Su Lele didn't know how she felt at that moment. She was excited, surprised, agitated, and confused, but somehow felt a little lost. It was as if from then on, she would truly say goodbye to the writer she once considered Shahai. The past life was gone, and countless emotions surged in, leaving Su Lele in a daze. Being led away by Yang Weiser, Liang Honyuan glanced at them and then went to speak with Officer Edward, who was waiting outside. When they reached Edward, Yang Weiser suddenly realized he was holding Su Lele's hand, and he stiffened, feeling as if he was holding a hot potato. Should he let go? It would seem like he was being too deliberate in holding her hand. But if he didn't let go, he couldn't just keep holding her hand while walking. Even Yang Weiser, who wasn't afraid of direct confrontation, suddenly felt nervous and didn't know what to do, his heart racing, as if he was sweating in his palms. Although Su Lele was still young, she was a girl after all. How did he suddenly end up holding her hand? Su Lele was lost in her thoughts and didn't notice that Yang Weiser was holding her hand. When she stepped outside and felt like tears were about to fall, she naturally pulled her hand away to rub her eyes. Yang Weiser sighed in relief, glad she hadn't noticed, but somehow felt a little lost again. He could still feel the warmth from Su Lele's hand in his palm. Although her hand was a bit rougher than most girls, it was still small and soft, slightly cooler than his body temperature. Yang Weiser instinctively felt the residual warmth in his palm and awkwardly followed Liang Honyuan and Officer Edward back to the police station. Next was to meet Su Lele's relatives. The day's schedule had been arranged before they arrived, and by the time they reached the police station, her relatives had already arrived much earlier than the scheduled time, waiting for her. As it was almost 6 o'clock, Edward pointed Su Lele towards a room and hurried off to gather everyone. Su Lele stood at the door of the room, suddenly unsure of what to do. Although they were her relatives, she had no recollection of them at all. She had no idea what kind of people they were or what they thought of her. Would they be happy about her return, or would they feel burdened by her presence and think of her as an inconvenience? What kind of person was this relative? Was their temper good? Would they dislike her, or would they just coldly acknowledge her return and then go their separate ways, continuing life as before, remaining strangers? Su Lele felt a jumble of emotions, and although she was already at the door, her feet felt heavy as if they were filled with lead. Unable to move even a step, suddenly, she felt a hand on her shoulder, gently pushing her forward. Go on, don't worry, we'll wait for you at the door. Su Lele turned in surprise and saw Liang Hongyuan and Yang Weiser encouraging her. She stumbled slightly from Liang Hongyuan's push but rushed into the room, feeling a sudden calmness. Yes, what was there to worry about? Liang Hongyuan and Yang Weiser were there. Su Lele finally looked around the room. On the sofa facing the door sat a middle-aged man and woman. The woman seemed to have been crying, her eyes red. When she saw Su Lele enter, she froze for a moment and then immediately became excited, trying to stand up. However, her legs seemed weak, and just as she was about to stand, she fell back down. She quickly leaned on the man beside her, trembling as she stood up, and uncertainly asked, Lele? Su Lele didn't know how to respond. So she just nodded, I'm Su Lele. The woman suddenly covered her mouth, crying out loud, These eyes are just like my sister's. Sister? The man with glasses supporting her saw that the woman could no longer control her tears and explained to Su Lele, This is your aunt, and I am your uncle. Su Lele nodded and awkwardly called out, Aunt, uncle. Upon hearing Su Lele's call, the woman could no longer hold back and tightly embraced Su Lele, crying out loud, Lele, Lele, it really is Lele. You really came back. Su Lele was suddenly hugged tightly by her, instinctively struggling for a moment. But the woman held her so tightly, as if she would never let her go again. Su Lele gradually stopped struggling, allowing her to hold her and cry. Inside, she felt slightly reassured. At least, judging by the situation, they didn't seem to dislike her return. Liang Hongyuan, standing at the door, felt a bit emotional. It was natural for family reunions to express their feelings. Liang Hongyuan, with an electronic cigarette in his mouth, asked the somewhat dazed Yang Weiser, Kid, do you like Su Lele? Yang Weiser was startled, his face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. What do you mean? Liang Hongyuan chuckled, finding the young boy amusing. You like Su Lele, right? Yang Weiser hurriedly shook his head, unsure of how to react. No, I. Liang Hongyuan, amused, pulled out another electronic cigarette and offered it. Want to give it a try? Yang Weiser, caught off guard by how the conversation had shifted from Su Lele to smoking, mindlessly refused. No, I can't. Liang Hongyuan then fell silent. Yang Weiser felt a roaring in his ears, as if all the blood in his body was surging upwards, panicking to the point of leaning against the wall as if he could hardly stand. Liang Hongyuan's words seemed to have pierced through a layer of paper, providing a breakthrough for his thoughts over the past few days. Liking Su Lele? Could it be? The author has something to say. Due to recent crackdowns, it has been very severe, causing panic among editors and many authors. At the editor's request, some settings and outlines of this article have been changed. Although I have checked it after the revisions, if there are still details that are inconsistent, I hope for your understanding. Recently, there have been too many issues at home, and I've been too busy to write, relying solely on stored manuscripts to get by, and I truly haven't had the time to look at each word. If there are issues I couldn't check, please bear with me. Chapter 53. Guardian regarding Su Lele. Yang Weiser had never thought much about it. In his heart, Su Lele was a mission target, and it was his duty to protect her at all costs. However, now that Liang Hongyuan had said this, Yang Weiser instinctively wanted to deny it, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly found himself unable to voice them. When Yang Weiser first saw Su Lele, it was just a photograph taken from afar in the desert, and from that moment on, he could never forget that flawless smile. In the following interactions, Yang Weiser gradually became familiar with this 13-year-old girl. Sometimes he was amazed by her incredible talent, and at other times, he felt happy alongside her cheerful smile. Gradually, Yang Weiser could no longer distinguish whether he was staring at her because of the mission or if he had simply become accustomed to watching her after so many days of executing the mission. He only knew that whenever Su Lele appeared in his line of sight, he would always worry, even knowing that Lu Pei was by her side. He He would constantly guess what she was doing and what she was saying at that moment. In the desert, facing the assault of the Black Hawk, young Weiser had only one thought. He had to ensure Su Lele survived. It felt as if the thought of that smiling face disappearing filled him with immense fear. The days he spent recuperating on the spaceship were the happiest days of his years. Su Lele stayed by his bedside all day long, talking to him and listening to his lessons. Young Weiser didn't even realize that he could talk so much. Those days made him feel warm and peaceful, even wishing time could pass more slowly, that this journey would never end. When Su Lele was kidnapped by Aisha and escaped in a lifeboat, young Weiser felt an unprecedented panic. When he finally caught up to the lifeboat, desperately trying to push it back to safety, he almost didn't make it in time. At that moment, he should have given up, but as soon as he thought of the dangers Su Lele might face, he could not give up no matter what. Until the moment he finally entered the lifeboat and found Su Lele, looking alive and uninjured, reappearing before him. Young Weiser felt as if the world had brightened. He held Su Lele in his arms like he was holding an unparalleled treasure, fearing she might be harmed even slightly. Young Weiser always thought this was a mission. The concept he had accepted since entering military school was that a soldier's duty is to obey orders and complete missions. But Liang Hongyuan's shocking words just now seemed to have suddenly awakened him. Young Weiser suddenly understood. Did he like Su Lele? It should be that he liked her. Young Weiser stared blankly at Su Lele, who was being tightly embraced and crying by her relatives. She was so small that it made one want to protect her. Although she was 13, she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Yet she was so strong. For 9 years, she had struggled in the desert, surviving on her tenacious vitality. Under the assault of the Black Hawk, she had directly taken down the 3 major leaders with her first encounter. When she was kidnapped by Aisha, she even fought back fiercely and killed Aisha instead. Su Lele was not a girl in the traditional sense. Weak and in need of careful protection. She was not a peony in a greenhouse, but a winter-blooming plum blossom that defied frost. No, she was more like a cactus in the desert. Those who wished to harm her would first find their hands bloodied. Yet for some reason, young Weiser just wanted to protect her. He wanted her to no longer have to rely on her fragile shoulders to fight desperately or worry about not surviving the day. Young Weiser truly realized that he liked Su Lele. Looking at Su Lele in front of him, young Weiser tightly clenched his fists. Although he didn't feel qualified to like someone, he would definitely use his strength to protect Su Lele. Liang Honyuan, unaware of what to think, leaned against the wall, silently, puffing on his e-cigarette. The two remained silent, each with their own thoughts, until the sound of the girl crying in the room gradually subsided. Her aunt, with her uncle's support, slowly sat down, gradually calming down after a while. The aunt looked at Su Lele with wide eyes, as if trying to see her clearly from head to toe. It was then that she noticed the bandages wrapped around Su Lele's neck and right arm, exclaiming, "What happened to you?" Su Lele didn't know how to explain and could only say, "I had a little accident on the way here." The aunt immediately asked nervously, "What kind of accident could hurt your neck?" The uncle quickly stopped her. All right, the child has just returned. Don't ask so many questions. It's almost evening now. Have you eaten? The aunt then realized and pulled Su Lele away, saying, "Look at you just crying. You must be tired and hungry. Hurry home. We'll welcome you back, and you can rest well tonight." Su Lele was pulled and took 2 hurried steps, but turned in surprise to Liang Honyuan. "Home?" The aunt also asked her in surprise, of course. "You're back. Where else could you go?" Liang Honyuan, however, was unsure about the next arrangements. "The task directive I received only instructs to escort you to the police station to hand over to Edward. We'll see what happens next after Edward returns." The aunt immediately expressed her displeasure. Lele has already returned. How could she go anywhere else? Who knows how long we'll have to wait for him to come back? It's already time for dinner. Su Lele, however, insisted, "Let us wait a bit." The aunt was very surprised. "Lele?" Just then, Edward came running over. He shouted to a young police officer following him, "Take a team of robots to keep an eye on the east gate. I'll finish things up here and rush over immediately. If a fly gets away, I'll hold you responsible." The young officer hurriedly complied and turned to dispatch the robots. Edward ran over and asked, "Have you made your decision?" Su Lele was suddenly confused. "Decision about what?" Edward looked at Liang Honyuan in surprise. "Didn't you say anything?" Liang Honyuan shrugged, indicating that he was also unaware. Edward was momentarily at a loss. Damn it, it's such a mess. How can you still be so clueless? He then turned to Su Lele. You're still a minor, so you need a guardian. Do you want to go home with your aunt and have her be your guardian? Liang Honyuan immediately raised his hand to block between them. Wait. I need to consult on this. He immediately called Catherine and directly asked Larella for guidance. After receiving Larella's approval, he nodded to Su Lele. Su Lele was suddenly bewildered. She had never considered the possibility of living in someone else's family. Although it was her aunt, she was not familiar with her at all. To her, she was just a stranger. But her aunt said decisively, "What is there to consider? If you don't come home with me, are you going to sleep on the street?" Seeing that Su Lele didn't seem to oppose the idea, Edward opened the terminal and pulled up Su Lele's information. "Have you made up your mind? Then I'll register you." Su Lele was indecisive and instinctively looked at Liang Honyuan and Yang Weiser. Liang Honyuan patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid. As long as my mission isn't canceled, I'll stay by your side. It's best for your aunt to be your guardian. You're still young, and she can take care of you." Su Lele immediately felt reassured and nodded at Edward. Edward's fingers moved quickly, and two names appeared in the blank guardian column of her information form: Yuan Shan and Chen Yuan Jun, her aunt and uncle respectively. Chapter 54. Family with the guardian settled. Su Lele was about to go home with Yuan Shan. Liang Honyuan could switch to covert protection and not show himself during the day. However, Yang Weiser had to go home. Just as Lu Pei mentioned, Lu Pei's mother was still waiting for him to return and had already contacted him to hurry back. But for the first time, Yang Weiser felt such reluctance to part ways. Now that the mission had changed, he no longer needed to keep a constant watch over Su Lele day and night without blinking. However, this meant that from now on, he also had no reason to follow Su Lele closely. Having just realized his feelings, Yang Weiser suddenly found the farewell so tormenting. Su Lele, however, was completely unaware of Yang Weiser's unusual behavior. Her mind was filled with confusion about the future. Suddenly being given a strange home made her quite anxious. Yuan Shan happily pulled her into the car. She hurriedly said goodbye to Yang Weiser, only to be pushed into the car by Yuan Shan. Before she could react, the car door had quietly closed, isolating Liang Honyuan and Yang Weiser outside. Yang Weiser stood there dumbfounded as he watched the car leave until it completely disappeared from sight. He noticed Liang Honyuan looking at him, and his face turned red, stammering without a word. Su Lele, who had been suddenly pulled away, was momentarily taken aback. Yuan Shan, with tears in her eyes, tightly held her hand, as if afraid she would disappear again, excitedly talking to her all the way. "What do you like to eat? I made a few dishes, but I don't know if they'll suit your taste. If you don't like them, just make do for now. Tell me tomorrow, and I'll cook what you like." Her warm enthusiasm made Su Lele feel a bit shy. "I'm not picky. I eat anything." Yuan Shan thought of her two little troublemakers who had always been fussy about food and suddenly started to sob again. Thinking, this child has suffered so much. Su Lele couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in her heart. How long had it been since anyone cared for her like this? In her childhood, the old cripple occasionally throwing her some food made her very grateful, let alone anyone caring about what she liked to eat. That was something she never even dared to think about. As she grew older, her older brother had stumbled upon a scrap mech by chance, and finally, she no longer had to worry about hunger, but she never reached a level where she could waste food. Everyone was busy earning money, finding food, exchanging weapons, and fighting with the Black Hawk next door. Although they were united, they had no heart or energy to care about what their companions liked. When Yuan Shan asked her like this, Su Lele couldn't help but recall the distant desert, remembering Buck and her older brother, and thinking of many companions. Thus, she returned home with a jumbled mind. Yuan Shan's house was on the 137th floor, which wasn't too high, and the elevator arrived quickly. As soon as they entered, a housekeeping robot about a meter tall greeted them. "Welcome home." It turned to Su Lele. "Welcome to the home of Chen Yuan Jun and Yuan Shan. How may I assist you?" Su Lele was taken aback, not expecting the robot to suddenly speak to her, and then realized that she now had a card and was no longer in the state where all machines ignored her. Su Lele told herself to adapt. Her uncle gently patted the robot, as if soothing a pet. "Little one, from now on, Lele is part of our family." The robot immediately displayed a smile. "Lele, welcome home." Su Lele found the robot quite interesting. Just as she was about to respond, a whirlwind of footsteps approached, and a little girl rushed out of the room, directly leaping into Yuan Shan's arms. "Mom and Dad, you're back." Yuan Shan affectionately patted her head and then another little whirlwind chased out from behind. Sister, sister. A little boy who looked only 2 years old waved a toy car and followed her closely. Upon seeing Yuan Shan, he immediately jumped in her arms. Mom. Mom. Yuan Shan hugged her children and introduced them to Su Lele. This is your cousin, Yuan, 9 years old, and this is your cousin, Fong, 2.5. Yuan looked up from Yuan Shan's embrace. Mom, is this the big cousin you mentioned from the aunt's house? Her eyes sparkled, and she resembled Su Lele somewhat. She wasn't very pretty, but her smile was incredibly cute, and her pure smile made people feel fond of her at first sight. Yuan Shan picked up her son. Yes, this is your cousin Su Lele. From now on, she will be part of our family. Yuan blinked her big eyes and pulled Su Lele's hand. Sister, I'll let you play with my doll. Su Lele was taken aback, but couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Chen Yuanjun quickly urged, don't just stand at the door, put your luggage down first, take a shower, and have dinner. It's late, and everyone is hungry. Yuan Shan turned back while holding her son. Where's your luggage? Su Lele shook her head. Just this bag. Her backpack was flat and could only fit 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. Yuan Shan looked at it in surprise, then gently patted her head. I'll take you shopping for clothes on the weekend. With one hand holding Fong and the other pulling Su Lele into the room, she led her inside. This was clearly a children's room, decorated in a very cute style, with large animal decals on the walls and toys scattered all over the floor. There were 2 identical single beds in the room, each covered with a very cute set of pink bed linens and blankets. Yuan Shan pointed to a cabinet against the wall. We don't have many extra rooms, so you'll share a room with Yuan. I specifically bought identical bedding for you too. This cabinet is for you to use. You can keep your things here. Even though the guardian had not been confirmed before, everything was arranged so thoughtfully. Su Lele suddenly felt a bit touched. She finally understood what Liang Hongyuan meant when he first met her and said, your relatives on Capital Star are waiting for you to come back. At that time, the word relatives merely held a literal meaning for her, distant and pale. But now, she suddenly felt that the word relatives could also emit such warm light. Su Lele felt her vision blur slightly as Yuan Shan continued directing. You 2 tidy up your things. Lele, put your bag down and go take a shower. As she spoke, she opened Su Lele's bag to see what changes of clothes she had, but when she saw that there was only a set of worn-out clothing inside, she shook her head and sighed. She directly opened the cabinet and took out a set of clothes. I didn't know what style you liked, so I randomly bought 2 sets as backups, but I didn't expect you to have no decent clothes. Luckily, I bought them earlier. Su Lele took the clothes blushing and went to take a shower. They even prepared clothes for me. Aunt is really caring. Chapter 55 New Life After Taking Shower. Yuan Shan looked at the clean Su Lele, but suddenly froze. The clothes were a bit big. She had bought them based on the average height of a 13-year-old girl. But Su Lele was too small and thin. Yuan Shan pushed her back into the bathroom, took off the clothes she was wearing, rolled up the hem, and then helped her put them back on. Only then was she satisfied after looking Su Lele over. Good, really spirited. Chen Yuanjun then called them, come eat. Yuan Shan took Su Lele's hand and pressed her down at the dining table. Looking at the table full of dishes she couldn't name and a large bowl of steaming rice, Su Lele felt a bit shy. This is too lavish. Obviously, it was just ordinary food, but it had been slightly enhanced to welcome her. Yuan Shan's eyes turned red, and she first tore off a chicken leg for her. You see what you like to eat. Fong sat in her chair, looking at Yuan Shan with eager eyes, clapping her hands. Car rice. Car rice. Yuan Shan quickly took out a car-shaped mold, pressed the rice into it tightly, and then flipped it onto Fong's plate with a snap. Then she took a thin slice of cheese to make an air base and used 2 pieces of cut seaweed as windows. In no time, a cute little car was ready. Fong looked at her favorite little car, happily took her small spoon and scooped a big bite, stuffing her cheeks full. Su Lele was dumbfounded. Is it really possible to make such a cute shape just for a meal? Seeing her astonished expression, Yuan Shan chuckled and took her bowl, quickly making a little car-shaped rice for her as well. Yuan, seeing this, pouted, I want one too. I want dolphin rice. Yuan Shan then took out a dolphin-shaped mold and made her a dolphin rice, while gently poking her forehead. Sister hasn't had car rice, and you're so big now. Why are you still following your brother to join in the fun? Saying this, the couple burst into laughter. Fong didn't know what they were laughing about and foolishly laughed along, causing rice to scatter all over the table. Yuan also laughed, shyly retorting, I just like it. Watching this warm and harmonious family scene, Su Lele couldn't help but smile too. Such a life is wonderful. There were no gang rivalries fighting over life and death, no worries about tomorrow's food. It seemed there wasn't a trace of gloom in life. The happiness made her feel a sense of unreality. Would she also be able to live such a carefree life in the future? In that moment, the hunger from the sand sea and the chases over the past month seemed to suddenly drift away like a dream. Su Lele buried her head, eating the delicious food in big bites as if she wanted to bury her past days in her stomach. She really hoped that such days could continue forever. For the first time, Su Lele sincerely felt that coming to Capital Star was truly wonderful. After dinner, Yuan Shan bathed the siblings, washed their clothes, and told stories to Fong Fong. Chun Yuanjun, after telling her to clean up the dishes, sat with Su Lele in the living room to watch the projection TV. Su Lele still felt somewhat unfamiliar with this uncle and didn't know what to say, so she had to watch TV seriously. The news on TV was still discussing the statements from the Perm guerrillas. Public opinion strongly condemned the attacks, and there were activists passionately demanding that the government send troops to eliminate them. The Perm guerrillas' stronghold, Perm Star, also had opponents declaring that not all the people on Perm Star were part of the resistance forces, and that most were ordinary citizens who shouldn't be indiscriminately targeted. Watching the heated arguments on both sides, Su Lele couldn't help but clench her fists. But then the news suddenly interrupted. Yuan Shan turned off the TV. Don't let the kids watch these bloody and violent things. Chen Yuanjun had no choice but to retreat to the study to watch his terminal. Yuan Shan sent Su Lele to bed and entrusted her to Yuan Yuan. You play with your sister for a while. I'll go put your brother to sleep. Yuan Yuan, who was drying her hair, agreed and came over to take Su Lele's hand. Sister, can you read with me? Su Lele hurriedly followed her to the room. Yuan Yuan's books opened Su Lele's eyes. All the words she had seen before were either instructions or equipment parameters. She had never encountered so many fantastical stories. Rather than saying she was reading with Yuan Yuan, it was more accurate to say that Yuan Yuan was reading to her. And in the end, Yuan Yuan told her all kinds of stories. They only lay down in bed to sleep after Yuan Shan came in several times to urge them and finally turned off the light. But even lying in bed, Yuan Yuan, still wide awake, quietly asked Su Lele, Sister, do your teachers always report to the parents? Su Lele quietly replied, I don't have school. Yuan Yuan was taken aback, unable to suppress her curiosity, and asked, Then how do you go to school? Su Lele could only respond, I don't go to school. Yuan Yuan was silent for a long time, finally exclaiming with envy, Your place is really nice. Su Lele couldn't help but smile wryly. No school, and no need to go to school, made Yuan Yuan think it was wonderful. She didn't know what Desert Star was really like. When Yuan Yuan finally fell asleep, Su Lele was still wide awake, staring at the ceiling. She usually slept very little, and being able to sleep for 4 hours was good enough. There were still slight sounds in the living room, so Su Lele simply got up. Chen Yuanjun was wearing headphones and watching the news. Yuan Shan, however, was reading a book. Su Lele gently leaned over to see it was a medical book. Yuan Shan noticed her and asked in surprise, Can't sleep? Su Lele nodded. Yuan Shan thought she was just not used to the bed, affectionately stroked her head, and said, Then let's talk. Su Lele quickly shook her head. I just need to go to the bathroom. I won't disturb you reading. Yuan Shan pulled her to sit down. It's fine. Saying this, she placed the terminal aside and changed to a posture indicating she wouldn't read anymore and wanted to talk to her. Have you been to school? Su Lele shook her head. Yuan Shan sighed slightly. Then we'll contact a school tomorrow. I asked before, and there's a school nearby that agreed to take you, but they need to wait until you confirm your guardian before accepting you. And you also need to take an academic test to see which grade you can attend. Yuan Shan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, If you can only attend a lower grade, you might end up in classes with younger kids. Su Lele hadn't expected Yuan Shan had arranged this for her and quickly nodded in gratitude. She didn't mind being in a lower grade. She was just very satisfied to have the opportunity to go to school. After thinking for a long time, Su Lele finally asked the question she most wanted to know. Auntie, can you tell me about my parents? Yuan Shan looked at her in surprise, but remained silent for a long time. Just when Su Lele thought she didn't want to talk, Yuan Shan finally sighed deeply and began to speak. Chapter 56 Parents. With Yuan Shan's lengthy narration, Su Lele began to truly understand her parents for the first time. Her grandfather, Yuan Li, was a military doctor, and her grandmother passed away early. So her mother, Yuan Yu, and her aunt, Yuan Shan, were sisters raised solely by their father, both of whom grew up to follow in their father's footsteps and became military doctors. Her father, Su Changhe, was an ordinary soldier who fell in love with his attending doctor, who was also Yuan Yu, after being injured once. However, their love encountered strong opposition from her grandfather. Because Su Changhe's unit was a frontline combat unit, Yuan Li was worried that his young daughter would be widowed and strongly opposed their union. However, at that time, Yuan Yu was deeply immersed in sweet love. So how could she listen to her father's words? She snuck out of the house and even signed up to transfer from the logistics hospital to the frontline health station of Xuchang and the affiliated troops. The front line was in urgent need of doctors, and her enthusiasm not only got her approval immediately, but also earned her recognition from the troops, temporarily establishing her as an advanced model in the local military medical system. By the time Yuan Li heard the news of her recognition, she had already flown away with her lover. Yuan Li was so angry that he nearly severed his father-daughter relationship, but Yuan Shan, who stayed at home, tried her best to comfort him, and Yuan Li did not rush to the front line to break her legs. After marriage, their life was very happy. Yuan Li saw that Xuchang treated Yuan Yu very well, and they soon had a daughter. Looking at his lively and lovely granddaughter, Yuan Li gradually accepted Xuchang as his son-in-law. Years passed, and Yuan Li finally began to open his heart. During the new year, he even invited Yuan Yu to bring Xuchang and Su Lele home for a meal. Just as the family was about to restore a harmonious atmosphere, disaster struck. Shortly after Su Lele's 4th birthday, Xuchang and his wife were preparing to rush back to celebrate her birthday when the front line was suddenly attacked by the enemy. The fierce artillery fire turned the entire position into ashes, and even the health station was reduced to ruins. When the bad news came, Yuan Li was so anxious and angry that he could not accept the blow and suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, ending up in the hospital. Meanwhile, Su Lele, who was trying to find her parents, managed to sneak out of kindergarten by herself and went missing. During those days, Yuan Shan was so anxious that her mouth was on fire and she was losing her hair. Although she ran to the police station 3 times a day, urging them to find the child, Su Lele's card had been taken, making it impossible to locate her. The police were doing their best to investigate, but they had no leads at the moment. Initially, Yuan Shan kept Su Lele's disappearance from Yuan Li, but unexpectedly, one day, he remembered his daughter and son-in-law, who had no ashes left, and thought of his adorable granddaughter, who had become an orphan. Without saying a word, he slipped out of the hospital to visit the kindergarten and found out that his precious granddaughter had gone missing, and it happened inside the kindergarten. Yuan Li, who was still not fully recovered, could no longer bear this blow. To make matters worse, he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and died on the spot. After Yuan Shan buried her father and erected a tomb for her sister and brother-in-law, she quietly applied to be transferred from the military hospital and entered a civilian hospital, becoming an ordinary doctor. However, as time passed, there was still no news of Su Lele. Gradually, she lost hope and could only keep her sister's and brother-in-law's belongings as a memory. But unexpectedly, after 9 years, Su Lele actually returned. Yuan Shan sobbed as she took out a memory card and inserted it into the terminal. It contained all the photos of Su Changhe, Yuan Shan, and Su Lele from the past. Su Lele flipped through the photos one by one. In the pictures, Su Changhe looked energetic, Yuan Shan smiled happily, and Su Lele looked adorably cheerful, a harmonious family. As she looked at the photos, Yuan Shan hugged Su Lele and began to cry uncontrollably. Chen Yuanjun came over and embraced them both, gently patting their backs to comfort them. All right. The child is back. Stop bringing up those sad things. Look forward. Su Lele tightly hugged her aunt and uncle and cried as well. The next morning, after Yuan Shan sent off the 3 men to work and school and took Fong Fong to kindergarten, she took Su Lele to the school she had previously contacted. The school was very close to home, only a 20-minute walk, and they arrived in 5 minutes by their mobility vehicle. The admissions office teacher received them, verified Su Lele's information, and agreed to accept her, arranging for Su Lele to take an academic test. As Su Lele was taking the test, she became confused. Although she had learned some characters from the old cripple and the elder brother, and had self-studied a lot through her strong memory and learning ability by guessing while watching television, she recognized these characters and understood them. After all, she could read instruction manuals and study mecha performance parameters by herself. However, she was a bit bewildered when it came to math problems. Not to mention subjects like physical education, art, music, history, science, and so on. She completely did not know any of these. When the test results came out, even though she was 13 and should be matched to 8th grade level, her Chinese score was almost perfect and her math barely passed. However, because she scored poorly in most other subjects, she ultimately was only matched to 2nd grade. 2nd grade, that was for 7-year-old children. Yuan Shan was a bit surprised. But looking at the report card, she could understand. In a place like Desert Star, where would one go to learn art and music? But having such an older child in 2nd grade seemed a bit unreasonable. However, the admissions teacher shook his head. Once matched to 2nd grade, she can only be placed in 2nd grade. But don't worry too much. Go home and make up for these subjects. As long as she can pass the next grade's academic test, she can quickly advance. Yuan Shan had no choice but to agree and enrolled her in 2nd grade. At worst, they could just give her extra lessons at home. They agreed that she would start school the next day. Yuan Shan, then, took Su Lele to the service provider to buy a terminal. Su Lele was dazzled by the various models, performances, and shapes, but in the end, Yuan Shan chose one for her and taught her how to use it, step by step. Now Su Lele finally had her own terminal and could contact others by herself. After a busy morning, she hurried home to cook. In the afternoon, after taking a nap, she took Su Lele to get a haircut, cutting her messy hair into a neat style and giving her bangs. After picking up the 2 children from school and having dinner, the day quickly passed. That night, lying in bed and thinking about going to school the next day, Su Lele touched her new terminal and finally felt what it was like to live in the capital star. The future life will be completely different. Su Lele sweetly drifted off to sleep. The author has something to say. Volume 1 is about to be published. Strong recommendations will start this afternoon. Dear readers, are you ready? Chapter 57. Enrollment. Because Yuan Shan only took 2 days off, the next morning, everyone had to go to work or school. Worried that she wouldn't know the way, Yuan Shan set the destination for the mobility vehicle and watched her off to school. At the school, the teacher, who had already been contacted, greeted her and took her to the classroom. The classroom was filled with 7-year-old children, and they were quite surprised to see such a big sister coming to class with them. Children are usually straightforward. During recess, her desk mate, a round-faced little girl, directly asked, "Why are you so big and still in class with us?" Su Lele hadn't expected to interact with little kids. She was genuinely there to learn. But since someone asked, it wouldn't be polite to ignore them, so she had to answer honestly, "I never went to school before." Immediately, there was an uproar in the classroom, with some children saying, "Is it because you are too stupid?" Others said, "So pitiful, so happy." There were all kinds of comments. Su Lele didn't mind. She had never been one to care about others' opinions, especially not a group of kids. But just because she didn't care didn't mean others wouldn't. A little boy walked up to her with his head held high and said, "Hey, stupid pig." Su Lele was taken aback. Another little boy beside him pointed out, "This is our class leader, George." Su Lele couldn't help but laugh. "Oh." George frowned. "Oh what? If you admit I'm the boss, I won't hold it against you." George actually felt a bit guilty. The arrival of Su Lele made him feel that his position as the boss was precarious. She was too old. If it came to a fight, he might not win. But if he couldn't win, who would respect him as the boss? The best way was to conquer the opponent without a fight. He read that in a book. Su Lele burst into laughter. "You call me a silly pig and still want me to admit you're the boss? Did you get water in your brain?" Su Lele didn't want to waste time talking to him. She directly tripped him with her foot, and George fell down in a heap. Before he could get up, Su Lele stepped on him, pinning him to the ground. "From now on, I'm the boss." Growing up in a gang, Su Lele believed in the principle that if you can beat someone, they won't dare to resist. So she knocked George down to prevent this brat from causing trouble later. 2 hours later, Yuan Shan, called by the homeroom teacher, looked in astonishment at George, who was crying, and Su Lele, who seemed somewhat perplexed by the situation, feeling a bit of a headache. When she got home that evening, Yuan was so shocked she could barely speak. You actually fought with a boy." She usually disliked seeing boys fight and would avoid them, but Su Lele dared to knock them down? Extremely shocked, Yuan felt for the first time that this sister seemed a bit different from herself. Yuan Shan wasn't very clear about Su Lele's upbringing, but knew that Desert Star wasn't a good place. She patiently explained to Su Lele, "Ordinary citizens in the city don't need to fight. Only those who can't persuade others need to use force. You can tell the teacher to handle it." Su Lele was surprised. Can't we fight? Yuan Shan worried that since she had just arrived, she might not understand various situations. Thinking that her classmates were all kids and no one could do anything to her, she firmly said, no fighting. If you need to protect yourself, you can directly call the teacher using the terminal. Su Lele thought for a long time before nodding. I understand. In short, no fighting. Yuan Shan adjusted her clothes. Girls should look like girls. Fighting is not appropriate. All right, this is something you don't understand well. Just don't get physical next time. Let's eat. However, the next day, there was no need for her to fight again. George naturally avoided her. The other kids in the class also looked at her with a hint of fear, and for a time, not even the girls dared to talk to her. Su Lele didn't care. She was now busy with her studies. During the day, she attended classes, and, at night, Yuan Shan prepared a ton of supplementary materials for her. Studying history, geography, art, music, science, health, ethics, and law late into the night. Anyway, she was very energetic at night. Once Yuan fell asleep, she would hide in her blanket and continue studying. For a time, all her thoughts were focused on learning, and she didn't pay attention to how the other kids were doing. 3 days quickly passed, and when everyone was off work and school that morning, she realized it was already the weekend. After breakfast that day, Yuan Shan took the 3 kids to the mall, making Yuan so happy that she even ate the protein she disliked the most. However, just as they stepped out, they encountered an unexpected person. Young Weiser was downstairs. Seeing Su Lele come out, he awkwardly greeted Yuan Shan before explaining to Su Lele, "It's a day off today. I came to see how you were doing here." Su Lele was very happy to see him. After a month of getting to know each other, they were like friends. She cheerfully introduced him to her family. "We are going to the mall." Seeing her smile without a hint of gloom, young Weiser felt slightly relieved. "I'll go with you." Su Lele gladly invited him. "Great." Yuan Shan suspiciously pulled her aside. "Isn't this the person we saw at the police station that day? Who is he?" Su Lele thought for a moment. "I guess he's a friend." Yuan Shan's alarm bells went off in her mind. This young Weiser looked quite handsome, and his demeanor was good, distinctly different from the typical weak boys of his age. He seemed very reliable, exactly the type that easily attracts young girls' attention. At such a young age, if Su Lele wasn't careful and unknowingly started dating, it would be the girls who would suffer. With her mother gone, since she had become the guardian, she needed to fulfill her responsibilities well. Yuan Shan pulled Su Lele into the car and quietly said to her in the back seat, "You have already returned to Capital Star and are normally attending classes. It's best not to have too many contacts with old friends." She wasn't against Su Lele making friends. It was just that he had his own circle, and she would have her own friends in the future. Su Lele thought about her current classmates. Could that group of kids really be friends? She couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Yuan Shan's face change, she didn't want to hide too much from her to avoid her worrying unnecessarily. So she decided to be honest and told her about being hunted by Palam and the military sending people to protect her. Yuan Shan was shocked. And it wasn't until Fong Fong tugged at her sleeve and babbled on about things no one could understand that she snapped back to reality. The author has something to say. Recommend a friend's book 3544616. The Great God Has Disconnected. Actually, this book has been topping the charts this month, and its reputation is already very good, so I don't need to promote it. But alas, there's some idiot. All right, it's really worth reading. Additionally, my own book, Interstellar Mecha Girl, will be available on January 1st. Everyone is welcome to subscribe to the official version. Love you all. Chapter 58. Shopping. After a long while, Yuan Shan finally regained her composure. "What did you say? Someone is hunting you?" Su Lele nodded. "Yes. If it weren't for Uncle Yang and Yang Weiser, Liu Pei, and the others saving me multiple times, I wouldn't have made it back to Capital Star." Yuan Shan still found it hard to believe. How could this happen? Why would anyone hunt you? Su Lele didn't know how to explain. She was confused about the situation herself, and remembered something Elsa had said. She could only say, "It seems they said I'm some kind of good experimental material." Yuan Shan still didn't believe it. How could a good girl be experimental material? "They aren't tricking you, are they?" Su Lele shook her head. "No. I heard the person who kidnapped me say that." Yuan Shan was startled. "You were kidnapped?" Su Lele didn't know if it would scare her. She skipped the most dangerous parts where she fought with Elsa and just recounted the events. Fortunately, young Weiser arrived and saved me. Yuan Shan's face turned pale with fear, and she pressed her hand tightly against her chest, finally wrapping her arms around Su Lele and choking back tears. "Poor child, it was so hard to find you, and now there are such chaotic matters." but she quickly regained her composure. Since you are in such danger, why would you be dropped off at our home so casually? Before she finished speaking, she suddenly thought of young Weiser's unexpected appearance today and instinctively glanced at him. Young Weiser was sitting upright in the front seat, seemingly not listening to what they were saying. Su Lele then told her about Uncle Liang still secretly protecting her. To ease her worries, Uncle Liang said he won't let me out of his sight. Young Weiser might have come today to continue his mission. Yuan Shan looked at Su Lele with a mixture of belief and doubt, then glanced at young Weiser, still finding it hard to believe that such a terrifying thing could happen to Su Lele. After thinking for a long time, she hesitantly said, I still don't quite understand why this is happening. However, you should already be clear about our family situation. I just want to say that I don't want you to have any further connections with the military. I can't bear to see you in any situation that might put you in danger. Su Lele was taken aback, and then understood that she was referring to her parents' situation, causing her expression to darken. Okay, I understand. However, she still wanted to defend Liang Hongyuan and Yang Weiser, but they're not someone I want to be associated with. They are protecting me. Yuan Shan silently hugged her, gently stroking her head, murmuring, How could that be? Not long after, the car arrived at the shopping mall. After getting out, Yuan Shan instinctively looked around. Didn't you say that Liang Hongyuan would protect you from the shadows? Why don't we see him? Su Lele was pulled out of the car by Yuan Yuan. Uncle Liang is very capable. He won't lose track of us, but he is protecting us from the shadows, so he naturally won't show up. Besides, Yang Weiser is here, so there is no problem. Yuan Shan still felt uneasy. Yang Weiser was too young, and she feared he wouldn't be able to handle any problems that might arise. Seeing her nervousness, Su Lele couldn't bear to let her worry too much and quickly reassured her. Yang Weiser is very capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent so far to pick me up. Uncle Liang said that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly on Capital Star, or they wouldn't have let Yang Weiser and Lu Pei go back, leaving only Uncle Liang to watch over me. Yuan Shan felt reassured about the security on Capital Star. That is true. They probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Just then, Yang Weiser walked over. Do you need help carrying anything? Yuan Shan carefully assessed Yang Weiser and felt that this boy seemed more reliable than most, thus developing a bit of fondness for him. Her tone softened as she replied, No need. We can have the store deliver the purchases. Young Weiser, having rarely been to a mall, didn't he know the rules and just nodded, following behind them. Fong Fong had already grabbed Yuan Shan's hand. Mom, amusement park. Amusement park. He wanted to go to the amusement park inside the mall. Shopping with a child was indeed exhausting, so Yuan Shan led them straight to the amusement park, handed Fong Fong over to a caretaker robot, and let him have fun while she took the two girls shopping. Yuan, having not been shopping for a while, excitedly pulled her mother's hand. Mom, I want to buy a dress. Seeing her lively and adorable children, Yuan Shan finally perked up, teasingly pinching her nose. You have so many dresses. Why do you need to buy more? The mother and daughter chatted and laughed as they headed to the children's clothing section. Nearby, Su Lele was dumbfounded. Having grown up in the Sand Sea, her only requirement for clothes was warmth. She had never seen such a dazzling array of styles. Various colors, fabrics, and designs completely dazzled her eyes. Yuan Shan happily picked out one outfit after another to hold up against her, asking for her opinion, but Su Lele thought everything looked good. However, when she glanced at the price tags, she was immediately shocked and felt that nothing looked good anymore. Seeing her confused expression, Yuan Shan didn't pay much attention to her anymore and continued to happily choose clothes for her. By the time Su Lele came back to her senses, Yuan Shan had already bought her around 10 sets of clothes in various thicknesses. Su Lele calculated the prices and was instantly stunned, quickly stopping Yuan Shan from buying any more. Yuan Shan, seeing how adamant Su Lele was, reluctantly let go. After considering, she thought it should be enough for a change. They could wait until the next season to buy more. When Yuan Shan handed over all the clothes, including those for Yuan, Fong Fong, Chen Yuanjun, to the store for delivery, Su Lele's eyes almost popped out at the sight of the large shopping cart full of clothes. She had never had so many clothes in her entire life combined. Yuan Shan cheerfully gathered up her loose hair, took her hand, and said, Girls should dress up beautifully. Come on, I have a gift for you. Su Lele hurriedly declined, saying she already had enough with all the things they had bought and didn't dare to ask for anything else. However, Yuan Shan insisted on pulling her to the entrance of a store. Upon seeing the store, Yuan's eyes lit up. Mom, are we going to buy a transformation dress? Yuan Shan affectionately patted her daughter's head. Yes, your sister doesn't even have one transformation dress. We should buy her one. Su Lei was filled with confusion as she followed them inside, becoming even more puzzled. The store was filled with clothes of all sizes, all pure white, without any decorations or embellishments. What was going on? The service robot in the store approached. Welcome. How may I assist you? Yuan Shan pushed Su Lei toward the robot. Get something suitable for her. Su Lei saw the robot glance at her, and soon present several outfits. They all fit her figure, but were of different styles. Long pants, long skirts, short skirts, dresses, shirts, etc., but they were all just plain white. Su Lei didn't understand what this meant. Hadn't they already bought so much? Why buy more? Yuan Shan didn't explain, just told her to choose a style. Su Lei, suspicious, picked a t-shirt and three-quarter pants, the style she was most accustomed to wearing. Yuan Shan then directly scanned the terminal at the robot's scanning hole, completed the payment, and pushed her into the fitting room to change. Su Lei emerged from the fitting room feeling puzzled. The clothes fit well and were comfortable, but she couldn't see what was so special about them. Yuan Shan, along with Yuan and Yang Weiser, was waiting for her in the service area. When she saw Su Lei in the new outfit, she pressed her down onto a chair in the service area and taught her how to connect to the database provided by the store using the terminal on her wrist. The database had countless styles of clothes. Anything you could think of was available. Yuan Shan taught her how to select the matching t-shirt and three-quarter pants, immediately filtering out many sets of t-shirts and pants. Yuan Shan casually selected a set and clicked try on below the image, startling Su Lei. The pure white clothes she was wearing suddenly transformed into the style shown in the database image. Su Lei blinked hard, and Yuan Shan laughed, clicking on another set, and her clothes switched again. Su Lei was completely stunned. This wasn't a projection. The clothes on her body appeared as vividly as if they were dyed normally, perfectly displaying the patterns shown in the image. Yuan clapped her hands in excitement. Sister, choose this one. It looks good. Su Lei, shocked, tentatively clicked again, and sure enough, her clothes immediately changed to match the style in the image. Yuan examined her for a moment, satisfied. Not bad, this one really looks good. Only then did Yuan Shan explain to her that a transformation dress uses technology to change the color of the fabric itself. When you buy one, you can choose multiple styles to go with it, and you can change it freely later. If you're not satisfied, you could buy more styles. Su Lei was amazed as she browsed the database, which indeed had countless beautifully crafted and dazzling styles. There are long skirts made of vibrant flowers that may be inconvenient to wear as ordinary clothing, tops adorned with crystals that are extremely luxurious but impractical to manage, and dresses covered in layers of wisteria that would be very easy to damage when worn. Not to mention those evening gowns that might have cost a fortune but are only worn once. Countless styles that are usually hard to wear can be effortlessly changed in the transforming clothing, dazzling people with options. Yuan Shan continued to explain to her that the fabric of the transforming clothing is special, easy to clean, and can be said to be almost impervious to anything except fire, making it durable and popular. Such wonderful clothes must be expensive. Su Lei wanted to ask about the price, but seeing Yuan Shan's enthusiastic desire to give her a gift, she couldn't bring herself to decline the good intention. Su Lei was momentarily unsure whether to accept or refuse. Yuan looked at Su Lei's clothes with envy, unable to resist browsing through the database. Mom, buy me a short skirt too. Yuan Shan was happily admiring Su Lei and casually replied, sure, I'll get you one for your birthday. Yuan was taken aback, but then pouted and tugged at Yuan Shan's hand. Hey, my birthday is a long time away. Yuan Shan helplessly patted her head. Don't you have transforming clothing? Be good, listen, on your birthday, I'll not only buy you a short skirt, but also a big style pack with 5 sets, okay? Yuan pouted, but that's still months away, and I want it now. Next month is Meow Meow's birthday, and I want to show her. Yuan Shan couldn't help but frown slightly. Her family situation is similar to ours. She can't have many transforming clothes either. You have 2 pieces that can be changed in so many styles. Isn't that enough to show off in front of her? The worst thing for kids is to compare themselves with others. Yuan immediately became unhappy. You're just criticizing me, always saying I'm wrong. You bought so many clothes for my sister. Can't you buy me one? Yuan Shan was instantly furious. Your sister doesn't have clothes. I have to buy her some to change into. You have enough. Kids grow quickly. What's the point in buying so many clothes? Besides, I just bought you clothes earlier. You have enough to wear for next year. What more do you want? Your sister may have more, but it's really just for changing. It won't be enough by next season. Yuan, angered, swung her hand, stomped her feet, and her eyes turned red. It's always about my sister. Ever since she came home, you only pay attention to her. Aren't I your precious daughter? You say you love me, but now you only care about her. I don't want you to be my mom anymore. You can be my sister's mom. Yuan Shan was so furious that she nearly couldn't catch her breath. Pointing at Yuan for a long time. Is this how you talk to an adult? You're so grown up. How do you not understand anything? Am I lacking in what you eat or wear? Why am I not caring about you? I've worried so much for you. I provide you with good food and drink every day, afraid you'll feel wronged, taking you to school, taking you to dance class, always worrying you're cold or hot. After all my efforts for you, you repay me like this? Yuan saw that Yuan Shan's voice was getting louder and couldn't help but raise her voice as well. It's not like I wanted to go to school. It's not like I wanted to dance. Yuan Shan was so angry that her vision blurred. Didn't you say you want to learn to dance because Meow Meow is learning? Yuan shouted back, but I said Meow Meow is learning piano, and I want to learn piano too. You said piano is too expensive. Since Meow Meow is learning dance, just let me learn dance instead. I never wanted to learn dance, but you forced me to, saying it's out of concern for me. Yuan Shan, in her rage, raised her hand and almost slapped Yuan. Fortunately, Yang Weiser, who was nearby, quickly grabbed her hand before she could hit. However, Yuan was already frightened. She stared in shock at Yuan Shan's hand dropping weakly and couldn't help but collapse onto the sofa, crying, "You hit me. You actually hit me. You never wanted to hit me, but now that my sister is here, you like her and don't want me anymore. You actually hit me." Seeing Yuan cry so sadly, Yuan Shan's heart felt like it was breaking. The author has something to say. Ahem. Readers who want to see the beating of terrible relatives may be disappointed. I have an aunt who only has one son, so she has treated me like her own daughter since I was little. I also really want to write an aunt who loves Su Lele like that. So Yuan Shan is sincerely good to Su Lele. As for Yuan, well, she's just a child who doesn't understand. There's no need to hold it against her. Also, I wish everyone a happy holiday. Did you have fun on your break? Chapter 60. Restaurant Su Lele hurriedly took off the transforming clothing and handed it to the service robot. Aunt, I already have so many clothes. I don't need to buy more transforming clothing. Yuan Shan, with a stern face, made the robot pack up the clothes and quickly wrapped up the styles they had just chosen, saying, "You accepted a gift, so just take it." Yuan, you don't need to mind her. She has been spoiled by us and doesn't understand. Once the robot packed the clothes, Yuan Shan scanned the style pack into Su Lele's terminal and angrily pulled Su Lele away. Yuan was still sobbing, angry, and ignoring Yuan Shan. After all, she is her precious daughter. How could she really leave her behind? Yuan Shan took a few steps but slowed down, while Yuan remained seated. For a moment, Yuan Shan didn't know whether to stay or go. Su Lele was the catalyst for their mother-daughter dispute, feeling quite awkward and unsure of what to say. Fortunately, there was an unrelated person present today. Yang Weiser also wasn't good at comforting girls. He just stood by and reminded her, "Your mom is leaving." Although it wasn't very comforting, it at least gave Yuan a way out. Yuan glanced at Yuan Shan, who had indeed walked out of the store, and immediately became anxious. Although she said in anger, "Let her go. She has a sister now," she stood up anyway. Su Lele breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yang Weiser came today, or it would have been hard to resolve. Yuan Shan went to pick up Fong, who was reluctant to leave after having fun, changed his clothes when he was all sweaty, and finally took him to a restaurant. However, Yang Weiser hesitated to step forward. He was originally just accompanying them. He didn't want to impose on their meal, and since he didn't know Yuan Shan well, he felt embarrassed to join them for dinner. He could only find a reason to excuse himself. Yuan Shan was in a fit of anger and didn't have the heart to think too much. She forced a smile, angrily held Fong, and dragged the hesitant Su Lele into the private room. Although Yuan looked unhappy and unwilling, she at least followed them in. The robot waiter knocked and entered. "Welcome. How can I help you?" Fong saw the robot and happily started ordering, saying meat and then babbling about something, mentioning fish and following with another long list, mixed with terms like car food and dolphin food. leaving the robot confused, its display showing a perplexed expression. Fong Fong was getting anxious. Seeing her son's adorable expression, Yuan Shan, who had been serious, almost couldn't help but smile. Even Yuan's expression had improved a lot compared to before. Su Lei finally felt relieved. Yuan Shan called over the robot, flipped through the menu, and started ordering. Meanwhile, Yuan began playing with the control panel on the table, switching the room's decor style. She casually selected the Wizard of Oz. And suddenly the entire room transformed as if they were in a jungle. The air seemed to become extremely fresh, and little birds occasionally hopped onto branches, with even clever little squirrels nimbly jumping onto the dining table. Su Lei was amazed. Just for a meal, there were so many variations in a room. But speaking of it, this forest was too beautiful. Fong Fong happily reached out to grab a little squirrel. However, it was just a projection, not a real squirrel. His hand passed through the squirrel's body, and he looked confused, unable to understand why he couldn't catch it. Yuan switched the style to an underwater world. And suddenly the entire room felt like a tranquil and mysterious seabed, with schools of fish swimming by. When a shark swam past him, Fong Fong was so scared that he hid directly into Yuan Shan's arms. Seeing him scared like that, Yuan giggled, instantly forgetting her earlier grievances, and switched to a Sky City style, watching Fong Fong cautiously poke his head out from Yuan Shan's embrace to look under the clouds, playfully teasing him. Su Lei curiously admired the scenery around her. She had never had such an experience and felt very novel. She watched as Yuan switched the room to a starry sky, with billions of stars moving slowly along their orbits, as if telling stories unknown from the depths of the universe, which captivated Fong Fong. After a while, it switched to a seaside. Instantly, they felt as if they were on a beautiful island, with a humid sea breeze blowing, white seagulls flying, and fish leaping out of the water, making people feel refreshed. Su Lei looked at the dazzling, beautiful scenery and forgot all her worries. Yuan and Fong Fong were also having a great time. It was only when the robot waiter brought the dishes that they returned to their senses. At this moment, Uncle Chin Yuan rushed over. He had just finished working overtime and arrived slightly sweaty. He casually handed his coat to the robot to hang aside, pulled out a chair, and sat down, smiling and asking, "How's the shopping going?" Yuan happily made a big circle gesture. "We bought a lot of things." But then she remembered she was still angry, and her face fell again, refusing to speak. Chin Yuan laughed and said, "Who has upset our little princess?" Yuan Shan glared at him. "Just eat your food." Yuan pouted and began to eat in silence. Chin Yuan guessed that this mother-daughter pair was quarreling again, and he smiled as he patted her head, starting to talk about unrelated news, from national leaders to the expansion of the local amusement park. This topic clearly attracted Yuan's attention, and she couldn't help but raise her head to interject, her eyes shining. "Really? It's going to be more than double the size now?" Chin Yuan looked at her with amusement. "That's what the news says. But we'll have to wait and see the actual effect once it's completed." Yuan was already dreaming about it. Su Lei had never been to an amusement park. She had only seen it on TV once or twice and didn't know what was fun about it. She wasn't very interested in this topic. While listening to everyone chat, she focused on eating. She didn't even know what the dishes in front of her were, only that they were very delicious. So delicious. So delicious. On Desert Star, she sometimes couldn't even guarantee basic food, let alone pursue any flavor of ingredients. Later, when she followed Liang Hongyuan and the others back to Capital Star, she no longer had to worry about having one meal and not the next. And her meals finally improved significantly. Although the taste of the synthetic food on the ship had always been criticized by many, Su Lei still felt it was much better than what she had eaten before. She was eating so much every day that her belly was round, and after a month of travel, it seemed she had gained a little weight. But after all, that was synthetic food. Once she arrived at Yuan Shan's home, Yuan Shan prepared various nutritious and interesting meals for the children every day, which opened Su Lei's eyes to how food could be enjoyed. But it wasn't tea until today, when she arrived at this restaurant that looked like the one she had seen on TV, that Su Lei truly understood what gourmet food was. Even though she didn't know what she was eating, and her limited vocabulary couldn't come up with any wonderful adjectives, she only knew it was delicious. So delicious that she simply couldn't stop, as if every cell in her body was excitedly dancing for the wonderful experience on her taste buds. Such deliciousness made Su Lele completely forget her earlier unhappiness, and she focused intently on eating and drinking. To be continued. Chapter 61. Tomb sweeping early the next morning. Su Lele was dragged out by Yuan Shan again. Chen Yuanjun and Yuan Shan, along with 3 children, took 3 bus rides. And as they saw the towering buildings around them diminishing and more large green spaces appearing, even vast farmlands visible in the distance, the vehicle finally stopped. Su Lele got off the bus and, following the road ahead, looked up to see a long flight of steps leading up to a majestic monument. Yuan curiously asked, "Didn't we come to see Annie this year? Why are we here again?" Yuan Shan patted her head. "We came before because we have to come every year. Now we are here because your sister has returned and we need to tell Annie." Only then did Su Lele realize that this was her mother's burial site. Climbing the long steps, they were surrounded by fields of green grass and little daisies, with a few small trees swaying gently in the wind. When they reached the top of the hill and stood in front of the monument, a light breeze dried the slight sweat, feeling very comfortable. The monument was very strange. There were no words or patterns on it, just a blank stone. Behind the monument was an endless expanse of graves. Su Lele followed them inside and saw a large gate behind the monument, with the words "Military Soul" carved on the lintel. Yuan Shan explained to her, "This is the martyrs' cemetery. Only martyrs who sacrificed for the country can be buried here." Entering the cemetery, they were greeted by a small stone tablet that read land of shield building. The cemetery was very large, stretching endlessly. The entire cemetery was clean and tidy, with rows of pine trees separating rows of graves, arranged in an orderly manner. Chen Yuanjun waved. And a mode of transportation similar to the cargo ship on Desert Star quietly approached. Yuan Shan called over 2 more vehicles for Yuan and Su Lele, while she herself took Fong into one. The 4 vehicles moved in a line toward the depths of the cemetery. Each row of graves was 6 layers high. Each layer was long and neatly arranged with hundreds of small squares, each square being a small grave containing a former soldier. Every 3 meters or so, a pine tree was planted. The pines near the gate had grown extremely thick, perhaps having existed for hundreds of years, while the ones further back were thinner. And there were countless rows of such graves. Su Lele looked at the countless squares, each of which had once been a soldier who sacrificed for the country. How many soldiers have been buried on the battlefield? During this silent procession, Yuan suddenly pointed ahead and said, "Isn't that Brother Yang?" Su Lele looked up in surprise. Walking up the nearby path on a vehicle was Yang Weiser. Su Lele exclaimed in surprise, "Yang Weiser, what are you doing here?" He wasn't tea like yesterday, where he waited for her as soon as he stepped out. Instead, he came late, but it seemed he was tea looking for her, just heading straight up. Hearing Su Lele call him, Yang Weiser turned in surprise. "Su Lele, what are you doing here?" He stopped the vehicle and walked towards them. After some explanation, they realized they were both there to pay respects to their relatives. Yang Weiser's father was also buried here. Only then did Su Lele understand that Yang Weiser's father had sacrificed on the battlefield. She couldn't help but fall silent, as the ongoing war had unknowingly claimed so many soldiers. Since they met, Yang Weiser simply went with them to pay respects to Su Lele's parents. The vehicle traveled for quite a while before stopping. Su Lele looked up and saw a small tombstone right in front of her, with the names Su Chong and Yuan Yu inscribed on it, along with their birth and death dates. At the bottom, it noted that Yuan Shan had erected the tombstone for Su Lele 3 years after her parents' passing, on March 15th, 15445. Yuan Shan gently caressed the grave and softly explained, "This is a tomb for clothing and hats. I buried them together. I wanted to wait for you to come and erect the tombstone, but I waited until the police declared you dead and canceled your household registration without you returning. I had no choice but to bury them on your behalf." Yuan Shan's voice was a bit choked up. "I thought I would never see you again, but I didn't expect to have this day in my lifetime. If your sister and brother-in-law saw how much you've grown." Yuan Shan couldn't continue, covering her mouth with her hand. Chen Yuanjun hugged her shoulders and gently patted her. Su Lele also felt a bit of soreness in her eyes. She blinked hard to see the photo on the tombstone clearly. It was a group photo. They were hugging each other, smiling so happily. Su Lele examined the photo closely. Just as Yuan Shan had said when she saw her that day, her eyes were very much like Yuan Yu's, round and big, making her face look very cute. Yuan Shan and Yuan also had such eyes. But besides the eyes, it seemed like she resembled her father in other aspects. If they were still alive, would they be discussing who she looked like while smiling? Su Lele tried hard to imagine that scene, but couldn't picture it. Although her parents' photos were right in front of her, their impressions in her mind were too unfamiliar. In fact, Su Lele, who was already 4 years old at that time, remembered some things. She could even recall her favorite little chick sticker on the ceiling above her bed in kindergarten. But her impressions of her parents were so faint, as if they were strangers. Even if there were occasional fragments of memories about them, it seemed she could never recall their faces. This sense of loss inexplicably made Su Lele feel a bit panicked, as if she wanted to grasp something but couldn't hold on to it no matter what. She desperately tried to recall her parents from the distant, blurry memories, but it felt like there was a piece of paper blocking her view. It was clearly there, yet she just couldn't see it clearly. Su Lele suddenly panicked, and tears began to flow down her face, as if something extremely sad compelled her to cry. Su Lele was taken aback. How could she be crying? She clearly didn't want to cry, but why were her tears uncontrollably flowing out like a faucet turned on? She hurriedly wiped her tears with the back of her hand, only to find her face already covered in tears. What happened? Su Lele didn't even know what was going on, but the more she wiped, the more tears flowed, like beads that had broken off a string, falling continuously. Seeing her like this, Yuan Shan could no longer control her emotions and pulled her into an embrace, crying out loud. Su Lele felt as if she suddenly lost some support and had no strength left, just hanging in Yuan Shan's arms. Her mind was a chaotic mess, with many memories she had long forgotten and unfamiliar emotions surging up, overwhelming her. It felt like something had happened in the past. Su Lele desperately tried to recall, striving to find something in the sudden influx of memories, but nothing came up. To be continued. Chapter 62. A Hope for Safety. Third update. Su Lele lay in Yuan Shan's arms, looking through her tear-filled eyes at the tombstone. The photos of her parents on the tombstone smiled so warmly, and their unfamiliar faces seemed to carry a sense of familiarity. But upon careful thought, she couldn't remember anything about them. What exactly had happened? Others couldn't see Su Lele's confusion. They only saw her crying. Chen Yuanjun patted Yuan Shan and Su Lele's shoulders, but said nothing more. They needed to vent. Young Weiser, however, thought of his own parents, who had also passed away. The sudden death of his father, who had always been like a mountain in his heart, was unexpected, although the death of a soldier was not surprising. He felt as if he watched a mountain collapse before his eyes when he received the news. In an instant, the whole world changed. He also remembered the moment his mother passed away. She was so reluctant to leave, gazing deeply at him until the very last moment, as if she wanted to engrave his face in her memory to take with her to heaven. But just a year after her death, he went against the vow he made in front of her not to join the army and applied to military school. During that time, he suffered from insomnia for nights on end. His dreams and his mother's earnest expectations tormented him. Whichever path he chose felt like betrayal. That time was so painful that it became a memory he least wanted to recall. Yet seeing Su Lele cry so heartbreakingly reminded him of those days again. Although their parents' deaths were different, losing both parents likely brought similar pains. Young Weiser clenched his fist. Now, he had chosen the same path as his father, and he might very well face the same fate as his father in the future. But he could no longer allow his loved ones to endure such pain. Since he no longer had many relatives, he decided not to add more. So, he thought, let him be alone. That'll be fine. Fong Fong came over and hugged Yuan Shan's leg. Mommy, don't cry. Yuan tugged at Yuan Shan's sleeve. Mommy, don't be sad. We'll come to see Annie every year. Yuan Shan felt pained by the children's thoughtfulness and nodded, wiping her tears. Gradually, she calmed down. Yuan Shan helped Su Lele wipe her tears as well, then took the flowers that Chen Yuanjun had brought and placed them in front of the tomb, softly saying, Sister, brother-in-law, I brought Lele to see you. Look, Lele has grown so big, you can rest assured. A gust of wind blew, and the still not very thick pine trees by the tomb rustled. It seemed to respond to Yuan Shan's words. Yuan Shan reached out to stroke the pine tree, and in a blink, it had grown so tall. Chen Yuanjun comforted her. Yes, look how much Lele has grown too. The future will definitely be better, don't worry. Yuan hugged Yuan Shan's waist. Mommy, look, I've grown so big too. Yuan Shan smiled and patted her daughter's head. Yes. She then said to Su Lele, Grandpa's tomb is right beneath this. Let's go take a look. After paying respects at Grandpa's tomb, they went together to pay respects at young Weiser's father's grave. His father had passed away only 4 or 5 years ago, and the pine trees by the tomb were still small, not even shading the tombstone from the sun. Young Weiser cleared the fallen leaves from the tombstone and placed the flowers on it. Sulele looked at his father's photo. A typical Asian man, dressed in military uniform, looking very spirited. Young Weiser resembled his father somewhat, but his features were more pronounced. Seeing the name Weiser, could it be that he is of mixed heritage? Sulele suddenly became curious about what his mother was like, but it seemed he had mentioned that his mother had passed away as well. Sharing the experience of losing both parents, Sulele couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Did he also miss his parents when no one was around? Did he also envy the scenes of parent-child interaction on television? How'd he live? Did he live alone? Could a person living alone be considered a family? Did he also, like her, long for the home he once had and hope to have another home in the future? Sulele looked at Yuan Shan. Her aunt was truly good to her. She could feel it. For Sulele now, where Yuan Shan was probably her home. Sulele suddenly felt a wave of relief. Although she used to consider the places she shared with her companions in the Sand Sea as home, she only realized now that it was different from what she felt with Yuan Shan. The feeling of having a home was truly wonderful. By the time they finished paying their respects and were ready to go home, it was almost noon. Young Weiser had to return to the fleet where he was interning. Sulele went home with Yuan Shan and the others. The two groups parted ways. Young Weiser stood in place for a long time, watching Sulele and the others leave. He joined the military to ensure that the next generation would not have to live the life they did. To avoid the dilemma of choosing between serving the country like his father or living a peaceful and smooth life as his mother hoped. He also did not want Sulele to join the military and face the same fate as all the soldiers in the cemetery. As long as there was even a slight possibility, he did not want Sulele to be in danger. He hoped she could continue to live a peaceful and leisurely life like she did now. If possible, he would be willing to sacrifice his life to protect Sulele. However, he couldn't help but remember what the lieutenant colonel had said to him that day. His wish probably wouldn't come true so easily. After a long time, young Weiser finally turned around and returned to his station. After 2 days of rest, it was time to go back to school. Sulele organized the results of her studies over the past few days and happily went to school. Today, she had something very important to do. She wanted to apply for an academic test to advance to a higher grade. However, Teacher Wei patiently advised her, "I know you are eager to advance. And at your age, it can feel uncomfortable to be in class with younger children. But learning should be done step by step, not all at once. You should calm down, be grounded, and solidify your foundation. Only with a strong foundation can you learn more advanced content without struggling." Sulele patiently listened to her and then pleaded, "I know I've been working hard lately. However, I looked at my sister's 3rd grade textbooks, and I've already learned everything in them. Teacher, could you please let me take an academic test?" Teacher Wei was a bit displeased. "How can you be so impatient? You've only been in 2nd grade for 3 days, and you want to advance? Is this a serious attitude towards learning?" Teacher Wei was the homeroom teacher, and if she didn't agree, it would be impossible for Sulele to take the test. However, Sulele really felt confident about the 3rd grade material. It was so simple that she could remember it after just one read. But how could she convince Teacher Wei? To be continued. When I finally uploaded a chapter and went asleep, I woke up to a big surprise. Although it was early morning, the subscriptions exceeded my expectations. This made me very happy. Speaking of which, I can't write during the holidays. I rely on store drafts during the National Day period. However, if the monthly votes and rewards are sufficient, I will consider adding updates when I return. So, go ahead. Chapter 63, Skipping Grades. Sulele thought for a long time and finally said, "Teacher, how about we get the 3rd grade textbooks, and you can test me on them? If I get even one question wrong, I promise I won't bring up the idea of advancing for the next month." Teacher Wei was taken aback and then laughed in anger. "You're quite confident, aren't you? Just one wrong answer? Even 5th or 6th graders might not dare to make such a guarantee. I don't know how your parents taught you to be so arrogant." Seeing that she really couldn't convince Teacher Wei, Sulele simply opened her terminal and randomly picked a few practice questions from different subjects. "Teacher, look, these are just some random questions I found. I'll do them for you right now. If you're not sure, you can also pick a few questions for me." As she spoke, Sulele glanced at the questions and reported the answers to Teacher Wei. Teacher Wei instinctively glanced at the answers and was immediately stunned. Although the third grade questions were quite simple, especially in art and music, which only introduced children to nursery rhymes and drawing, Su Lele answered the questions very quickly, as if she hadn't thought about them at all. Teacher Wei looked at her suspiciously. Could it be that this child really had gone through the third grade textbook? Teacher Wei also opened her terminal and randomly picked a few questions, and Su Lele answered them just as quickly. Teacher Wei was very surprised. If she had only answered one or two correctly, it could still be attributed to luck. But to answer so many questions correctly off the bat was impossible without having seriously studied the textbook. Teacher Wei thought for a moment and decided to pull up the third grade textbook, asking her a few questions, which Su Lele also answered almost without thinking. Su Lele seized the opportunity to say, "Teacher, see, I really have looked at the third grade textbook. Please let me take the test." Teacher Wei hesitated. After all, Su Lele had just started second grade, and even if she'd seen the third grade textbook, it was unlikely she could fully integrate the knowledge. She still didn't believe Su Lele could pass the third grade test right now. Su Lele had no choice but to plead, "Teacher, I swear, if I can't pass this time, I won't bring it up again for a month. I'll listen to you and focus on my studies." Seeing that she had made such a promise, Teacher Wei, unable to refuse, thought that if it didn't work out, at least she could keep Su Lele quiet for a month, so she reluctantly agreed. "You go back first, and I'll call you when the application comes through." Su Lele happily agreed and ran back to the classroom. However, when she returned to the classroom, someone had overheard her conversation with Teacher Wei, and the news that she wanted to take the test had spread. When she got back to the classroom, everyone looked at her differently. A child ran up to her and asked, "Aren't you just a second grader your age? Why are you thinking about taking a test?" Su Lele was taken aback by this direct question and didn't know how to respond. George passed by and rolled his eyes at her. Of course, she's just a muscle-brained idiot. Su Lele couldn't help but laugh. However, she never intended to argue with this group of kids, so she just smiled and focused on reading. After 2 classes, Teacher Wei called her to take the test. The teacher managing the test was also surprised. She clearly remembered this older transfer student who had come last week. Why was she taking a test again? However, after Teacher Wei presented the application sequence number, she said nothing further and followed the process to administer the test to Su Lele. For hours later, Yuan Shan, who had rushed over after hearing the news, looked at the results indicating a match for 4th grade, unable to speak in surprise. Su Lele had only been home for less than a week, and Yuan Shan, thinking that the child was already so big but still only in 2nd grade, had never dared to ask about her studies for fear of hurting her pride. She would only ask how she was adapting in school, hoping that once she got used to it, she could find a way to help her catch up. But what was this report card in front of her? She had only been in class for 3 days last week. Even if she had self-studied a bit over the weekend, it was absolutely impossible to match 4th grade. The test teacher seemed to still be in shock. Because the result was so unbelievable, at Teacher Wei's request, she administered the test to Su Lele again, and the results still matched 4th grade. The testing teacher had been doing this for over 10 years and had never seen or even heard of a testing system making such a large mistake. Teacher Wei had no choice but to call Yuan Shan in to ask Su Lele about her situation carefully. But Yuan Shan was just as confused. Whether it's the parents or the teachers, everyone is puzzled, especially since the weekend is just a short 5 days. What on earth happened? However, no matter how much they guess, the final result is here. Su Lele can advance to the next grade, and she is skipping directly to the 4th grade. When Su Lele returns to the classroom, Teacher Wei informs everyone that the new student, Su Lele, will be advancing to the 4th grade, which immediately causes a stir. Where can you find such good news? She jumped from 2nd grade to 4th grade in just a few days. Su Lele happily bids farewell to everyone, even giving George a smile, which makes him blush and turn away. Teacher Wei then takes her with the completed paperwork to find a 4th grade homeroom teacher. However, what Su Lele didn't expect was that when she followed the new 4th grade homeroom teacher, Mr. Davis, to the 4th grade classroom, the news of her skipping a grade had already swept through the entire school like a tornado, not to mention her new 4th grade class. As she entered the classroom with Mr. Davis, it felt like a boiling pot. But the moment she stepped into the classroom, it was as if a large chunk of ice had been thrown into boiling water. The noisy classroom suddenly fell silent, and one could hear a pin drop. Dozens of gazes shot towards Su Lele like searchlights. Su Lele, who had never been in such a spotlight, was momentarily stunned, her steps faltering. But suddenly she saw an unexpected person. The eerie silence in the classroom was suddenly broken by a voice. Yuan excitedly jumped out. "Sister, it's really you." Su Lele was taken aback. This was actually Yuan's class? Mr. Davis had already learned about their relationship when he met Su Lele's guardian, Yuan Shan, and immediately pointed toward Yuan, saying, "Su Lele, you can sit next to Chenzi Yuan." Yuan happily waved to Su Lele. Over here. Sister, come quickly." Mr. Davis casually pointed to Yuan's original deskmate. "Reese, you move over here for a change of position." Yuan suddenly realized that if Su Lele was to sit here, she would have to ask the original person to move. Yuan's smile froze, and she instinctively glanced at Reese, just as their eyes met. To be continued in Chapter 64, A New Class. There really is a fifth update. Yuan had always thought that her deskmate Reese was her best friend. She had always believed that Reese thought the same. Initially excited to see Su Lele in her class, she soon realized that Mr. Davis wanted her good friend Reese to give Su Lele her seat. As Yuan looked down, she met Reese's gaze. For some reason, she felt a sudden panic in her heart and instinctively looked away from Reese's eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Mr. Davis say to her, "Your sister has only been at school for a few days and is not familiar with many things. You can help her." Yuan stammered and couldn't say anything. What could she say? She was happy that her sister had come, and she was willing to help her. But to make her good friend give up her seat for Su Lele? What about Reese? Reese looked at her deeply and began to pack her things on the desk. Yuan suddenly felt a panic in her heart and instinctively tugged at Reese's sleeve. "Reese, Reese looked up at her steadily. "Are we still good friends?" Yuan hurriedly replied, "Of course. You will always be my best friend." Reese gave a faint and forced smile, but didn't say anything, just bowed her head and continued to pack. Yuan was anxious and was about to say something when Reese had already finished packing and stood up to walk toward Mr. Davis. Yuan instinctively reached out to grab Reese's sleeve, but missed, watching helplessly as Reese's figure walked away. Yuan didn't know what to say and, in her daze, happened to see Su Lele walking over. The excitement she had felt when she suddenly discovered that the sensational figure who had jumped from 2nd to 4th grade in just 3 days was her sister had vanished with Reese's departure. Reese didn't leave voluntarily. She left to give Su Lele her seat. Yuan couldn't be happy anymore. She absent-mindedly acknowledged Su Lele with aim but worriedly watched Reese sit down in her new position far away from her. But after watching for a long time, Reese never turned back to look at her. Yuan grew even more worried. Reese was probably very angry. They had been such good friends, and now they were torn apart just to give someone else a seat. If it were her, she wouldn't be happy either. Yuan lost all desire to speak to Su Lele. Su Lele also didn't know how to get along with his sister. She still vividly remembered the argument with Yuan Shan when they went shopping that day, and Su Lele was always a bit worried that she would become a thorn in Yuan's side. However, others didn't know what they were thinking. Since they weren't speaking, naturally, others came over to talk. Su Lele had barely settled into her seat when she was surrounded by a group of new classmates. Some asked Su Lele, "How did you jump from 2nd grade to 4th grade in just 3 days?" Su Lele didn't know how to explain her photographic memory, so she had to say, "I already knew the content of the 3rd and 4th grades. I just hadn't studied it systematically before, and during the test last week, I didn't know how to answer well, so I didn't get any points, which is why I was placed in 2nd grade. Once I go home and look at the books, I'll understand what's going on." The surrounding classmates suddenly understood. This explanation was the easiest to accept. After all, Su Lele was already 13 years old. At that age, she should be in the 8th grade. And knowing the knowledge of the 3rd and 4th grades was not surprising at all. This explanation was much easier to accept than that she was a genius who could advance 2 grades in 3 days. The surrounding classmates exclaimed, "Oh, I thought so. How could there be such good news?" Among other things, some even asked Yuan, "Is this your sister? Wasn't the place your sister used to study better than our school?" The 9-year-old kids were already comparing everything they could. There is nothing easier than comparing to see who has better resources. However, I can keep going because of the existence of legitimate readers. It's because of your subscriptions, votes, and tips that I can continue writing. Thank you for supporting the legitimate version. After the 5th update, let us celebrate. Starting tomorrow, I will see you every morning and evening. You, the legitimate subscribers, are all adorable. Love you all. Chapter 65, Speculations Yuan finally managed to dry her tears. But what about Reese? She must still be angry. Yuan Shan patiently told her. Then you should talk to her properly. This was arranged by the teacher. It's not that you don't want to be friends with her. Plus, in a few days, you can introduce your sister to her. Since she is your good friend, if you talk to her well, she will definitely understand. Yuan nodded doubtfully, thinking she would find Reese tomorrow to talk. After finally calming Yuan down and seeing her obediently doing her homework, Yuan Shan went to the study to check on Su Lele. She also wanted to ask Su Lele how she managed to skip from 2nd grade directly to 4th grade, wondering if there was something behind it. However, to her surprise, Su Lele was so engrossed in her reading that she was flipping through the pages quickly, not even noticing when Yuan Shan walked into the study. Yuan Shan stood behind Su Lele for a while, seeing her so focused, smiled, and went to check on how dinner was being prepared. Since she was so concentrated, it would be better not to disturb her for now. They could talk later that evening. When it came time for dinner, Yuan's mood had finally improved a bit. She even teased Fong to steal his car-shaped rice, which made Fong quickly finish his car-shaped rice and proudly show off his empty bowl to Yuan, making her laugh heartily at his silly expression. After dinner, without waiting for Su Lele to return to the study and bury herself in her studies again, Yuan Shan first pulled her aside. What's going on with you skipping 2 grades? Su Lele felt that Yuan Shan was genuinely concerned about her, and she did not want to hide anything from Yuan Shan. So she told her everything about her exceptional memory since childhood, while it couldn't be said to be completely photographic. For simple things in the lower grades that were easy to understand and remember, it could be considered as such. Just a few days ago, she carefully reviewed the books and memorized everything. Yuan Shan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. Although her sister and brother-in-law were quite smart, they were just relatively clever among ordinary people. They had never dared to claim they had a photographic memory, let alone be considered extraordinary geniuses. Su Lele was also quite clever as a child, but she was just more intelligent compared to ordinary kids and attended a regular kindergarten. It was already astonishing enough that she managed to sneak out of kindergarten. She had never shown any exceptional talent. But now, what was Su Lele saying? That she had carefully read the 2nd and 3rd grade books and memorized everything? If learning were that simple, then why were so many school-age children working so hard? Seeing that Yuan Shan still didn't quite believe it, Su Lele directly pulled up the 4th grade content on her terminal. Aunt, I'm currently studying the 4th grade textbooks. If you don't believe me, you can randomly pick a few pages, and I'll look at them for 10 minutes. Then you can ask me anything. Yuan Shan skeptically chose a few pages from the back. Su Lele quietly read for a while. Yuan Shan noticed that Su Lele was very quiet while reading, completely focused, as if she was immersed in her own world. Yuan Shan couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps what she said wasn't just a fantasy. However, a few minutes later, when Yuan Shan asked a few questions, she still found it hard to believe. This was clearly a part that Su Lele hadn't seen before, and she had only glanced at it for a few minutes, yet she had really remembered it. Although Yuan Shan had to accept this fact after a long time, she still had doubts. Until she lay in bed that night, she was still confused and said to Chen Yuanjun, I think she really remembered it. Do you think that's possible? Chen Yuanjun was also very surprised and asked, Are you sure? Yuan Shan was uncertain again. I think it should be a part she hasn't seen before. But if that's not the case, how do you explain that last week she was clearly matched with 2nd grade? How could it be less than a week, and now she's at 4th grade? If we say the testing system has a problem, that also seems unlikely. Chen Yuanjun stared blankly at the ceiling for a long time without speaking. Yuan Shan nudged him with her elbow. Say something. After thinking for a long time, Chen Yuanjun suddenly changed the subject. Do you remember when Lele first went missing? Yuan Shan didn't understand why he suddenly brought this up, but replied, of course, why? Chen Yuanjun thought about his wording. I remember that we had just met not long ago, and I was with you running around the various departments all day. But I clearly remember one time when we were at the police station. An old police officer said that the clues pointed to Desert Star, and then just stopped. He also said that places like Desert Star are too chaotic, and we should not get our hopes up. Yuan Shan certainly remembered. The series of deaths and disappearances of her loved ones made that time the darkest period of her life. But she didn't understand why Chen Yuanjun brought this up now. Chen Yuanjun propped himself up on his right arm and looked seriously at Yuan Shan. Have you ever thought carefully after all these years? The clues from back then had become even more elusive. So how could we still find Lele? Yuan Shan was taken aback. Wasn't it because new clues were found? Chen Yuanjun shook his head. If it were because of investigating other cases that led to clues to find Lei, that would be understandable. But I feel that this matter is unusual. Think about it. If they just happened to find Lei, they could easily contact the local civil affairs department and return her through normal channels. But look at how Lei came back. Chen Yuanjuan's voice became a bit serious. The military sent a 3-person team to bring her back. Yuan Shan's face turned pale. I hadn't thought that much until you mentioned it. At this point, Yuan Shan suddenly sat up, gripping Chen Yuanjuan's arm tightly. You don't know. Lei faced multiple attacks on her way here. She almost got kidnapped during the explosion at Base 4. There's still a soldier who says he is secretly protecting her. Chen Yuanjun was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth, and after a long time, he said, "Why didn't you tell me?" Yuan Shan's voice trembled slightly. "I didn't think that much. Do you think there might be something we don't know going on?" Chen Yuanjun thought for a moment. "You'd better have a good talk with Lei tomorrow." Yuan Shan smiled bitterly and shook her head. "We've talked before, but she doesn't know why." The soldier protecting her only knows he is on a mission and doesn't know why either. Chen Yuanjun was silent for a while. The military has discipline. Even if they know something, they can't say it. Chen Yuanjun patted her hand. "So I think maybe Lei has some secrets we don't know about, like her photographic memory or something else we are unaware of, which is why the military is taking such a serious interest and has even sent someone to protect her." Yuan Shan tried hard to recall the 4-year-old Su Lei. She was quite clever back then, but she had never heard of anything like a photographic memory. But so many years had passed, and what had happened in between, no one could be sure. Yuan Shan felt as if a cloud of darkness was covering something, deeply burying the truth. To be continued. If you enjoy it, use monthly tickets and rewards to support me. If you knock me out, I'll add more chapters, haha. But I didn't expect the monthly tickets to exceed 1 so quickly. Once the number comes back, I'll add another chapter. And keep the tickets coming. Every 1 ticket adds a chapter. If the rewards are in place, I'll add 2. Chapter 66, Memories. Chen Yuanjun pushed Yuan Shan back onto the bed, supporting her shoulder to comfort her. "Don't worry. Things may not be as we imagine." Yuan Shan was still uneasy, but Chen Yuanjun patted her. "No more buts. Get a good night's sleep, and we'll talk about any issues tomorrow." Yuan Shan hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't sleep no matter what. The smiling face of the grown-up Lei kept overlapping and then separating from the cute face of her childhood. At times, she would transform into the little Lei with a flawless smile looking up at her, calling her Annie, little Lei, and then transform again into the older Lei, smiling at her with a hint of restraint, as if her care for her was a bit overwhelming. Yuan Shan's eyes became a bit blurry. This child had no idea what hardships she had endured. Since childhood, she had faced numerous illnesses, and just when she finally got better, she got lost, miraculously found again. Yet she had to endure so many trials. Yuan Shan suddenly sat up. Chen Yuanjun was surprised and also sat up. "What happened?" Yuan Shan, as if lost and filled with extreme uncertainty, recalled something with confusion. "I remember Lei was 2 or 3. It seems she should have been 2. I was still interning on another planet at that time. I heard from my sister that Lei always had headaches, and it was diagnosed as brain cancer. But when I returned, they said she had been cured. I thought brain cancer couldn't be cured so quickly. Perhaps it was a misdiagnosis, so I didn't pay much attention." Yuan Shan carefully recalled the situation at that time. Later, Lei was lively and cute, not at all inferior to her peers, and seemed quite clever. So she gradually forgot about the brain cancer. Now that she thought about it, hadn't her sister said it was brain cancer? Chen Yuanjun was quite surprised. Brain cancer is still difficult to treat even now, let alone such a small child who would probably not survive the treatment process. How could she be so lively and grow up so well? "Are you sure you didn't misremember?" Yuan Shan was a bit uncertain. It had been so long since that incident, and she hadn't paid much attention at the time, so she really couldn't recall it clearly. Chen Yuanjun seemed to believe this idea. Perhaps the treatment process had actually developed her brain, making her memory better than others? Yuan Shan nodded, somewhat confused, then shook her head. "I'm not specializing in neurology, but after all, I studied all subjects in university. Although our neuroscience is much more advanced than in the old days, developing the brain is not that easy. Humans have developed robots to be capable of anything, yet they haven't been able to enhance the brain much." Chen Yuanjun speculated. "Maybe it's a mutation?" Yuan Shan tried hard to recall Su Lei before she went missing, but found it hard to come up with many examples of her exceptional intelligence. Although she felt that Su Lei was quite smart at that time, she had never heard of her having superhuman wisdom or anything like that. Nor had she ever mentioned having a photographic memory. Chen Yuanjun hugged her and lay down, saying at that time, "Your sister and brother-in-law were both there. You weren't Lei's guardian, so you probably wouldn't know all the details about her. Perhaps she experienced something on Desert Star? Or maybe there are other things we don't know. Don't overthink it. The child is still young. We can protect her well, but let's not make her feel overly abnormal, as it will put pressure on her. Just act like nothing's wrong, and we'll observe her for a while." Yuan Shan responded with a sound of agreement, lay down, and seriously went to sleep. After a long time, she finally fell into a daze and drifted off. The next morning, Yuan Shan greeted the kids, as usual after breakfast. And everyone went their separate ways, those to kindergarten, those to school. Su Lei didn't notice the looks that Yuan Shan and Chen Yuanjun exchanged regarding her. She happily went to school. Her goal now was to advance to the 5th grade as soon as possible. However, the scope and depth of the 4th grade curriculum were much more challenging than that of the 2nd and 3rd grades, so it was unlikely she would complete it in just a few days. But this difficulty ignited Su Lei's fighting spirit, and she rushed to school with enthusiasm, not even noticing that Yuan was intentionally avoiding her. Growing up on Desert Star, Su Lei was much more grateful for this hard-won opportunity to learn. She seized every moment to study diligently. At this moment, Su Lei was like a sponge, rapidly absorbing all the knowledge she could access. In the past, she could only come into contact with disorganized and informal learning materials, from ancient children's picture books found in garbage heaps to mecha blueprints obtained from the black market. In such a difficult environment, Su Lei had done her best to learn everything she could reach. Now she had the chance to learn formal knowledge in a systematic and progressive manner, from easy to difficult. How could she not give it her all? Upon arriving at school, she felt like a fish in water, a fledgling bird in the woods. Every cell in her body was bursting with passion, eager to dive into the books and not come out. So immersed was Su Lei that she had completely forgotten the original intention behind James seating them together and rushed to find Ruisi as soon as class was over. The two sisters sat together, one buried in study, while the other focused on repairing her relationship with her friend, almost like strangers. There were curious classmates who came to chat with Su Lei, but she was preoccupied with her textbooks, answering a question here and there. Moreover, she found it hard to engage in topics that 9-year-olds from Capital Star were interested in. Although others were curious about her experiences on Desert Star, they couldn't relate, making it hard to find common ground. Gradually, classmates began to notice that this new student was indeed different from them, and fewer people approached her. Su Lei didn't mind. She was focused on her studies and was glad no one was bothering her. However, Yuan felt even more frustrated. Her sister's inability to integrate into the class made her feel that this sister was increasingly out of place in her original life. Originally happy about suddenly having an extra sister, Yuan, due to Yuan Shan's attitude and the atmosphere of the school, gradually felt that having an additional sister was not as wonderful as she had previously thought. Fortunately, Ruisi forgave her, and they became good friends again. Otherwise, she would have been even more upset. Su Lei didn't notice Yuan's estrangement, but had never been good at dealing with children, especially those from Capital Star whom she didn't know well. Since Yuan was not favorable towards her, she didn't know what to say. She could only bury herself in her studies and try not to think too much. Time flew quickly amidst these inexplicable trivial matters and Su Lei's focused studying. And in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Now, Su Lei was studying 4th grade content, which was no longer as easy as 2nd and 3rd grades. Even in language and math, she occasionally needed to consult her teachers. The teachers liked this eager older student, although her learning pace quickly surpassed that of her classmates. They patiently guided her after she expressed her determination to advance to 5th grade soon. Days passed by like this until one day, on her way home from school, Su Lei saw two unexpected individuals, Yang Weiser and a middle-aged soldier who seemed to be significantly older than Liang Hongyuan. To be continued. Just like me. It was released yesterday, so let's promote it. Chapter 67. The most genius brain in human history, Su Lei, was now fully focused on her studies and had almost completely integrated into her new life. When she saw Yang Weiser, she was momentarily stunned before remembering that they hadn't seen each other for half a month. However, what truly surprised her was the unfamiliar middle-aged soldier. Su Lei counted the stripes an insignia on his shoulder. If she remembered correctly, was he a lieutenant colonel? She had never seen a high-ranking officer before and instinctively looked towards Yang Weiser. Yang Weiser saw her and seemed to awkwardly turn his head away. Su Lele was taken aback, but then heard the middle-aged soldier gently smile and say, "Lele, can we have a chat?" Su Lele had an uneasy premonition and instinctively wanted to refuse, but the middle-aged soldier continued, "I was once a comrade in arms with your father." By the time Su Lele came to her senses, she was already sitting with this middle-aged soldier and Yang Weiser in a nearby CAF. Yang Weiser introduced her. "This is our squadron's deputy captain, Lieutenant Colonel Terrence." Su Lele had never really been in contact with the military and didn't quite understand what being a deputy captain and lieutenant colonel meant, so she simply nodded. Lieutenant Colonel Terrence continued with the previous topic. "I was indeed a comrade in arms with your father." He opened a resume on his client's virtual screen and pointed to a line for Su Lele to see. Su Lele looked and saw her father Su Chang's previous resume. The line Lieutenant Colonel Terrence pointed to read, "Killed in action on January 21st, 1544. While serving as the squad leader of the 1st Platoon of Company 1, Battalion 552, 13th Regiment, 107th Division, Bart Military District with the rank of captain." Su Lele was taken aback. This was the last line of her father's resume before his death. Lieutenant Colonel Terrence pulled out another resume, his own, and pointed to another line for Su Lele to see. From March 12th, 15441, to July 6th, 15,442, served as the squad leader of the 2nd Platoon of Company 2, Battalion 552, 13th Regiment, 107th Division, Bart Military District, with the rank of captain. They had actually served as squad leaders in the same company, but in different platoons. They must have been quite familiar with each other back then, right? Su Lele couldn't help but take an interest in this Lieutenant Colonel Terrence. Seeing that Su Lele's expression had relaxed slightly compared to before, Colonel Terrence continued, "The reason I came to see you today is, on one hand, to check on how the daughter of an old comrade is doing now. On the other hand, there's some things I want to discuss with you." Su Lele nodded, listening to him continue. Colonel Terrence reminisced about some stories from back in the day involving Su Changha. To her now, he was just a name, and the impression she had of her father was very faint and felt quite unfamiliar. Gradually, he began to take shape in her mind. It turned out he was an ordinary person who could cry and laugh, who felt immense joy at the birth of his daughter, and who was nervous about meeting his father-in-law. Just before Su Lele's 4th birthday, they applied for leave at the same time. Colonel Terrence left on schedule, but Su Changha and his wife were delayed for a day due to some last-minute issues. However, unexpectedly, it was on that very day that the ambush occurred. Su Changha and his wife were killed, and the troops suffered great losses. Colonel Terrence, who had just left for vacation, narrowly escaped. From then on, he was separated from his comrades by life and death. Now, seeing the precious daughter of a once familiar face, Colonel Terrence couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Su Lele silently played with the stirring spoon in her coffee cup. Just one day apart, perhaps this is fate. Talking about such old matters inevitably made the topic a bit heavy. Sensing the atmosphere becoming oppressive, Terrence smiled and said, "Actually, I have other reasons for coming to find you today." Su Lele forced a smile and asked, "What is it?" Colonel Terrence didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Do you know why we went to such great lengths to bring you back from Desert Star?" Su Lele was slightly surprised. "Isn't it because we found new clues about the abduction back then?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was off. So why were people trying to kill her? Why was Palam keeping an eye on her? Ever since she first met Liang Hongyuan and the others on Desert Star. Su Lele had a belly full of questions. But Liang Hongyuan and the others only knew about carrying out the mission and were equally clueless about the reasons behind it. Now, seeing Colonel Terrence take the initiative to bring up this matter, it seemed he was about to reveal some unknown reasons to her. Su Lele could no longer contain her questions and poured them out all at once. Colonel Terrence thought for a moment about how to phrase it. "Actually, I'm not entirely clear on the deeper reasons either. I'm just following orders. Your file is classified, and it's not something I can access. In our unit, probably only Colonel Lyra knows the real reason. I'm here today just to tell you what I know." "So Lao note that," Colonel Terrence continued. "You possess a capability that ordinary people do not have." Su Lele was surprised and instinctively looked at her own body. Me? She had never discovered any special abilities growing up and was somewhat skeptical of Colonel Terrence's words. However, Colonel Terrence pointed to her head and asked, Haven't you noticed that you are particularly smart or have an excellent memory? Sulele paused slightly. That was true, but it wasn't exactly a special ability, was it? Colonel Terrence then pulled up a photo on his terminal. The girl in the photo looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, with blue hair and blue eyes. Breathtakingly beautiful. Sulele couldn't help but exclaim, "So pretty." Colonel Terrence pointed to the girl's uniform and said, "Look more closely." Sulele then noticed that the girl was in military attire, but when she counted the insignia on her shoulders, she was taken aback. This is a colonel." Colonel Terrence nodded. "This is our captain, Colonel Lyra. She is only 14 this year, just 1 year older than you, yet she is fluent in 6 languages, has dual PhDs in battle theory and strategic studies, and has also earned 3 bachelorette degrees. She is hailed as the most brilliant mind in human history. Since she decided to join the military last year, the military directly formed a new unit for her, drawing the best talents from various divisions and assigning her the most advanced warships. You could say she is the darling of the entire military system." Sulele was already dumbfounded, feeling as if she was listening to a tall tale. How could there be such a genius? Colonel Terrence nodded, putting away the photo. "Yes, she is an extremely great talent. However, she has an old problem," Colonel Terrence said, looking seriously at Sulele. "Although the reasons are still unclear. She occasionally suffers from severe headaches." Young Weiser, who had been silently listening, turned pale, nearly blurted something out, but managed to hold it back. Sulele felt as if she had been struck by lightning, stunned into silence for a long time. A crazy thought echoed in her mind like a loud drum. Yet she dared not acknowledge it. Impossible. Seeing her shocked into speechlessness, Colonel Lawrence nodded and affirmed, "Yes. You should have already guessed it. Whether it was Colonel Lyra sending Liang Hongyuan and the others to Desert Star to bring you back, or me coming to find you today, it's all for one reason." Terrence paused, as if to emphasize his words. "The colonel believes that you possess abilities similar to hers." The crazy thought in her mind was confirmed, and Sulele jumped up in shock, shouting, "Impossible!" Although she was relatively smart and had a good memory, she was still an ordinary person. How could she be of the same kind as the most brilliant mind in human history? Sulele simply couldn't imagine it, nor could she believe it. To be continued. Chapter 68. The mecha talent that cannot be cultivated postnatally. Colonel Terrence's words were too shocking for Sulele to accept. A 14-year-old with dual PhDs, what concept was that? It was simply a fairy tale. How could she be like that? Impossible. Terrence was not in a hurry. Waiting for her to calm down, he continued, "Have you ever felt that your memory is particularly good?" Sulele was still lingering in the shock of earlier and nodded blankly when she heard his question. Terrence's voice wasn't as persuasive as Liang Hongyuan's, but it sounded more steady and convincing. "Do you know that just the ability to remember things at a glance is already quite terrifying?" Sulele was still unaware. "Is it?" Young Weiser was already in utter shock. Like Colonel Lyra? Although he had witnessed Sulele's amazing memory, he still couldn't imagine that a genius like Colonel Lyra could have a second counterpart. Terrence confidently affirmed, "Of course. Whatever you learn, you do it much more efficiently than others. The same content may only take others a fraction of the time and energy, and gradually accumulating that will become a significant advantage. Moreover, it's not just that." Terrence flipped through his terminal. "The Colonel has an astonishing talent in theoretical research, which is why she has achieved such accomplishments. According to the information we have, we don't yet know if you have similar talents in that area, but at least we know your talent in mecha is far from ordinary. As far as I know, you are known as a genius girl in the Sand Sea." Sulele's face flushed. "I understand, but there aren't really any true experts in that place. I'm just a big fish in a small pond." Terrence showed her the virtual display on his terminal. "This is your data analysis from the time you defeated the Black Hawk ambush in the Sand Sea." Sulele looked at it. It contained many data points she couldn't understand, like 433, effective delay 17, effective loss 1, etc. Terrence continued to explain, "If we're not mistaken, this should be your first encounter with this mecha. However, such data should only be achievable by a trainee who has received formal mecha training for over a year and has undergone at least a week of training related to this mecha. It's not something that could be done merely by luck and effort in a wild area like the Sand Sea. This fully demonstrates your talent." Sulele was surprised. "Is that so?" Terrence nodded. "It takes at least this long. So now you understand how terrifying your talent is, right? Such a talent means that no matter which industry you engage in, you will easily achieve accomplishments that others find hard to reach. And as long as you are willing to work hard, you might even reach heights unimaginable to ordinary people, like a colonel, and even change history. Sue Lele didn't know what to say or could say anymore. Terrence continued to ask her, "Have you thought about your future?" Sue Lele thought carefully. "I once thought I would spend my whole life in the desert, but it seems now that I might just go to school and work like an ordinary person." Terrence looked at her seriously. "Yes, this is your life now. You have every right to choose such a normal and peaceful future, especially since you are still a minor. Or rather, since you are still a minor, you cannot have other choices without your guardian's permission." Terrence paused. "But if you really want to choose such an ordinary life, then I wouldn't have to come today." Sue Lele was taken aback, but she heard Terrence continue. "Think about it. Why did we specifically send a team to protect you? And why did Palam want to kidnap you? Even pursue you?" Before Sue Lele could answer, Terrence continued directly. "This is because you think you're an ordinary person, but in reality, you are far from ordinary. To you, to our country, and even to all of humanity, you are a valuable asset. You are a future elite talent that the country must protect. As long as you are willing, the grown-up you will definitely be able to make outstanding contributions to the country and even human society. Palam must also have seen your abilities, which is why they wanted to kidnap you to serve them. Even when they couldn't kidnap you, they wouldn't hesitate to kill you rather than let you be used for the country and the people." Sue Lele remembered what Aisha had said to her about how important she was to their organization. She also said that she should make good use of herself. Thinking about their way of doing things, Sue Lele shook her head. "I won't go with them." Terrence nodded appreciatively, "Of course. But if you can be of use to them, it would surely yield greater results than others." Sue Lele looked at her with a slight tilt of her head, puzzled. "You really believe I have that ability?" Terrence took a sip of coffee. "It's not that I have confidence in you. It's that our colonel has confidence in you. Or rather, has confidence in herself." Sue Lele was silent for a moment before asking, "Then how can I achieve what you were saying?" Terrence was pleased to see her take the initiative to ask, glad that she did not refuse outright, and got straight to the point. "The school you're currently attending is an ordinary school, and such ordinary education is aimed at ordinary people, not specialized talents like you. If you are willing, we can transfer you to a military academy to study as a directed student, and after graduation, come directly to our troops. During your studies, we will also arrange professionals to guide you." Sue Lele immediately shook her head at the mention of the military. "My aunt won't agree to my joining the army. Besides, from what you said earlier, I should be able to choose my own future rather than being forced to join the military, right?" Terrence immediately seized on the key point in her words. "You can certainly choose any future you want. I'm just giving you a suggestion. After all, your talent in Mechs has already been revealed, while other aspects are still unknown for now. Instead of wandering aimlessly, it's better to seize your existing advantages and expand them. You should know that your talent in Mechs is almost cultivated from a young age. Wasting it would be a pity. If you think your aunt won't agree, I can help persuade her." Sue Lele refused outright, not because of my aunt, but also because I personally don't want to join the military. Terrence smiled slightly, but then turned to Young Weiser. "Young, why did you join the military?" Young Weiser answered without hesitation, "So that the next generation of children have to go to the battlefield." Terrence leaned back on the sofa with his coffee in hand, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "Yes, protecting the home and country sounds very empty. But how many people really join the military with such thoughts? I think I also had such ideals back then." Terrence paused, as if thinking about something, but then suddenly changed the subject. "Do you know how much effort we put in to bring you back?" Sue Lele was taken aback. She had never thought about this question. To be continued. Chapter 69. Refusal through Terrence's narration. Sue Lele was shocked to learn how much effort had been made by numerous people for her to return to the capital from Desert Star. Since 4 years ago, when her potential was identified, even though she had been missing for many years and was even reported dead, her information was still added to the intelligence network, with a search level of special concern. Last year, intelligence personnel accidentally discovered her in the desert, but at that time, the intelligence personnel was misidentified and severely injured by Black Hawk during the exploration in the desert. By the time he delivered the information, the reinforcements found that she had already been targeted by someone else. However, the other party might not have verified her identity immediately and dared not act rashly. But they had also discovered the intelligence personnel who took over, and both sides fought to prevent the other from gaining the upper hand, resulting in mutual injuries. The other party's intelligence personnel, on the verge of death, successfully reported the information, leading to the subsequent arrival of Liang Hongyuan's team. At this point, one had died, and another was severely injured, but they successfully prevented the other party from taking the initiative. By the time the other party sent someone back to the desert, it was already too late for Liang Hongyuan. To ensure Su Leilei's safety, Liang Hongyuan's team made tremendous efforts, and Yang Weiser was even severely injured at one point. But they finally succeeded in bringing Su Leilei back to the capital star. After hearing all this, Su Leilei immediately thought about how hesitant she had been in deciding to return to the capital star, and asked, "What if I hadn't gone with you at that time?" Terrence answered honestly, "We did not have the right to demand that you must come with us. If you insisted on not coming back, we could only send more personnel to ensure your safety. Considering the possible long-term factors, both in terms of manpower and material, it could be quite a significant expense. However, if we couldn't persuade you, we had no choice." But Terrence shrugged casually. "It's good that you agreed." Su Leilei was silent. She had no idea that Liang Hongyuan and the others had endured such pressure. They had never told her about these pressures. They only persuaded her to come back from their perspective. Su Leilei suddenly felt that the uncle who always looked unserious was very considerate. Terrence, however, changed the subject and continued, "You see, just bringing you back to the capital star has cost us such a great price. And our country is engaged in a long-term war with the Hopper Federation externally, and internally, we have resistance forces like the Palong guerrillas. To maintain the peace and stability of the country, countless soldiers are working hard for it, even sacrificing blood and lives." Terrence sighed slightly. "Your father once said that his greatest wish was for you to grow up safely and happily. This is actually the expectation of almost every soldier on the front line. They fight bloodily on the front lines because they hope to protect their families in the rear. It is because of the efforts of countless soldiers like your father, and countless idealistic young people like Yang, and the efforts of countless intelligence personnel who risk their lives to return your information, that we have the peaceful life of the capital star, and that there are not more children like you who are orphaned and displaced." A little girl who grew up in the ordinary capital star might find such words empty and cliché. But Su Leilei thought of her past life of hardship, and when she reflected on the comfort she now had on Capital Star, she felt quite emotional. She understood better than ordinary children how important the military's defense line was for those living in peace at the rear. However, when she thought of Yuan Shan mentioning her grandfather's opposition to her parents' union, and the blow to her family when her parents died in battle, she couldn't help but refuse. Su Leilei scoffed directly. "Do you really think saying things like justice and mission will have any effect on someone like me, who grew up on Desert Star?" After saying that, she stood up and walked out. Terrence, looking at her back, calmly said, "If you can enter the military academy, your safety will naturally be guaranteed, and we won't need to send someone to protect you anymore. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone?" Su Leilei paused for a moment, but then continued to leave. It wasn't until she had left that Yang Weiser couldn't help but say, "Colonel, you know that young people are full of passion. Is it really appropriate to use such words to motivate a girl?" Terrence was not discouraged by Su Leilei's refusal. Instead, he smiled at Yang Weiser. "Aren't you the same? For the ideals in your heart. This is an open scheme." Liang Honyuan suddenly appeared from nowhere, wondering what this was all about. Not directly telling her that the military academy not only wouldn't burden her aunt with tuition fees, but would also provide allowances, and not mentioning that her long-term mixing among ordinary families could pose risks to her aunt's family, was already quite enough. Terrence frowned slightly. "I don't want to say this unless absolutely necessary." Liang Honyuan waved his hand dismissively. "That's your business. I'll just take care of this little princess. How to talk to her is up to your skill." Saying this, he also went in the same direction as Su Leilei. Terrence smiled slightly. Although Su Leilei had refused, her expression didn't seem entirely devoid of room for negotiation. The future was long, and there was no need to rush. Meanwhile, Su Leilei walked home in a gloomy mood. It was impossible to say that Terrence's words had no impact on her. However, she did not want to go against Yuan Shan's wishes no matter what. After all, she had finally returned and was living the ordinary life she had longed for, without worries about food or clothing. What more could she want? Why change anything and cause her family to worry? In Su Leilei's heart, Yuan Shan had already become family. Yet, for some reason, Su Leilei felt somewhat unhappy. Terrence's words kept echoing in her ears, and despite her efforts to forget, they lingered. Su Lele stumbled home with a jumble of thoughts. As soon as she opened the door, she heard Yuan Shan's worried voice. Why hasn't your sister come back yet? Su Lele's heart sank. She had forgotten to inform her family, which made her aunt worry. Just as she was about to shout, I'm back, she suddenly heard Yuan's impatient voice. You could just call and find out. How would I know? I'm not her nanny. Yuan Shan's voice immediately sounded displeased. Why do you speak like this? You sit next to her in class. You know her situation best. Of course, I should ask you first. Yuan's voice became sharp. How would I know her business? She left right after school. I only spoke to Ruisi for a couple of minutes, and she disappeared. I'm not here to keep an eye on her. How would I know she wouldn't come home like a wild child running around? Yuan Shan forced herself to remain patient. Yuan, what's wrong with you lately? You get impatient every time I mention your sister, and you don't even speak properly. Where's the demeanor of a good child? I'm just asking about your sister's situation. Yuan suddenly cried out in grievance. You always do this. It's always my fault. It's my fault she runs around after school. If I'm so bad, why don't you go be your mother? What do you want me to do? Do I have to get lost once for you to treat me like you treat her? Yuan Shan was so angry she could hardly speak. How can you say such things? Nearby, Fang was calling out for her mother, and her mother joined in crying. Su Lele quietly turned back and stepped outside, closing the door and leaning against the wall, slowly burying her face in her knees. To be continued. Chapter 70. Communication. The next day, Su Lele was still feeling down. She usually buried herself in her studies and had no friends. Yuan was angry with her mother and did not want to talk to her. The whole day passed, and no one noticed she was unhappy. Su Lele silently stared at the problems on the screen for a long time, but couldn't focus. She somehow thought of her companions in the Sand Sea, thinking of the boss and Buck, recalling the dry hurricanes and scorching sun over the Sand Sea, the deadly sand scorpions and sand snakes. The Sand Sea was barren and wild, where one would never know when the next meal would come, let alone any material comforts. At that time, their biggest dream was to have a mecha that wouldn't fall apart at any moment, so they could greatly improve their hunting efficiency, perhaps allowing them to eat their fill without worries. After arriving on Capital Star, her aunt's family not only ensured that they could eat their fill every day, but also guaranteed nutritional balance, with different flavors and varieties each day. At that time, Su Lele felt that Capital Star had everything she hoped for. The care and warmth her aunt provided made her feel the sensation of a strange home. But now, how long had it been? A month? It seemed like it hadn't even been that long. Watching Yuan Shan and Yuan argue multiple times over her, Su Lele felt increasingly out of place. They were originally a happy, complete family, but her sudden intrusion had brought a discordant note. Su Lele suddenly began to doubt the sense of home she had recently developed. Was this really her home? No, this was her aunt's home, not her own. Su Lele suddenly missed the hot yet free air of the Sand Sea. Back then, no one would say you couldn't fight. Only the strongest could be the boss and gain everyone's respect. Back then, no one would say that girls should be ladylike. How could you hunt in such troublesome skirts? For some reason, Su Lele's eyes suddenly became moist. Was coming to Capital Star really the right choice? After dinner, she went to ask Yuan Shan, can I make a phone call? Yuan Shan didn't understand at first. Haven't I taught you? Just dial like that. Su Lele shook her head. I want to make a long-distance call. Interstellar communication costs were very high, and she didn't dare waste Yuan Shan's money carelessly. Long distance? Yuan Shan immediately realized that Su Lele might want to contact her old friends. Although she didn't know what kind of people Su Lele's friends were, she couldn't help but feel that Desert Star had brought her no good feelings, as seen in the news and government reports. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse. Since she had returned to Capital Star, she shouldn't associate with those old friends anymore. But before the words came out, seeing Su Lele's eager yet somewhat cautious eyes seeking her approval, she swallowed the words back down. She had arranged everything as best as she could for Su Lele in this unfamiliar environment, but there would undoubtedly still be many things she wasn't used to. If she could chat with her old friends at this time, it should be comforting. Moreover, if Lele always acted based on her expressions, it would make her lose confidence. Yuan Shan smiled and tucked Su Lele's fallen hair behind her ear. Of course you can. Your terminal was bought for you. How you want to use it is your own business. You're a big girl now and have your own ideas. You don't need to ask me about these things in the future. But considering the communication costs, can you keep the call under 15 minutes? That's all. It's better to gradually reconnect with old friends rather than keeping in touch less frequently. After listening to Yuan Shan, Su Leilei's face brightened, and she nodded heavily, saying, "Yes, I'll just ask them how they've been doing. It won't take long." Watching Su Leilei happily go to make the call, Yuan Shan couldn't help but sigh slightly. She hoped Su Leilei wouldn't call too often, as that would make it harder for her to let go of her past attachments. Su Leilei, completely unaware of Yuan Shan's dilemma, was solely focused on reaching out to her boss and the others and was overjoyed. However, she understood that interstellar communication fees were quite expensive, so she wouldn't talk for long, just a few words before hanging up. They didn't have terminals on the Sandy Sea. Su Leilei made a call to a black market store that had a phone and asked them to help shout for her boss, or Buck. When she called back 20 minutes later, she heard Buck's familiar voice on the other end. Su Leilei jumped up in delight. She and T realized how much she missed the Sandy Sea and the people there over these days. At that moment, her voice became a bit choked up, and she quickly closed her mouth, afraid Buck would hear. Buck chuckled on the other end, saying, "You still remember to call. I thought you forgot about us." Su Leilei hurriedly defended herself. "How could I? You know how high interstellar communication fees are. I can't just call whenever." Buck understood this well, and teased her for a bit before directly asking, "How have you been?" A trace of gloom instantly crossed Su Leilei's mind. However, she quickly shook her head as if to shake off that unpleasant thought and replied cheerfully, "I'm doing great. I didn't expect my aunt to be so kind to me. I've even gained weight, going to school happily every day. I tell you, I even jumped 2 grades." Su Leilei couldn't help but want to share all the joyful things happening here with Buck, and once she started, it was like a floodgate opened, and she kept talking nonstop. Buck, sitting against the wall with his abdomen still bleeding through the bandage, listened to Su Leilei chatter and smiled with satisfaction. This little girl could thrive anywhere, just like a thorn in the Sandy Sea. Although he didn't know if her relatives were truly good to her, since she was so happy to tell him, he would choose to believe it for now. When Su Leilei asked how he had been recently, he naturally reported good news without mentioning any worries. "We're doing well here. The Black Eagles were severely weakened by you, and we took the opportunity to seize nearly 13 territories. Now, the Sandy Sea is no longer just the domain of the Black Eagles." Su Leilei was also very happy. The expansion of territory meant that their resources would significantly increase. Life would get better and better. Perhaps they would no longer have to worry about going hungry. Both of them were eager to share their best situations with each other. And before Su Leilei realized she should save on costs and reluctantly hung up, 12 minutes had already passed. Su Leilei was startled. How could time pass so quickly? Unfortunately, the interstellar communication fees were so high that she felt embarrassed to call often. The next time might take a long while. However, inexplicably, even though they had only exchanged a few casual words and didn't mention their troubles, Su Leilei suddenly felt much better. She remembered when she decided to come to the capital star from the Sandy Sea. She was determined that since it was her choice, she could overcome any difficulties and keep moving forward. Her current situation was already much better than she had imagined back then. So what was there to be dissatisfied about? She had survived the perilous experiences of being chased and kidnapped. So what small matters could she not overcome? Su Leilei clenched her fist. "I can definitely persevere." To be continued. Chapter 71. Arguments. The next day, Su Leilei returned to her high-spirited self and happily went to school. In class, she rarely raised her hand to answer the teacher's questions. It seemed like life had returned to calm, and she could wholeheartedly focus on her studies again. However, this tranquility didn't last long. During the 3rd class of the morning, her headache suddenly flared up. When Yuan Shan received a call from the teacher and rushed to the military hospital over 400 miles away, she couldn't help but ask Liang Honyuan, who had brought Su Leilei to the hospital and had been watching over her in the ward, "Why bring her all the way here? Isn't there a hospital right next to the school?" Liang Honyuan explained that this military hospital had more experience with her condition, but the medical records didn't specify what illness she had. At this point, Su Leilei, who had already recovered from the severe pain, smiled and reassured Yuan Shan. "This is an old problem of mine. It always gets better after the pain, and there are no side effects. You don't need to worry." Yuan Shan was shocked. Having such a chronic issue at such a young age was concerning, so she immediately insisted on a comprehensive examination for an early diagnosis. Liang Honyuan and Su Leilei both felt that there was no need for further examination. After all, even the best doctors had failed to diagnose her when she was a child. What good would it do now? However, these matters were confidential and couldn't be disclosed to Yuan Shan. Liang Hongyuan had no choice but to coax and explain to her, managing to divert her attention and take Su Lele home, who showed no unusual symptoms. Yet, Yuan Shan remained suspicious and discussed with Chen Yuanjun that evening. Do you think her headache could be a side effect of that childhood brain cancer? Chen Yuanjun was also puzzled. Are you sure it was brain cancer? I feel like something is off about this. Even if brain cancer was cured, she should be just like a normal person, especially since she is so smart. If this headache is really a side effect, it means it wasn't completely cured, but she seems fine normally. Yuan Shan was equally full of questions. Chen Yuanjun thought for a moment, saying, we are still within the medical system. Why not investigate what the situation was back then? You should look into whether she really had brain cancer as a child. If she did, we can check which hospital treated her, who the attending physician was, and how the treatment process went. Although many years have passed, there should still be some clues to find. We know quite a few people. We should be able to figure something out. Yuan Shan felt this made sense and discussed how they would each take different directions to start their investigations the next day. Su Lele, however, didn't think much about it. Headaches were something she had been accustomed to since childhood. Once it passed, it was over. During school, she answered the teacher's concerns and continued with her usual activities. The only worry was that Yuan seemed to be increasingly displeased with her for some reason. Su Lele had no choice but to avoid her as much as possible and hurried home to study after dinner, trying not to disrupt her normal life. However, Yuan Shan and her daughter still occasionally erupted into arguments, with various themes, but almost all sparked by Su Lele. On 2 occasions, Su Lele even wondered if it would be better not to return home, as that might restore their originally warm mother-daughter relationship. Yuan Shan was also troubled. She had tried her best to care for Yuan's feelings, making sure not to neglect her because of Lele's presence. However, at Yuan's age, it was neither big nor small, making it quite difficult to manage. The mother and daughter were almost at odds. Su Lele, as the party involved, didn't dare to step forward, fearing it would make Yuan even more upset. Fong was still a little child, completely unaware of what was happening between her mother and sister. Only Chen Yuanjun suffered, having to appease both sides. After yet another argument that day, since it was a day off, Su Lele couldn't escape to school, so she simply went downstairs for a walk. In the city of Capital Star, the neighborhoods are all garden-style communities with fresh air, clean and tidy, perfect for a stroll. However, Su Lele couldn't seem to calm her mind. For some reason, she suddenly recalled the days spent on the cargo spaceship on her way to Capital Star. Those days were so peaceful. The spaceship felt relatively safe, devoid of conflicts. There were no battles, and she spent her days running to young Weiser's bedside, keeping him company while he read or talked about various topics. Su Lele couldn't help but smile. She wondered how young Weiser was doing now. What was he up to? Su Lele suddenly remembered that she also had a terminal now. The cost of interstellar communication was too high for her to use casually, but since young Weiser was on Capital Star, it should be fine to contact him, right? Su Lele immediately felt invigorated. She hurriedly dug out her terminal and found the contact information that Liang Honyuan had told her after she purchased the terminal. She located young Weiser's number and dialed it. While waiting for the call to connect, she suddenly remembered that he had mentioned he would be training after class. Will he be busy at this time? Su Lele hesitated about whether to hang up. Just then the call connected. Young Weiser seemed to be slightly out of breath as he answered. Hello? Su Lele curiously asked, Are you busy? Young Weiser replied nonchalantly. Not really, I'm just running. Do you need something? Su Lele didn't know that young Weiser generally disliked being disturbed while exercising. Nor did she know the unexpected joy he felt when he saw her name on the caller ID. Hearing that he didn't seem to mind her calling made her heart flutter, and she asked, Do you think I should go to military school? Young Weiser paused in silence on the other end. Su Lele wondered if he hadn't heard her, but suddenly he said no. Realizing his tone might have sounded a bit harsh, young Weiser quickly explained, That's just my opinion. Don't take it to heart. Su Lele asked curiously, You think it's not good? That day when you accompanied the lieutenant colonel, I saw you didn't say anything and thought you also believed I should go to military school. Young Weiser clarified, That was a mission. I had to come. But I think it's too dangerous for you to join the military. So I don't recommend you go to military school. Su Lele pondered for a moment and replied, But aren't you going to military school too? Young Weiser wanted to say he wasn't afraid of danger, but he was worried about her safety. In the end, he didn't voice that thought and simply said, I don't have much family left, but you still have family. They will worry about you. Su Lei fell silent. Yes, she didn't want Yuan Shan to worry about her. Yuan Shan had suffered the loss of family members in quick succession and had only just managed to find herself again. If something happened to her, it would hurt her even more. Su Lei mumbled a in dissatisfaction. She really shouldn't only consider her own feelings and stubbornly hurt Yuan Shan's heart. To be continued. Chapter 72. The Messenger of Justice, Su Lei. Sensing Su Lei's low spirits, Yang Weiser was somewhat surprised. Do you really want to go to military school? Su Lei thought carefully. Actually, I don't have much interest in joining the military. She shared the recent conflicts between Yuan Shan and her daughter with him. These troubles she hadn't mentioned to Buck seemed to come out naturally when speaking to Yang Weiser. My aunt treats me really well, so I don't want to cause any trouble for her happy family because of me. So I was just thinking maybe I should change my environment. Hearing that she wasn't entirely set on joining the military, Yang Weiser let out a sigh of relief and quickly advised her. If you just want to change your environment, you don't necessarily have to go to military school. You could ask your aunt if she can let you attend a boarding school. Su Lei wasn't familiar with the schools in Capital Star and was very happy to hear this. Oh, is there such a school? Seeing her interest, Yang Weiser briefly explained the situation of ordinary boarding schools. You can live at school during the week and go home on weekends. Besides, boarding schools are generally more strictly managed, so your family won't worry too much. Su Lei was very pleased to have such a good option and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Yang Weiser continued. This way, your cousin won't see you all the time, which might be better for her. The only downside is that the tuition is a bit expensive. After all, the public school you're currently attending is completely free. You only need to pay a small amount for extracurricular books and school activities. Hearing about the tuition, Su Lei was taken aback. Would the tuition really be expensive? Yang Weiser calculated and said, of course, because the school also charges for food and accommodation. But it shouldn't be too much, at most an extra 1,000 or so per month. For a normal family like your aunt's, it shouldn't be a burden. Su Lei thought that the transformation clothes alone cost several thousand. So at Capital Star's cost of living, a little over 1,000 probably wasn't a lot. But it wasn't just a matter of whether it was a lot or not. It was already troublesome enough for her aunt to support her. She really didn't want to add any extra costs. Su Lei immediately felt dejected again and thought, then maybe it's best to forget it. Yang Weiser hesitated, considering that she was living under someone else's roof, and felt it wasn't appropriate to say much. After a few words of encouragement, they hung up the call. After hanging up, Yang Weiser, who had stopped walking at some point, stared blankly at the terminal. He hadn't expected Su Lei to call him out of the blue. Did that mean he could occasionally call her in the future? Unbeknownst to Yang Weiser's dilemma, Su Lei was also grappling with her own issues. She thought it would be better not to think about boarding schools. So, she could only continue to stay in this home. How should she handle their relationship? Su Lei shouted in frustration and simply started jogging around the community, burdened with various worries. Su Lei immersed herself deeper into her studies to distract herself from all the chaotic matters. Therefore, when Su Lei, already in a bad mood, saw other students extorting a younger student in a corner of the school, her mood worsened. Scum like that really exists everywhere. However, Su Lei had never been an overly righteous person. Although she looked down on their behavior, she hadn't thought about helping the bullied child at all. But when one of the bullies spotted Su Lei passing by, he provocatively rolled his eyes at her, and Su Lei suddenly thought of a question and directly asked him, "Aren't you not allowed to fight in school?" The boy froze for a moment and then burst into laughter, as if he were looking an idiot. Hey. Listen up, there's a good kid here to teach us not to fight." The others surrounding the younger student also paused, laughing, Oh. You better not tell the teacher, or we're so scared. The bullied little boy cried out, "It's no use, senior. This is an internal campus area, and security isn't that strict. This corner is a blind spot for video surveillance, so the teachers can't see. So that's how it is. There are loopholes to exploit. In a school where fighting is not allowed, there are still places to fight without the teachers knowing." Su Lao, who had been good at avoiding surveillance and electronic devices since childhood, understood this immediately. Su Lei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and walked over to them. The group didn't know what she was going to do and burst into laughter again. This righteous, good student wants to uphold justice? Su Lei smiled mysteriously at them, revealing a set of white teeth. It had been a long time since she had fought. She had been feeling pent-up frustration these days, and now someone had come to her doorstep. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to vent? As she threw a punch, the person on the outskirts who was keeping watch was taken aback, but then laughed even more recklessly. "Oh my, I'm really so scared. Your strength is so great. I can't handle it." Before he could finish his words, they were abruptly cut off. The few people behind him stared in shock as Su Lele knocked him down with a single punch, causing him to crash heavily to the ground and roll away 2 times. He struggled a bit, but couldn't get back up, and everyone looked at Su Lele as if she were a character from a fairy tale. What was going on? They were all 8th graders, and this girl looked so petite, probably only in 6th or 7th grade, right? How could such a frail girl possibly knock down their tall and strong boys with 1 punch? But before they could react, Su Lele had already grinned and charged in again. The little boy forgot to cry and just stared blankly as Su Lele unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. 1 punch here, 1 kick there. In just a few moves, the few people who had been surrounding him with fierce looks were all lying down. Who was Su Lele? A fierce goddess who had fought her way out of the gang-infested sands. Dealing with a group of kids raised in a honeypot in the capital, didn't require much effort. The little boy stared dumbfounded as Su Lele dusted off her sleeves with satisfaction. When he saw she didn't even glance at him and was about to leave, he suddenly jolted and hurriedly asked, "May I ask what your name is, senior?" Su Lele turned back and smiled widely. Su Lele. After the fight, Su Lele felt much more relaxed and returned to her studies. However, she never thought that while she didn't care, someone else did. With the little boy's enthusiastic promotion and embellishment, the notorious 8th graders who habitually bullied and extorted younger students were indeed hurt and looked quite dispirited, adding credibility to the little boy's claims. Her brave act of standing up for others quickly spread throughout the entire campus. Although it was only circulated among students and the teachers were unaware, by the 3rd day, the incident had already continued to ferment. By the time Su Lele realized what was happening, the heroic and invincible righteous messenger Su Lele was already a household name. To be continued. Chapter 73. Promoted 3 grades soon, classmates came to ask Su Lele if it was true that she had protected Bapu. Su Lele took a while to remember who Bapu was, but didn't hide it. "Yeah, I just helped out." The circle of curious classmates immediately gasped in shock. The notorious 8th graders had been feared for a long time, although Su Lele should also be in 8th grade by age. She was small and looked only 2 or 3 years older than everyone. Moreover, being a girl didn't carry as much intimidation. Everyone couldn't understand how such a girl could possibly take down 4 8th graders by herself. Even though rumors had circulated widely before, everyone still held a skeptical attitude. But now, Su Lele not only admitted it, but also said it was just a casual thing. Someone uncertainly asked, "I heard you knocked them down 1 by 1. Su Lele was taken aback. "How do you know?" "Papa said so." But the meaning of this statement was clearly an admission. There was an immediate uproar around her. At this moment, the boys looked at her differently. Although Su Lele was older than them, the fact that she could easily take down 4 8th graders was indeed impressive. Boys generally respect those stronger than themselves. What Su Lele didn't expect was that a legend about her had begun to form in the school. However, the girls looked at her differently. What girl would go around fighting with others for no reason? The round-faced girl who had been silent blushed deeply, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. How could she have such a sister? Su Lele had no idea what the round-faced girl was thinking. After chatting casually with her classmates, she returned to her focused study. But while she didn't pay attention, things were fermenting in an unexpected direction. The next day, George from the 2nd grade stood far outside the classroom, waiting for Su Lele to come out after school, his face red as if he wanted to say something. Su Lele looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing here?" George awkwardly held back for a long time before squeezing out a few words. "So you're really that strong? Wait until I grow up." Su Lele laughed and waved her hand, ignoring him, and went home. On the 3rd day, boys from various grades deliberately passed by their classroom door or asked other classmates about Su Lele. Even some bullied younger students lingered hesitantly outside their classroom, as if wanting to talk to Su Lele. For a moment, their classroom was bustling with activity. However, none of this concerned Su Lele, as she was busy preparing for the 5th grade academic test. With prior experience, Teacher James not only didn't excessively doubt her abilities, but also spared no effort in guiding her, helping her address weaknesses and improve her scores. While the righteous messenger Su Lele incident hadn't completely cooled down, she successfully passed the academic test and was promoted to the 5th grade. This news delighted teacher James and surprised the round-faced girl immensely, but it dropped like a bombshell across the entire campus. This girl, who seemed strong but a bit foolish, still in 4th grade at such an age, could it be that she was actually a true academic prodigy? Such a rapid promotion even drew the attention of the principal, who personally inquired with the teacher responsible for the academic test and teacher James to confirm Su Lele's promotion. The 4th grade classmates reluctantly bid farewell to Su Lele as if they were sending off a child who had succeeded. However, when she followed the 5th grade homeroom teacher in her new class, the classroom erupted when they saw Su Lele enter. Completely unaware that she had become a campus sensation, Su Lele was momentarily stunned. What was going on? So many days had passed, and most teachers had vaguely heard about Su Lele rescuing the younger student and mostly turned a blind eye to her involvement in the fight. But now, the excitement in the classroom exceeded the homeroom teacher's expectations. The boys were very curious about her because of her legendary fighting abilities, while the girls, although somewhat resistant, were also curious about how she managed to be promoted 3 grades in such a short time. The homeroom teacher had to knock on the podium several times to quiet the market-like noise. However, as soon as she sat down in the position arranged by the teacher, all eyes around her focused on her. Su Lele was instantly filled with confusion. What was going on? However, what she didn't expect was that this was not the end of the matter. Before she could fully adapt to the 5th grade curriculum, 3 boys from 8th grade came looking for her. The leader looked her up and down several times and couldn't help but sneer. I thought you were some kind of superhero. Those idiots from Black Pig were beaten to a pulp by such a little girl. And now they don't even dare to show their heads. Their courage is tucked away in their pants. The 2 behind him laughed in unison. Su Lele curled her lips. She wanted to be promoted to 6th grade as soon as possible. She didn't have time to deal with these random guys. Seeing they had nothing to say, Su Lele turned to leave. The leader reached out to block her. Hold on. Are you planning to leave just like that? Su Lele shot him a sideways glance. What do you want? He chuckled. Nothing much. Just want you to lie down for 2 or 3 days. So Black Pig knows who the real boss of the 8th grade is. Su Lele yawned and thought to herself, if you want to know who the boss is, just go challenge him and you'll find out. It's none of my business. The person shook his head. That idiot is scared to death by you now. Defeating him wouldn't count as a skill. He frightened himself and let that kid named Bapu make you seem legendary. Only by taking you down will Heisey know whose fist is bigger. Su Lele had no time to entertain these inexperienced kids, so she simply pretended to be serious, saying that the teacher had said fighting is not allowed. Last time, I only fought to save Bapu, not to start a fight. The group was taken aback. They never expected Su Lele to respond so formally. The leader chuckled in disbelief. Could it be that you're really a good student type? Who believes that? Enough talk. Are we fighting or not? They suddenly remembered that Su Lele was actually a girl, so they had to swallow the latter part of their words, as they had never fought with a girl before. If it weren't for Heisey admitting that Su Lele had defeated him, he wouldn't have bothered to find trouble with a girl. Su Lele turned around and walked away. Who has the time to waste on these nonsensical guys? However, unexpectedly, she didn't want to fight, but others wouldn't let her go. To be continued. Chapter 74. Old medical records on the way home after school. Su Lele felt helpless when she saw the 3 people blocking her path. These little demons are really troublesome. Although Su Lele didn't want to fight these weaklings. If she didn't deal with them, they'd come back again. Luckily, they were already off school grounds. Even if a fight broke out, the teacher wouldn't know. Su Lele shook her head and, to end the trouble, walked towards a dark corner with them, silently agreeing to the unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, Liang Han Yuan, who had been watching Su Lele from afar, yawned. These clueless little brats had never seen a real fight and still insisted on bothering Su Lele. Weren't they just asking for trouble? When the next day came, and the 3 appeared at school looking disheveled, someone had leaked the news of their attempt to trouble Su Lele. In this fast-paced information age, if anything spreads quickly, it's information. Before half a day had passed, Su Lele noticed that everyone was looking at her differently. After defeating multiple 8th graders in 2 separate encounters, her fighting ability was now beyond doubt. Moreover, since she had fought against bullies who were usually despised by younger students, her classmates' respect for her had significantly increased. When Su Lele finally looked up from her problem set. Her classmates had already started calling her Sister Lele. Su Lele was taken aback. Among the sand dunes, she was relatively young. When did she start being called Sister? Now, Su Lele truly understood what it meant to be a prominent figure. As she walked down the street, people gave her attention. During gym class, boys unconsciously surrounded her. And even in the restroom, girls made way for her. The boys' admiration for her was pure. Being able to fight meant strength. The girls' feelings were more complicated. On one hand, they thought fighting was scary, yet many girls also felt a sense of security from it. By the end of the week, Su Lele unexpectedly received 4 love letters, 2 from boys and 2 from girls. Having never received such things before, Su Lele was left speechless for a long time. What is this? The style among the sand dunes was quite direct. She had seen women who relied on their physicality, but overall, Su Lele was definitely not the type to blush at holding hands. However, she had never seen anything like a love letter before. Who writes this stuff in the sand dunes? What puzzled her even more was why 2 of them were from girls. Su Lele ran to the restroom and looked in the mirror, examining herself from head to toe. Her bangs, cut by Yuan Shan, and her shoulder-length hair complemented her somewhat cute face with an added sweetness. She had a cute little orange-shaped hairpin clipped at her temple. Wearing a dress that was slightly shorter than knee-length, with lace-trimmed white socks and black round-toed shoes, she looked quite adorable. But how could girls be giving her love letters? Su Lele, who couldn't understand the thoughts of capital city girls, found it hard to comprehend this issue. However, she was never one to dwell on problems. If she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't think about it. Her current goal was to study. Determined to be a good student, Su Lele didn't expect trouble to come looking for her. After dealing with the 8th graders, the 9th graders showed up. Su Lele couldn't help but facepalm. However, the serious-looking boy in front of her, who insisted on sparring, solemnly declared, "The teacher said we can't fight. I don't want to fight anymore. Can you let me off?" Ridiculous. She didn't have the time to play around with these kids. But the boy was very serious. "I've been practicing karate for 9 years, and there's no one in school who can match me. But you defeated Heizi and Eru in 1 move, so you must have some skills. I'm sincerely here to spar with you, and I hope you won't refuse." Su Lele waved her hand, decisively rejecting him. She came to Capital Star to live a normal life, not to fight. Su Lele couldn't help but regret meddling in others' affairs that day. But this guy was quite persistent. He was polite and never forced her, just kept following Su Lele, asking her to agree. Now, Su Lele's life was such that wherever she went, people were paying attention. Either someone was waiting to challenge her, or someone was waiting to confess. Yet, before she could think of a way to shake off these troublesome entanglements, her deeds had already been reported to the new homeroom teacher, Yuan Shan, always fighting with boys, ruining the class atmosphere. Looking at Su Lele, who returned home every night diligently studying, Yuan Shan was puzzled. If she were ruining the class atmosphere, this dedicated and hard-working child didn't seem like the type. However, the homeroom teacher couldn't just have a calm talk with her. Yuan Shan really didn't know how to approach Su Lele for a proper discussion. But before she could think of a way, Chen Yuan Jun spoke to her. "The Capital Star Children's Hospital, where you found her medical records from when she was 4. We did look through her files, and it was indeed diagnosed as brain cancer at that time. I've checked on her attending physician from back then, Hank Noe." Hearing him mention serious matters, Yuan Shan set aside Su Lele's fighting issues. However, upon hearing that name, she was taken aback. It sounded familiar. Chen Yuanju nodded. "You've heard of him, right?" "It's very likely. I checked. Hank Noe passed away 7 years ago, and he was once a leading brain medical expert in the country, even recognized worldwide as an authority." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shan suddenly realized, "I remember now. I heard about him winning the highest medical award in the country while I was still in medical school." Chen Yuanjun opened his terminal, confirming, yes, the award he won was for his comprehensive use of nuclear magnetic radiation therapy combined with his unique point-cutting technique. It reportedly made groundbreaking progress in treating pediatric brain diseases. Yuan Shan instantly understood. So he could have cured Lele? Chen Yuanjun wasn't entirely sure, but leaned towards agreement. "I guess so. But unfortunately, he has been deceased for many years, and the details from back then are no longer accessible. Besides, many people sought him out. Your sister probably relied on her father-in-law's connections to get Lele to him. The medical staff, patients, and families he dealt with were countless. It's hard to find more clues. The two fell into silence at the same time. Could the investigation really be interrupted here? No, there were still questions. They had looked over the medical records, which stated that the patient had recovered. But clearly, there had been groundbreaking progress made years ago. So why had such technology not yet been promoted and applied, failing to benefit the many brain cancer patients? Moreover, why was Su Lei still experiencing headaches from time to time? Liang Hongyuan was also being evasive, mentioning the military hospital's experience, but refusing to clearly state what the problem with Su Lei was. There must be something fishy going on. Chen Yuanjun and his wife exchange a glance. This matter needed to be investigated further, and it would take time. To be continued. Chapter 75. Another attack. Yuan looked at the 7th grade senior in front of her, who was blushing and asking for her help in delivering a letter to his sister, and felt a headache coming on. This was already the 4th one this week. God knows she didn't want to say another word to that so-called sister. But before she could refuse, the senior stuffed the letter into her hand with a flushed face and ran off, leaving her unable to even say no. Yuan was almost rolling her eyes. Were these people out of their minds? The sister's phone number wasn't confidential. Anyone in the class could find out by asking around. Sending a message would be so simple, yet they insisted on writing letters like ancient times, claiming it was romantic. It was easier for them, but it made her, an unrelated person, suffer. Yuan truly didn't want to have anything to do with Su Lei anymore. Because of this inexplicable sister, her friends had started to look at her strangely, and now there were always people bothering her, making it so that even Ruisi had some complaints about her. Thinking of Ruisi, Yuan felt very guilty. This wasn't Ruisi's fault, but because Su Lei's inexplicable popularity had risen, even her sister was constantly being stopped, handed letters, and harassed with questions about this and that, leaving Ruisi, who often hung out with her, without any peace. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. She casually stuffed the letter into a trash can by the roadside, feeling sorry for the senior, and sighed as she headed upstairs to go home. But she didn't expect that when she opened the door, the ever-serious Su Lei was shockingly sitting in the living room watching TV. Yuan instinctively glanced at the TV screen and was startled. The recent bombing attack had resulted in 35 deaths, with 479 people sent to the hospital, including 23 severely injured and 422 lightly injured, and 34 had been discharged after observation. Yuan was taken aback. Could it be another incident like the explosion at Base 4? Last time, the paramilitaries had warned that the next target would be on Capital Star. Had already been executed so quickly? Yuan's face turned pale with fear. This was terrifying. The TV report continued. Less than an hour after the explosion, the paramilitary group issued a statement claiming responsibility for the attack. Yuan was so frightened she was almost in tears. Last time, the teacher had said that they might target schools, and had specifically explained some basic safety measures to protect themselves. At the time, she had thought that Capital Star was so safe it wouldn't happen, but unexpectedly it had come so soon. According to an interview with Mayor Powell of Kaidi City, the government was doing everything possible to organize rescue efforts and had raised the security alert level for the entire Desert Star to red, while also working hard to capture the perpetrators. However, because this attack was also a suicide bombing like the previous explosion at Base 4, the main suspect had died in the explosion, making it very difficult to apprehend their accomplices. Nevertheless, the government would spare no effort to ensure the safety of its citizens. Mayor Powell stated that a press conference would be held in 1 hour to report on the progress of the rescue and the hunt for the criminals. This station would follow the entire event in real time and broadcast updates. Please stay tuned. Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't Capital Star. With a chaotic place like Desert Star, it was inevitable that something would happen. Yuan felt reassured, turned around to get a glass of water, but was stunned to see Su Lei's pale face, suddenly remembering that this sister had come from such a terrible place. Thinking of Su Lei coming from such a frightening location, Yuan disgustedly ran into her room, wishing to stay far away from his sister. At this moment, Su Lei was too preoccupied to care about what Yuan was thinking. Weren't they supposed to be targeting Capital Star? Why had it shifted to Desert Star? Su Lei hurriedly opened the app to check the map of Desert Star. Kaidi City, she found it. Looking at the sand sea, Su Lei let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two places weren't that close. Her boss and the others should not have been greatly affected, right? At this moment, Yuan Shan hadn't returned home yet, and Su Lei couldn't wait to ask for her opinion. Never mind, she decided to make a call first. Once the call connected, the other party agreed to help find the boss or Buck to answer the phone. However, the waiting process felt so long. Su Lei paced back and forth, wondering if 15 minutes would be enough, but perhaps they were already there quickly, but she decided to wait a little longer. Making another call would incur extra costs. Su Lei was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing in the living room, and finally, when the 16th minute arrived, she couldn't help but dial number again. The other party didn't answer. Were they still not there? Could they not find them? Or was something wrong? Su Lei ran to splash cold water on her face to force herself to calm down. Don't panic, don't panic. It should be fine from such a distance. Another minute passed, and still no answer. For the first time, Su Lei felt utterly lost. An uncontrollable sense of fear spread over her. Although the people in the Sand Sea lived precariously, perhaps today they were thriving and fighting, yet tomorrow they might never wake up. But at that moment, Su Lei realized that although she had always seemed indifferent to her companions' lives and deaths, as someone who had relied on them, if anything really happened to them, she could never be as calm as she once thought. As she anxiously waited, when the call finally connected, and she heard Buck's voice, which was as usual, Su Lei felt her heart finally relax. She couldn't help but smile foolishly. It turned out that her boss and Buck held a more important place in her heart than she had ever realized. Buck on the other end of the line asked curiously, Lei, are you out of it? After receiving Su Lei's denial, Buck didn't dwell on it, but continued with the previous topic, saying everything was fine, they were quite far away, just a bit inconvenient. Now the entire Desert Star was on a red alert level, and those patrol boats that had nothing better to do were appearing in the Sand Sea, and they were reportedly going to check everyone in the Sand Sea. Su Lei was startled. Checking everyone? Were they out of their minds? Where would they get so many people? Her boss and Bob had criminal records. Wouldn't that be a hassle? Buck seemed quite relaxed, saying it's fine. It's fine. They just want to catch the paramilitary people, or at most pull in a couple of scapegoats. We regulars in the Sand Sea won't be touched. They understand better than we do that too clear water has no fish. Without us, what would they do? Su Lei felt somewhat relieved. That was good. But since they were going to catch people, they would at least think of ways to extort some money from them. She was afraid this time, even if they survived, they would still get hurt. Those who mixed in the Sand Sea were quite experienced in dealing with the government army, and Buck naturally knew this. Of course. But the boss is prepared, so don't worry. The two chatted for a bit, and Su Lei only hung up after she felt reassured. However, even though there were no major issues for now in the Sand Sea, Su Lei still harbored doubts. The capital star was clearly announced. So why is the target changed to Desert Star? What has happened in between? To be continued. Chapter 76, Shake. The television is still discussing the recent explosion. A guest is connected live to comment on the event. Previously, the target was the capital star, but now it is Desert Star, which inevitably raises suspicions of a lot of noise, but little rain. Su Lei frowned. In the eyes of the capital star citizens, Desert Star is merely outside of civilization. And compared to the attack on the capital star, an incident occurring on the insignificant Desert Star naturally lacks weight. However, for Su Lei, Desert Star holds as much significance in her heart as the capital star, and even worries her more. Different guests on the television express their opinions one after another, as do some ordinary citizens. Compared to the explosion at Base 4 last time, both experts and the public seem much less tense. Some people question whether Desert Star is far from us, while others, more concerned, criticize the military for inaction. For some reason, Su Lei suddenly feels very angry. Yuan can't help but rush out to question Su Lei. How can you watch such terrifying news? Before she could finish her sentence, she closed her mouth in fright. Su Lei glanced at her. This side of Su Lei was something Yuan had never seen before. Since Su Lei came to this home, she was initially a bit cautious, but gradually integrated in, smiling more and more naturally. Moreover, Su Lei had a very good temper. Whenever Yuan was angry or throwing a tantrum, Su Lei would always avoid her and let her be, never arguing with her. Recently, Su Lei had been even more noticeably avoiding her, almost becoming invisible at home. This made Yuan care even less about her presence and opinions. Yet at this moment, when Yuan merely said a word, Su Lei only shot her a cold glance, which made her break out in a cold sweat, as if she was meeting this sister who had been living in her home for more than a month for the first time. Su Leilei's gaze was so terrifying, revealing an unmistakable disgust, completely different from a teacher's reprimand or a mother's criticism. As if beneath her seemingly calm exterior was a suppressed rage ready to erupt like a volcano. For the first time, Yuan Yuan felt that Su Leilei was frightening. She forgot what she wanted to say, stumbling back to her room. She slammed the door shut with a bang, her heart still racing. Looking back at Su Leilei's gaze just now, Yuan Yuan almost thought it was her own illusion. She sat on the bed hugging her teddy bear, no longer daring to seek out Su Leilei. Yuan Yuan couldn't help but start to cry. Meanwhile, Su Leilei had no time to pay attention to Yuan Yuan. The words of those expert guests pierced her. What is Desert Star in the eyes of the capital star citizens? A lot of noise, but little rain? What does it mean that the military is inactive? Do they know how many troops are stationed on Desert Star? Do they know what equipment the troops on Desert Star have? They know nothing and speak wildly, and they call themselves experts. Su Leilei suddenly became furious and instinctively dialed Yang Weiser's phone. When the call connected, she only then realized, why did I call Yang Weiser? But the voice of Yang Weiser came through. What is the matter? Since the call had already been made. She didn't think much and simply asked Yang Weiser, did you see the news? The news about the explosion on Desert Star? Yes, I saw it. Did you see the expert criticizing the military for inaction? Yang Weiser could sense that Su Leilei's tone was faster and harsher than usual. Although he didn't know why she was angry, he still answered her properly. Yes, I saw it. Why? Su Leilei didn't understand why she instinctively called Yang Weiser. Nor did she know what she really wanted to say. After thinking for a long time, she finally said, Yang Weiser, why did you join the army? Yang Weiser had never hesitated about his goal, for the peace of the next generation. After a pause, he added with some confusion, why are you asking this? Didn't we talk about this before? Su Leilei asked curiously. So did you see that expert criticized the military? Don't you feel angry? Yang Weiser's voice was always so steady and resolute. It's not worth getting angry over that. My goal is not to gain everyone's recognition, but to be at peace with myself. Maintaining the military's image is a matter for the higher-ups. I just hope to practically realize my ideals on the front lines. Su Leilei still couldn't quite understand. What makes you so determined to realize your ideals? Yang Weiser thought for a moment. My father was also a soldier. He was always in the army and rarely came home. My mother always waited, and when he came home, she was especially happy. But after a few days, he had to leave again, and I would chase after his back until he was far away. I grew up watching his back and always dreamed of becoming a soldier like him, so I would have to wait for him to come home. Of course, I later realized that being a soldier isn't just about chasing after my father's back. However, it became my lifelong dream. Yang Weiser's voice was filled with nostalgia, rare in its softness. I think my dream has been largely influenced by my father. Even though I now know what it means to be a soldier, I still unconsciously want to chase after his back. If I remember correctly, his father was the one from the last tomb-sweeping visit. Su Leilei fell silent. She had never known that a father could have such a profound influence on his son. When Yang Weiser got to this point, he returned to the main topic. I'm not interested in what those politicians say, nor in the opinions of those experts. That is not my business, and I don't want to care. I just hope to work hard for my ideals. Su Leilei finally understood why she called Yang Weiser. Since she met Yang Weiser, he had always been so determined, with clear ideals and a solid effort towards them, never lost or hesitant. For Su Leilei, who was now confused and unsure of her choices, Yang Weiser felt like a pulsar among the vast stars, a steadfast coordinate. It seemed that as long as she followed him, she would never lose her direction again. Su Leilei almost instinctively blurted out, Yang Weiser, what do you think about me going to military school? Yang Weiser was surprised. Didn't you say you weren't going to study there last time? Su Leilei was taken aback. I was just saying it casually. She forgot that she had already decided not to make Yuan Shan worry. Yang Weiser felt that Su Leilei's attitude today was a bit strange and couldn't help but ask her, what's wrong with you today? Su Leilei just said she was a bit worried after watching the news, mumbled a few sentences, and hung up the phone. I cannot waver. Su Leilei seriously began to consider how to continue living in this home. Nothing can bring her down. Su Leilei clenched her fist. Well, first, shouldn't she improve her relationship with Yuan Yuan? However, Su Lele had grown up in the Sand Sea and had no clue how to handle relationships with children from a capital star. Just as she was hesitating, Colonel Terrence came to find her again, asking if she had come to a decision about going to military school. As if afraid of wavering herself, Su Lele firmly refused again, but immediately turned and left, not giving him another chance to persuade her. However, Terrence didn't mind, turning around and going directly to find Yuan Shan. To be continued. However, I'm very happy that there are actually several Peach Blossom fans. Starting today, I will prepare to add more chapters for monthly tickets and Peach Blossom fans. The additional chapters will be set for 1 a.m. Also, I recommend this book, Starsea Waltz, book number 3561265, summary, with a loyal dog guardian escorting her, plus a group of strong teammates. Jiang Chilua is having a great time on the road to conquer the Imperial Dungeon, mercilessly defeating monsters. The team is so powerful, why not take charge yourself? Chapter 77, Guardian, October Vote Extra. Yuan Shan was very surprised by Terrence's intentions. Terrence wasted no time and got straight to the point, repeating what he had said to Su Lele last time. Originally, the matter regarding Su Lele was classified as military secrets and could not be disclosed to the general public. However, our colonel said that, as her guardian, you should have the right to know. After multiple requests, I received permission to specifically come and explain this to you. Yuan Shan felt as if she were caught in a storm, unable to regain her composure for a long time. The fame of Layla shocked the entire Federation and even all planets in the world, but what did this lieutenant just say? Layla's talent could even be compared to Layla's. Even though Yuan Shan had already accepted that Su Lele had an exceptional memory, and was no longer surprised that she had advanced 3 grades in just over a month, she still found it hard to believe upon hearing Terrence's words. How could Lele, whose parents were ordinary people, possess talent like Layla's? Terrence reminded her that Colonel Layla's parents had average intelligence as well. Yuan Shan still found it hard to believe and muttered, but she comes from a prestigious family and has had many tutors since childhood for special guidance. Many young ladies from prestigious families have had multiple tutors since childhood, yet no one has achieved the accomplishments of a colonel. Yuan Shan shook her head. I know this. That's why Layla's achievements astonished the world. But our family Lele, Terrence implied. If the facts weren't confirmed, the colonel wouldn't have received authorization. Yuan Shan then remembered that Terrence came to persuade Su Lele to attend military school and immediately refused. I will never agree to let Lele risk her life. Terrence was not surprised by this response, but if he were to leave without achieving his goal, then his trip would have been in vain. Terrence smiled slightly and changed the subject. Ms. Yuan, are you aware that Su Lele has been pursued or kidnapped multiple times from the Desert Sea until she returned to Capital Star? Yuan Shan was puzzled as to why he mentioned this, but after a moment's hesitation, she answered, I know, Lele told me that there are still soldiers secretly protecting her. However, she has already returned to Capital Star. They can't just act recklessly now. Terrence shook his head. Indeed, she is much safer now than before. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare let her return to an ordinary family. But that does not mean Su Lele is safe. We have not disbanded the security team assigned to her because of this consideration. However, the facts prove that we're not being overly cautious. Terrence opened a virtual screen on his client to show Yuan Shan. On the 13th, someone was peering into your house window. Our security personnel dealt with it. On the 15th, 2 people attempted to follow Su Lele and were redirected by our security personnel. On the 22nd, listening devices were found within a 3-meter radius of your house, and the security personnel have dismantled them. On the 24th, Yuan Shan's face gradually turned pale. Why? Terrence's expression was more serious than ever. You probably still do not realize the importance of Su Lele's talent. It is almost certain that as long as she is willing to work hard, her future is almost predetermined. For the developing Purim guerrilla group, talent is exactly what they urgently need. Whether it's a scientist, a top mech combatant, or someone who can achieve something in politics, or even economics, they could change the future of Purim. Terrence told Yuan Shan solemnly. It can even be said that compared to the talent-rich Federation, Purim needs Su Lele more. Therefore, it is very likely that they value her even more than we do and are eager to claim her for themselves. Terrence paused, slowing his speech. Moreover, Su Lele is only 13 this year, which means she still has a chance to change her ideals and even her worldview. Perhaps she will become a true Purim warrior. His words left Yuan Shan's face ashen. Yuan Shan absolutely could not accept the idea of Lei, whom she had finally found, being taken away by Purim. However, she also did not want Lei to follow in her parents' footsteps. Although Terrence had already shown with facts that Su Lei would be safer under military protection at this stage. Joining the military meant facing future dangers. This was a contradictory choice. After a long time, Yuan Shan seemed to be in a daze. Murmuring as if trying to verify something, Lei had brain cancer when she was young. Terrence immediately interrupted her. This matter is classified, and I do not have authorization to discuss it. Yuan Shan's eyes widened in shock, although Terrence said nothing. Looking at his determined expression, Yuan Shan suddenly broke into tears without warning, overwhelmed by the thought of how difficult this child's life had been. However, despite her concerns for Su Lei's safety, Yuan Shan still disagreed with Lei transferring to military school. The current dangers were not direct, but if she joined the military, the dangers would be much more direct. Terrence saw that this approach was not feasible and did not insist, comforting her a few times before taking his leave to plan for the future. When Su Lei returned home from school, Yuan Shan did not mention this matter at all, and Su Lei had no idea that Terrence had already started working on Yuan Shan. Su Lei was still wholeheartedly focused on her studies, striving to advance to the 6th grade as soon as possible. In order to better integrate into this family, Su Lei also began to consider how to get along with Yuan. However, she found this problem truly unsolvable. She knew exactly why Yuan didn't like her, but Yuan Shan's kindness towards her was something she couldn't change. Her past was also a part of her, and she had no intention of changing it. After thinking it over, she felt completely at a loss. Su Lei really wanted to ask someone how to get along with the little girls from Capital Star, but after thinking it through, she didn't know who to ask. She couldn't possibly ask her aunt and uncle. That would be like telling on Yuan. Asking Buck and the others would also be useless, as they knew even less than she did about what the little girls from Capital Star were thinking. As for Capital Star, Su Lei realized with frustration that after being here for so long, she didn't have a single friend. Originally, this kind of problem could actually be asked of Liu Pei, as she was also from Capital Star and would surely understand better. However, just thinking of Liu Pei's annoyed face made her dismiss the idea. Young Weiser was also not an option. He was always thinking about the same things as her, either studying or training, so he wouldn't know about little girls' matters. After thinking it over, it seemed like Liang Hongyuan was the only one. Su Lei found Liang Hongyuan's number and called him. Liang Hongyuan was surprised that she would call and, after listening to her troubles, burst out laughing. What kind of trouble is this? Kids are just being stubborn. In a couple of years, they'll understand better. All right. In the eyes of that Uncle Liang Hongyuan, both she and Yuan were just kids. Su Lei huffed angrily. Do I have to wait 2 years? You try living with someone who annoys you every day. Liang Hongyuan comforted her a bit with a laugh, then said, Actually, this is an unsolvable problem. Because of your arrival, your mother's attention will inevitably be divided, so whatever you do will seem wrong. But that doesn't mean you can do nothing. You can try to find out what kinds of clothes and decorations your classmates like, what extracurricular books they enjoy, what idol stars they like, and which soap operas they watch. Once you figure these things out, there will always be common topics between you and with shared interests. She will see you as one of her kind, making it possible to further close the relationship. After Liang Hongyuan rambled on for a long time, Su Lei was left dumbfounded. How much time would that take? Liang Hongyuan teased her. You want to build a good relationship, but don't want to spend time on it. What a beautiful dream you have. Su Lei couldn't help but rub her forehead. It's not that I don't want to spend time, it's just that I always feel like time is not enough. How can I care about idol dramas when I have no time for that? She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. To be continued. Chapter 78. True Feelings. Liu Pei asked strangely. Are you going out at this time? Young Weiser looked at the clock while putting on his coat and replied, It's fine. I'll be back soon. I'll have lunch outside. Liu Pei was somewhat incredulous, saying, The courses are tight lately. Don't you have to finish all your training before doing anything else every day? Why do you suddenly have to leave during lunchtime? Young Weiser vaguely replied, I'm going to see Officer Liang. It's fine. I've completed my training today. I'll do my homework when I come back in the afternoon. Liu Pei thought it was Liang Hongyuan calling him, so she didn't ask further, only saying, Do you want me to save some dinner for you tonight? Young Weiser put on his shoes and walked out of the classroom. Yeah, thanks. Liu Pei smiled and waved her hand at him, saying, "Why are you thanking me?" However, Liang Honyuan had no idea about Yang Weiser's arrival. He was still observing Su Lele and everything happening around her, as usual. But clearly, it seemed that Su Lele would not be able to deal with her cousin in the short term. Yuan was once again sulking with Yuan Shan, arguing over the same issues. Chen Yuan Jun patiently explained, "You shouldn't always be dissatisfied with everything right now. Just tell me what you want." Yuan Shan had never spoken to her like this before, and Yuan was momentarily stunned, stammering for a long time without knowing what to say. She couldn't just say she wanted her sister to leave. No matter how young she was, she knew it was obviously impossible. But if her sister didn't leave, she couldn't be happy. How did such a troublesome sister come along? The more Yuan thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and she started to cry. Chen Yuan Jun couldn't help but rub his forehead. He still couldn't understand the way women think, whether it was his wife Yuan Shan, a grown woman, or his daughter Yuan, a little girl. How did the originally close mother and daughter suddenly turn into opponents? In fact, Su Lele, being a woman herself, couldn't understand it either. She grew up in the desert and was used to the straightforwardness of the desert people, and she truly couldn't resolve Yuan's thoughts. Only Fong, who was completely naive, had no idea why they were angry. He continued to drag his little train to find Yuan, calling out, "Sister, sister, let's play train." But Yuan was angry and didn't want to pay attention to him. Fong then dragged his little train to find Su Lele instead. "Sister, sister, let's play train." Before Su Lele could say anything, Yuan became even angrier and snatched Fong's little train away. "Who do you think you are? Your brother. Both of you are like this. You both don't want me. Just go your sister. I don't want you anymore, boo-hoo." Su Lele felt a headache coming on. She thought that sometimes Yuan was just being unreasonable. Fong hadn't offended her. Yuan Shan and her daughter started arguing again, and Chen Yuan Jun sighed helplessly. Su Lele suddenly felt a bit lost. She had now seemingly become a wedge between Yuan Shan and her daughter. She didn't know how to resolve the situation unless she simply pulled herself out of it. Su Lele recalled the events of these days. Perhaps she really couldn't coexist peacefully with Yuan, but she had traveled thousands of miles to Capital Star. Was this really the life she wanted? Indeed, she had always longed for a life like an ordinary person, and Yuan Shan had fulfilled that wish for her. Although she was not her mother, she had given her the care of an ordinary mother. For this, she was very grateful and moved. However, becoming a barrier between the mother and daughter was not what she wished for. Su Lele suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Aunt, I want to go to military school." This sentence almost slipped out without thinking, and the moment it left her mouth, she was startled herself. However, once the words were spoken, they seemed so natural. It was as if a strong urge had burst forth from her heart. In that moment, Su Lele suddenly understood that, yes, she yearned for a life like Yang Weiser's. She also wanted to be someone like Yang Weiser, who had firm beliefs and was fearless about the future. It seemed that no matter what happened, nothing would scare him. Su Lele also wanted to be a strong version of herself. Everyone seemed to be confused by what she said, and Yuan Shan looked at Su Lele in disbelief, asking, "What are you talking about?" Su Lele repeated, "Aunt, uncle, I want to go to military school." As she said this, Su Lele suddenly felt extremely happy, as if all the troubles she had been facing had vanished in an instant. "Go ahead, no matter what Yuan thinks or likes, I am who I am. I'm the one and only Su Lele." Before her words fell, Yuan Shan had already decisively refused. "No." She immediately thought, "Is that Colonel Terrence trying to persuade you?" Su Lele was surprised. "Has Colonel Terrence come to see you?" Yuan Shan instantly became furious. As expected, "I knew that person had ill intentions. He thinks he can directly incite you since it didn't work with me. Lele, let me tell you, you must not listen to his nonsense. You may not be that safe at this stage, but I don't believe they can do anything in Capital Star. But once you join the military, it will be direct danger. I don't want you to follow in your parents' footsteps. As long as there is a hint of danger, I don't want you involved." Su Lele understood very well, which is why she had always rejected Terrence. So she had always told herself that she shouldn't go to military school, that she couldn't make her aunt worry, that she shouldn't be so willful, but she hadn't realized her true feelings. Su Lele firmly said, "I understand, but I still want to go to military school. It has nothing to do with Terrence. I just hope to find my own path." Yuan Shan did not back down at all and kindly advised, "Lele, you are still young. You have plenty of opportunities to choose your path. And you shouldn't go to military school now and arbitrarily deny all other choices. Listen to your aunt. focus on your studies, and we can talk about it when you grow up, okay? Su Lele wanted to say it wasn't like that, but she couldn't express what it should be like. She couldn't convince Yuan Shan, who was unwilling to compromise, and Su Lele didn't want to give up her own thoughts, so they parted unhappily in the end. Yuan Shan held her head in pain, wondering what was wrong with these two kids, one more troublesome than the other. Chen Yuan Jun patted her shoulder, saying, "The kids have grown up, they have more thoughts." Su Lele lay in the study, but couldn't calm her mind no matter what. The sudden words that had shocked Yuan Shan had also shocked her. Such an outburst of true feelings had allowed Su Lele to truly see her own heart. "I want to join the army. I want to be like Yang Weiser." Su Lele suddenly stood up. She suddenly wanted to see Yang Weiser, to tell him her thoughts, to ask for his opinion. Su Lele became excited. She opened her terminal to find Yang Weiser's number and was about to dial it, but suddenly paused. She suddenly remembered that Yang Weiser seemed to oppose her going to military school, right? If she said she wanted to go to military school, he might not encourage her. Su Lele suddenly felt deflated and sat back down in her chair. She irritably scratched her head, simply closing the client's exercise book, pushed the desk away, and went downstairs to run. But when she got downstairs and reached the corridor, she suddenly found it was raining outside. Su Lele hadn't brought an umbrella. Just as she was feeling dejected and about to turn back, she suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Standing outside the corridor was someone unexpected. In the light rain of an autumn noon, Yang Weiser stood in the rain holding an umbrella. "Su Lele, are you okay?" Su Lele suddenly had tears in her eyes. To be continued.